Chapter 1. Welcome to Silent Hill. A piercing static sound echoed, reminiscent of the crackling noise from an old television set. It jolted Rosen from the depths of confusion. He opened his eyes abruptly, finding himself not in the familiar confines of his rented room, but on a cold, rust-laden metal bench. Surrounding him was an impenetrable shroud of thick white fog. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The air was saturated with a damp, decayed odor reminiscent of a long-forgotten basement. Where am I? Rosen did not panic or scream. Years of working life had dulled his emotional responses. He merely furrowed his brow, calmly surveying his surroundings. He was still clad in the cheap shirt and jeans he had worn during his late-night shift, and his pockets contained his phone, wallet, and a set of keys. Upon retrieving his phone, he was dismayed to see the screen reading no signal. The time was frozen at 2:37 a.m., the moment he lost consciousness. He found himself in a dilapidated park. The swing beside him swayed back and forth at an eerie frequency, creaking with a sound that resembled the groans of the dying. Not far away, the entrance of a children's slide loomed darkly, resembling a gaping maw leading to hell. Kidnapping? A prank? Or have I crossed over? Rosen's mind raced as he dismissed various possibilities. He stood up, feeling no discomfort. As a horror film and game enthusiast, the classic fog-laden town scene before him sparked a bizarre, yet plausible suspicion. At that moment, a chilling, shrill air raid siren shattered the silence. Woo! The sound seemed to penetrate into one's very marrow, imbued with endless despair and madness. Rosen's heart seized, every hair on his body standing on end. He recognized the sound. This was Silent Hill, the herald of the transition between worlds. Almost instantaneously, the world around him began to decay. The sky was swiftly stained with an ominous dark red, akin to coagulated blood. The concrete ground began to peel away, revealing a rusted, blood-soaked metal grid beneath. Blood flowed down the walls like a waterfall, and the stench of decay intensified 100-fold, morphing into a nauseating blend of blood and charred flesh. The outer world was being consumed by the inner world. Rosen cursed under his breath, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Theoretical knowledge and personal experience are vastly different realms. When the sense of despair that existed solely on screens materialized into reality, it was enough to shatter anyone's mental defenses. He took off running, aimlessly, instinctively seeking to escape the crumbling park. As he burst forth into the street, coated in rust and blood, a staggering figure materialized from the fog. It was a humanoid monstrosity. Its skin bore a waxy yellow hue, resembling severe burns, devoid of facial features. Its head and body were grotesquely distorted, akin to a poorly stitched corpse. It crawled on all fours, its movements stiff, emitting a ghastly wheezing sound. The foundational monster of Silent Hill, lying figure. Rosen's pupils dilated sharply. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, but it was too late. The creature seemed to have sensed his presence and abruptly lifted its head. Though it had no eyes, Rosen could distinctly feel himself being targeted. In the next instant, its misshapen mouth gaped open, spewing a caustic fluid. Sizzle. The acid splashed onto the ground beside Rosen, instantly corroding a small pit that emitted black smoke. Rosen executed a clumsy roll, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before he could rise, the creature lunged at him with surprising speed, moving far quicker than its appearance suggested. In a heartbeat, a fierce determination flashed in Rosen's eyes. There was no time to flee. He had to fight. In his peripheral vision, he spotted a rusty steel pipe half buried in the concrete, severed from a damaged traffic sign. He rolled closer, gripping the pipe tightly, summoning all his strength to wrench it free. Fueled by adrenaline, he yanked the pipe from the cement with sheer force. Ignoring the pain from the rust scraping against his palm, Rosen grasped the roughly 1-meter-long weapon and turned to face the oncoming monstrosity. The creature was now mere inches away, its foul stench overwhelming. With no hesitation, Rosen channeled all the pressure, frustration, and fear of death accumulated over his corporate life into his arms. He did not aim for the seemingly vulnerable head, but targeted the creature's supporting forelimb. He roared, his voice strained, as the pipe swung through the air with a whoosh, striking the creature's limb with brutal force. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed. The monster let out a chilling shriek, its body swaying as it collapsed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Rosen did not linger, nor did he harbor any pity. He stepped forward, raising the pipe high, and struck down repeatedly upon the creature's faceless head like a pile driver. Thud, thud, thud. Blood and brain matter splattered, coating his face and clothes. Rosen's expression twisted into a mask of rage and madness, his gaze chillingly cold. He understood that mercy towards such a creature would only be cruelty to himself. Only when the creature lay motionless, reduced to a puddle of flesh, did he finally cease, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The warm metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Yet more than that, he felt an odd exhilaration mixed with the exhaustion of survival. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Host detected completing first independent kill. The terror mark system activated. Binding soul. Binding successful. Welcome, Host Rosen. You have entered the beginner horror world. Silent Hill, inner world. Defeated low-level vengeful spirit, lying figure X1. Absorbed essence of fear 3 points. A translucent blue panel appeared abruptly in Rosen's vision, visible only to him. Host, Rosen, strength, 5, average for adult males, agility, 6, slightly above average, constitution, 5, suboptimal health, mentality, 7, strong-willed, essence of fear, 3, skills, none, items, none. System functions, attribute enhancement, skill extraction, item analysis, world navigation, activated, ***, world navigation, ***, current world, Silent Hill. Main quest, ***, survive in Silent Hill for 72 hours and find the exit to leave the town. Quest reward, ** 500 fear source essence, a random degrade skill / item draw. Quest failure, ** the soul is assimilated by the world, becoming part of it. Rosen gazed at the panel, his expression swiftly transforming from initial shock to unbridled joy. A golden opportunity. This was his greatest reliance in this hellish world. He rapidly perused all the information, ultimately fixating on attribute enhancement and the 3 points of fear source essence. Attribute enhancement * each point of fear source essence can enhance any basic attribute by 0.1 points. Though modest, it represented hope. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and allocated all 3 points of essence to strength. Having just expended every ounce of effort to defeat the weakest of creatures, he understood the significance of strength. Strength * 5, 5.3. A faint yet distinct warmth coursed through his body. Rosen felt his exhausted and sore muscles regain some vitality, and his grip on the steel pipe strengthened. Useful, he affirmed within himself. With his system, he was no longer the ordinary individual who could only passively endure. To slay monsters, absorb essence, strengthen himself, and survive. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe, the cold touch sharpening his awareness. This was no longer a game. Every choice was a matter of life and death. The alarms of the inner world gradually subsided, yet the surroundings remained unaltered. The blood-red sky loomed overhead, and the rusted streets lay beneath. From the depths of the thick fog, strange and ominous sounds echoed, heralding that this nightmare had only just begun. Rosen licked his lips, the fear in his gaze having dissipated. In its place emerged a hunter's calmness and ferocity. Silent Hill, splendid, he murmured softly. Dragging the blood-stained steel pipe, he stepped boldly into the deeper shadows and fog. Chapter 2. The hunt begins. The oppressive atmosphere of the inner world was maddening. Rosen cautiously advanced along the rusted street, each step landing on the cold metal grating, producing a resounding clang that reverberated in the deathly silence. He had to remain vigilant at all times, for no one knew what might emerge from the fog in the next moment. With a mental attribute of 7, he could maintain clear thoughts under immense pressure. Recalling knowledge from the Silent Hill films and games, he endeavored to piece together a usable map. Hospitals, schools, churches, these are critical locations, both perilous dens and potential reservoirs of clues and supplies. His objectives were now crystal clear. First, to locate a relatively safe temporary shelter. Second, to find superior weapons and resources. Third, and most importantly, to hunt solitary monsters, accumulate fear source essence, and expedite his initial strength enhancement. At that moment, the silhouette of a building emerged through the fog. It bore a cross emblem, with blurred letters beneath it, Alchemilla Hospital. Alchemilla Hospital. A chill ran down Rosen's spine. This was one of the most iconic scenes in Silent Hill, home to numerous nurse monsters and a significant plot point. Danger and opportunity coexisted. He refrained from recklessly charging in, instead circling the perimeter of the hospital to observe. The main entrance was locked tight, but a side glass door leading to the emergency room had shattered, leaving a space large enough for a single person to pass through. Creak! Just as he approached, a figure abruptly lunged out from the broken doorway. It was a tall nurse, her face obscured by bandages, rendering her features indistinguishable, though her outline suggested a female form. She wore a tight, filthy nurse's uniform stained with blood, accentuating her grotesquely alluring curves. Her movements were rigid and unnatural, reminiscent of a marionette, each motion causing her body to twitch awkwardly. In her grasp, she clutched a sharp scalpel. Rosen instinctively took a step back, raising his steel pipe. The nurse seemed exceedingly sensitive to light and sound. His movements and the sound of his breath immediately captured her attention. She paused abruptly, then her head twisted at an unnatural 180 degrees toward Rosen, emitting a sound that was a mix of a moan and a shriek before charging at him, wielding the scalpel. Her speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of the previous crawlers. Rosen's pupils dilated. He dared not confront her head-on. He recalled that these nurses possessed an intense desire to attack and often appeared in groups. Retreating while rapidly formulating strategy, he suddenly remembered a characteristic of these nurses. They were blind, relying entirely on sound and light perception to navigate. A bold plan took shape in his mind. He ceased his flight, standing firm. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly produced his phone, setting the screen to maximum brightness before hurling it towards an abandoned car over 10 meters to his left. The phone soared through the air, leaving a trail of light, and with a resounding thud, it struck the car's hood. The screen illuminated, resembling a small beacon. As anticipated, the nurse's movements faltered instantly. She stiffly turned toward the source of the phone's light, seemingly verifying. In the next moment, she abandoned Rosen and began to twitch her way toward the phone. An opportunity. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Rosen's eyes as he crouched low, stealthily circling behind the nurse like a stalking cheetah. His agility was rated at 6, allowing him to move far more lightly than an ordinary person. The nurse, captivated by the phone's glow, remained entirely unaware of the impending doom. Now was the moment. In an explosive burst, Rosen dashed to the nurse's rear. Raising the heavy steel pipe high above his head, he unleashed the full force of his 5.3 strength. Aimed at the nurse's vulnerable neck, he brought it crashing down. Thud! A muffled thump echoed as the nurse's body stiffened. Her forward momentum abruptly halted. Yet she did not perish immediately. Instead, she thrashed wildly, attempting to turn. Rosen's gaze remained unflinching. With one successful strike, he swiftly withdrew the pipe. He swung again, targeting the same spot, delivering a second and third crushing blow. Thud! Thud! Under the overwhelming force, the nurse's cervical vertebrae shattered completely. Her entire body slumped to the ground, motionless. Defeated low-level humanoid vengeful spirit, Shadow Nurse X1. Absorbed fear source essence 5 points. Detected that the host utilized intelligence and skill to achieve the kill, with a very low probability of skill extraction from the target. Would you like to extract? Extract. Rosen silently intoned without hesitation. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill. Pain resistance. Basic. Pain resistance. Basic. Your nerve's perception of pain is reduced by 20, enabling you to maintain composure and combat effectiveness when injured. A refreshing sensation swept through his entire body. The pain in his palm, previously scraped by a steel pipe, had indeed diminished significantly. Excellent, Rosen exclaimed with uncontainable joy. This skill was nothing short of divine in the throes of life and death combat. He glanced at the nurse's lifeless body on the ground, then at his character panel. Fear source quality 8. The source quality gained from defeating a nurse was 2 points more than that from a crawler. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He refrained from hastily enhancing his attributes and instead picked up his phone, which, though cracked, was still functional. Turning off the flashlight, he cautiously peered into the interior of the hospital. The emergency room was in utter disarray. Overturned beds, scattered medical instruments, and several nurses standing like statues in the darkness. There were at least 5 or 6. Rosen immediately abandoned the idea of entering through here. Confronting so many nurses at once would surely overwhelm him. His gaze shifted to the second floor of the hospital. Several windows were shattered. Entering from above and taking them out one by one is the best strategy. He examined the hospital's exterior wall and noticed a thick drain pipe extending from the roof to the ground, conveniently passing by a broken window on the second floor. Rosen allocated all 8 points of source quality to agility. Agility, 6.8. His body instantly felt much lighter, with significant improvements in coordination and balance. He felt capable of competing in the Olympic climbing events and placing. Having completed this, he secured the steel pipe to his back with a belt. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the cold drain pipe with both hands and began to ascend. His movements were graceful and silent, resembling a gecko, firmly adhering to the wall. With an agility of 6.8, he effortlessly executed maneuvers he had once deemed impossible. Soon, he reached the broken window on the second floor. Peering inside, he found an abandoned ward, completely devoid of occupants. Safe. He deftly rolled in, landing almost soundlessly. Ding. Host detected entering the special scenario, Acmara Hospital, triggering optional challenge task. Challenge task. Clear the hospital's underground morgue. Task description. An elite shadow head nurse resides in the morgue, along with numerous ordinary nurses. It is a gathering place of resentment, but may also conceal unexpected rewards. Task reward. Depending on completion, earn 100 to 300 points of fear source quality and a special item, head nurse's scalpel. Task failure penalty. None, though you may perish there. Gazing at the sudden challenge task, Rosen's breath caught slightly. An elite monster, and a special item reward. Behind the immense risk lay a temptation potent enough to elevate his strength dramatically. He did not immediately decide whether to accept. What he needed now was information and more source quality. First, he would eliminate the isolated nurses on this floor, amass strength, and then contemplate this audacious task. Rosen tightened his grip on the steel pipe at his back, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Silently, he opened the ward door and melded into the profound, cold darkness of the hospital corridor. The hunt had begun. Chapter 3. The Apex Predator, Triangle Head. The corridors of the hospital serve as a far more suffocating hunting ground than the streets. The space is constricted, leaving no room for evasion. Behind each tightly shut hospital door lurks the potential for deadly peril. The air is thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. A grotesque amalgamation of blood and decay. One occasionally stumbles upon unidentified medical instruments underfoot, emitting a jarring clatter. Rosen suppressed his breath to a minimum, moving stealthily along the wall like a specter. His senses, heightened by an agility score of 68 and a mental attribute of 7, became extraordinarily acute. Soon, he heard the familiar sound of joints cracking at the corner ahead. He halted, peering cautiously around the corner. There, at the far end of the corridor, stood a nurse. Her back to him, motionless as if attuned to some hidden sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosen unsheathed his steel pipe from behind, hunched down, and propelled himself forward in utter silence. The nurse seemed to sense the shift in the air, her body jolting as she prepared to turn. Yet, Rosen was swifter. The steel pipe, infused with the force of the rushing wind, struck her precisely and viciously at the nape of her neck. Thud! Another instant kill. Executed with precision and efficiency. Shadow Nurse eliminated X1, absorbed 5 points of fear essence, glimpsing the 13 points of essence accumulated on his panel. A sense of calm washed over him. He chose not to allocate points immediately, opting instead to amass them for future exigencies. He continued his hunt, employing his exceptional hearing and agility, orchestrating a remarkably efficient pursuit on this floor. He resembled a seasoned hunter, patient, lethal, and leaving no opportunity for his prey to retaliate. 1, 2, 3. After dispatching the 4 nurses wandering along the second-floor corridor, his fear essence had surged to 28 points. Now, it was time to unveil the contents of the blind box. Rosen's gaze shifted to the tightly shut hospital doors. Inside could lie more nurses, But there might also be supplies. He selected the nearest room, cautiously pushing the door ajar. Within, darkness enveloped the space, devoid of any sound. Adjusting his phone screen to its dimmest setting, he cast a faint glow into the room. It was modest in size, housing 2 empty hospital beds. However, in the corner stood a cabinet containing a medical box. A flicker of joy ignited in Rosen's heart as he swiftly entered and opened the box. Inside were several rolls of pristine bandages, a small bottle of iodine, and a few vials of morphine encased in glass. Discovered analyzable items. Adrenaline injection X2. Analysis temporarily enhances physical capabilities significantly at the cost of subsequent weakness. Consume 1 point of essence to eliminate side effects. Yes. Enhancement successful. Obtained item. Pure Adrenaline X2. Increases all attributes by 20 for 30 seconds, devoid of side effects. This is undoubtedly a life-saving trump card. Rosen carefully tucked the 2 syringes into his pocket. He continued to explore, opening several more rooms in succession. Most were empty, but in a physician's office. He discovered a detailed blueprint of the hospital, clearly indicating the location of the underground morgue. At the same time, he encountered 2 ambushes. The first occurred the moment he opened a door, as a nurse lunged from behind it. He sidestepped and swiftly dealt with her using a steel pipe. The second ambush took place in a storage room, where 3 nurses were crammed into the confined space. As he opened the door, he was met with a cacophony of screams and the menacing flash of surgical knives, which forced him to retreat. Without hesitation, Rosen closed the door, opting not to force his way through. His current strength was insufficient to confront all 3 simultaneously. After clearing most of the second floor, his fear essence had risen to 43 points. It was time to enhance his abilities. He found a secure hospital room and locked the door behind him. Contemplating how to allocate his points, his strength was already adequate. Agility ensured his speed and stealth. Constitution pertained to stamina and survival, while mental fortitude influenced his willpower and resistance to fear. In a place like Silent Hill, both mental and physical resilience were equally vital. After a brief consideration, he made his decision. Consume 20 points of fear essence to increase Constitution by 20. Constitution, 570. Consume 20 points of fear essence to increase mental fortitude by 20. Mental fortitude, 790. Remaining fear essence, 3. In an instant, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through his limbs, filling his body with an unprecedented sense of strength and endurance. Even his breathing became more profound. Simultaneously, his mind cleared. The fatigue that had accumulated from prolonged tension dissipated, and his thoughts seemed to race with newfound clarity. At this moment, all his attributes had surpassed the limits of human capability. Host. Rosen, Strength, 53. Agility, 68. Constitution, 70. Mental Fortitude, 90. Fear Essence, 3. Skill. Pain Resistance, Basic. This overwhelming sensation made Rosen clench his fist, feeling the power surging within him, and a slight smile crept across his lips. This was the confidence that allowed him to traverse this hellish realm. Just then, a heavy, slow sound, akin to metal scraping against the floor, echoed from below. The eerie rustling seemed to possess an otherworldly enchantment. With each sound, Rosen's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. An indescribable, profound fear welled up from the depths of his soul, engulfing him in an instant. Even with a mental fortitude as high as 9 points, he could barely maintain his composure, preventing himself from collapsing in terror. His face turned pale as he rushed to the window, peering cautiously downwards. Before the hospital's entrance, a tall and imposing figure ambled through the thick fog, dragging a gigantic metallic blade that was nearly the same height as himself. Adorned with a massive, rusted red triangular helmet and bare-chested, his muscles were knotted, radiating an overwhelming sense of strength. Clad in a filthy, butcher-like leather apron, he emanated an aura of blood and punishment. Pyramid Head, the emblem of Silent Hill, the Punisher, the undisputed apex predator. Rosen could even sense that the mere act of passing by this entity unleashed an unconscious wave of terror that rendered him a recently empowered superhuman. Cold with fear, any thought of confrontation was utterly inconceivable. He was but an ant before a higher being. Pyramid Head did not linger at the hospital's entrance. He simply dragged his blade, gradually fading into the mist. It was only after the sound of his passage had completely subsided that Rosen realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath. a deep apprehension manifesting in his eyes for the first time. That figure was truly one of the dominators of this world. This encounter extinguished any flicker of arrogance that had emerged from his newfound strength, awakening a stark realization of his own frailty. He needed to grow stronger. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the map in his hand, which marked the location of the underground morgue. Elite monsters, special items. Previously hesitating, the terror of Pyramid Head had eradicated any doubt. Without risk, there could be no growth. In the face of such a creature, even the chance to flee would be non-existent. Fortune favors the bold. Rosen's expression hardened with resolve. He examined his equipment, a sturdy steel pipe, 2 life-saving adrenaline shots, and several rolls of bandages. Then, he activated the challenge task panel. System, I accept the mission. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Optional challenge task accepted. Good luck, host. Rising to his feet, he gripped the steel pipe firmly and strode towards the staircase leading to the first floor. His steps were steady and powerful, devoid of any confusion. Below lay a deeper darkness, and a bloody feast that could transform him entirely. Chapter 4. Elite Nurse. The staircase leading to the underground was dim and damp, with walls seeping an unknown viscous fluid. With each step down, the scent of formaldehyde and decaying flesh intensified. Rosen tread lightly, yet in this silent corridor, his heartbeat resonated like a war drum. One hand gripped the steel pipe while the other clutched an adrenaline shot, the source of his courage to venture into this forbidden zone. According to the map, the staircase's end led directly to the morgue. At last, he beheld the imposing double metal doors marked with the word morgue. The doors were ajar, leaving a narrow crevice through which emanated a faint, eerie glow reminiscent of phosphorescent corpses, as well as a chilling, rhythmic clicking sound. Rosen heightened his senses to their utmost. Cautiously leaning towards the gap, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The interior of the morgue was vast, akin to an underground warehouse. On either side stood dozens of orderly cadaver drawers, while in the central space, at least 15 shadowy nurses moved with an uncanny synchrony, rigidly twitching and turning, as if engaged in some silent ritual. At the center of this macabre assembly stood a figure that was particularly striking. She towered over the other nurses by nearly a head, her once pristine white uniform now stained a deep brown, taut against her robust form. Instead of bandages, her face was a grotesque tapestry of countless stitched seams. One eye socket was replaced by a large, rusted bolt. In her grasp, she did not wield a scalpel, but rather a bone saw, approximately 1 meter long, marred with nicks and bloodstains. Detected elite-level malevolent spirit, Nurse Akmara, threat level, high. This entity possesses basic intelligence and can command nearby similar units. Rosen immediately held his breath and slowly retreated. A direct confrontation would spell his doom. He would be overwhelmed in an instant. He needed to exploit the terrain and divide them. His gaze swept through the stairwell's environment. It was a narrow corridor, barely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side, a perfect choke point. A plan rapidly formed in his mind. He stepped back to the corner of the stairs, picking up a chunk of peeling concrete from the wall. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and hurled it against the metal door of the morgue. The resounding crash echoed through the silent underground space like thunder. The rhythmic clicking within the morgue ceased abruptly. In the next moment, a spine-chilling cacophony of footsteps surged towards the entrance. They were coming. With a steely gaze, Rosen gripped his steel pipe tightly. Assuming a poised stance akin to a coiled bow, lowering his center of gravity, he readied himself. The first nurse appeared at the threshold. She had yet to discern the situation in the corridor when Rosen's steel pipe struck. With a precise thrust, the sharp edge of the pipe pierced through her eye socket, driving straight into her brain, instant death. Without hesitation, Rosen kicked the nurse's lifeless body out of the doorway and swiftly withdrew his pipe. In rapid succession, the second and third nurses rushed forward, eager to enter. The narrow passageway severely limited their numerical advantage. Die, Rosen bellowed, forsaking his previously skillful thrusts and instead sweeping the steel pipe with ferocity. His remarkable constitution of level 70 bestowed upon him astonishing endurance and explosive power. The heavy steel pipe, propelled by a gust of wind, struck the heads of 2 nurses with a resounding impact. Bang! Bang! The sound of shattering skulls was crisp and melodious. Kill Shadow Nurse X1, absorb 5 points of Fear Source. Kill Shadow Nurse X1, absorb 5 points of Fear Source. Kill Shadow Nurse X1, Absorb 5 points of fear source. The system notifications flooded the screen incessantly. Rosen stood at the sole entrance, transforming into an efficient killing machine. He discarded all unnecessary movements, resorting only to the simplest and most effective actions: smash, sweep, thrust. The foul blood quickly stained his garments and the ground beneath him, yet he paid it no mind. His pain resistance allowed him to disregard the agony from his shattered palm, while his 90 mental attribute ensured he maintained absolute composure amidst the bloody slaughter. However, such tranquility was fleeting. Just as he dispatched the 7th nurse, a sharp, inhuman roar echoed from the morgue. The sound seemed to carry a psychic shock, causing a jolt of pain to pierce through Rosen's mind, momentarily freezing his movements. In that instant, a life-threatening danger loomed. A colossal shadow, accompanied by a sinister gale, lunged through the doorway. It was the elite head nurse. She raised her bone saw high, bringing it down forcefully toward Rosen's head. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Enduring the agonizing throb in his skull, his body instinctively leaned back as he raised the steel pipe to shield himself. Clang! The bone saw clashed against the pipe, producing a jarring metallic screech. An unimaginable force surged through him, rendering his arms numb and sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Gasp! A metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. The steel pipe was violently dislodged from his grip. The head nurse, having landed her strike, wasted no time and advanced with swift strides, lifting the bone saw once more. Life and death hung in the balance. A flicker of madness sparkled in Rosen's eyes. He withdrew the adrenaline from his pocket, plunging it into his thigh without a second glance. A surge of ferocious energy coursed through him in an instant. Rosen felt as though his heart had been replaced with a roaring V12 engine, blood racing through his veins like a tempest. His muscles, nerves, and reflexes were elevated to an entirely new echelon. Pure adrenaline activated. All attributes increased by 20 for 30 seconds. Just as the head nurse's bone saw was about to descend, Rosen's body twisted at an incredible angle, narrowly evading the lethal blow. The saw grazed the tip of his nose, plunging deeply into the concrete beside him. Now's the moment. In Rosen's eyes, a murderous glint flickered. Seizing the moment when the head nurse's weapon was momentarily embedded in the ground, he sprang up like a carp leaping from water. Instead of retrieving the steel pipe from the floor, he lunged forward, his hands transforming into claws, fiercely plunging towards the nurse's eye, now replaced by a bolt. The head nurse let out a pained scream as she relinquished her bone saw with one hand and clawed at Rosen's chest with the other. He did not flinch or evade. He allowed her razor-like fingers to tear through his chest, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes. Simultaneously, his fingers successfully wedged themselves into the crevice of the bolt. "Come out." Rosen's face contorted in a fierce grimace, veins bulging as he channeled all the strength ignited by adrenaline into his fingertips. With a dreadful sound of flesh tearing, the massive bolt, entwined with nerves and blood, was yanked from the head nurse's eye socket. A howl of unprecedented agony erupted from the nurse as dark blood gushed forth like a fountain from the hollowed eye. She flailed her arms in a frenzy, but with her vision and balance compromised, her attacks became erratic. Enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, Rosen dulled the sensation through his pain resistance, allowing him to maintain his composure. He advanced rather than retreating, aiming the bloodied bolt at the nurse's unscathed eye and thrusting it deeply into her. Die again. With a resounding silence, the world stilled. The head nurse's massive form crashed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Eliminated elite-level vengeful spirit, Nurse Akmara, absorbing 150 points of fear source material. Optional challenge task completed. Clear the morgue in the hospital. Task rating: A. Victory through strength, direct confrontation. Task rewards issued: 200 points of fear source material. Special item: Nurse's bone saw. Rosen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The effects of adrenaline were waning, and an overwhelming fatigue and searing pain surged like a tide. Yet, as he gazed at the series of notifications on the system panel, a victorious smile crept across his face. A total of 405 points of fear source material, and a weapon dropped by an elite creature. He had won this perilous gamble. Struggling to his feet, he approached the nurse's lifeless body. He observed as it gradually transformed into a black powder, leaving behind only the grotesque bone saw, emanating a faint crimson glow. After a grand feast, it was time for reaping the rewards. Chapter 5. Comprehensive Enhancement, Turning the Tables Inside the Morgue. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Rosen leaned against the wall, briefly tending to his chest wound with bandages. With a physique of 70, his formidable recovery ability had halted the bleeding. His gaze turned to the greatest prize of this venture. Nurse's bone saw, blue quality. Type, two-handed heavy weapon, attack power, moderate. Attribute, 0-5 strength. Effect 1, sawtooth. Passive, inflicts additional tearing damage on unarmored or lightly armored units. And applies a bleeding effect. Effect 2, terror howl. Active, consumes a small amount of mental energy to unleash a roar that can instill fear, causing a 13-second fear or paralysis effect on low-level enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description: this saw has borne witness to countless desperate wails, thirsting for more blood. Such a marvelous item. Rosen's eyes sparkled. This bone saw, with its superior attack power and effects, far surpassed the deformed steel pipe he had previously wielded. Especially the terror howl, a miraculous skill when faced with overwhelming odds. Without hesitation, he equipped the bone saw. A chilling, brutal energy surged through him from the weapon, elevating his strength from 53 to 58. Then came the most exhilarating moment, distributing the formidable 405 points of fear essence. His current attributes were Strength 58, Equipment bonus, Agility 68, Constitution 70, Mentality 90. The effect of weaknesses must be avoided, yet strengths should be amplified. Rosen analyzed calmly. Agility determined his mobility and survival, while mentality was crucial for maintaining sanity in this dreadful place. He resolved to elevate both attributes to new heights. System: enhance agility to 100. Agility 68 100 requires 32 points of fear essence. Confirm? Confirm. 32 points of essence consumed. Agility attribute raised to 100. Detected that a foundational attribute has reached a critical threshold of 10 points for the first time, triggering a growth breakthrough, awakening a unique talent. Congratulations. Host has acquired the agility talent, Shadow Step. Shadow Step, passive active, your movements become utterly silent, significantly reducing noise and presence while moving. When actively engaged, you can traverse a short distance, 5 meters, through terrain as if merging with shadows within 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. An indescribable lightness spread throughout his body, and Rosen felt as if he had forged a tenuous connection with the surrounding shadows. He attempted to take a few steps, and to his astonishment, his footfalls were completely silent, like a specter. A miraculous skill. This was the true essence of an assassin. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, he continued to allocate points. System: elevate mentality to 100. Mentality 90-100 requires 10 points of fear essence. Confirm? Confirm. 10 points of essence consumed. Mentality attribute raised to 100. Detected that a foundational attribute has reached a critical threshold of 10 points for the first time, triggering a growth breakthrough, awakening a unique talent. Congratulations. Host has acquired the mentality talent, Mental Barrier. Mental Barrier, passive, your will is as solid as steel, rendering you immune to all forms of low-level mental manipulation and the effects of fear-based intimidation, while significantly mitigating the impact of mid-level psychic assaults. In an instant, his mind was crystal clear, as if an invisible shield enveloped his soul. The overwhelming pressure that the triangular-headed figure had exerted upon him now felt merely manageable, rather than insurmountable. 2 breakthroughs had consumed 42 points of source essence, leaving him with 363 points. Onward. Rosen's ambition was resolute, to elevate all attributes to an inhuman level. He optimized the allocation of his remaining source essence. Strength: 58 103, equipped 0-5, consumed 45 points of source essence. Constitution: 70 100, consumed 30 points of source essence. Remaining fear source essence: 288 points. With the enhancement of his strength and constitution attributes by 10 points, he acquired new talents. Bull's Might, strength talent, your raw power receives an additional boost, increasing the potency of heavy weaponry by 10. Indomitable Body, constitution talent, your vitality is remarkably resilient, with an accelerated recovery rate and heightened resistance to toxins, diseases, and other negative states. As all attributes crossed the threshold of 10 points, Rosen felt he had achieved the first transcendence of his existence. He was no longer merely human, but rather a monster clad in human skin. Casting a glance at the remaining 288 points of source essence, He refrained from further expenditure. One must always leave a sliver of reserve. These points could serve as a lifeline in dire circumstances. At this moment, his personal panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host: Rosen, Strength, 103, Bull's Might. Agility, 100, Shadow Step. Constitution, 100, Indomitable Body. Mental, 100, Mental Barrier. Fear Source Essence, 288. Skill, Pain Resistance, Beginner. Equipment, Head Nurse S Bone Saw. With this newfound strength, Rosen effortlessly lifted the heavy bone saw with one hand. He was confident that should he encounter the head nurse again, he could dispatch her within 10 seconds. The surge in power imbued him with an unprecedented sense of self-assurance. He glanced at the countdown for the main quest. Time remaining, 60 hours, 13 minutes. There was ample time. Akmara Hospital had transformed into his sanctuary. It was now time to uncover the true secrets of this town. He reminisced about the narrative of Silent Hill, the church, the cult, and the enigmatic core, Alessa. The exit must be intricately connected to that girl. He hoisted the bone saw and stepped out of the morgue that had facilitated his metamorphosis. In his eyes, the hospital no longer posed any threat. The wandering nurses were no longer lethal monsters, but rather mere manifestations of moving source essence. He no longer hunted with intent. Instead, he strode purposefully through the corridor, heading towards the hospital's entrance. Occasionally, an unwary nurse would rush at him, only to be effortlessly cleaved in two, unworthy of even halting his advance. As Rosen pushed open the doors of Akmara Hospital once more, stepping into the streets ruled by mist and rust, his gaze had transformed entirely. Gone were the vigilance and fear of a newcomer, replaced by a chilling indifference, as if surveying his own territory. He was no longer prey. From this day forth, Rosen, would also become one of the terrors of Silent Hill. Chapter 6. Blooming amidst carnage. Upon leaving the hospital, Rosen's objective was clear: to locate the Church of the Silent Hill cult. According to his hazy recollections, it was the very heart of the unfolding narrative, the stronghold of the cultists, and the key to unraveling the mystery of the exit. The streets seemed to teem with more monstrosities. In addition to the crawlers and sporadic nurses, he encountered a creature reminiscent of a skinned hound, known as the Groaner. They moved in packs, incredibly swift. Had this been the former Rosen, he would have had no choice but to flee from them. But now roar. 3 hellhounds erupted from the fog, lunging at Rosen in a formation. He did not even pause in his stride. Shadow Step, he silently intoned, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside one of the hellhounds. The bone saw in his hand traced a cruel arc swish. The hellhound had no time to emit a mournful cry before being severed in half. Entrails and foul blood spilled onto the ground. The other 2 creatures, having missed their target, immediately pivoted and lunged again. With a cold snort, Rosen unleashed his fear howl. Roar, a sound not of this world, brimming with savagery and madness, erupted from his throat. Invisible sound waves radiated outward. The 2 hellhounds froze momentarily, ensnared in a fleeting state of terror, trembling uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Rosen stepped forward, wielding the bone saw with lethal precision. Thud, thud. 2 dog heads soared into the air. Killed Groaner X3, absorbed 12 points of fear essence. The entire encounter lasted no more than 5 seconds. Emotionless, Rosen flicked the blood from his saw and continued onward. His shadow step ability rendered him akin to a true reaper of the night, moving silently through the mist. It was only in the moment of slaughter that the cold gleam of death would blossom forth. With extraordinary perception and a memory of the cinematic plot, he soon located the Church of Silent Hill, an edifice remarkably intact within this otherworldly realm. The entrance stood ajar, flickering candlelight spilling forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosen pushed the door open and entered. The interior of the church appeared significantly more spacious than its exterior. The soaring dome loomed above, and rows of pews were meticulously arranged. At the far end, the altar was adorned with dozens of large burning candles. A gaunt woman clad in a black robe knelt in fervent prayer before the altar, her back turned to him. Outsider, the scent of blood clings to you, threatening to taint the sanctity of this holy temple. Her voice, hoarse and hollow, seemed to emanate from another realm. Rosen recognized her as the cult's priestess, Dahlia Gillespie, a madwoman who had sacrificed her own daughter to a malevolent deity. I have come to seek a way to depart, Rosen stated bluntly, uninterested in engaging in circular discourse with this zealot. Dahlia slowly rose and turned to face him, her face etched with wrinkles, yet her eyes sparkled with a fervent light. Leave. Foolish one, you have been embraced by this world, burdened with sin. To attain redemption, you must cleanse the evil that resides here. She fixed her gaze upon Rosen. As if attempting to penetrate his very soul, a powerful, dark force was gnawing at the heart of the small town. Go to Midwich Primary School. It is the origin of her torment. Destroy the nightmares there as the first step of your atonement. In due course, the divine will illuminate your path. Rosen silently scoffed. This old crone sought to use him as a weapon against the power of Alicia. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind, triggering special narrative character Dahlia Gillespie. Initiating side quest, The Witch's Deception. Quest objective: unmask Dahlia's lies and extract the truth regarding the exit from her. Quest reward: Fear Source Essence, based on completion. Potential acquisition of the special item, Flaros. Indeed. Maintaining an impassive facade, Rosen nodded. Very well, I shall go. I hope your god does not disappoint me. A satisfied smile graced Dahlia's lips as she produced an oddly shaped, brass-like triangular object from within her robes and handed it to Rosen. This is Flaros. It will aid you in focusing and obliterating the core of evil there. Carry it. It is a gift from the divine. Rosen accepted Flaros, feeling its chilling weight in his hands. Acquired quest item, Flaros, inactive. Item analysis: an ancient alchemical creation capable of amplifying mental energy and dispelling illusions. It appears to be a crucial component of some grand ritual. He stowed Flaros away and turned to depart. May the divine bless you, brave warrior. Dahlia called softly after him. As Rosen exited the church, he cast a final glance at the increasingly ominous structure illuminated by candlelight, his expression icy. Use me. Soon you shall discover who the true hunter is. He indeed intended to go to the primary school, but not for the sake of Dahlia's god. However, it was not merely in pursuit of additional sources of fear or potential clues regarding the exit. Just as he was about to set off for Midwich Primary School, a faint sound of a little girl weeping suddenly drifted from the far end of the street. Rosen's footsteps faltered. With a mental prowess of 10, he could distinctly perceive the profound sorrow and anguish encapsulated within that sound. Following the sound, he turned a corner and beheld a small girl clad in a blue dress. Her body charred black, fleetingly vanishing into the wall down a dilapidated alley. The apparition of Alicia, in the spot where she had disappeared. A crooked sun pattern sketched in chalk remained on the ground. Rosen approached and knelt down, sensing a pure and potent spiritual energy lingering within the design. Detecting high concentrations of residual spiritual energy, initiating analysis. Analysis complete. This is Alicia's mark of sorrow. Main quest updated. Collect 3 of Alicia's marks to form the key to the exit. Current progress, 13. Rosen's eyes brightened. This was indeed the key to his departure, not the ramblings of that old witch. The primary school was the origin of her torment, the amusement park her joyful memories, and the hospital her place of confinement. A revelation dawned upon Rosen. These locations must surely harbor a mark. His intention to visit the primary school transformed into a more pure and direct purpose, not to purify any nightmare, but to seize the fragments of power that belonged to Alicia. He tightened his grip on the bone saw, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dahlia, Alicia, your suffering shall become the sustenance for my ascent in strength. Chapter 7. The blood-soaked classroom Midwich Primary School, even within the realm of the surreal, retained a hint of eerie innocence. The walls, which should have borne the innocent scribbles of children, were now transformed into horrifying depictions painted in blood and shredded flesh. The corridors were strewn with broken toys and backpacks, merging with the rust and blood on the floor. Echoes of children's laughter, faint yet chilling, reverberated in the air. More disquieting than any monster's roar. Rosen kicked open the rusted door of the primary school, and a swarm of diminutive figures surged toward him. They resembled children devoid of skin, hunched over, wielding sharp pencils or triangular rulers, their cackles echoing like a tide. The classic monsters of Silent Hill, the Grey Children, had arrived. Excellent. Rather than retreating, Rosen advanced, his bone saw becoming a whirlwind of death. Swish, 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 against these diminutive creatures with virtually no defense. The serrated effect reached its zenith. With each swing, it cleaved through flesh and limbs, sending sprays of blood in every direction. The Grey Children fell like wheat mowed down by a machine, collapsing in swathes. Rosen, akin to a deity of slaughter, carved a bloody path through the sea of monstrosities. His strength, speed, and reflexes utterly overwhelmed these inferior creatures. Slay Grey Child X1. Absorb 1 point of Fear Essence. Slay Grey Child X1. Absorb 1 point of Fear Essence. Though each individual monster yielded scant essence, their sheer numbers compensated for it. In mere minutes, he had cleared the entirety of the ground floor hall, amassing nearly 50 points of Fear Essence. An experience boon, Rosen remarked coldly, commencing his exploration of this nightmarish school. He discovered that many classroom doors were locked from the inside, necessitating specific keys. This reminded him of puzzle-solving segments in games. Troublesome. Rosen was disinclined to engage in any key-finding escapades. Approaching a tightly secured classroom door, he inhaled deeply and then forcefully raised a leg. Boom. With the might of 103 and the enhancement of Mighty Bull's strength, the solid wooden door shattered, as if made of paper. Beyond the door lay a gruesomely transformed classroom. Dozens of gray children sat at their desks, while a larger creature, wielding a long teaching rod, stood at the podium, seemingly imparting lessons. Rosen's abrupt entrance interrupted this bizarre lecture. Instantly, all students and the instructor turned their pallid eyes towards him. The lesson had concluded. With a sinister grin, Rosen unleashed scream of terror. Roar. A violent wave of sound engulfed the entire classroom. All the gray children fell into a state of dread, cowering on the ground and trembling. Only the teacher creature stiffened for a moment before recovering, letting out an enraged shriek and brandishing the teaching rod towards Rosen. Intriguing. Rosen did not flinch or evade, allowing the rod to strike him. A sharp pain surged, but for one with a constitution of 100, it was merely a tickle. Meanwhile, the bone saw in his hand struck first, rising from below. Splat. The teacher creature was cleaved cleanly in half, from groin to crown. Slay Grey Child Teacher X1. Absorb 15 points of Fear Essence. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Rosen utilized this most brutal and direct method to methodically clear each floor. No locked door could withstand his kick, and any creature daring to resist fell beneath his bone saw. He moved like a humanoid bulldozer, wreaking havoc throughout the school. Soon, he reached the depths of the institution, the underground boiler room. This is the locus of collective grievances from the entire elementary school, where the scorching air is suffused with the acrid scent of sulfur and charred remains. The immense boiler looms like the heart of a colossal steel beast, pulsating with a rhythmic thud. Before the boiler, a monstrous figure composed of countless burnt corpses, desks, and twisted, rusted pipes slowly rises from the shadows. Its core is a perpetually blazing boiler door, seemingly imprisoning innumerable tormented souls. Detected Area Boss, Wrath of the Burning Body, Alessa's collective trauma, threat level, extremely high. Strong physical resistance, fire attacks, capable of manipulating the surrounding environment. Finally, a worthy adversary has appeared. Rosen grips his bone saw with an unprecedented focus in his eyes. The boss, Wrath of the Burning Body, emits a low, thunderous roar, extending an arm fashioned from pipes to strike fiercely at Rosen. He activates Shadow Step, vanishing from his original position and reappearing beside the boss. With all his might, he brings the bone saw down upon the boss's leg. Clang. Sparks fly, leaving only a shallow white mark. Such high physical resistance. Rosen furrows his brow. At that moment, the boiler door on the boss's chest suddenly swings open, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that instantly engulfs the spot where Rosen had stood. A shiver runs down his spine as he swiftly retreats, realizing that a direct confrontation is futile. His gaze sweeps across the entire boiler room. He notices several thick pipes connecting the boss's body to the main valve on the wall. Is this the source of its energy? A plan swiftly forms in his mind. Without waiting for the boss to attack again, Rosen charges forward, but his target is not the boss itself. Rather, it is the main valve on the wall. The boss seems to sense his intention, letting out an enraged roar and commanding the iron pipes on the ground to strike at Rosen like venomous serpents. Rosen employs Shadow Step to its fullest, deftly maneuvering through the barrage of assaults like a dancer on the edge of a blade. He successfully reaches a valve, raising his bone saw and striking it down with force. Crack! The valve is severed with a single blow, and one of the pipes connecting to the boss immediately extinguishes. The boss's movements falter as a result. Effective. Rosen's confidence surges as he sets about attacking the next valve. The Wrath of the Burning Body has completely lost control. Abandoning its ranged attacks, its massive form lumbers forward like a moving mountain, barreling towards Rosen. Now is the moment. Instead of retreating, Rosen advances. Just as the boss is about to collide with him, he activates Shadow Step. Once more, slipping behind the boss. He injects the last of his adrenaline into his neck. Feeling his strength surge instantly, he raises the bone saw high above his head, channeling all his power into it, aimed precisely at the core nexus connecting all the conduits. The only point devoid of flame protection behind the boss, he struck down with fervor. Sever it. The bone saw embedded deeply within the nexus, accompanied by a resounding crash, utterly obliterating the structure. The wrathful figure, engulfed in flames, froze in an instant, the fire upon its chest extinguishing rapidly. Its colossal form began to crack and fissure, ultimately collapsing into a cascade of burning ash. Defeated the regional boss, the Wrath of the Inferno, absorbed 500 points of fear essence. World Quest progress updated. At the heart of the ashes, a softly glowing key, chalk-drawn and ethereal, floated serenely in the air. Discovered the hope mark of Alicia, 23. Rosen exhaled deeply, stepping forward to collect the mark. Just then, the entire elementary school began to tremble violently, debris raining down from the ceiling. This space, constructed from resentment, was on the brink of collapse after losing its core. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosen hoisted the bone saw and strode swiftly out of the crumbling school. As he re-emerged onto the street, a tremendous crash echoed behind him. Midwich Elementary was reduced to mere ruins. His fear essence had surged to an astonishing 850 points. His next destination awaited, the Lakeside Amusement Park, the confluence of Alicia's joy and despair. Chapter 8. Can your God come to save you now? Before heading to the amusement park, Rosen resolved to return to the church. He was not there to report, but rather to settle accounts. That old witch, Dahlia, who sought to exploit him, would have to pay the price. More importantly, he intended to extract further revelations regarding the core secrets of Silent Hill, and even information about her deity. As Rosen, drenched in blood and wielding the menacing bone saw, pushed open the church doors once more, he found Dahlia engaged in hushed conversation with several other cloaked acolytes. Upon his arrival, their discourse fell silent. A flicker of surprise crossed Dahlia's eyes, swiftly replaced by elation. You have succeeded. I sense the malevolent presence has dissipated. The divine did not misjudge you. I have prevailed. Rosen's voice was frigid as he advanced toward the altar, each step echoing like the heartbeat of the gathered assembly. Now, it is time to discuss my recompense and the next course of action. A male acolyte stepped forward, his tone hostile. Outsider, serving the divine itself is your utmost honor. What further reward do you seek? Rosen halted, tilting his head, casting a gaze akin to that of the deceased upon him. Am I speaking to you? Before the final syllable escaped his lips, he vanished from sight. Shadow Step. The acolyte barely perceived a blur before an irresistible force seized his throat. Rosen lifted him off the ground with a single hand, and no amount of struggle would avail him. I loathe it when others interject while I am speaking. With a sharp crack, the neck of the cultist was brutally snapped by his grip, the lifeless body carelessly discarded upon the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the church. The remaining cultists, pale with terror, retreated in haste. Dahlia's expression darkened considerably as she shouted, "What are you doing? How dare you commit murder in the house of God?" God. Rosen scoffed, pointing the serrated edge of his bone saw towards her. Can your God save you now? He no longer concealed his murderous intent and purpose. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and in his blood-soaked appearance, he resembled a demon far more than any shadow within the church. You are not a messenger of God. You are a demon. A female cultist screamed. Correct. Rosen replied with a sinister grin, his form flickering once more. What followed was an inevitable massacre. These zealots may have been frightening to ordinary folk, but before Rosen, whose attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of humans and whose combat skills were far superior, they were no different than lambs awaiting slaughter. With the ghostly agility of Shadow Step, the brutal lethality of the bone saw, and the psychological terror of fearful howl, within merely half a minute, only two figures remained standing in the church, Rosen and Dahlia, who lay incapacitated before the altar, her face a mask of horror. Now, we can converse properly. Rosen approached her, tapping her cheek with the cold surface of the bone saw. Tell me the truth about the exit, about Alicia, about your so-called God, everything. Demon, Dahlia muttered, lost in despair. It seems you require assistance in recalling your memories. Rosen raised his foot and forcefully stomped down upon Dahlia's left leg. Ah, The sound of shattering bones and Dahlia's piercing scream echoed throughout the vast church. I shall repeat myself. Tell me everything. Rosen's tone remained unwavering, as if he had merely crushed a brittle twig. Faced with unrelenting pain and fear, Dahlia's faith crumbled, tears streaming down her face. She began to divulge everything in fragmented words. The so-called god was a powerful interdimensional being worshipped by their sect. They sought to use a ritual to transform Alicia's body into a vessel for the goddess' descent, thereby turning Silent Hill into a divine realm. Alicia's mark indeed held the key to their escape, for it represented the purest essence of Alicia's soul, possessing the power to breach the barriers of the Otherworld. Meanwhile, the Frollos served as a critical tool in the final ritual, suppressing Alicia's consciousness and guiding the goddess' arrival. Where is the location of the ritual? Rosen pressed. There is a secret altar beneath Lakeside Amusement Park, Dahlia stammered. Having acquired all the desired information, Rosen glanced at Dahlia, who was now devoid of value, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he altered his decision. One final inquiry. Should your deity descend, how formidable would it be? It is omnipotent, beyond comparison to that colossal figure adorned with a triangular helmet. Rosen interrupted her. Dahlia's body trembled violently, her eyes reflecting a profound terror. Deeper than that witnessed during Rosen's act of murder. No, that is the will of the town, the Punisher. Upon the deity's arrival, it too shall be purified. Rosen grasped the implication. This so-called god was likely on par with, if not superior to, the triangular-headed entity. A mad scheme began to take shape within Rosen's mind. What if I could incite a clash between these two forces? He gazed at Dahlia, sprawled on the ground, a strange smile creeping across his face. Excellent. You still hold value. Prepare your ritual. I shall assist you in procuring the final mark. With that, he dismissed her entirely, striding out of the church. He was bound for the amusement park, not merely to obtain the last mark, but to orchestrate a grand design. A scheme where gods, demons, and mortals would dance to his script, and he would emerge as the ultimate victor, reaping the rewards. Chapter 9. The Nightmare Amusement Park. Lakeside Amusement Park, a place that should have been filled with laughter and joy, had transformed into a grotesque emblem of madness within this realm. The carousel was no longer graced by wooden horses, but instead featured flayed equine corpses, their entrails exposed, rising and falling to eerie melodies. The Ferris wheel's cabin swayed, suspended by the weight of trembling bodies. The entrance to the haunted house morphed into a gaping maw, perpetually opening and closing, lined with razor-sharp teeth. The entire amusement park was enveloped in a despairing, morbidly joyous atmosphere. As Rosen stepped into this domain, he was immediately assailed by a more intense psychic pollution than that found in hospitals or schools. A cacophony of cries, laughter, and screams assaulted his mind. Yet, armed with his mental barrier, he remained impervious to the chaos. The monsters here had mutated into even more bizarre forms. There were gooey creatures emerging from cotton candy machines, composed of viscous syrup, and headless clowns careening through bumper cars. Rosen advanced, annihilating these distorted manifestations of joy one by one. His fear essence steadily escalated. According to Dahlia's intel, the final mark resided at the heart of the carousel, while the secret altar lay beneath the haunted house. He soon arrived before the carousel, the uncanny music emanating from this very spot. At the center of the equine assemblage stood a colossal monster clad in a ballet tutu, its body contorted like an insect, cradling a music box, slowly twirling and dancing. With each rotation, the surrounding horse corpses emitted agonized groans. Detected area boss, the withering dancer, Alicia's twisted memory, threat level, extremely high. Incredibly swift, adept at mental assaults, capable of manipulating surrounding corpses. Another boss. Rosen had grown accustomed to such encounters. He refrained from rushing in, opting instead to observe. He noted that the withering dancer seemed never to have strayed from the confines of the carousel, and her power appeared to emanate from the music box cradled in her arms. Just as Rosen prepared to strike, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up towards the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel. There, against a backdrop of blood-red sky, stood a tall figure clad in a triangular iron helmet, silently surveying all beneath, resembling an ancient, unchanging statue. The triangular head. He was not merely passing by. He seemed to be observing. A sharp pang of realization gripped Rosen's heart. He understood that the triangular head, as the Punisher, was driven by the will of the town. His rampant slaughter and the plundering of Alicia's power had drawn the attention of this enforcer. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. He had to act swiftly. Without further hesitation, Rosen activated Shadow Step. His form vanished in an instant, lunging towards the withering dancer at the center of the carousel. The withering dancer immediately sensed the intruder, emitting a piercing shriek. This wail transformed into an invisible blade, striking directly at Rosen's mind. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have succumbed, bleeding from every orifice. However, Rosen's mental barrier mitigated the assault by over 90%, resulting only in a slight ache within his head. Enduring the onslaught, he brought his bone saw within mere inches of his target. Yet, the speed of the withering dancer was beyond imagination. Her form contorted at an impossible angle, effortlessly evading Rosen's lethal strike. Simultaneously, the surrounding horse corpses sprang to life, roaring as they charged towards him. Instantly, Rosen unleashed fearful howl, stunning the horse corpses, but the withering dancer remained unfazed. Like a specter, she circled Rosen at high speed, continually unleashing mental shocks. Seeking an opening to strike, this was an agile, psychic-type boss. Rosen quickly adapted his strategy. He recognized that competing in speed against such an adversary would not serve him well. Intentionally, he feigned a vulnerability, allowing one of the horse corpses to collide with him. The tremendous impact sent him staggering backward, seemingly losing his balance. The withering dancer took the bait. Seizing the opportunity, she flickered into view before Rosen. Her insect-like claws aimed directly at his heart. "I've waited for you." A fierce glint ignited in Rosen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the claws head-on. Unyielding body, and his robust physique imbued him with the confidence to withstand this strike. The claws deeply pierced his left shoulder, releasing a cascade of blood. Yet Rosen seemed impervious to the pain, instead revealing a sinister grin. His right hand clutched the arm of the withering dancer with an iron grip. "You cannot escape." The withering dancer shrieked in terror, attempting to break free. However, Rosen's strength far surpassed hers, rendering her arm as immovable as if it were bound by iron pincers. In the next moment, Rosen's left hand relinquished the bone saw, seizing the withering dancer's other arm with equal ferocity. His muscular arms flexed, his torso coiling with power, and he let out a thunderous roar. Tear apart. Under the explosive might of brawn of the bull, he enacted the most primal and bloody scene of rending a boss to shreds. With a chilling, tearing sound, the seemingly resilient body of the withering dancer was brutally split in two. Green blood and entrails splattered across Rosen. Defeated the boss withering dancer, absorbing 600 points of fear essence. The torn monster's remains dissipated into motes of light, leaving behind an ancient music box, quietly resting on the ground. As the lid of the music box opened, it revealed not an intricate doll, but a glowing pattern of musical notes drawn in chalk. Discovered Alessa's joyful mark, 33. 3 marks have been gathered, now merging. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the quest item, Key of the Shattered Soul. Main quest updated. The Key of the Shattered Soul can be used to open a passage back to the main world at any time. Success. A surge of joy filled Rosen's heart. He could leave this cursed place at will, yet he did not. Enduring the pain, he gazed upward towards the apex of the Ferris wheel. The figure with the triangular head had vanished. But Rosen knew he had not departed. He had descended. A chilling, bone-deep aura of malice enveloped the entire amusement park. Simultaneously, Rosen sensed a foul, chaotic essence, foreign to this world, wildly proliferating from the direction of the haunted house. Dahlia had commenced her ritual. 2 supreme forces were about to clash within this amusement park, and he would be the spark that ignited it all. Rosen wiped the blood from his face and picked up the bone saw, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented madness and anticipation. Come, let this party reach its zenith. Chapter 10, Completion Rating. SSS as Rosen, dragging his injured body, approached the haunted house step by step. The entire realm seemed to tremble in response. The crimson sky deepened, as if it were on the verge of raining blood. The rusted grid of the ground began to manifest eerie, vein-like patterns. 2 supreme wills were clashing upon this land. A force, the ancient and oppressive will of the town itself, looms. Its executor, the triangular-headed figure, drags his iconic colossal blade from the direction of the Ferris wheel, producing a chilling sound as he approaches with deliberate slowness. Another force, that of a chaotic and avaricious deity from another dimension, surges forth. In the underground altar of the haunted house, Dahlia, in a frenzy, channels this power through Frauloros, attempting to descend upon the body of Alicia. Rosen stands at the nexus of these two converging powers. He descends into the haunted house, following a spiraling staircase that leads to the secret altar below. At the altar's center lies a figure, bound by iron chains and enveloped in bandages, writhing in agony upon a hospital bed. This is the imprisoned essence of Alicia. Dahlia, resembling a madwoman, kneels at the altar's edge, reciting blasphemous incantations. The brass triangular prism of Frauloros hovers above Alicia's head, emanating an ominous glow. You've arrived. Quickly, infuse the power of the mark into Frauloros, and we shall usher in my lord's descent. Dahlia exclaims excitedly upon seeing Rosen. He pays her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the bedridden Alicia. He senses the deity's power tainting her soul, while Alicia's own consciousness mounts a final resistance. The immense mental force she exerts begins to warp the very fabric of the surrounding space. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo from the staircase above. The triangular-headed figure has arrived. He stands at the staircase's entrance, his immense helmet concealing any semblance of sight, yet locking onto everyone at the altar. His presence chills the air, plunging the altar's temperature to near freezing. Punisher! Dahlia screams in terror. Hurry! Complete the ritual. Only my lord can confront him. Rosen smiles, for he has awaited this moment. Instead of obeying Dahlia's command, he strides to the opposite side of the altar, raising the shattered key of souls in his hand. What are you doing? Dahlia exclaims. A mix of fury and alarm. Doing what I must, Rosen replies, directing the key towards Alicia on the bed. Then, without hesitation, he channels nearly 1,000 points of fear essence, freshly acquired and yet to be used, into the key through the system. His intention is not to aid either party, but to liberate Alicia. He seeks to unite the girl's purest and most complete soul with her body, which is besieged by endless pain and hatred. He aims to create a third, the most uncontrollable monster of all. Buzz. The key, now infused with vast energy, erupts in a blinding white light. 3 marks: sorrow, hope, joy, transform into 3 streams of luminous energy, instantly merging with Alicia's being. No! Dahlia emitted a desperate scream. Arlesha, confined to her sickbed, let out a primal roar. The iron chains that bound her shattered inch by inch, and the Frauloros above her head emitted a mournful wail before exploding into shards. The impending will of the malevolent deity lost its guidance, issuing a defiant, enraged cry that was forcefully repelled. Slowly, Arlesha sat up from her bed. The bandages that enveloped her fell away, revealing not charred flesh, but a complete girl clad in a blue dress. Yet, her eyes reflected a duality, one half imbued with innocent sorrow, the other ablaze with an all-consuming hatred. The full embodiment of Arlesha had arrived. You all deserve to die, she uttered softly. In the next instant, an invisible and terrifying telekinetic storm engulfed the entire underground altar. Dahlia's body twisted midair, ultimately bursting into a mist of blood. The Punisher of the town, the triangular-headed figure, seemed to regard the complete Arlesha as a target deserving of punishment. He raised his colossal blade and advanced step by step toward her. A divine clash was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Rosen, activated Shadow Step at the very moment the storm erupted, retreating to the farthest corner while simultaneously activating the return function of the Shattered Soul Key. A luminous portal slowly opened behind him. He did not leave immediately. He wished to witness the spectacle he had orchestrated and claim the spoils he so rightly deserved. The battle between Arlesha and the triangular-headed figure transcended the realm of the physical. The entire inner world crumbled under their confrontation. Telekinesis clashed with the power of rules. Space tore apart, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. Rosen's system panel was inundated with notifications, detecting conflict in the core rules of the world. Absorbing dispersing fear essence 10, 20, 15, detecting the destruction of Frauloros, absorbing its core fragments, acquiring item, prism of phantasmagoria. Detecting the death of Dahlia Gillespie, absorbing her resentment, with a very low probability of extracting her skills, extraction failed. Detecting the failure of the malevolent deity's arrival ritual, absorbing its residual will. Permanent mental attribute, increase of 0. 5. As Rosen gazed at the rising essence, he trembled with excitement. This was the true advantage of a bystander. He needed not lift a finger, merely spectating enriched him abundantly. amidst the cataclysmic clash between Arlesha and the triangular-headed figure. Rosen's eyes glinted with greed as they fixated on the colossal blade, now marred by a dent from blocking the telekinetic onslaught. He intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. In the moment when two forces of energy collided once more, unleashing the most potent shockwave, Rosen allocated all his remaining attribute points to agility and constitution. He activated Shadow Step, braving the residual storm of energy, darting towards Triangle Head like an arrow released from its bowstring. He was taking a gamble, wagering that Triangle Head's attention was entirely focused on Alessa. He succeeded. He reached Triangle Head's side before the Punisher could react. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he brought down the bone saw upon the gap in the colossal blade with a resounding crash. The bone saw shattered. Yet, that immense force managed to dislodge a palm-sized fragment of metal from the giant blade. Rosen seized the searing fragment, not sparing a glance behind him, and sprinted at his utmost speed towards the teleportation portal. Behind him, Triangle Head and Alessa cast their furious gazes, brimming with boundless wrath. Two forces capable of annihilating the world surged towards him simultaneously. But in the split second before their arrival, Rosen's body had already melded into the portal. Main quest accomplished. Survive in Silent Hill. World completion rating. SSS. Hated by the gods. Comment. Not only did you survive, but you also manipulated the entire world at your whim. You deceived the witch, liberated the sorceress, provoked the divine, and snatched spoils from the Punisher's grasp. You did not come seeking survival. You came to gather spoils. Calculating final rewards. Reward 1. 3,000 Fear Essence Points. Reward 2. 1 SSS level random skill item draw. Reward 3. 1 world-class talent draw. When Rosen opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in his familiar rented room. The morning light filtered through the window, casting warm patches of illumination upon him. If not for the still warm, rusted metallic fragment he clutched in his hand, known as the Triangle Head Blade Fragment, and the unprecedented rewards echoing in his mind. He might have believed that his 72-hour descent into hell was merely a bizarre nightmare. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the system interface within his mind. The dazzling, almost blinding SSS-level settlement rewards hovered serenely before him. This was the reality. System, claim all rewards. Rewards dispersing. 1 Fear Essence x 3,000 points has been deposited. SSS-level random skill item extraction has been completed. World-class talent extraction has been issued. Additional reward. Due to the host's actions causing a disruptive impact on the world, 1 fragment of the world's essence, Silent Hill, has been awarded. A fragment of the world's essence? Rosen felt a stirring within. This was an unexpected delight not mentioned in the completion remarks. He first glanced at the 3,000 points of fear source quality, a substantial sum that could potentially double his current strength. However, he refrained from hastily allocating points and instead turned his attention to the other rewards. One must savor each morsel of sustenance, and the greatest surprise should be reserved for the finale. He opened his inventory, revealing the shard that had broken off from the triangular blade, now radiating a deep crimson glow. Triangular blade fragment? A shard from a weapon of a formidable existence, imbued with the power of punishment and sin's rules. Can be consumed with fear source quality for analysis and reconstruction. Analysis, reconstruction. Rosen did not hesitate. Analysis requires 100 points of fear source quality. Reconstruction requires 400 points of fear source quality, using the nurse's bone saw as the foundational material. Confirm? Confirm. In an instant, the bone saw and the fragment transformed into light, intertwining and merging. Rosen's fear source quality was immediately reduced by 500 points. As the light dissipated, a brand new weapon materialized before his eyes. It was a single-edged heavy cleaver, approximately 1.5 meters long, with a broad and hefty blade that perfectly fused the gruesomeness of the bone saw with the raw weight of the triangular blade. The blade bore indelible rust, reminiscent of congealed blood, and glimmered with a chilling light at its edge. Blade of Retribution, purple epic growth type. Type, two-handed heavy weapon, attack power, extremely high. Attributes, strength 2. Constitution 1, special effect 1, deepening sin, passive, deals an additional 20 true damage to guilty or evil-aligned targets. Special effect 2, armor break, passive, ignores 25 of the target's physical defense. Special effect 3, Judgment of Silent Hill, active, consumes 100 points of mental energy, hurling the weapon the weapon will automatically pursue the locked target, delivering an unavoidable strike imbued with the power of rules. After hitting, the weapon will return to the wielder. Cooldown, 1 hour. Growth potential can be upgraded by absorbing high-level vengeful spirits or special metals. Description: when you wield it, you are the judgment. Rosen gasped in awe. This weapon was extraordinarily powerful. Not only did its attribute enhancements far exceed those of the bone saw, but its 3 special effects were also astonishingly formidable. Especially the Judgment of Silent Hill, an utterly unbeatable finishing move. He contentedly shifted his gaze to the next reward, the SSS level random skill item extraction. A colossal wheel, composed of countless classic horror film scenes, materialized before him and began to spin rapidly. Stop. The pointer gradually halted on a square adorned with an image of iron-clawed gloves. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of Bloodline Fusion. Seed of Nightmares, Freddy. Seed of Nightmares. Imperfect bloodline, you have obtained a fragment of the core power from a murderous entity of the dream dimension. Effect 1. Dream Infiltration, Basic. You can attempt to invade a target's dream during their deep slumber, with success rates dependent on the disparity in mental strength between both parties. Within the dream realm, some of your abilities may manifest. Effect 2. Fear Nourishment, Basic. You can gradually restore your mental and physical energy by absorbing the target's fear emotions. Description: 1. 2. He will come for you. The powers of Freddy. Rosen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although merely at a basic level, its potential was boundless. This was not only a lethal technique, but also a means of gathering intelligence, tormenting foes, and even a divine skill for recuperation. He then turned his attention to the third reward, the world-class talent extraction he anticipated the most. This pertained to his future growth trajectory. Another roulette appeared, but the options were significantly fewer. Each radiated a golden glow, signifying supreme potential. Immortality, Jason. Virus King, Resident Evil. Source of Cursed, Kayako. Rosen's heartbeat quickened. Stop. The pointer finally settled on an option composed of countless wailing souls and expressions of terror. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a world-class talent. King of Fear. King of Fear, unique talent. Level: LV1, can be upgraded by absorbing substantial sources of pure fear or slaying mythic-level horror entities. Effect 1. Fear Aura, passive. Nearby beings will instinctively feel fear and oppression. You can actively restrain or release this aura, with its intensity related to your mental attributes and talent level. Effect 2. Fear Consumption, passive. After slaying any enemy that poses a challenge or threat, you will permanently seize 1,000th of their attributes as your growth resource. Effect 3. Embodiment of Fear, active. By expending a significant amount of mental energy, you can materialize the fear energy around you, transforming it into weapons, armor, or temporary fear constructs to fight on your behalf. Description: you are no longer merely a witness to fear, you are the very source of it. Upon seeing the effect of fear consumption, Rosen's breath caught in his throat, permanently seizing attributes. This meant that as long as he continued to battle and vanquish the strong, he could grow ever stronger without limit. Was this not a direct path to annihilating the dungeon? He suppressed his excitement and gazed at the final surprise, the Fragment of World Origin. Fragment of World Origin. Silent Hill contains the core rules governing the transition between the worlds of Silent Hill. Usage 1. Consume 1,000 points of fear source material to completely absorb it, evolving your mental talent, mental barrier, into the initial form of the mindscape. You will be able to create a personal, confined inner world. Usage 2. Utilize it as a material to integrate into your weapons or equipment, granting them the ability to traverse the realm. Usage 3. Employ it as a coordinate, enabling you to return to the Silent Hill world in the future. Each of these options is laden with temptation. Rosen hesitated little and chose the first, a domain. This represents supreme power in any system. System: absorb the fragments. Evolve the talent. Confirming the absorption of 1,000 points of fear source material, a torrent of vast information regarding space, mind, and the distortion of reality surged into his consciousness. His mental realm seemed to undergo a cataclysmic explosion, followed by a reformation. When the tumult subsided, his mental talent had been rejuvenated. Mindscape: initial form, reflect reality through your mind. Upon activation, it erodes the real world within a radius of 10 meters, transforming it into your exclusive inner world. Within this domain, you will gain environmental control and inflict sustained mental suppression on enemies. The domain's strength correlates with mental attributes. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. With all rewards accounted for, Rosen glanced at his remaining 1,500 points of fear source material, along with his significantly enhanced attributes and abilities, and proceeded with a final enhancement. He evenly distributed all the source material across his four-dimensional attributes. Strength, 123-160. Agility, 100-137. Constitution, 110-147. Mental, 105-142. Remaining fear source material, 0. Enhancement costs double after each attribute exceeds 10 points. Upon completing the enhancement, Rosen felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. With a casual grip, the air around him resonated with a deafening crack, burdened by his might. He had truly become a humanoid weapon. All enhancements completed. The host has 24 hours of recovery time. After 24 hours, automatic transmission to the next horror world will occur. Warning, a significant leap in host strength detected. The next world will be automatically matched to a multiplayer team mode. Please prepare accordingly. Multiplayer team? Rosen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 12, Deadly Curve. The 24-hour recovery period passed in an instant. Accompanied by a familiar wave of dizziness, the scenery before Rosen transitioned from his rented room to a dense, primordial forest suffused with the scent of decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the layered canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with humidity and warmth, accompanied by the indistinct chirping of insects and birds. Everything appeared so ordinary. Yet, Rosen was acutely aware that this seemingly tranquil forest harbored the most primal and savage bloodshed. Transmission complete. Current world, Deadly Bend. World type, bloody slaughter, survival horror. Main quest, survive for 72 hours and eliminate the first-generation members of the grotesque cannibalistic family, Sawtooth, the Cyclops, and the Three-Fingered. Quest reward, 1,000 fear essence, random draw for a C-class skill item. Quest failure, become the cannibal's dinner. Current mode, multiplayer team, 5 players, team channel activated. Please rendezvous with other contractors promptly. A virtual map materialized in Rosen's field of vision. In addition to his own location, 4 green dots were converging from various directions towards a central point. Rosen did not rush to move. Instead, he took a moment to assess his own condition. The system had thoughtfully equipped him with outdoor attire suitable for jungle activity and sturdy hiking boots. His massive blade of retribution was stored in a manner reminiscent of an armed space, readily accessible at the slightest thought. He experimented with releasing the aura of fear. The cacophony of insect and bird calls within a 100-meter radius abruptly ceased, as if the forest itself had encountered a natural predator. The silence was profound, and Rosen nodded in satisfaction, retracting the aura before leisurely making his way to the rendezvous point. After a brief walk, he arrived at a clearing in the woods where 4 individuals awaited him. A burly, muscular man with a shaved head leaned against a tree, eyes closed in repose. Wielding a massive axe, his steady breath revealed him to be a powerhouse. A tall, slender man with gold-rimmed glasses was rapidly tapping away at a tablet, seemingly engrossed in data analysis, likely the team's strategist or tech specialist. A short-haired woman clad in tight leather, with a figure that exuded allure, was meticulously cleaning 2 daggers that emanated a faint green luminescence, indicative of poison. Her gaze was sharp, akin to that of a cheetah poised to pounce. The final member was a girl who appeared no older than 17 or 18, with a ponytail, exuding an air of anxiety as she clutched a stuffed bear. Cautiously scanning her surroundings, Rosen's arrival immediately captured the attention of all present. The burly man opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He discerned no energy emanating from Rosen, as though he were an ordinary person. Yet, in their world, such ordinariness was the most aberrant trait. A newcomer? The short-haired woman licked her lips. Her interest piqued as she appraised Rosen, noting his delicate appearance, perhaps hoping he would endure a little longer. Greetings, I am Liamo, the analyst of the team. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and extended his hand, introducing, this is Tank, and that is Viper, along with Xiaoya. We form a temporary squad, and we welcome your joining. Rosen did not reciprocate the handshake, merely nodding slightly. Rosen. His aloof demeanor cast a shadow of awkwardness over the atmosphere. Tank scoffed, clearly displeased. What else with the attitude? Kid, judging by your demeanor, This must be your first venture into such a realm, huh? Listen closely. This is Deadly Turn, not your backyard. Stick close to us, stray too far, and those grotesque creatures might drag you off for dinner, and no one will come to your rescue. Rosen paid him no heed, instead surveying the surroundings as if savoring the scenery. All right, Tank, cease frightening the newcomer, Lee-Mo interjected, then turned to Rosen. Let us share our information and capabilities. It will facilitate our tactical planning. I specialize in intelligence analysis and electronic devices. Tank excels in brute strength, a frontline brawler. Viper is an agile assassin skilled in toxin attacks. Xiaoya possesses a rather unique ability, serving as an excellent support. The girl named Xiaoya timidly spoke. I can predict danger, sensing threats within a limited range. All eyes turned to Rosen, awaiting his introduction. Calmly, he stated, as for me, I excel in waste management. Upon hearing this, Tank and Viper's expressions darkened. You're quite audacious, aren't you? Tank clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. Just then, Xiaoya's face drained of color. Clutching her stuffed bear tightly, she trembled, as something is approaching. It's very dangerous. No sooner had she spoken than a roar erupted from the thickets beside them. A colossal wild boar, larger than a bull and covered in black bristles, charged forth. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its tusks dripped with the remnants of an unknown creature. It was a mutated beast. Lee-Mo's expression shifted. The ecosystem of this world had been tainted. Prepare for battle, he commanded. Tank bellowed, charging forward first. His axe, slicing through the air, aimed fiercely at the boar's skull. Die, you beast. Viper vanished from sight, circling around to strike at the creature's vulnerable spot. Meanwhile, Lee-Mo quickly retreated, producing a tablet that seemed to scan for the boar's weaknesses. Boom. Tank's axe struck the boar's forehead, embedding itself a mere few centimeters before being thwarted by its formidable skull. With a roar, the boar, in pain, swung its head violently, sending Tank's nearly 200-pound frame hurtling through the air, crashing against a large tree. Gasping, Tank spat blood, evidently suffering from severe internal injuries. Its defense is too robust, Lee-Mo shouted. The figure of the venomous bee appeared at the belly of the wild boar, its twin daggers plunging deep before it swiftly retreated. Yet, the boar, with its tough hide and dense flesh, seemed impervious to the immediate effects of the toxin. Instead, it became more frenzied, pivoting towards Xiaoya and Lee-Mo, charging at them with reckless abandon. Just as the two were on the brink of being crushed into a bloody pulp, Rosen, who had remained motionless, finally stirred. He did not draw a weapon. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at the rampaging mutant boar. Kneel, he uttered softly, as if issuing an irrefutable decree. In the next instant, an unforgettable scene unfolded before all present. The ferocious mutant boar, which could withstand even a tank in direct confrontation, suddenly froze within 10 meters of Rosen. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, and then, with a resounding thud, it sank to its knees, its colossal head bowing down as if in homage to a sovereign. Its crimson eyes brimmed with sheer terror, its body quivering uncontrollably, even losing control of its bowels. The entire clearing fell into a profound silence. The tank, just rising from the ground, stared in utter disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. The venomous bee, normally adorned with a charming smile, now bore an expression of shock and incredulity. Lee-Mo's tablet clattered to the ground, his eyes behind the lens filled with astonishment. Only Xiaoya gazed at Rosen's silhouette, sensing an aura that, though restrained, still made her soul tremble. She tightened her grip around her plush bear, acutely aware that the true danger was not the boar, but this man. Rosen approached the kneeling boar, extending his hand to gently pat its massive head. Trash belongs where trash should be, he declared, applying a slight pressure with his palm. With a resounding pop, the boar's head, harder than steel, burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. Rosen leisurely retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands before turning to the four, who stood like statues. He calmly inquired, "Now, can we proceed with my arrangements?" Chapter 13. The Fatal Turn. I shall be the captain. Who is in favor? Who is against? Silence enveloped the air as if it had solidified. The warm blood and brain matter of the mutant boar pooled on the grass, exuding a pungent odor. Yet Tank, Venomous Bee, and Lee-Mo felt no warmth. Instead, a chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their gazes towards Rosen had irrevocably shifted. No longer did they regard him as a mere newcomer or an arrogant youth. They now viewed him as an unknown, terrifying, and incomprehensible entity. Tank's throat bobbed as he sought to articulate something to mask his discomposure. Yet he opened his mouth, but not a single word escaped his lips. The strength he prided himself on had faltered miserably in the presence of that wild boar. In contrast, the man named Rosen had effortlessly dictated the monster's fate with but a single utterance and a mere gesture. What an astonishing disparity that was. The allure of the poisonous bee's seductive eyes was now overshadowed by a sense of vigilance and trepidation. Her once beloved swiftness and lethal venom seemed altogether insignificant before this man, leaving her to ponder whether any disrespect towards him would render her fate no better than that of the wild boar. Liam was the first to regain his composure. Adjusting his glasses, his gaze beneath the lenses imbued with complexity. As the team's strategist, he was accustomed to analyzing data and controlling variables. However, Rosen was an anomaly, an entity that defied conventional reasoning and measurement. "Who on earth are you?" Liam's voice emerged somewhat hoarsely. Rosen casually discarded the handkerchief he had used to wipe his hands, as if it were a trivial matter. He did not respond to Liam's inquiry, but instead surveyed the surroundings, stating with a calm demeanor, "I do not concern myself with who you were or the glories you once achieved. In this world, within this team, there exists but one rule: you will heed my command." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. A faint aura of fear emanated from him, enveloping everyone like a tangible pressure. The trio of tanks felt their breath falter, as if they were being scrutinized by a prehistoric beast, their very souls trembling. They had no doubt that a single dissenting word would result in their obliteration. "I have no objections." Tank was the first to voice his agreement. A man of brute strength, yet not devoid of wisdom. In the face of absolute power, any semblance of dignity or pride was rendered a farce. "I too have no objections." The poisonous bee sheathed her dagger, adopting a submissive posture. In an infinite expanse, clinging to the strong was the most prudent strategy for survival. Liam inhaled deeply and nodded. "Very well. From this moment on, you shall be our captain, and we shall fully comply with your directives." Only Xiaoya kept her head bowed throughout, clutching her plush bear, too fearful to meet Rosen's gaze. Her instinctual sense of danger warned her that the perilous aura emanating from this man surpassed all the horrors she had ever encountered. Excellent. Rosen felt satisfied with their timely acquiescence. He was not here to forge friendships. He required instruments of absolute obedience to assist him with trivial matters, allowing him to concentrate on his primary objectives. Glancing at the map, he noted that the main quest required the elimination of 3 deformed beings. Yet their precise locations were not indicated. Liam present. Liam instinctively stood at attention. According to the film's narrative, where do these deformed beings reside? Rosen inquired. Liam promptly retrieved his tablet, his fingers swiftly navigating the screen. According to the narrative of the first installment of Deadly Turn, they resided in a dilapidated wooden cabin nestled amidst the woods, with an abandoned watchtower nearby serving as a landmark. Furthermore, their area of operation typically revolved around several seldom-traveled roads, as they required vehicle parts and supplies from their prey. Excellent. Rosen nodded. Our foremost objective is to locate that cabin, but not at this moment. Why? Tank inquired, perplexed. Given our current strength, should we not simply assault their lair directly? Rosen cast him a sidelong glance, his expression akin to that of a man observing a fool. Do you suppose the task to be so simplistic? Eliminating 3 abominations warrants a reward of 1,000 source quality and a C-class reward? The system does not issue missions that are guaranteed to be fatal. Yet it equally refrains from presenting tasks devoid of challenge. He paused, continuing, the perils of this world extend far beyond those 3 monstrosities. That wild boar we encountered moments ago serves as a prime example. A flicker of understanding crossed Liam's eyes. The captain implies that this world has been fortified? It is not solely the abominations. The entire ecosystem of the forest may be rife with unknown dangers. Precisely, Rosen replied, surveying the shadowy woods. The system has granted us a survival period of 72 hours. This, in itself, is a warning. Should we recklessly launch an attack? Even if we succeed in vanquishing those 3 targets, we might subsequently fall victim to even more formidable threats. Thus, we must accomplish 3 tasks. He extended one finger. First, reconnaissance. Liam, Utilize your equipment in conjunction with Xiaoya's precognitive abilities to map out a safe zone and pinpoint the exact location of the abomination's cabin. I need to ascertain all their trap layouts and the surrounding environment. He then extended a second finger. Second, hunting. Tank, poison bee. You two will accompany me to eliminate all mutated creatures in our path. I require you to acclimate to the combat intensity here. Simultaneously, I need some materials. He glanced at the carcass of the wild boar on the ground. Finally, he extended a third finger, a glint of icy resolve in his gaze. Third, entrapment. We cannot passively await our fate, nor can we foolishly launch a frontal assault. We must act like professional hunters, setting traps to lure our prey into our grasp. I intend to transform their cherished jungle hunting grounds into their grave. His words were clear and logically sound, entirely unbecoming of a novice. Resembling instead a seasoned reincarnator who had endured countless life and death battles. Tank and Poison Bee exchanged glances, each perceiving the awe reflected in the other's eyes. This man possessed not only monstrous strength, but also the cunning of a fox. Understood. The three responded in unison. Let us proceed. Rosen refrained from further trivialities, turning decisively in a chosen direction and leading the way into the shadowy depths of the forest. The team officially commenced their operation. Liemo deployed several miniature drones, akin to bees, to begin scanning the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Xiaoya closed her eyes, acutely attuning herself to any potential dangers that might lurk nearby. Tank and Poison Bee trailed closely behind Rosen, soon realizing that being in proximity to this man instilled an unprecedented sense of security. All perils encountered along the way seemed to vanish. A mutated mantis, with scythe-like appendages, lunged down from a tree, but became immobilized midair before plummeting to the ground, lifeless and bleeding from its orifices. A carnivorous plant, disguised as a vine and attempting to ensnare the group, withered into ash the moment Rosen passed by. The fear aura acted as the most formidable harbinger of safety. Tank and Poison Bee hardly had the opportunity to act, merely following behind like two tourists. Is this the prowess of our captain? Tank muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. We are not even in the same dimension as him. Poison Bee shook his head with a wry smile. At that moment, Rosen abruptly halted. He gazed at a thicket ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a scent of blood. Tank immediately raised his axe, warily inquiring, is it a deformity? No. Rosen shook his head, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. It's a corpse. As he parted the underbrush, the sight before them elicited sharp intakes of breath from all. An overturned off-road vehicle lay battered on the ground, accompanied by three dismembered corpses, their gruesome fates evident, clearly dismembered by some sharp instrument. Not far off, a trail of blood snaked deeper into the forest. It's the group of protagonists from the movie. Liemo swiftly realized that the plot had commenced. A cold smirk gradually crept across Rosen's lips. Excellent. This saves us the trouble of searching. The prey has already drawn out the hunters for us. Chapter 14. The art of the kill. Follow closely, Rosen commanded succinctly. He advanced along the clear trail of blood, moving at a measured pace. Although his gait appeared leisurely, each step was precisely placed in the safest, soundless spots. Tank and Poison Bee followed closely behind, noting that even when they consciously attempted to tread lightly, the noise they made was significantly louder than Rosen's. Liemo remained in place, utilizing the drone to track and scout from above, relaying real-time updates through the team channel. Captain, the direction of the blood trail leads to a signal interference zone approximately 2 kilometers away. My drone cannot advance. Based on the terrain analysis, it is highly likely that this is the abode of the grotesque beings. Acknowledged, Rosen responded succinctly, severing the communication. Not having ventured far, they were met with the stifled cries of a woman and the low growls of a man emanating from ahead. Rosen gestured, and the three of them quickly concealed themselves behind a dense thicket of ferns. Ahead, beneath a massive tree, two youths were bracing against each other, their bodies marred with wounds. A blonde girl bore a grievous injury on her leg, deep enough to expose bone, and blood flowed incessantly. The other, a young black man, clutched a sharpened branch, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. They were the survivors from the film. Encircling them in the woods were three towering, misshapen figures, flickering in and out of sight, emitting eerie, hissing laughter akin to beasts toying with their prey. The most imposing of them, the one known as Sawtooth, wielded an enormous, serrated machete. One eye, bearing only a single eye, the other socket a gaping void, was adept with a bow and arrow. The smallest of the trio, yet the most agile. Sported a bizarre grin, his 3 fingers unusually thick. He was referred to as Three-Finger. These were the targets of their mission. "Captain, shall we engage?" Tank lowered his voice, eager for action. Though these grotesque beings appeared terrifying, they seemed less formidable than the mutated boar. "Engage? Why would we do that?" Rosen retorted. Tank was taken aback. Rosen's gaze resembled that of one observing a tiresome play. The 2 baited individuals were not yet dead. Thus, the drama had not reached its climax. Should we charge forth now, we would not only disrupt their rhythm, but also shift their focus from their quarry to us, the perceived threat. In such a scenario, they would exploit their familiarity with the terrain to outmaneuver us, leading to considerable complications. The Viper comprehended Rosen's intent. The captain's suggestion was to wait until the prey was ensnared in their lair before striking. "No," Rosen shook his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The lair is their most familiar territory. To venture there would be folly. What I desire is to deliver the deepest despair when they are most relaxed, reveling in their spoils." He surveyed their surroundings. This was a relatively flat woodland, replete with towering trees and shrubs. "Tank, over there. You possess great strength. Do you see those dead trees? Use your axe to carve notches at the base. But do not fell them. I need you to set up a chain of logging traps. Viper, your orders, please. Your dagger is poisoned. Gather some thorny vines and soak them in your venom. Then lay them on the ground in the trap area to create snares and ground spikes." "And I?" Rosen mused aloud, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. "I shall be the one to deliver the final blow." The tank and the venomous bee immediately comprehended Rosen's strategy. It was a complex, interconnected trap, utilizing lumber traps for widespread physical assault and employing toxic vines for secondary damage and movement restriction. Meanwhile, Rosen would lie in wait at the end of the trap, anticipating the arrival of any survivors, likely already wounded. This was a meticulously crafted, efficient, and malicious hunting scheme. The 2 no longer hesitated and promptly set off to execute their plans. With their formidable prowess, arranging these traps was a trivial task. Rosen, on the other hand, retrieved his blade of retribution from his armory. The moment this lethal weapon materialized, the very air around him seemed to chill. He approached the designated endpoint of the trap, selecting the tallest tree with the clearest vantage point. Then, like a weightless raccoon, he stealthily ascended, his figure seamlessly blending into the dense canopy. From his elevated position, he resembled a patient deity, gazing down upon the impending bloody spectacle below. Meanwhile, 2 survivors found themselves at a dead end. The young black man had been struck in the shoulder by a single-eyed arrow, and the branch he held was severed by a serrated blade. "Capture them and bring them back." The serrated blade emitted a hoarse roar. The 3-fingered creature grinned wickedly, darting forward with the agility of a monkey, delivering a punch that knocked the blonde girl unconscious, hoisting her over his shoulder. The serrated blade and the single-eyed one flanked the injured black youth, lifting him between them. They appeared utterly confident in their hunting ground. Laughing and chatting, they dragged their prey toward the trap set by Rosen. Above, Rosen's gaze was as cold as frost. Through the team channel, he issued a command to the tank, "Engage." In the distance, the tank stood beside the first critical dead tree in his chain of traps. Upon receiving the order, he inhaled deeply and, with all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the already cracked trunk. Boom! The first dead tree fell with a thunderous crash, striking the second and triggering a chain reaction. Thunderous rumblings echoed. In an instant, the earth trembled. Dozens of massive dead trees toppled like a game of dominoes, cascading down towards the 3 grotesque figures. This sudden turn of events caused the 3 deformities to change color in shock. They screeched, dropping their prey in a frantic attempt to evade. However, the area of falling trees was far too vast. The single-eyed creature, reacting too slowly, was struck by a thick trunk, letting out a harrowing scream as one of his legs was crushed into a bloody pulp. The serrated blade and the 3-fingered one, relying on their tough skin and agile movements, clumsily navigated through the gaps between the collapsing trees. Yet, awaiting them was the second layer of traps set by the venomous bee. Squelch! With 3 fingers, he lost his footing, and his ankle became ensnared by a venomous vine, its sharp thorns piercing deeply into his flesh. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. The creature, known as Sawtooth, was forced to alter its course, crashing into a thicket brimming with poisonous barbs. Numerous lacerations marred its body, and toxins began to infiltrate its system. In an instant, the once proud hunter had transformed into a pitiful prey. A thunderous roar erupted from Sawtooth, filled with rage. It brandished its cleaver, wildly hacking at the surrounding trees in a desperate attempt to uncover its assailant. At that moment, a shadow descended from above, Rosen, armed with the blade of retribution. He appeared like a silent specter of death, landing with precision less than 5 meters from Sawtooth. For the first time, a visage of fear graced Sawtooth's grotesque face. He sensed the aura radiating from this man, far more terrifying than any beast lurking within the woods. Yet, the ferocity ingrained in his nature compelled him to raise his cleaver and charge at Rosen. Rosen's countenance remained impassive. With a mere flick of his wrist, he thrust the blade of retribution forward. There was no flourish of technique, only sheer power and swiftness. A sharp clang resonated as Sawtooth's cleaver shattered. Immediately, a crimson line appeared, starting from Sawtooth's forehead and trailing down to his groin. His forward momentum halted, his gaze of ferocity swiftly replaced by disbelief. In the next heartbeat, his body was cleaved cleanly in two, innards and blood spilling forth in a chaotic torrent. Kill the abnormal cannibalistic ogre, Sawtooth. Main quest progress, 13. Detected the elimination of a guilty target. Sin deepening effect triggered, absorbing 120 points of fear source material. In a single blow, Sawtooth was vanquished. Rosen's gaze shifted towards the three-fingered creature, now affected by toxins and moving sluggishly, and the one-eyed figure pinned beneath a tree, clinging to life. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 15. Deadly Bend. Fear reigned over Rosen as Sawtooth's towering form collapsed like split firewood. Tank and Venomous Bee emerged from their hiding place not far away. They had witnessed Rosen's seemingly effortless yet overwhelmingly powerful strike, and the shock within them was beyond articulation. Tank's hands trembled slightly as he recalled his own harrowing encounter with a mutated wild boar. In contrast, he beheld Rosen's calm demeanor as he dispatched the grotesque leader. A disparity that elicited a sense of despair. The hatchet in his hands felt like a mere toy in the presence of Rosen's blade of retribution. Meanwhile, Venomous Bee's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had encountered a myriad of formidable individuals, those endowed with brute strength and others with remarkable agility. Yet she had never witnessed anyone quite like Rosen, who seamlessly amalgamated power, speed, intellect, and an innate aura of regality. This man resembled an unfathomable vortex, instilling in her a sense of dread, yet simultaneously evoking a morbid fascination. At the center of the battlefield, the two surviving grotesques were ensnared in emotions they had never before experienced: fear. The most agile and cunning member of their clan, the Three Fingers, writhed in agony as the poison coursed through his veins. He beheld his most powerful brother severed asunder, and for the first time, the visage that typically bore an unsettling grin was overtaken by sheer terror. Abandoning any pretense of resistance, he crawled on all fours, desperately attempting to retreat into the depths of the forest. Want to escape? Rosen's voice, like a whisper from the abyss, resonated clearly in Three Fingers' ears. He turned, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. In the next instant, a booted foot came crashing down upon his spine. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was excruciating. Three Fingers' malformed body arched violently, emitting a wretched scream that bore no semblance to human sound, as his lower half succumbed to numbness. Rosen loomed above him, his gaze devoid of any compassion, cold and analytical, as if observing an insect on a dissection table. Tell me, do you have any other exits from your lair besides the wooden cabin? Rosen inquired calmly, seeking to ascertain all pertinent information to ensure no detail was overlooked. Three Fingers howled in agony, blood frothing from his mouth, mumbling incoherently in a fit of curses. It seems you require a bit of assistance in clarifying your thoughts. Rosen's toes slowly, inch by inch, ground into each vertebra of Three Fingers' spine. The excruciating pain of each bone being crushed altered the pitch of his screams. In the distance, the tank's crew felt a chill run down their spines. He fancied himself a ruthless individual, yet compared to Rosen, who regarded torment as an art form, he felt as innocent as an infant. Finally, under unimaginable agony, Three Fingers' mental defenses crumbled. Tears streaming down his face, he screamed with all his might. There's a tunnel beneath the cave leading to the mine. Excellent. With the desired information secured, Rosen exerted force beneath his foot. Bang! Three Fingers' head was forcibly pressed into the earth, silencing him forever. Eliminated the grotesque cannibal, Three Fingers. Main quest progress, 23. Absorbed 110 points of fear essence. With Three Fingers dealt with, Rosen's gaze shifted to the one-eyed figure pinned beneath a tree, barely clinging to life. The one-eyed archer had long since lost his bow and arrows. One leg shattered. He could only watch helplessly as his two brothers were brutally slaughtered. In his solitary eye, despair and malice intertwined. As he saw Rosen approach, the certainty of his impending death ignited his final ferocity. He drew a dagger from his waist and, summoning the last remnants of his strength, lunged toward Rosen's calf. Yet, the blade faltered just half a meter away, unable to advance further. An invisible force field thwarted his assault. Under Rosen's deliberate manipulation, the pressure of the fear aura was potent enough to shatter the resolve of feeble beings. In terror, he realized that his strength was swiftly dissipating. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might explode at any moment. The man before him needed no direct confrontation. Merely standing there was sufficient to instill a deathly dread. You see, fear itself is the most lethal weapon. Rosen's voice became the last utterance the one-eyed man would hear in this world. The blade of retribution cleaved through the air, severing a head that soared skyward. Kill the deformed ogre one-eyed. Main quest progress, 33. Main quest completed. Calculating reward. 1,000 points of fear essence. C-grade skill item drawn randomly. Warning. High threat, deformed biotic clusters detected in this world. Proceed with caution, host. 72-hour survival countdown continues. Observing the system prompt, Rosen was not surprised. He was aware that in the sequel, this deformed family still had other members. The task issued by the system pertained only to the original three brothers. Yet for him, this was no longer significant. The completion of the main quest signified that he had secured the guaranteed reward. The forthcoming hours would be his time for unrestrained hunting. Rosen turned to face Tank and Viper, who had approached, along with the two protagonists of the film, now paralyzed with fear from witnessing the massacre. Captain, what shall we do next? Tank's voice was hoarse. He scarcely dared to meet Rosen's gaze. Liamo, report the situation. Rosen activated the team channel. Yes, Captain. Liamo's voice trembled slightly. He had evidently witnessed the recent events through the drone. There's movement in the cabin. It seems more deformities are rushing out. Heading your way, at least 5. 5. The corners of Rosen's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smirk. Excellent. Saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. He glanced at the two survivors on the ground. The blonde girl had succumbed to fear and blood loss. Tank, carry that woman. Huh, bring them with us? Tank was perplexed. Of course. A cunning glint sparkled in Rosen's eyes. They make for the perfect bait. Moreover, I require a guide to lead us to their vehicle to retrieve some useful items. He approached the terrified young black man, crouching before him and speaking in a tone that seemed almost friendly. Hey, do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Now, take us to your vehicle. We need some gasoline and tools to prepare a grand welcome party for these children of the forest. The young man gazed at Rosen's benevolent smile, recalling the brutal methods he had just employed to slay the monstrous creatures. This stark contrast instilled a fear in him 100-fold greater than facing the grotesque beings. He nodded frantically, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. The intensity of the juxtaposition reached its zenith at that moment. To the eyes of the grotesques, Rosen appeared a more savage and terrifying monster than they. To his comrades, he was an inscrutable and capricious sovereign. To the survivors, he embodied a demon cloaked in human skin, wearing a smile. Yet, to Rosen himself, he resembled an elegant conductor, poised to compose a symphony of death, with blood and flames as its notes. Chapter 16, Deadly Turn. Incendiary creatures under the guidance of the black survivor Jesse. The group swiftly returned to the site of the overturned vehicle. Rosen's objective was clear: gasoline. In the jungle, flames served as the most efficient and far-reaching weapon of destruction. Tank skillfully siphoned 2 large barrels of gasoline from the SUV's fuel tank. Meanwhile, Viper rummaged through the vehicle, unearthing some signal flares, a first aid kit, and several bottles of liquor. Captain, are these items of any use? Viper inquired. Rosen glanced at the liquor and nodded. Certainly. Tear the fabric into strips, stuff them in. And you have the most rudimentary of Molotov cocktails. His tactical mindset was terrifyingly precise, reminiscent of a seasoned Special Forces operative. Liamo transmitted real-time maps of the surrounding terrain via drone. After a mere glance, Rosen mentally charted the most flawless ambush route. LMO, elevate the drone's altitude. Switch to thermal imaging mode and pinpoint the positions of those grotesques pursuing us, reporting in real time. Tank and Viper. You will take these 2 barrels of gasoline to an elevated position upwind of the cabin. Await my signal to pour it all down. Xiaya. Rosen addressed the girl stationed at the rear. Remain vigilant. Report any unforeseen dangers immediately. What about me? Jesse trembled, his voice quaking. The blonde girl had been hastily bandaged and placed in a relatively safe location. Rosen patted his shoulder, offering a warm smile. You shall accompany me to welcome our guests. In an instant, Jesse's face turned ashen. Rosen seemed utterly indifferent to his own reactions as he swaggered forward. A bucket of Molotov cocktails in hand, accompanied by Jesse towards the grotesque cabin. He even deliberately created a cacophony of sound. Was the captain intending to become bait himself? Tank felt a surge of anxiety. No, Limo's voice resonated through the channel, tinged with a hint of reverence. He is not the bait. He is the hunter. He aims to convince those abominations that their prey is right before their eyes, allowing them to lower their guard and walk into the crematorium we have prepared for them. Indeed, as Limo had anticipated, Rosen and Jesse soon encountered the 5 pursuing grotesques. These 5 were the second generation of their kind. Though not as formidable as the original trio, they were far more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Upon spotting the human morsel beside Rosen, they emitted excited howls, brandishing their axes and iron hooks as they charged forward. In their eyes, the seemingly frail man, Rosen, was merely an ancillary morsel. Run! Rosen barked at Jesse, then turned and sprinted towards the designated ambush zone. He deftly maintained his speed, ensuring that the grotesques behind felt they were on the verge of catching up, while always remaining at a secure distance. Dragged along by him, Jesse felt as if his lungs might burst. He had never run so fast in his life. The grotesques behind them screeched, relentless in their pursuit. They were entirely unaware that they had transformed from hunters into the prey being driven. Before long, they dashed into a low-lying valley, the very site Rosen had chosen for their demise. Now was the moment. Rosen issued the command through the channel. On the high ground, Tank and the Viper had been waiting with bated breath. Upon receiving the order, they unhesitatingly poured 2 massive barrels of gasoline down into the valley below. The gasoline cascaded like a waterfall, drenching the entire valley in an instant. The 5 grotesques found themselves soaked. Initially taken aback, they soon caught the acrid scent of gasoline and finally sensed the impending danger. But it was too late. In that very moment, as the gasoline fell, Rosen ignited one of the Molotov cocktails in his hand. With all his strength, he hurled it towards the center of the valley. The cocktail traced a brilliant line through the air, akin to an invitation from death. Boom! Flames instantaneously engulfed the entire valley. The inferno painted half the night sky crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat. The 5 grotesques could not even utter a complete scream before they were consumed, transforming into frantic torches amidst the flames, ultimately reduced to charred remnants. Kill grotesque man-eaters X5. Absorb 350 points of fear essence. The system notification echoed, heralding the flawless conclusion of this ambush. Atop the mountain, the tank and the venomous beast stood in stunned silence, gazing at the inferno below, utterly speechless. How effortless it seemed for the lady. The adversary, which appeared insurmountable to them, was rendered feeble under this man's meticulous planning. They had not even laid a hand on it. They merely played the roles of porters and arsonists. Was this truly the end? The tank murmured. No, not yet, came Rosen's voice from behind them. Both men jumped in surprise and turned around. Unbeknownst to them, Rosen had silently materialized at their backs. His gaze traversed the flames, settling on the dilapidated wooden cabin that flickered in the distance, illuminated by the firelight. According to the intelligence from the 3-fingered informant, beneath that cabin lay tunnels and mines. That was their genuine stronghold. Rosen's tone was flat, yet underscored by an unmistakable intent to eradicate, to sever the roots. He glanced at the utterly dazed Jesse and said, "Your task is complete. Take your friends and leave this forest. How long you survive is a matter of luck." With that, he dismissed the 2 survivors. Hoisting the blade of retribution, he addressed the tank and the venomous bee. "Let us proceed to raid their lair. I am eager to discover what surprises lie within." Bathed in the fierce glow of the flames, Rosen's figure elongated, resembling a demon returning from the depths of hell. The tank and the venomous bee exchanged a glance, and silently followed. They understood that tonight would be a true night of bloodshed. Chapter 17. The Fatal Bend. The final din, the West Virginia woods, shrouded in darkness, appeared eerie due to the towering inferno. The firelight illuminated the faces of Rosen's group, each expression a tapestry of emotions. The tank exhibited a fervor mingled with excitement and awe. The venomous bee wore a mask of curiosity laced with trepidation. Meanwhile, Li Mo and the distant Xiao Yu were deeply impressed by Rosen's terrifying analytical prowess and his cold execution. Captain, the thermal imaging indicates life signs within the wooden cabin, approximately 3 to 4 in number. One of the heat signatures is exceptionally large, far exceeding that of a typical aberration. Li Mo's voice resonated through the team channel, tinged with gravity. That must be their patriarch. Rosen's demeanor remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. He rested the blade of retribution upon his shoulder, the remnants of blood shimmering ominously in the firelight. Let us proceed to meet this creature. The aberration's cabin was situated in a relatively open clearing amidst the woods. Surrounding it lay the remnants of various vehicles and human bones, resembling a rudimentary slaughterhouse. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of decaying flesh, mingled with the scent of blood and excrement. It was repulsive. However, Rosen seemed utterly indifferent to it. His talent, the unyielding body, endows him with remarkable resilience against the adverse effects of the environment. He strides ahead, flanked by Tank and Poison Bee, who guard him on either side. The trio forms a standard assault formation, gradually approaching the wooden cabin that looms in the darkness like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The doors and windows of the cabin are barricaded with dilapidated wooden planks and barbed wire, leaving only a single door barely wide enough for passage. A flickering, dim light from an oil lamp seeps through the cracks. There are traps, Poison Bee warns in a hushed tone, having keenly discerned unnatural bulges in the ground before the door. These were classic snares. Without a glance at the ground, Rosen coolly instructed, Tank. Understood. Tank comprehended immediately. Striding forward with purpose, he raised his pickaxe high and, with all his might, brought it crashing down upon the decrepit door. Boom! With a thunderous sound. The already fragile door and its frame splintered into countless shards, sending wood chips flying. This most direct and violent method of breaching the entrance rendered all hidden mechanisms and traps utterly meaningless. The scene beyond the door resembled a hellscape. The interior of the cabin was cluttered with a variety of detritus scavenged from victims, while the walls bore a grotesque display of desiccated human limbs. In one corner stood a massive iron cage, within which a trembling woman was confined, clearly a live meal they had stored. At the center of the room, around a table fashioned from coffin boards, sat 3 grotesque figures. One, emaciated and monkey-like, squatted on a chair, toying with an eyeball. Another, a female deformity, was so corpulent that she nearly burst the chair beneath her, using a rusted fork to extract morsels from a skull. The final figure, the colossal life sign that Li Mo had mentioned, was a giant deformity comparable in size to Tank. He stood rather than sat, wielding a chainsaw fashioned from an automobile engine. His face was marred by burned scars, with one eye glinting with a predatory ferocity, exuding an aura of brutality and madness. Are those outside the ones you killed? The chainsaw-wielding deformity rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. He was evidently the leader of this ragtag group. Rosen did not respond. His gaze drifted over to the imprisoned woman, then shifted to the human remains treated as trophies, his expression growing ever more frigid. Slowly, he raised his blade of retribution, its tip aimed squarely at the chainsaw-wielding deformity. You are all guilty. The moment his words fell, Rosen sprang into action. His form moved like a specter, activating Shadow Step. In an instant, he traversed over 10 meters, appearing before the emaciated deformity. The creature did not even have time to react. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed before his eyes, and the entire world spun wildly. With a splatter, a severed head soared into the air, blood gushing from the neck, splattering the grotesque, corpulent woman in the face. A deafening roar erupted from the chainsaw-wielding monstrosity. He yanked the chainsaw's starter cord, and the piercing roar of its engine instantly reverberated throughout the wooden cabin. Brandishing the rapidly spinning chainsaw, he aimed a horizontal swipe at Rosen. Simultaneously, the obese woman shrieked and hurled the fork in her hand at Rosen with fierce intent. Tank, Rosen muttered under his breath. It had arrived. The tank charged in like a cannonball, wielding a massive axe that blocked the incoming fork with precision. The sound of impact echoed. And although the force pushed Tank back a step, he successfully shielded Rosen from the disturbance. The figure of the Viper vanished into the shadows, resembling the deadliest of serpents, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Undeterred by the oncoming chainsaw, Rosen advanced instead of retreating. He raised the blade of retribution at an acute angle, meeting the chainsaw's chain head-on with precision. The air was filled with a series of excruciatingly sharp metallic screeches, sparks flying. The material of blade of retribution was anything but ordinary. Despite the chainsaw's high-speed rotation frantically grinding against the blade, it could not inflict even a scratch. Instead, the tremendous recoil momentarily halted the lumbering chainsaw fiend. In that instant, Rosen twisted his wrist, allowing the blade to glide upward along the chainsaw's guide bar. With a resounding crack, the metal guide bar was cleaved open, and the chain shattered. This terrifying instrument of death was instantly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The cyclopean eye of the chainsaw fiend brimmed with disbelief. He attempted to retreat, but Rosen's assault was relentless. A powerful kick struck him in the abdomen, sending his massive form reeling backward. Seizing the momentum from the kick, Rosen leapt into the air, executing a graceful turn. With the force of thunder, blade of retribution descended from above, mercilessly cleaving through the astonished, obese woman. With no hint of hesitation, her corpulent body, along with the chair beneath her, was bisected. Viscous entrails and fat spilled onto the floor. In less than 10 seconds, the three grotesque beings within the cabin had been dispatched. Yet, a slight furrow appeared on Rosen's brow. He sensed a more powerful, malevolent presence emanating from beneath the floor. The tunnel. He kicked aside a bear-skin rug that covered the ground, revealing a dark opening leading underground. A pungent wave of blood and decay surged forth from the abyss. Captain, the thermal imaging indicates that the most colossal life signal lies just below. Its body temperature is exceedingly high, akin to that of a furnace. Lemo's voice resonated with caution. Rosen cast a glance at Tank and Poison Bee, instructing, "You two, remain above and rescue that woman. I shall confront whatever lurks below alone." "Captain, that is far too perilous," Tank exclaimed urgently. "That is an order," Rosen replied with an unwavering tone. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his blade and leaped into the unfathomable darkness below. He understood that the ultimate boss of this hunt lay in wait beneath him, and the talent of the Fear Monarch filled him with an unprecedented thrill for the formidable challenge ahead. Chapter 18. The Deadly Curve. The progenitor of abominations. The tunnel was dark and narrow, its walls coated in a viscous liquid and unidentifiable fungi, exuding a nauseating stench. Rosen activated his phone's flashlight, the feeble beam illuminating the path ahead. He soon realized that this was no mere cellar, but a labyrinthine mine shaft, evidently excavated by human hands. The nascent form of the mental projection was quietly unleashed, reflecting everything within a 10-meter radius in his mind. No potential ambush could escape his awareness. After advancing approximately 100 meters along the main tunnel, the path opened into a vast underground cavern, expansive enough to rival a basketball court. At the center of the cavern stood a throne constructed from countless human remains. Perched upon this throne was a creature that defied description. It was larger than the previous chainsaw abomination, towering at least 3 meters tall, its skin a sinister shade of dark red, as if steeped in blood for countless years. Its muscles were gnarled like granite, marred by grotesque scars and crude stitches. Its face, if it could even be called that, was a twisted amalgamation of features, with its mouth split to the roots of its ears, revealing rows of shark-like, razor-sharp teeth. Most striking of all was its weapon, not a knife, nor an axe, but a massive spiked mace fashioned from polished railway tracks, adorned with several charred skulls. Detected a region lord-level entity, progenitor of abominations, Old Deng. Threat level, fatal. This unit is a first-generation abomination, having undergone profound mutation due to decades of cannibalism among its kind and exposure to unknown environmental radiation. Possesses exceptionally high strength, defense, and regenerative capabilities, along with a degree of cunning intelligence. Old Deng? Rosen gazed upon this tyrant of abominations, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was indeed the furnace-like life signal spoken of by Lemo. The energy contained within this creature surpassed that of all previous abominations. The outsider, the abominable progenitor upon the throne, slowly rose, emitting a sound akin to the thunderous roar of the inferno. Its murky eyes fixated intently on Rosen. Have you slain my offspring? Offspring. You refer to those wretched beings above? Rosen pointed with the tip of his blade of retribution skyward. If so, then indeed. I am their executioner. Excellent. Excellent. The progenitor growled with a deep, rumbling voice, a palpable aura of fury emanating from its being. It has been far too long since I have encountered prey as formidable as you. Before its words had fully dissipated, it lunged. With an agility utterly incongruent with its massive form, the ground beneath it fractured in an instant. The colossal creature charged forth like an out-of-control heavy truck, launching a devastating assault towards Rosen. The iron spike club in its grasp whistled through the air, descending upon Rosen's head with the weight of a mountain. The force of this strike was sufficient to crush a tank into scrap metal. Faced with this cataclysmic blow, Rosen's gaze sharpened with unprecedented focus. He opted not to withstand it directly, instead activating Shadow Step. In the fleeting moment before the club struck, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside the abominable progenitor. Boom. The club smashed down with tremendous force where Rosen had just stood, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. And a terrifying pit several meters wide was gouged into the ground. Unfazed by the missed strike, the progenitor pivoted abruptly. Its other hand, comparable to an excavator's scoop, sweeping towards Rosen with a fierce gale. Its combat experience vastly exceeded that of those mere children who fought on instinct alone. Rosen's pupils dilated, and he swiftly raised blade of retribution to block. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as an irresistible force surged through the blade. He was violently hurled away, tumbling through the air several times before barely stabilizing his descent. The grip of his hand was brutally jarred, blood flowing freely from his wounds. Such overwhelming strength. A chill coursed through Rosen. His strength attribute had reached an impressive 16 points. Yet, with the weapon's augmentation, he found himself at a disadvantage in pure strength confrontation. This ancient beast's might must have surpassed the threshold of 20 points. Hee. The progenitor cackled with delight. It seemed to revel in this game of cat and mouse, its heavy footsteps drawing closer to Rosen with deliberate slowness. Taking a deep breath, Rosen's demeanor shifted back to calm. Engaging in a brute force clash was folly. He must leverage his advantages. He initiated an offensive, no longer seeking a single decisive blow, but instead maximizing his agility of over 100 points. His form transformed into a flurry of afterimages, darting around the abominable progenitor with breathtaking speed. The blade of Judgment's edge incessantly struck the joints and vital areas of the abomination ancestor from various cunning angles. Clang, clang, clang. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Rosen's blade, capable of severing steel, met the dark red skin of the abomination ancestor, leaving only shallow white marks and sparking a flurry of embers. The armor breaker effect seemed to be significantly mitigated by its alloy-like hide. With a deafening roar, the abomination ancestor stomped its foot, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated from its center, causing Rosen to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, the abomination ancestor swung its spiked club once more. This time, there was no escape for Rosen. Life and death hung in the balance. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. The realm of the mind activated. A surge of power emanated from his very soul, expanding outward. Centered on Rosen, the reality within a 10-meter radius began to warp and corrode. The cavernous environment remained largely unchanged. However, the air was infused with a distinct scent of rust and decay reminiscent of Silent Hill. Bloodstains and twisted runes emerged upon the walls. An oppressive force, rooted deep within the soul, enveloped the abomination ancestor in an instant. What is this? The abomination ancestor's movements suddenly froze. Its primal instincts sensed an unprecedented danger. Within this domain, it felt its power and speed suppressed by at least tenfold. Conversely, Rosen felt invigorated as if he were a fish in water, experiencing a surge in thought and reaction time. With this shift in dynamics, the tide of battle swiftly turned. "Welcome to my world," echoed Rosen's voice, reverberating within the realm like a divine whisper. No longer evading, he boldly confronted the sweeping club. A faint layer of black energy, formed from the essence of fear, enveloped Judgment's edge. The talent of Fear Monarch manifested. Boom. Blade met club once more. Yet this time, Rosen only staggered back half a step before firmly regaining his stance. With the support of his domain's suppression and the amplification of fear energy, He successfully withstood the blow head-on. Roar! The abomination ancestor unleashed a furious roar, unable to comprehend why this prey's strength had suddenly surged. It frantically swung its club, launching a tempest of attacks. Within the mind realm, Rosen's shadow step became even more elusive. Each flicker seemed to meld into the shadows, causing the abomination ancestress strikes to miss entirely. It is time to end this. Rosen's figure appeared behind the abomination ancestor as if teleporting, his hands raised high, wielding Judgment's edge entwined in black flames. Aiming for the relatively vulnerable area at the rear of the grotesque progenitor, worn down from years of sitting upon its bony throne. I unleashed the most formidable active skill of my weapon, Judgment of Silent Hill. The blade of retribution slipped from my grasp, transforming into a dark crimson streak of light. Too swift to be perceived by the eye. In an instant, it pierced through the progenitor's vulnerable rear. The strike, imbued with the power of the rules, disregarded its formidable physical defenses, creating a gaping wound the size of a basin in its chest. The grotesque progenitor trembled, its colossal form quaking in disbelief as it gazed down at the injury upon its chest. Black blood erupted forth like a fountain, signaling the rapid depletion of its life force. The blade of retribution traced a graceful arc in the air, returning to my hand. I approached the grotesque progenitor, observing the fading spark in its eyes. At that moment, the talent of fear devourment quietly activated. A force stemming from the very essence of the progenitor's life was drawn forth, merging into my being. Detection confirmed. Lord-level creature killed. Fear devourment effect triggered. Attributes being assimilated. Congratulations, host, you have permanently acquired Strength 2, Constitution 3. A powerful wave of warmth surged through my body, my muscles and bones rejoicing in triumph. The immense form of the grotesque progenitor ultimately collapsed to its knees, before crashing down with a thunderous sound, sending dust billowing into the air. Lord-level grotesque progenitor slain. Absorbing 800 points of fear source. Detection confirmed. Host has eradicated all high-threat targets in the Deadly Bend world. World evaluation is rising. I exhaled deeply, dispelling the heart image domain. A profound sense of fatigue washed over me, but more so, I felt a surge of satisfaction and exhilaration from my newfound power. Surrounding myself with the remnants of this vile lair, I sensed its impending end. I would return laden with bountiful spoils. Chapter 19, Return and Inventory. Invitation of nightmares. As I emerged from the tunnel, weary yet exhilarated, the dawn light began to break. Tank and Venom immediately approached, and upon seeing the dark red blood upon me, they understood the answer. The tank beneath the captain cautiously inquired, "Have you resolved it?" "Indeed," I replied succinctly. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual shock. They could hardly fathom how I had single-handedly vanquished such a formidable foe in the confined space of the tunnel. At that moment, Limo's voice came through the channel, tinged with relief. "Captain, the 72-hour survival countdown has 10 minutes remaining. We are safe." I nodded, casting a glance at the woman we had rescued, who remained in a state of terror. He instructed the venomous bee to leave some food and water for her, remarking that her survival would ultimately depend on her own will. Having said this, he settled onto a relatively clean stone, closing his eyes to restore his energy while awaiting his return. 10 minutes later, the familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him. When Rosen reopened his eyes, he found himself back in his familiar little rental apartment. The sunlight streamed in through the window, as if the blood-soaked carnage of the past 3 days had merely been a surreal dream. Yet, the myriad of settlement notifications displayed on the system panel in his mind attested to the reality of it all. Return teleportation complete. Commencing final settlement for the world of Deadly Curve. Main quest: eliminate the 3 progenitors of the grotesque man-eating ogres. Completed. Hidden quest: exterminate all members of the grotesque family. Completed. Overall evaluation: S-Class Jungle Cleansers. Comment: you have not only fulfilled your mission, but have also eradicated a malevolent lineage that has plagued the area for decades with a formidable display of force. You have demonstrated to this forest who the true apex predator is. Distributing S-Class completion rewards. Reward 1, 2,500 points of fear source material. Reward 2, 1 random draw for a B-Class skill item. Reward 3, 5 free attribute points. An S-Class evaluation was indeed commendable, and Rosen felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, the upper limit of this world was not particularly high. and attaining an S-class rating was a testament to his exceptional completion of the task. He did not hasten to claim his rewards. Instead, he first accessed his personal panel to assess the primary gain from the permanent attribute increase bestowed by the Devour talent. During the harrowing battle with the progenitor of the grotesque beings, this talent had unveiled its extraordinary potential for the first time. Host, Rosen, Strength, 160-162, Devour 02. Agility, 137, Vitality, 147-150, Devour 03. Mentality, 142, World-class talent. King of Fear LV1, Devour attributes permanently solidified. Merely slaying a Lord-level boss had resulted in a permanent attribute increase of 0. 5 points. Rosen's heart raced with excitement. This was only the effect of a LV1 talent. If he were to defeat entities like Pyramid Head or the Evil God in the future, wouldn't he be able to ascend instantaneously? He suppressed his exhilaration and began to claim his completion rewards. First was the extraction of the C-class main quest reward, which had already been issued after his prior defeat of the Cyclops, but he had not yet had the chance to examine it. C-class skill item random draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. Heraldric Cube, Replica. Heraldric Cube, Replica, blue quality. Type, special item. Function 1, storage. Providing an independent storage space of 10 cubic meters. Function 2, synthesis allows the combination of 3 items of the same rank and type into a single, randomly generated item of superior quality, albeit with a risk of failure. Introduction, while it may not be authentic, it remains exceptionally useful. Storage space, along with a synthesis function? Rosen's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a timely boon. He had previously struggled with a lack of space to store his spoils and supplies. But this issue was now exquisitely resolved. Next came the B-class draw from the S-class completion reward. B-class skill item randomly drawn successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill, Beast Instinct. Beast Instinct, passive skill. Effect, your perception sharpens to that of a wild beast, allowing you to foresee dangers directed at you, such as sniping, traps, ambushes, and to sense malicious gazes aimed at you. Introduction, you have eyes in the back of your head. Yet another divine skill. Rosen was elated. This ability bore some resemblance to Xiaoya's danger foresight, but leaned more towards instinctive reactions in combat, significantly enhancing his survival capability on a complex battlefield. Finally, he allocated 5 free attribute points and 2,500 units of fear source quality. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. He invested all 5 free attribute points into his mental prowess. Mental, 142-192. The mental attribute pertains to the strength of his domain, nightmare abilities, and resistance to various bizarre attacks. Thus, it is paramount to prioritize its enhancement. As for the 2,500 units of fear source quality, he opted for a balanced distribution to address his weaknesses and foster comprehensive development. Level 10-20 attributes, consuming 2 source quality points per 0-1 point. He expended 760 source quality points, elevating his strength, agility, and constitution to 170. Strength, 162-170. Agility, 137-170. Constitution, 150-170. The remaining 1740 source quality points were entirely devoted to his mental attribute. Mental, 192-279. The moment the enhancement was completed, an indescribable surge of power enveloped him. Rosen felt as though he could shatter a building with a single punch and outrun a speeding car. His mind was astonishingly clear, as if he could perceive every subtle movement within 100 meters radius, as if it were under his control. His final attribute panel has reached a terrifying level. Host, Rosen, Strength, 170. Agility, 170. Constitution, 170. Spirit, 279. Source of Fear Quality, 0. World-class talent. Fear Monarch, LV1. Core abilities. Mindscape, Prototype. Nightmare Seed, Beginner. Beast Instinct, Pain Resistance. Equipment, Blade of Retribution, Purple Epic, Heraldric Cube. Such power should suffice to confront most conventional horror film realms. Rosen clenched his fist with satisfaction. Just then, the system notification chimed once more. All rewards have been distributed, and the host has a 24-hour rest period. After 24 hours, you will be automatically transported to the next horror world. World Preview. Next stop, Springwood, Elm Street, Ohio. Warning: the host's nightmare seed lineage has been detected, triggering a special countermeasure. In this world, you are not only the hunter, but will also become the prey. Elm Street. Rosen's pupils constricted slightly, as a name instantly surfaced in his mind. The figure donned in a hat, clad in a red and green striped sweater, wielding steel-clawed gloves, the dream killer. Freddy Krueger. A special countermeasure? Becoming prey? The corners of Rosen's mouth slowly curled into a chilling and cruel arc. How intriguing. I am eager to see who truly embodies the nightmare when a nightmare invades another, deeper nightmare. Chapter 20. A Nightmare on Elm Street. After the familiar sensation of weightlessness, Rosen found himself seated on a moving yellow school bus. Outside the window lay the quintessential scenery of an American small town, neat streets flanked by single-family homes adorned with lawns and white picket fences. The sun shone brightly, and everything appeared so tranquil and serene. The bus was filled with laughter from teenagers, brimming with youthful exuberance. Were it not for the clear system notifications in his mind, Rosen might have believed he had stepped into a youth-oriented campus drama. Teleportation complete. Current world, A Nightmare on Elm Street. The Nightmare of Elm Street. World type, supernatural, dream, paranormal. Main quest. Within 7 days, eliminate the nightmare Freddy Krueger entirely. Quest reward, 2,000 points of source of fear quality, 1 random draw for a B-grade skill item. Quest failure. The soul will be dragged into Freddy's dream hell, condemned to eternal suffering. Special countermeasure activated. Your nightmare seed lineage has created a strong attraction to Freddy Krueger. He can vaguely sense your presence and perceives you as either kin or an intruder. He will actively seek you out and attempt to consume you to complete himself. Consume me? A glint of amusement flickered in Rosen's eyes. He could feel a faint warmth coursing through his veins, a trace of Freddy's power resonating with the very fabric of this world. This sensation embodied both peril and opportunity. It signified that he need not await Freddy's approach like a passive protagonist in a film. Instead, he could take the initiative and even reverse the hunt. The school bus gradually came to a halt before a high school named Springwood. Rosen joined the throngs of students as they disembarked. The system had meticulously arranged for him to assume the identity of a transfer student, complete with all necessary documentation and a class schedule. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that while the students wore smiles, an unmistakable air of fatigue and trepidation lingered in their expressions. Dark circles under their eyes were the norm here. Clearly, Freddy's nightmares had begun to permeate the lives of these children. Rosen did not hasten to locate the film's heroine, Nancy. Instead, he first ventured into the school library. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility. He needed to delve deeply into the lore surrounding Freddy Krueger. Armed with an extraordinary mental acuity, he absorbed information at an astonishing pace. By the end of the afternoon, he had perused every microfilm in the library pertaining to the town's history and long-forgotten cases. Soon enough, he unearthed the deliberately obscured dark history. Freddy Krueger, a deranged killer who delighted in the slaughter of children years prior. He had been acquitted due to insufficient evidence, only to be cornered and incinerated by enraged parents in an abandoned boiler room. Elm Street was the very neighborhood where those children and their parents had once resided. Born of fear and sustained by it, Rosen's fingers gently tapped the table's surface. The source of his power lay within the collective subconscious fears of these children. As long as they remembered and feared him, he would remain immortal within their dreams. This was indeed a convoluted ability, nearly unsolvable for the ordinary person, for one cannot escape sleep. Yet for Rosen, the situation was different. Dreamscapes? He closed his eyes, feeling the surge of his impressive mental attribute of 279 points, along with the dormant nightmare energy within his blood. Freddy's dream realm was predicated on fear, while Rosen's mindscapes constituted a domain of his own psyche. Although still in its nascent form, it was sufficient to construct an unassailable mental barrier. What if, within my own dream, I could activate the mindscapes? A bold and audacious notion took root in Rosen's mind. That would forge a domain within the dream. At that juncture, it would be uncertain who would become the other's nightmare. After school, following the address assigned by the system, Rosen arrived beside a house located at 1428 Elm Street. This would serve as his temporary residence. Next door lies the abode of Nancy Thompson, the protagonist of the film. He could sense an amalgamation of fear and despair enveloping that house, an unmistakable aura of negative energy. It was evident that Nancy had become the primary target of Freddy. Rosen refrained from disturbing her. The moment was not yet ripe. He needed to conduct a reconnaissance first. As night descended, Rosen did not resort to coffee and medication like his fellow students to stave off slumber. Instead, he secured the doors and windows, drawing the curtains to immerse himself in an environment of absolute tranquility and safety. He then reclined upon his bed, gently closing his eyes, willingly entering a state of sleep. Yet, he was not truly asleep. His consciousness, under his deliberate guidance, sank into a peculiar realm between wakefulness and dreams. Here, he could distinctly perceive all those around him who were dreaming. Their dreams floated like vibrant bubbles in the endless darkness. This was the ability of dream entry beginner. He could observe, as a bystander, the dreams of ordinary individuals. Most dreams were mere chaotic amalgamations of mundane affairs, utterly unremarkable. However, soon, Rosen encountered a dream that stood apart from the rest. It was a nightmare bubble, teeming with screams, pursuits, and terror, radiating a palpable energy of fear. Akin to a lighthouse in the night, strikingly conspicuous. He had found it. Without hesitation, Rosen's consciousness drifted toward that nightmare bubble. It belonged to Tina, Nancy's friend. Like a specter, his essence silently permeated Tina's dream. Before him unfolded a dim, damp, and narrow alley, adorned with rusting pipes. Tina, clad in a tattered nightgown, fled in a state of panic, her face etched with despair. Behind her, a chilling, metallic scraping sound drew nearer, a grating noise that sent shivers down the spine. A figure wearing a brown fedora and a red-green striped sweater, its visage grotesquely resembling melted cheese, leisurely pursued her. In its right hand was a metallic glove composed of 4 sharp steel claws, sparking against the walls with each movement. It was Freddy Krueger. He appeared to revel in the terror of his prey, a cruel and mocking smile adorning his face. "Run, little piggy, run faster." His voice was hoarse and piercing, saturated with malicious mockery. Rosen's consciousness hovered suspended in midair, akin to an omniscient observer, coldly watching the unfolding events. He could keenly feel that within this dreamscape, Freddy was the unequivocal sovereign. He could effortlessly reshape the terrain, conjuring obstacles at will. Every action he took was imbued with the very essence of this world's rules. Tina's fear served as fuel, perpetually absorbed by him, augmenting his strength. Is this the essence of a nightmare? Rosen pondered this sensation deeply. At that moment, Freddy, who was toying with Tina, seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly halted, his terrifying visage lifting slowly, fixing a piercing gaze directly at Rosen's location. Is there a little insect peering in? A look of curiosity mixed with excitement spread across Freddy's face. Your essence is remarkably distinctive. His gaze appeared to penetrate the very fabric of the dream realm, colliding directly with Rosen's consciousness. A surge of malevolence, madness, and chaos rushed toward Rosen in an instant. For any ordinary soul, such a gaze would spell devastation. Yet, Rosen merely felt a slight heaviness in his mind before returning to normalcy. With a mental attribute soaring to 279 points, he was nearly immune to such a degree of psychic assault. "Oh, you're unscathed?" Freddy's intrigue deepened. "It seems you are not an ordinary little insect. Let me think. I remember you. The one who pilfered a fragment of my power." The thief he referred to was clearly the seed of nightmare, lineage residing within Rosen. "Since you've arrived, don't leave," Freddy sneered, abandoning Tina as he swung his steel claw with fervor. The surrounding scenery transformed in an instant. The alley vanished, replaced by a blazing boiler room. Scorching air, twisted metal, and flying sparks filled the space. This was the epicenter of Freddy's dominion. He intended to draw the intruder, Rosen, directly into his core realm. Rosen's consciousness, once an observer, was forcibly yanked and materialized in the center of the boiler room. "Welcome to my world, thief." Freddy's figure appeared like a specter behind Rosen, his steel claw ignited with fiery sparks, lunging towards him. "Here, I am the deity." Chapter 21. A Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare versus Nightmare. The boiler room, the source of Freddy Krueger's power. The very place where he was burned, perished, and ultimately transformed into a nightmare. In this dream core crafted by his will, every inch of air was saturated with the odors of sulfur, charred flesh, and rancor. The rusted pipes lining the walls resembled twisted veins, pulsating continuously, channeling pure energy of terror throughout this space. As Rosen's consciousness was forcibly materialized, standing upon this searing ground. He could distinctly perceive the rules governing the surrounding world rejecting and suppressing him. An invisible gravity bore down upon him, as if attempting to crush his very soul. The consciousness of an ordinary person would likely have shattered by now, becoming mere sustenance for Freddy. Yet, Rosen is no ordinary individual. His mental attribute, a staggering 279 points, serves as an unwavering anchor amidst this tumultuous sea of madness. The searing heat capable of evaporating souls merely feels like a gentle breeze to him. Here I am God. Freddy's voice resonates with a sickly euphoria and arrogance. His figure materializes behind Rosen, steel claws glinting ominously, devoid of any embellishment, aiming straight for Rosen's vulnerable back. This strike embodies his absolute dominion over the dreamscape, its speed defying the laws of physics, its angle cunningly disregarding spatial distance. However, just as the steel claws are about to make contact with Rosen's form, his silhouette bursts apart like a popped bubble, dissipating without warning. Shadow step. Even within this dream, the talent born from his own attribute breakthrough remains effective. For this skill transcends mere physical prowess. It is a primal connection with shadows and space. Freddy's claws swipe through empty air, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his charred visage. He has never missed. In his world, prey cannot escape his grasp. God. A cold, calm voice emerges from another corner of the boiler room. Rosen's form reconstitutes there, adjusting the collar of his manifested consciousness as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. If this is what you deem divine power, then your godhood is woefully cheap. This understated mockery ignites Freddy's fury. For him, the utmost intolerable offense is the scorn of his prey. Fear is the tribute he deserves. Unwitting insect. Freddy roars, causing the entire boiler room to tremble violently. He stamps his foot, and the rusty floor transforms instantly into a viscous pool of blood, countless pale arms reaching out to grasp at Rosen's ankles. Simultaneously, the surrounding pipes slither like awakened serpents, spewing scalding steam that seals off all avenues of escape for Rosen. A net of doom forms in an instant. Freddy melds into the steam, leaving only the agonizing hissing sound emanating from all directions, obscuring the trajectory of his attack. Not bad for crowd control. Rosen genuinely admires the scene, yet his eyes betray no hint of panic. Unfortunately, it is futile against me. He holds nothing back. Mindscape, activate. A force starkly different from Freddy's chaotic, brutal energy erupts, radiating fiercely from Rosen's core. It is a power that is cold, desolate, imbued with the essence of rust and order, as if the oppressive and despairing underworld of Silent Hill had been forcibly wedged into Freddy's dreamscape. Centered around Rosen, within a radius of 10 meters, the blood-soaked ground swiftly faded, transforming back into a rusted metallic floor adorned with a grid. The surrounding jets of steam were repelled by an invisible force, forming an impenetrable bubble of safety. The arms that reached up from the depths melted away upon touching the boundary of this domain, as if encountering the searing sun's rays. Freddy's omnipresent form was also compelled by this force to emerge from the steam, staggering backward a few steps. To his horror, he discovered that his grip over the dream had been significantly weakened within the vicinity surrounding Rosen. It was as though a sovereign's territory had inexplicably birthed a realm beyond his jurisdiction. What kind of power is this? Freddy exclaimed in disbelief. For the first time, shock manifested upon his terrifying visage. You are a dream demon as well. No, your power is far older and purer. It can be referred to as a higher dimensional reality. Rosen stood at the center of his domain, akin to a deity residing in a divine realm. He gazed at Freddy with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting the scrutiny and curiosity of a scholar examining a specimen. Freddy Krueger, your power is intriguing. It arises from human fear, yet paradoxically dominates that fear. However, its foundation is too shallow, merely constructed upon the memories of a group of children. Once this fear is overcome, you are rendered insignificant. As for my power, Rosen slowly raised his hand. It originates from within myself. These words shattered Freddy's pride as the master of dreams. Nonsense, he bellowed in a fit of hysteria, abandoning all pretense as he summoned the terror energy of the entire boiler room. His body began to swell, transforming into a towering inferno of a giant. Standing 10 meters tall, the steel claws in his hands morphed into blazing blades. In my world, no one can defeat me. Die. The fiery giant raised its burning claw, crashing it down upon Rosen's diminutive heart symbol domain. This strike was powerful enough to obliterate the entire dream space. Yet, Rosen's expression remained serene. He understood that enduring such a blow was unwise for his embryonic stage of the domain. His objective had been achieved, testing Freddy's limits and demonstrating his own deterrent power. This visit would conclude here. Rosen's consciousness began to grow transparent. Freddy, relish your final moments of play, for soon I shall come to reclaim everything that belongs to you. As his words echoed, his heart's symbol domain abruptly contracted inward, becoming a singularity, and with his consciousness, he instantaneously detached from Freddy's dream. Boom! The flame-clawed creature struck down, creating a vast pit in the ground. Yet the area was long abandoned. No, Freddy reverted to his true form, emitting a roar of defiance and fury. For the first time in history, he had allowed an intruding prey to escape unscathed. Moreover, the intruder's lofty demeanor and penetrating gaze, as if able to discern his very essence, instilled within him a flicker of trepidation that even he was reluctant to acknowledge. Thief, await me. I shall find you and shred your soul into fragments. The bitter curse echoed within the boiler room. Meanwhile, Rosen, having distanced himself, did not immediately return to his realm of consciousness. He cast a final glance at Tina, still trembling in the alley. Her life had been spared, for Freddy's attention had momentarily shifted. Yet, Rosen knew, according to the film's narrative, her demise was inevitable this night. He refrained from intervening. Rescuing an inconsequential character would only expose his existence, and act contrary to his interests. The consciousness receded like the tide, silently returning to the realm of reality. 1428, Elm Street. Rosen abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed. A piercing female scream shattered the serene night. Emanating from next door, Nancy's house. Tina was dead. Rosen approached the window, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the lights illuminating the opposite house, accompanied by ensuing chaos. A cold smirk gradually formed on his lips. The game had officially begun. Chapter 22. A Nightmare on Elm Street. The reality unfolds. The morning sun failed to dispel the gloom that hung over Elm Street. Tina's death struck like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of fear within all hearts. The police classified her death as a brutal homicide, with the only suspect pointing towards her boyfriend, Rod, as he was the sole presence at the scene and in a profoundly unstable mental state. No one believed Rod's account of the monster from his dreams, except Nancy. Rosen stood before the window of his second-floor abode, coldly observing the turmoil across the street through a high-powered telescope. He beheld the terrified Rod being taken away by the police, the pale and dazed Nancy, and the neighbors who had feigned composure, those parents who had once set Freddy ablaze. All wore expressions tinged with guilt. The seeds of fear had been sown. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for them to take root. Rosen lowered the telescope, his gaze profound. He understood well that Freddy's power was not boundless. Each act of murder within dreams exacted a toll upon him. The slaying of Tina had momentarily granted Freddy a state of satisfaction. For the time being, he would not act with haste. This is, indeed, the opportune moment for Rosen to execute his strategy. He refrained from approaching Nancy directly, proclaiming his awareness of everything and urging her to collaborate with him. Such a brazen approach would only incite caution and suspicion. Instead, he opted for a more sophisticated method, one that aligned with the trepidation inherent in his royal demeanor. That morning, Rosen attended school like an ordinary transfer student. He could acutely perceive that the atmosphere within the institution had plummeted to a chilling low. Students huddled in small clusters, murmuring about Tina's tragic demise, each visage marred by heavy dark circles. They dared not succumb to slumber, as fear spread like a contagion. Rosen's target was Glenn, Nancy's boyfriend, a quintessential American high school student, possessing a modicum of charm and cleverness, yet pathetically fragile in the face of genuine peril. As he passed by Glenn at the lockers, he uttered not a word but cast a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye. That singular glance unleashed a subtle, yet potent mental insinuation, imbued with the energies of aura of fear and seed of nightmares, silently infiltrating Glenn's mind. It was an ineffable sensation. Glenn felt a chill creep up his nape, as if a cold serpent had fixed its gaze upon him. He spun around abruptly, only to witness Rosen's unremarkable silhouette vanishing at the corridor's end. Was it merely an illusion? A shiver coursed through Glenn as he shook his head, attempting to dispel the ominous feeling, yet unbeknownst to him, a seed had been sown. As night fell, Nancy teetered on the brink of psychological collapse, overwhelmed by the gruesome death of her friend and the arrest of her boyfriend. She forced herself to remain awake, blasting thunderous music in her room and consuming cup after cup of black coffee. However, human endurance has its limits. At 3 in the morning, in a state of extreme fatigue, she inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Almost instantaneously as she drifted off, Freddy's iconic boiler room materialized within her dreams. "Come on, Nancy, it's your turn now," Freddy's raspy, malevolent voice echoed in the dreamscape. However, just as he prepared to revel in the long-anticipated feast of vengeance, an unforeseen disruption occurred. Nancy's dreamscape, once lucid, began to blur and distort, resembling a poorly tuned television signal. Who dares to interfere with me?" Freddy roared in fury, sensing a force that did not belong to him attempting to wrench Nancy from his grasp. Meanwhile, in another layer of the dream realm, Rosen's consciousness stood in a void of pure white, devoid of substance. Before him lay Nancy's dream consciousness, curled up and trembling in fear. Rosen did not enter Nancy's dream. Rather, he utilized his ability to construct a temporary mental sanctuary outside her dreamscape. Like a tug-of-war, he forcefully extracted Nancy's consciousness from Freddy's nightmare. Such an operation demands an immense expenditure of mental energy and precise control. However, for Rosen, whose mental prowess nears 28 points, it was merely a trivial task. "Who are you?" Nancy gazed at the unfamiliar man before her, emanating an icy aura, her eyes wide with terror. She did not recognize Rosen, yet deep within her subconscious, she sensed that this man posed an even greater threat than Freddy. "I am someone who can save you." Rosen's voice was devoid of emotion. Of course, such assistance was not without cost. "Save me?" Nancy felt a flicker of confusion, but quickly regained her composure. "You know that monster. You know Freddy." "I possess knowledge beyond your imagination," Rosen affirmed without denial. "I know who he is, why he has returned, and I am well aware of how to vanquish him." "Vanquish him?" A spark of hope ignited in Nancy's eyes for the first time. "Can you truly do that?" "I can." Rosen's response was succinct, "but I require your assistance. I need you to draw him from the dream into the realm of reality." This was precisely what Nancy ultimately accomplished in the film. Yet, Rosen presented this outcome as a bargaining chip. "What must I do?" Nancy inquired eagerly. "Quite simple." Rosen's lips curled into a slight smile. "First, you must survive. I will temporarily shield your dream, rendering Freddy unable to find you. However, this protection is time-limited and comes at a price." "A price?" "Indeed." Rosen extended a finger, stating, "As compensation for the sanctuary and as a deposit for our future collaboration, I require something from you." "What is it?" "Your fear." Before the words fully escaped his lips, a glimmer flickered in Rosen's eyes. The powers of the Lord of Fear and the Seed of Nightmares activated simultaneously. Nancy felt an irresistible pull emanating from Rosen. The terror she harbored deep within, fear of Freddy, of death, of the unknown, was drawn forth uncontrollably, like a flood breaching a dam. It transformed into streams of invisible energy, surging into Rosen's being. "Ah!" Nancy gasped. Yet, this extraction brought no pain. Rather, it offered an uncanny release from the tension that fear had wrought upon her nerves. Absorbing pure fear energy, mental strength slowly recovering. The seed of nightmares nourished, proficiency slightly increased. Rosen comfortably narrowed his eyes. As Freddy's primary target, Nancy's fear generated a quality far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. This was the finest quality of sustenance. "Is this the price?" Nancy panted, sensing that her fear had lessened significantly. "This is merely the interest." Rosen reclaimed his strength, choosing not to exhaust his resources. "Listen," he instructed. "You must seek out your friend Glenn and enlist his assistance in investigating the details regarding Freddy Krueger. Then, persuade your police father to release Rod. Most importantly," Rosen's gaze sharpened, "do not attempt to reveal my existence to anyone. In their eyes, you must appear to be fighting alone. Only then will Freddy focus all his attention upon you. You shall become the perfect bait." Nancy's complexion paled once more as she comprehended that the man before her was no savior, but rather a devil, a being that feasted on her fears and wagered her life as collateral. Yet, she found herself with no alternative. I promise you." "A wise choice," Rosen nodded in satisfaction. "Remember, as you drift into slumber, whisper my name in your heart, Rosen. I shall grant you a relatively peaceful dream." With these words, Rosen's consciousness began to dissipate. "Wait," Nancy exclaimed urgently. "Why are you doing this?" What do you truly desire? Just before Rosen vanished completely, he left her with a chilling remark. Freddy feeds on fear. Coincidentally, so do I. However, my appetite is far greater than his. The pure white space shattered, and Nancy's consciousness returned to reality. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, unlike her previous nightmares, this time her eyes reflected not only fear, but also complexity and determination. She realized that she had become embroiled in a war between two demons, and she was the sole pawn. Chapter 23, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Upon awakening from that bizarre dream of a transaction, Nancy perceived the world anew. Previously, she had passively succumbed to nightmares, struggling amidst fear and despair. Now, she possessed a clear objective, albeit one bestowed upon her by a presence even more terrifying than Freddy. Without hesitation, she commenced her actions according to Rosen's plan. The first step was to seek allies. She found Glenn and recounted her encounter with Freddy in the dream, as well as the fates of Tina and Rod. Initially, Glenn scoffed at her, dismissing it as mere hallucination brought on by stress, much like in the film. However, Nancy's subsequent question shifted his perspective entirely. Glenn, did you also have a nightmare last night? Glenn's expression changed instantly. He had indeed experienced a chaotic and terrifying dream, in which a shadow clad in a red and green striped sweater flickered past. Although he had forced himself to forget it, the bone-chilling sensation lingered. How do you know? Glenn queried, his demeanor filled with uncertainty. Nancy offered no explanation, merely presenting the meticulously prepared, photocopied articles about Freddy Krueger from the library before him. Help me, and you shall help yourself, she declared with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Rosen was orchestrating his own scheme. He had aligned himself with a group of bullies who relished in terrorizing others, led by a towering football player named Marcus, whose intellect matched his imposing physique. Rosen's approach was both straightforward and direct. Within the confines of the deserted gym equipment room, he effortlessly lifted Marcus's nearly 200-pound frame with a single hand. The aura of terror he exuded was palpable. In that instant, Marcus felt as though he had been plunged into the deepest icy abyss, his very soul freezing in place. The strength he prided himself on was rendered as feeble as that of an infant in Rosen's presence. I need you to assist me with a few tasks. Rosen's voice slithered like a demon's whisper, simply create a disturbance at the police station's entrance, drawing the majority of the officers away. Marcus struggled to utter a few words. Do not ask what should not be asked. With a slight increase of pressure from Rosen's hand, Marcus's face turned a deep shade of purple. I will do it. I will do it. After releasing the now terrified Marcus, Rosen departed with satisfaction. He needed to incite chaos to create an opportunity for Nancy's forthcoming actions. A proficient chess player must not only understand how to make their moves, but also how to disrupt the board, clearing obstacles for their pieces. In the afternoon, with Glenn's assistance, Nancy delved deeper into Freddy's background. Summoning her courage, she ventured to the police station to confront her father, Deputy Sheriff Donald Thompson. She sought to persuade him that Tina's death was shrouded in mystery and that Rod was innocent. However, much like in the movies, her obstinate father dismissed her claims as mere nonsense, even suggesting she see a psychologist. Just as despair threatened to engulf Nancy, a commotion erupted outside the police station. Marcus and his gang of miscreants were racing cars, vandalizing, and brazenly taunting the officers at the entrance. Most of the police force was immediately drawn outside, leaving the front lobby eerily vacant. An opportunity. Seizing the moment, Nancy stealthily followed the second instruction Rosen had provided in her dream, slipping into the interrogation room to meet the incarcerated Rod. At that moment, Rod was a mere shell of his former self, utterly shattered. He had not slept for days. His appearance haggard, his gaze vacant. He came to me, Nancy, Rod exclaimed upon seeing her, clinging to her presence as if it were a lifeline. That monster visited me in my dreams last night. He nearly killed me. I know, Rod, I know. Nancy quickly reassured him. You must stay awake. You cannot afford to sleep. However, just then, the lights in the interrogation room began to flicker ominously, and a chilling presence materialized from nowhere. Rod's eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. Overwhelming fatigue rendered him unable to resist the encroaching tide of slumber. His body began to convulse, and his gaze grew increasingly vacant. Rod! Nancy cried out in terror. She witnessed a twisted sheet materializing into a noose, descending from the ceiling of the interrogation room, coiling around Rod's neck like a venomous serpent. Freddy had chosen this moment to unleash chaos within the precinct, an open defiance against all present. Nancy rushed forward to intervene, but an unseen force repelled her. She could only watch helplessly as Rod was lifted off the ground, his feet flailing uselessly in the air, his face turning purple from asphyxiation. At that critical juncture, Rosen's cold voice echoed in her mind. Chanting his name in her heart, she instinctively screamed within, "Rosen! Rosen! Save him!" In the next instant, a chilling and indifferent visage abruptly materialized upon the one-way glass of the interrogation room. It was the face of Rosen. This countenance was visible only to Rod, on the brink of being engulfed by dreams, and to Freddy, who had already ventured half into that realm. Get lost. A word devoid of emotion thundered at the edge of Rod's dreamscape like a bolt of lightning. The twisted sheet constricting Rod's neck quivered violently, as if intimidated by a more formidable force, and instantaneously released its grip. Rod collapsed to the floor with a thud, coughing violently, gulping down fresh air. He had been saved. Meanwhile, in the realm of dreams, Freddy prepared to indulge in his sinister feast, only to feel his power abruptly severed by an overpowering will. He even glimpsed that face, suspended between reality and dreams. "You again." Freddy emitted a silent roar, attempting to pursue the source of that force. But it arrived swiftly and retreated even quicker, leaving him no chance to react. This confrontation reinstated the sensation of being overshadowed by a higher existence. Rage, humiliation, and a hint of fear surged within him. In reality, the commotion in the interrogation room summoned the police. When they burst in, they found only Nancy and an understandably shaken Rod. The deadly sheet had vanished without a trace. Deputy Sheriff Donald gazed upon this bizarre scene, his established worldview wavering for the first time. Nancy cast a profound glance at the one-way glass, acutely aware that the enigmatic man had been watching all along. He was like a ghost lurking behind the scenes, manipulating the fates of all involved. A chill coursed through her. Was she, in seeking his aid, courting danger or inviting a wolf into her midst? She could not discern. All she knew was that the chessboard had been set, and her most crucial piece had no path of retreat. Chapter 24. The Second Battle of Elm Street. The incident involving Rod's attempted suicide sparked a considerable uproar within the Springwood Police Department. Although the official narrative suggested that the suspect was mentally unstable and attempted to escape, all the officers present were haunted by the inexplicable appearance of the bedsheets. Deputy Sheriff Donald began to confront the reality of the dream killer that his daughter Nancy had spoken of. However, Freddy's vengeance arrived more swiftly than anyone could have anticipated. That very night, shortly after Rod was transferred to his cell, he, utterly exhausted, succumbed to the call of sleep. This time, Rosen refrained from intervening. His objective had been accomplished. He had sown seeds of doubt and chaos within the police system. Rod's role as a pawn was nearing its conclusion. Excessive interference might alert Freddy, diverting his focus from Nancy to himself, a scenario Rosen wished to avoid. Consequently, in a state of helplessness, Rod was mercilessly slain by Freddy in his dreams. The manner of his death mirrored that of Tina's, manifested in reality as he was dragged and torn against the walls and ceiling of his cell by an unseen force, ultimately resulting in a gruesome scene of bloodshed. This gruesome event within the precinct ignited a wave of panic throughout Elm Street. Parents began to realize that the demon they had burned alive had truly returned. Meanwhile, Rosen observed as a detached spectator, acutely sensing the escalating energy of fear permeating the town. This dispersing dread nourished his nightmare seed and Lord of Fear abilities like a persistent stream. He could even feel Freddy's power swelling in tandem with the spread of this terror. Cultivating fear? How intriguing. Standing by the window, gazing at the desolate streets under the night sky, a cold smirk curled upon Rosen's lips. After claiming the lives of 2 victims, Freddy had amassed sufficient strength. His next target would undoubtedly be the traitor's daughter, the object of his deepest resentment, Nancy. Simultaneously, he would unleash a frenzied probe against the mysterious counterpart who had repeatedly dared to challenge him. Indeed, that very night, it was Glenn's turn. Following a conversation with Nancy, Glenn promised to keep watch, forcing himself to stay awake. Yet, the resolve of youth is ultimately limited, and with the lullaby emanating from the television, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Almost the instant he fell asleep, Rosen's consciousness once again plunged into the sea of dreams. He beheld Glenn's dream bubble enveloped in a thick, sulphurous black mist. Freddy had made his move. Silently, Rosen's awareness drew nearer. This time, he chose not to intervene directly, but instead, like the most patient of hunters. Observe Freddy's method of hunting. Glenn's dream unfolded within his own bedroom, where he lay upon his bed. Suddenly, a hand adorned with steel claws emerged from beneath the mattress, grasping him tightly. "Got you, kid." Freddy's charred face peered out from under the bed, a mocking grin etched upon his features. Glenn let out a terror-stricken scream. Yet no sound escaped his lips. In an instant, the entire bed transformed into an abyssal whirlpool of blood, threatening to engulf him. Just as Glenn was on the verge of being submerged by the sanguine depths, Rosen sprang into action. His intent was not to rescue Glenn, but to confront Freddy. A pure and formidable force of nightmare surged forth, akin to the sharpest of needles, piercing through the dark mist enveloping Glenn's dream. In the throes of the hunt, Freddy abruptly felt a sharp pain at the core of his power, as if something had bitten him. Enraged, he immediately diverted a portion of his focus to investigate the source of this invading force. This momentary distraction caused a slight loosening of his grip on Glenn's dream. In the real world, Nancy, on the other end of the phone, heard Glenn's terrified screams and struggles, instantly realizing that something was amiss. She frantically shouted into the phone, "Glenn, wake up! Please wake up!" This call, like a lifeline, traversed the telephone line and penetrated Glenn's dream. Seizing upon that fleeting lapse of control, Glenn's will to survive erupted forth. He abruptly opened his eyes. The dream shattered. He sprang up from the bed, drenched in sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. At the bedside, the telephone receiver lay on the ground, echoing Nancy's anxious cries. He had survived. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dreamscape, Freddy was seething with rage over his prey's escape. "You again, you damn bastard." He could distinctly sense that the force which had just attacked him stemmed from the same source that had previously rescued Nancy and intervened in Rod's dream. The adversary lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, striking with precise disruptions at the most critical moments. This filled him with an overwhelming sense of frustration and fury. Hiding in the dark is no true skill. Show yourself and face me in an honorable duel. Freddy bellowed into the void. In response, a chilling voice, laced with mockery, resonated within his consciousness. "As you wish." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Freddy felt his awareness being forcibly yanked by an irresistible power. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, no longer depicting any victim's dream, but revealing an unseen, desolate, and oppressive underworld. The ground was composed of rusted metallic grates, shrouded in an impenetrable white fog, the air thick with the stench of decay and despair. In the distance, a harrowing air raid siren wailed. Freddy surveyed his surroundings with suspicion. He realized that, in this realm, he felt a twinge of oppression, as the sovereign of nightmares. How could one be subdued by another's dream? "Welcome." The silhouette of Rosen emerged slowly from the thick fog. He was not clad in a school uniform, but rather donned a cheap, blood-stained shirt and jeans. In his hand, he wielded the grotesque blade of retribution. He had flawlessly replicated his persona from Silent Hill within this dreamscape constructed by the imaginal realm. "Is this your dream?" Freddy's expression shifted to one of profound gravity. "No." Rosen shook his head, correcting him. "This is your grave." Arrogant. Though Freddy sensed the threat, his pride as a nightmare prevented him from retreating. Moreover, in his perspective, no matter how bizarre his opponent's dream may be, as long as it was within the realm of dreams, he was invincible. He unsheathed his steel claws, emitting a sinister laugh, and charged towards Rosen. "Let me see what prowess you possess, thief." Thus commenced a true battle of nightmares within the meticulously crafted Silent Hill by Rosen. The curtain rose on the inaugural war between two dream demons vying for the definition of terror. Chapter 25, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Silent Hill Nightmare within the dream of Silent Hill, constructed by Rosen from the imaginal realm. The balance of power shifted instantaneously. For the first time, Freddy experienced the feelings of the children he had hunted, oppression, helplessness, and a profound dissonance emanating from the depths of his soul. He was accustomed to twisting dreams at will, serving them all to his murderous ends. Yet here, his powers seemed mired in a quagmire. When attempting to alter the terrain, the rusted iron grid beneath him merely emitted a grating sound, remaining utterly unyielding. When he sought to summon flames, only damp, blood-scented vapor coalesced in the air. The rules of this world were rejecting him. "What has happened to your divine power?" Rosen's voice echoed from all directions, laced with mockery. He did not rush to attack. Instead, he relished the sight of Freddy's expression, a tumult of shock and fury, as a spectator of a cornered beast struggle. Do not revel too soon, Freddy roared, abandoning his attempts to reshape the environment and instead channeling all his strength into himself. His form began to blur, his speed escalating dramatically. The steel claws carved deadly afterimages in the air, striking at Rosen's throat from an unexpected angle. However, what awaited him was a wall that materialized from thin air, comprised of rusted iron plates and barbed wire. Clang! The steel claws clashed violently against the iron wall, sparking a shower of embers, yet failing to penetrate. This was the advantage of home ground. In the imaginal realm, while Rosen could not yet create with the same whimsy as Freddy, he could manipulate the fundamental elements of this world for defense and assault. Too slow. The figure of Rosen materialized behind Freddy like a specter. The blade of retribution, enshrouded in a shroud of black dread, descended with the oppressive weight characteristic of Silent Hill. Freddy's beast instinct alerted him to the imminent peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a roll, narrowly evading the impending strike. Boom! The blade of retribution struck the ground, sending tremors through the entire dreamscape. The hardened metallic grid floor bore a deep, unhealable scar from the impact. What manner of weapon is this? Freddy gazed in horror at the ominous blade radiating malevolence. He sensed that a direct hit, even in this dream realm where he was deemed immortal, would inflict an unimaginable blow upon his soul. For the first time, his unwavering belief in his invulnerability within dreams wavered. This moment of doubt was instantly seized upon by Rosen. Are you frightened? Rosen's lips curled into a cruel smirk. Let me witness the essence of a monster that feeds on fear when it is confronted with its own trepidation. Before his words faded, he launched his assault. No longer merely relying on brute force, he seamlessly integrated the combat techniques he had acquired across various realms with the environment of the mindscape. With a single step, he vanished into the thick fog, rendering him nearly undetectable. In the next instant, several thick, barbed iron chains shot forth from the ground and walls like venomous serpents, ensnaring Freddy's limbs. Freddy shrieked and swung his steel claws, desperately severing the advancing chains. Yet these chains seemed inexhaustible. Sever one, and countless more surged forth. Just as he became entangled, his movements momentarily stilled, Rosen's figure appeared silently above him. The blade of retribution was inverted. The hilt came crashing down upon Freddy's skull. Thud! The impact sent Freddy staggering, his top hat flying off. Immediately, Rosen landed and unleashed a fluid series of strikes. He refrained from using the blade's edge, opting instead for the back of the knife, the hilt, and his fists and feet, delivering a relentless barrage upon Freddy. Each blow landed with precision on Freddy's joints and vital points, inflicting excruciating pain without granting him the mercy of immediate death. This was no longer a battle. It had devolved into a one-sided act of torment. Rosen aimed not only to overpower Freddy physically, but to obliterate his dignity as a nightmare psychologically. So weak, so feeble. As he attacked, Rosen's voice dripped with icy derision. Is this all you've got? The nightmare of Elm Street? To me? You are merely a jester who can only strut about in the dreams of children. Ah! Freddy unleashed a roar of utter humiliation. He attempted to retaliate. Yet in the face of the suppression from the realm of mental imagery and Rosen's combat prowess that far surpassed his own, all his assaults appeared clumsy and laughable. His prideful steel claws could not even graze the hem of Rosen's attire. Finally, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Rosen delivered a powerful kick to Freddy's chest, sending him crashing against a rusted wall, where he hung like a tattered painting. Rosen approached him slowly, pressing the tip of the blade of retribution against Freddy's throat. The icy sensation sent tremors through Freddy's very soul. Now, tell me, who is the true nightmare? Gazing into Rosen's emotionless eyes, which resembled an abyss, Freddy truly tasted the fear he had inflicted countless times upon others. But at that moment, Rosen's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed instability within his realm of mental imagery. In the waking world, someone was interfering. It was Nancy. She might have forced herself to stay awake with drugs, perhaps even attempting to rouse him. Rosen understood that this lesson must come to an end. Consider yourself fortunate. He withdrew the blade of retribution, and the realm of mental imagery began to dissipate. Return to your den and lick your wounds. Our next encounter will herald your demise. As the realm faded, Freddy felt the oppressive force lift instantaneously. Without a second thought, he transformed into a shadow, hastily fleeing from this dreamscape that had brought him such disgrace. It was the most ignominious retreat he had ever experienced. Rosen's consciousness returned as well. He opened his eyes to find himself still lying in bed, yet a blaring alarm clock on the nightstand pierced the silence. Clearly, this was a precaution set by Nancy and Glenn, designed to rouse him at a specific time. Rosen silenced the alarm and sat up. The fierce battle he had just endured in the dream had drained nearly 30% of his mental energy. Nevertheless, a look of satisfaction graced his face. Through this confrontation, he had thoroughly uncovered Freddy's secrets and planted the seeds of fear within his adversary's mind. The scales of victory had begun to tilt in his favor. It was time to reap the rewards. He glanced out the window. Dawn was approaching. It was time to pay a visit to those with nefarious intentions. Chapter 26. A Nightmare on Elm Street unveils sin. Suffering an unprecedented defeat at Rosen's hands in the dream realm inflicted a profound blow on Freddy. This was not merely a setback in power, but a deep-seated humiliation. He temporarily retreated, refraining from troubling Nancy and Glenn, and Elm Street experienced a brief and eerie tranquility. Yet, this was precisely what Rosen required. He intended to utilize this time to complete the final piece of his plan, to utterly obliterate the source of Freddy's power. Freddy's strength stemmed from the fears of children, which were in turn rooted in the sins committed by parents long ago and the collective guilt that lingered in the present. As long as this guilt persisted and the secret remained, fear would never dissipate. Thus, what Rosen aimed to do was to pierce this festering wound once and for all. He instructed Nancy to confront her mother. Under the relentless questioning of her daughter and the weight of reality's terror, Nancy's mother, Maggie Thompson, finally crumbled. She revealed to Nancy the gruesome truth that had been cloaked for over a decade. Freddy Krueger, the demon who preyed upon children, had been met with vigilante justice by the parents of Elm Street after the law failed to punish him. They believed that by burning him alive in that abandoned boiler room, they could put an end to their nightmares, yet unbeknownst to them, they had instead birthed a far more terrifying monster. "We only wanted to protect you," Maggie sobbed, clutching a bottle. Nancy's worldview shattered completely. The parents she had revered were, in fact, murderers, and the creature that hunted her in her dreams was, in a sense, a product of their own making. Just as Nancy succumbed to confusion and anguish, Rosen, like a master puppeteer, initiated the next phase of his scheme. He leveraged Marcus and his gang of delinquents to disseminate the rumor throughout Springwood High that Freddy had been burned to death by the parents. In no time, the school erupted in chaos. Children gazed at their parents with newfound eyes, a blend of fear and suspicion. It became clear that the parents were not oblivious to the monster's existence. They not only knew, but had also participated in the cover-up. They had been lying to themselves all along. Trust crumbled in that moment. Parents attempted to conceal and justify their actions, but the rumors spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Panic, suspicion, and resentment permeated every household on Elm Street. Rosen felt the palpable shift in the town's atmosphere of fear. Previously, the children's terror of Freddy had been pure and unknown. Now, that fear was interwoven with disappointment and distrust towards their parents. Meanwhile, the parents' dread had morphed from a fear of Freddy's vengeance to a panic over the exposure of their crimes. The very foundation of fear began to tremble. Freddy sensed this transformation acutely. He noticed that the fear energy he absorbed from the children had lost its purity, rendering him more irritable and unstable. He understood that behind it all, a mysterious counterpart was orchestrating this upheaval, undermining his dominion in a most insidious manner. He must take decisive action to restore his authority. Thus, he set his sights on Nancy's mother, Maggie Thompson, one of the women who had once conspired against him, and the first traitor to unveil his secrets. That night, overwhelmed by mental strain, Maggie succumbed to intoxication and fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she beheld the inferno of the boiler room, and the vengeful eyes of Freddy before his fiery demise. "I have returned for you." Freddy's figure emerged from the flames, brimming with unending resentment. This time, Rosen refrained from intervening. He coldly observed the house across from Nancy's room through her window. He required a death of a sinner, to propel this drama of his own orchestration to its zenith. Concerned for her mother, Nancy lingered anxiously outside her mother's door. Suddenly, she heard her mother's screams echoing from the depths of her dream. Almost immediately, the door was forcefully locked from within. Nancy, in terror, pounded against the door, but to no avail. Blood began to seep from beneath the bedroom door. Meanwhile, her father, Deputy Sheriff Donald, had received an emergency call and rushed home with his team. When they finally broke through the door, they were met with a scene of unimaginable horror. Maggie's lifeless body lay dragged onto the bed, charred as if subjected to yet another burning. Above her corpse, a grotesque word, inscribed in blood, loomed ominously, guilty. This death struck like a hammer, resounding in the hearts of all the parents on Elm Street. It was Freddy's judgment. He sought not only to extinguish their children, but also to condemn the perpetrators of yesteryears. Panic soared to its peak. Yet amidst this chaos, Rosen distinctly captured what he desired. At the moment of Maggie's demise, a vast and pure surge of soul energy, mingled with sin and terror, erupted forth. Most of this energy was absorbed by Freddy, yet a small portion lingered in the air. Rosen, with no hesitation, harnessed this unclaimed energy through his talent for fear consumption. Absorb the fear of the sinner. Permanent mental attribute 01. Nightmare seed nourished, enhancing damage against sinful souls. It turned out that this was also a possibility. Excitement flickered in Rosen's eyes as he discovered a novel and expedited path to elevate himself, not merely through the hunt of monsters, but by orchestrating events and guiding narratives. He could reap higher quality fear and soul energy. He was no longer a mere player, but a director beginning to craft his own script. Gazing at the desolate house across the street, along with the parents arriving one by one, their faces pallid with despair, Rosen discerned that the final confrontation was imminent. All preparations had been meticulously laid, and every piece of the chessboard was in position. Now, they merely awaited the most crucial bait to draw down the arrogant deity from his celestial throne. Chapter 27. Bait and traps. Maggie's death became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Nancy had utterly shed all illusions and weaknesses. Her gaze turned resolute, ignited by the flames of vengeance. She understood that evasion and fear were now futile. The only path to survival lay in retaliation. She sought out Rosen, not in a dream, but in the tangible reality. She approached his doorstep, pressing the doorbell with determination. Rosen opened the door to find Nancy standing there, weary yet with a piercing intensity in her eyes. He recognized that his most exquisite bait had been forged to perfection. "I am ready," Nancy declared straightforwardly. "Tell me what to do." "Come in." Rosen invited her inside. The living room table was laden with an array of peculiar tools and materials: alarm clocks, ropes, hammers, traps, and even several gallons of high-octane gasoline purchased from a nearby gas station. This was no ordinary high school student's home. It resembled an armory preparing for war. "My plan is simple and consists of 3 steps," Rosen stated, pointing to the alarm clock, his voice chillingly clear. "The first step is to fall asleep. You must drift off in your own room, luring Freddy into your dream. I will utilize my abilities to establish a mental coordinate at the edge of your dream, ensuring he cannot easily escape. The second step is to drag him out. In your dream, do not engage in battle. Your sole task is to seize him. At the moment he strikes, grasp his corporeal form, and then awaken. To ensure you awaken," he gestured toward the clocks, "I will set them all to ring 15 minutes after you fall asleep. They will serve as your anchors to reality." Nancy looked at Rosen, inquiring with utmost urgency. "What is the third step?" A predatory smirk curled at the corners of Rosen's mouth as he indicated the lethal tools and gasoline on the table. "The third step is a welcome party. When you pull him into the real world, he will temporarily lose his invulnerable capacity from the dream, transforming into a purely physical entity. Though still formidable, he will bleed, be wounded, and can die. This house will serve as the grave I have prepared for him." As Nancy gazed into Rosen's emotionless eyes, the last shred of doubt within her dissipated. This man was indeed intent on vanquishing Freddy. "I understand," she affirmed. She took a deep breath, "Yet we still required assistance. My father should now believe me." "Certainly." Rosen nodded. An additional armed officer could introduce some unpredictability. "However, remember, the crux of the plan lies with you and me. The others are merely auxiliary." The plan was soon finalized. Nancy was tasked with persuading her father and Glenn to maintain vigil and support outside, while Rosen was responsible for setting an intricate trap within Nancy's residence. Like a consummate engineer, he meticulously arranged each snare. At the end of the corridor lay a formidable trap crafted from ropes and hammers. The staircase was strewn with steel marbles and animal traps. In the depths of the basement, he devised an ultimate trap composed of gasoline and a timed ignition device. "Remember, lure him into the basement. The rest is up to me." This was the final directive Rosen imparted to Nancy. As night descended, The atmosphere on Elm Street grew unbearably oppressive. Deputy Sheriff Donald and Glenn stood guard at the front and rear doors of Nancy's home, armed with a gun and a baseball bat, respectively. Meanwhile, Nancy lay in her bed, clutching a cross tightly in her hand. She closed her eyes, forcing herself into slumber. On the other side, Rosen was not in Nancy's house. He stood before the window on the second floor of his own home, a ghostly figure coldly observing the unfolding events. His consciousness had already submerged into the sea of dreams, casting an invisible net over all of Elm Street. He could sense Freddy's vengeful and furious awareness frantically searching for Nancy. At last, he found her. Nancy's dream was abruptly supplanted by Freddy's boiler room. However, this time, Freddy did not immediately reveal himself. He was on guard, seeking that mysterious counterpart who had repeatedly thwarted his intentions. Yet, after scouring the entire dreamscape, he detected no trace of Rosen, which both relieved him and ignited his ire. Coward. Is he too afraid to emerge from the shadows? He unleashed his fury upon Nancy. Nancy, I am coming. He emerged from the shadows of the pipes, his steel claws scraping against the walls with an ear-piercing sound. Nancy suppressed her terror, adhering to Rosen's plan as she began to retreat, step by step, guiding Freddy towards the edge of the dream, the very location Rosen had established as a mental coordinates. Freddy, believing she was fleeing, wore a cruel smile as he advanced. The game is over, little girl. He lunged forward, his steel claws aimed directly at Nancy's throat. Now was the moment. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Nancy's eyes. She did not flinch, but instead moved towards him. At the instant the claws were about to make contact, she summoned all her strength, spreading her arms wide and fiercely embracing Freddy's body. Got you. Meanwhile, she cried out wildly within herself, striving to awaken. Freddy paused momentarily, then erupted into mocking laughter. Foolish. Did you think that this would be enough? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly experienced an irresistible force of immense pull from another dimension acting upon him. It was the anchor of the real world. The clocks, all at once, began to ring. No. Freddy, in terror, realized that his body, composed of dream energy, was rapidly materializing. He attempted to break free, but Nancy held on tightly. The mental coordinates set by Rosen acted like an invisible cage, preventing him from escaping the dreamscape as easily as before. Come to me, you bastard. With her last ounce of strength, Nancy abruptly opened her eyes. The real world. In Nancy's bedroom, accompanied by the jarring sound of the alarm clock, Nancy's figure appeared abruptly on the bed, and in her arms, an entity clad in a red and green striped sweater, equipped with steel-clawed gloves, was forcefully dragged from the dream dimension. Roar! Freddy let out a painful and furious howl, having been pulled from the dream. He felt like a fish deprived of water, his strength rapidly dissipating. But he had no time to react. A trap, long set, was triggered. As Nancy awakened, she rolled off the bed. A fine thread by the bedside was disturbed, connecting to a bucket filled with holy water and silver shards suspended from the ceiling, which poured down upon him. While these substances could not inflict substantial harm upon Freddy, the sacred concept contained within them seared him with agony. More importantly, this delayed him by a precious second, and that second was sufficient to activate the death chain devised by Rosen. The first trap was triggered. Chapter 28, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Despair when Freddy was dragged from the dream and exposed to the physical laws of the real world. His pride and power as the master of nightmares were instantly stripped away by 90%. He was no longer an omnipotent deity, but a creature with physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans, possessing remarkable recovery, yet still capable of being injured and bleeding. The searing pain from the holy water and silver shards elicited an angry roar from him. With a swipe of his claw, he tore enormous gashes in the bed and ceiling. Seizing the opportunity, Nancy rolled and crawled out of the room, racing downstairs to lead Freddy to the next trap. Trying to escape? Freddy sneered, pursuing her. To him, even after leaving the dream, dealing with an unarmed young girl was still a mere trifle. However, the moment he burst through the door and stepped into the hallway, the second trap was triggered. His foot slipped, landing on a floor scattered with steel marbles, causing his body to lose balance in an instant. At the end of the corridor, Nancy's father, Deputy Sheriff Donald, and Glenn burst through the window, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gunfire from their shotguns and handguns. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless stream of bullets rained down upon Freddy. His body was forced backward, erupting in a shower of crimson. He emitted a piercing scream of agony, a sensation of pain he had never encountered since becoming a nightmare. Yet, his physique was remarkably resilient. The bullets, potent enough to reduce an ordinary person to a sieve, merely lodged themselves within his muscles, failing to inflict fatal wounds. Damn the wretched insect. Braving the hail of bullets, he swung his steel claws fiercely. A glimmer of cold light flashed, severing Donald's shotgun cleanly in two. Glenn was also sent reeling back by the sheer force, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Having dealt with these two nuisances, Freddy was about to continue his pursuit of Nancy when a rush of wind alerted him to a third trap. A colossal iron hammer, controlled by ropes and levers and encased in metal, descended from the ceiling with a deafening roar, crashing violently against his back. Boom. The impact nearly brought him to his knees, his spine cracking under the strain. Roar. The relentless traps ignited a fury within this beast. He roared in rage, disregarding Nancy as he turned and clawed down the entire trap apparatus from the ceiling. However, just as he destroyed the trap and prepared to catch his breath, a cold voice echoed behind him, reminiscent of a judgment from the depths of hell. The party has only just begun. Freddy whirled around abruptly. There stood Rosen, having appeared at the far end of the corridor. He was no longer clad in his ordinary school uniform, but instead wore a black combat suit that allowed for agile movement. In his hand, he wielded the ominous blade of retribution. A sly, cat-and-mouse grin adorned his face. "It's you." In an instant, Freddy's eyes brimmed with malice and terror. The Rosen of the real world was 100 times more horrifying than the suppressed figure in his dreams. The palpable pressure made Freddy feel as though he were facing not a man, but a prehistoric beast draped in human skin. Surprised, Rosen approached slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Freddy's very heart. "Did you think that these children's antics were my entire scheme? No, they were merely an appetizer. Now, it is time for the main course." No sooner had he spoken than Rosen's figure vanished in an instant. Shadow step. In the real world, his speed was unfathomable. Freddy's pupils dilated sharply, and before he could react, an irresistible force struck him from the side. Bang! With a swift kick, Rosen struck Freddy's waist with a ferocity that felt akin to being hit by a speeding truck, sending him careening through the air. He crashed into the wall with a thunderous impact, shattering it and tumbling into the adjacent room. Gasping, Freddy struggled to rise from the wreckage, expelling a mouthful of dark blood mixed with fragments of his own insides. In disbelief, he stared at his caved-in waist. This single blow had shattered several of his ribs. How could he be so powerful? Before he could ponder further, Rosen's figure shadowed him, entering the dimly lit room with the blade of retribution, tracing a deadly arc. Freddy raised his steel claws to defend himself. A resounding clang echoed through the air as Freddy's high-strength alloy claws were brutally severed in the clash. The broken shards of his claws whirled away, embedding themselves deeply into the ceiling. Grasping his mangled gauntlet, Freddy retreated repeatedly, his face finally betraying an expression of despair. In dreams, he was subdued by Rosen's rules. In reality, he was utterly crushed by Rosen's sheer might. No matter the realm, he saw no glimmer of hope. "No, I shall not perish. I am immortal," Freddy roared defiantly, turning to shatter the window in a desperate bid for escape. If he could return to the dream realm, he could rise again. But escape? Rosen's form appeared before him as if teleporting, blocking his path. "Did I permit this?" Rosen inquired, lifting his foot to deliver a crushing blow to Freddy's knee. A sickening crack echoed, and Freddy screamed, collapsing to one knee. Rosen approached, placing his foot firmly on Freddy's back, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Slowly, he crouched down, pressing the cold blade of retribution against Freddy's charred visage. "Do you remember what I said to you in the dream?" Rosen's voice dripped with cruel amusement. "I shall take everything from you." He did not immediately end Freddy's life, for a grander feast awaited him. His intention was to devour Freddy's soul in his moment of utmost weakness and despair. Chapter 29. A Nightmare on Elm Street. The feast of fear trampled beneath Rosen's foot. Freddy experienced an unprecedented humiliation and despair. His once proud strength, his immortality, and his identity as the Lord of Nightmares had become a pitiful jest in the presence of this man. The physical laws of the real world shackled him like the heaviest of chains, binding him tightly. He felt his power waning, each breath a torment that seared through him. "Please spare me." For the first time, Freddy lowered his proud head in the face of absolute death, issuing a faint plea for mercy. "Spare you?" Rosen scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. Did you spare those children when you tore them apart in their dreams? He pressed down slightly, and Freddy's sternum emitted a groan of unbearable strain. No, no, now is not the time to kill him. Nancy burst in, holding a lit flare, her face etched with urgency and a hint of scarcely concealed fear. Her trepidation extended beyond Freddy. It was the figure before her, a being far more terrifying than Freddy himself, Rosen. If you kill him, he will return. My mother said as long as we remember him, he will never truly die. She was right. Rosen nodded in agreement with Nancy's assertion. Merely killing his physical form would address the symptoms, but not the root of the problem. His resentment and power had become intertwined with the collective subconscious of all Elm Street's inhabitants. As long as fear persisted, he would inevitably return. Then what do you suggest, Nancy? Therefore, I require a more definitive solution. An unsettling light flickered in Rosen's eyes. He slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Freddy's crown. That is to consume him entirely, his soul, his power, his very essence, when he is at his weakest. The talents of Nightmare Seed and Lord of Fear were, at this moment, pushed to their utmost limits. What are you doing? No. Freddy realized in horror as an irresistible, higher-dimensional force of consumption surged from the palm of Rosen, frantically flooding into his consciousness. This was not a physical assault, but a predation at the conceptual level. Rosen was embarking on an unprecedented endeavor. He intended to forcibly drag Freddy's consciousness into his own mindscape within the realm of reality. Freddy's body convulsed violently, viscous black liquid, akin to oil, oozing from his orifices. This was the source of his nightmarish power. Nancy and the recently awakened Glenn and Donald gazed in horror at the bizarre and terrifying scene before them. They witnessed Rosen's eyes transform into pure, unfathomable darkness, while Freddy's body withered at a visibly alarming rate, as if all vitality was being siphoned away. On the level of consciousness, a silent war was raging. Freddy's awareness was forcibly dragged into an endless realm filled with rust and despair. Here lay Rosen's mindscape. Yet this time, it was no longer a mere simulation of dreams. Instead, Rosen, utilizing his formidable mental strength of 279 points as a foundation, intertwined it with the rule of the King of Fear to construct a true dreamlike hell that is uniquely his own. In this realm, Rosen reigns as the supreme deity. Welcome to my grand banquet. His consciousness manifests as a towering giant, 100 meters high, composed of shadows and terror, gazing down upon the diminutive and feeble soul of Freddy. No, it's impossible. This is my power. How could you? Freddy's soul shrieked in fear. Your power? Rosen's derisive laughter echoed like thunder. From this moment forth, it belongs to me. The shadowy giant extended a hand, grasping Freddy's soul as if crushing an insignificant insect. The pure essence of nightmare power, the dominion over fear, even the link to the collective subconscious of Elm Street. Everything was ruthlessly stripped away, absorbed, and transformed by Rosen. The seed of nightmare is devouring high-level homogeneous power, beginning evolution. Evolution successful. The seed of nightmare, initial, has evolved into the nightmare sovereign, pseudo. Nightmare sovereign, pseudo. You have stolen the core authority of nightmares. Effect 1. Dream infiltration, intermediate. You can effortlessly penetrate the dreams of any target with mental strength inferior to yours and modify them to a certain extent. Effect 2. Fear absorption, intermediate. You can more efficiently absorb fear energy and convert it into your own power. Effect 3. Dream manifestation, initial. You can expend a significant amount of mental strength to temporarily bring items or abilities from dreams into the real world, with considerable limitations and side effects. The talent of the King of Fear is consuming the concept of nightmares, leveling up. Upgrade failed, insufficient energy. However, talent proficiency has greatly increased. The effect of fear absorption is triggered, seizing its attributes. Congratulations, host, you have permanently acquired Mental 05. The system's notifications flooded Rosen's mind. He sensed his soul undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis and exaltation. Meanwhile, Freddy's soul, having been drained of its last vestiges of power, emitted a despairing wail before dissipating completely. As a concept, he was entirely erased from this world by Rosen. In the real world, as Rosen released his grip, Freddy's form had transformed into a desiccated, charred husk, as if he had been dead for centuries. A gentle breeze swept by, and with a rustling sound, the corpse disintegrated into a cloud of ash, vanishing entirely. The nightmare of Elm Street had come to an end. Rosen slowly rose to his feet, his pitch-black eyes returning to normal, yet his aura had deepened, becoming even more terrifying than before. Glancing at the utterly stunned Nancy and her companions, he chose to utter not a single word more. Turning around, he gracefully exited the half-destroyed house. He understood that upon stepping through this door, he would no longer merely be a vessel of nightmares. He had transformed into a new kind of nightmare. Chapter 30. Once again SSS, the newly ascended nightmare. As Rosen's figure vanished into the dawn's light, Nancy and the others awoke from their stupor, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Freddy was gone, eradicated in a manner beyond their comprehension. The nightmare of Elm Street had come to an end. Yet, within their hearts lingered a shadow far deeper and more terrifying than Freddy himself. They knew they would never forget the man named Rosen, the demon who feasted on nightmares. Within the rental house, after the familiar wave of dizziness subsided, Rosen realized he had returned to the realm of reality. He could sense the severance of his connection to the world of a nightmare on Elm Street. The threads of fear that had once intertwined with the children of Elm Street dissipated. However, he remained indifferent, for he had claimed the most essential and precious element as his own. Return teleportation completed, initiating final settlement for the world of a nightmare on Elm Street. Main quest: completely eliminate the nightmare Freddy Krueger, exceeded completion. Hidden quest: unveil the sins of Elm Street, completed. Special countermeasure: Devour Nightmare, completed. Comprehensive evaluation: SSS ranked newly ascended nightmare. Comment: you have not only slain the nightmare, but have also usurped it. As an invader, you have obliterated the original nightmare sovereign with a deeper terror. You chose not to collaborate with the protagonist, but treated everyone as your pawns, orchestrating a flawless harvesting feast. Freddy's era has ended. Your era is just beginning. Distributing SSS level completion rewards. Reward 1. 5,000 points of Fear Source Essence. Reward 2. 1 random draw for an A-class skill item. Reward 3. 10 free attribute points. Reward 4. Significant increase in the proficiency of the world-class talent. Fear Monarch, LV1, LV2. An SSS level evaluation, along with a talent upgrade. Upon viewing the settlement panel, even with Rosen's composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of elation. This expedition into a nightmare on Elm Street had yielded rewards beyond his wildest dreams. He promptly checked his upgraded talent. Fear Monarch, unique talent. Level, LV2, can be upgraded by absorbing a substantial amount of pure Fear Source Essence or by slaying mythic-level horror entities. Effect 1. Fear Aura, enhanced. Increases the range and intensity of the aura by 50. Under the influence of the aura, enemies will, and all attributes will experience a slight suppression. Effect 2. Devouring Fear, enhanced. After vanquishing any foe that instills a sense of challenge or threat, you will permanently seize 0. 2 of their overall attributes, previously 0. 1. Effect 3. Incarnation of Fear, enhanced. You can more effortlessly materialize fear energy. The manifestations of this fear will possess greater strength and an extended duration of existence. New Effect 4. Descent of Fear, unlocked at level 2. You may designate a particularly memorable horrific scene or formidable adversary, expending a substantial amount of mental energy to briefly project its essence into reality to fight on your behalf. Currently available projections: Silent Hill, Fragmented Scene, Abomination Progenitor, Weakened Soul. A new ability has indeed been unlocked. Rosen's breath quickened with excitement. This truly felt like having a boss as an ally. Although the limitations were significant and the costs daunting, at a critical moment, it could deliver a decisive blow. The doubling of the Devouring Fear effect further elevated his future growth potential. Suppressing his exhilaration, he began to claim additional rewards. First was the extraction of an A-grade skill item. The wheel spun rapidly before finally coming to rest on a square adorned with a pulsating heart. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Heart of the Indomitable, Jason Voorhees replica. Heart of the Indomitable, Purple Epic. Type, Special Organ Implant. Effect, upon implantation. It significantly enhances your vitality, recovery rate, and resistance to fatal damage. When subjected to a lethal attack, there is a certain probability of triggering a death-like state, allowing you to regain mobility after a period. Negative effect. After implantation, your emotions will become more muted, your perception of pain will diminish further, and you will develop a slight aversion to water. Description: It makes you significantly harder to kill. The core of Jason's immortality? Without hesitation, Rosen chose to undergo the implantation. For him, the minor drawback of emotional numbness was inconsequential. A powerful surge of vitality instantaneously coursed into his heart, and he felt his physical structure undergoing subtle yet profound transformations, becoming more resilient and vibrant. Physique, talent, indomitable body has been enhanced, evolving into immortal body. Immortal body, physique, talent, your vitality is as tenacious as the abyss, with a recovery rate far exceeding that of ordinary individuals and possessing high resistance to most toxins, diseases, curses, and other negative states. A delightful surprise. Lastly, he allocated 5,000 points of fear essence and 10 points of free attribute allocation. After the encounter in A Nightmare on Elm Street, Rosen had come to a profound realization regarding the importance of mental attributes. He unhesitatingly invested all 10 free points into mental prowess. Mental, 279, 284, devouring 05, 384. In an instant, it felt as if his mind had shattered through some unseen shackles. The speed of his cognitive processes surged exponentially, rendering the entire world before him remarkably clearer. The scope and stability of the mind domain experienced a dramatic enhancement. Subsequently, he acquired 5,000 points of fear source essence, level 2030 attributes, consuming 3 points of source essence for every 1 point. He expended 200 points of source essence to elevate his strength, agility, and constitution attributes from 170 to 210. Strength, 170-210. Agility, 170-210. Constitution, 170-210. He retained the remaining 800 points of source essence as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Upon completing all enhancements, Rosen's final attributes could be likened to that of a monster. Host, Rosen, Strength, 210. Agility, 210. Constitution, 210. Undying Body. Spirit, 384. Fear Source Essence, 800. World-class talent. Fear Monarch LV2. Core abilities. Mind Domain. Prototype. Nightmare Sovereign Pseudo. Beast Instinct. Pain Resistance. Equipped items. Blade of Retribution. Purple Epic. Heraldric Cube. Heart of Indomitability. With this newfound power, Rosen exhaled slowly, creating a small cyclone of air before him. He felt confident that upon returning to Silent Hill, he could hold his ground even against the formidable Pyramid Head. All rewards have been distributed. The host has 24 hours to rest. After 24 hours, automatic transmission to the next horror world will occur. World Preview. Next stop, Travis County, Texas. Scene hint. A solitary gas station, a white farmhouse overrun with ivy, the air thick with the stench of rotting flesh and leather, accompanied by the incessant roar of a chainsaw. Rosen's eyes glimmered with a chilling light upon reading the hint. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A realm devoid of supernatural forces, characterized solely by the most primal and gruesome physical slaughter. Is Leatherface still accompanied by his cannibalistic kin? Rosen flexed his wrist, the joints cracking sharply. It seems I have the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired strength against you. I hope your bones are sturdier than Freddy's jaws. Chapter 31. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the final beam of light from the system's transmission dissipated before him, a scorching gust of air, mingled with dust, gasoline, and livestock manure, surged into Rosen's nostrils. He found himself standing beside a cracked asphalt road, seemingly melted by the sun's relentless heat. Above him stretched an unclouded azure sky, the blazing Texas sun mercilessly scorching the earth, causing the distant landscape to shimmer and warp in the heat. The road is flanked by withered grasslands and sparse shrubs, stretching endlessly towards the distant horizon. This realm stands in stark contrast to the oppressive fog of Silent Hill and the serene facade of Elm Street. Here, malice is stark and unembellished, brimming with primal ferocity. Transmission complete. Current world, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. World type, gory slaughter. Physical horror. Main quest, completely eradicate the cannibal family of Travis County within 72 hours. Core members, Leatherface, Charlie Hewitt, Luda May, Monty Hewitt. Quest reward, 3,000 fear essence points. Random B-class skill item draw. Quest failure, be made into jerky or a human skin mask. Rosen stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power within him. With a staggering 21 points in his attributes, The sweltering heat that would incapacitate an ordinary person was merely a warm sunbath for him. Clad in system-conjured work pants and a black t-shirt, he seamlessly blended into the rugged landscape. He did not rush into action, but instead activated beast instinct. Instantly, the world around him transformed in his perception. He could hear the rustling of a rattlesnake slithering beneath the sand a kilometer away and smell the faint, fermented scent of blood and decay wafting through the air, warmed by sunlight and time. His gaze finally settled on a solitary, seemingly precarious building at the end of the road. It was a gas station. Adjacent to it was a dilapidated store that also served barbecue and groceries. The store's sign, painted in faded colors, proclaimed Luda May's Butcher Shop, a perfect starting point. A cold smirk crept across Rosen's lips as he strolled leisurely toward the gas station. He understood that this place was a facade for the cannibal family, a trap set to ensnare and lure prey. The seemingly benign and amiable old woman, Luda May, was the matriarch of this family. As he stepped into the dimly lit grocery store, thick with an odd meaty odor, an elderly woman with a wrinkled face and a corpulent figure sat behind the counter, lazily fanning herself. Her murky eyes glanced at Rosen, revealing a self-satisfied smile. She presumed to be kind. "Need something, dear? Perhaps some of our finest jerky? Or do you require fuel?" Luda May's voice was as grating as sandpaper rubbing together. Rosen remained silent, his gaze curiously surveying the rows of dark, greasy jerky hanging on the wall. Through the perceptions granted by beast instinct and the talent of Fear Sovereign, he could distinctly sense the threads of fear and resentment that clung to these meats, remnants of the souls who had perished. "Excellent material," Rosen calmly assessed. Ludum's smile faltered, her murky eyes revealing a fleeting hint of wariness. "What did you say, child?" I remarked. "Your meat has a distinct aroma." Rosen slowly approached the counter, extending a finger to gently tap on a piece of smoked meat. "Let me ponder this. This cut likely belongs to a blonde woman in her 20s, who was engulfed in despair before her demise." He gestured toward another piece, identifying it as that of a frequently exercising male, his muscle fibers tightly coiled, having struggled fiercely. The smile on Ludum's face vanished entirely, replaced by a cold and ruthless expression, as though her secrets had been laid bare. Her hand, gripping the fan, instinctively tightened. The temperature in the shop seemed to drop several degrees. Just as the tension reached its peak, the distant roar of an old-fashioned van engine grew louder, shattering the eerie standoff. A van, carrying 5 young individuals, wobbled to a halt outside the gas station. 3 boys and 2 girls emerged, clad in trendy attire, their faces radiating the exuberance of youth, starkly contrasting with the desolation of the land. They were, indeed, a gift bestowed upon the cannibal family by this world, and also the perfect stepping stone in Rosen's scheme. More customers have arrived. Ludum's face once again donned a facade of insincere cheerfulness as she turned to Rosen. "Child, if you are not purchasing anything, kindly step aside. Do not impede my business." Rosen nonchalantly shrugged and retreated to a nearby shelf, observing the scene with the indifference of a mere passerby. The leader of the young group, a girl named Erin, entered and politely asked if she could use the phone. The ensuing events mirrored the scenes from the film in Rosen's memory. Ludum, employing various excuses, turned them away before kindly directing them to seek assistance from the local sheriff, Charlie Hewitt, and pointed them toward a shortcut to the Hewitt residence, the very white farmhouse, a path leading straight to hell. As the van roared back to life, heading down that erroneous road, Ludum picked up an old-fashioned telephone from the counter and dialed a number. "Charlie, a fresh batch of goods is on its way," she whispered with a chilling voice. After hanging up, she realized that the mysterious man in black had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. A frown creased her brow, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart for the first time. She sensed that this man was unlike the foolish prey she had encountered in the past. Meanwhile, behind a thicket several hundred meters from the gas station, Rosen's figure emerged silently, watching the van disappear into the dust, his eyes glinting with a hunter's fervor. He chose not to obliterate the gas station directly. That would be far too simplistic and brutish. What he aimed to do was to follow these lures, uncover the true lair of the family, and observe the hunting habits, combat styles, and weaknesses of each member. Rosen extracted a high-performance off-road motorcycle from the Heraldric Cube. This was his mode of transportation acquired during the 24-hour respite upon his return, exchanged with the essence of fear. Donning his helmet, he revved the engine. The motorcycle emitted a deep growl, akin to a black lightning bolt, silently trailing behind the van. A bloody massacre was on the verge of unfolding, and Rosen would be the sole, most indifferent spectator of this carnage. He anticipated the blossoming of fear upon the faces of those youths when the chainsaw's roar erupted. That would mark his first delectable harvest upon this land. Chapter 32. Aesthetic of violence. The rugged backroads of Texas saw the vintage van, carrying 5 young souls, jostling through the swirling dust. The interior blared with raucous rock music, completely unaware that they were plunging headlong into a meticulously arranged death trap. Rosen, astride his off-road motorcycle, trailed behind like a specter. His formidable mental acuity allowed him to effortlessly pinpoint the vehicle's location, while the motorcycle's superior performance enabled him to traverse the complex terrain with ease, emitting not a single extraneous sound. His purpose was not merely observation. During the pursuit, he employed the nascent forms of beast intuition and mindscape to scan and delineate the surrounding landscape. Where concealed ravines lay, where dense woods offered ambush opportunities, where remnants of bygone victims' blood lingered, everything coalesced in his mind into a three-dimensional hunting map, rich with the essence of death. The trap was crudely laid, yet remarkably effective. Rosen silently analyzed, leveraging humanity's path dependence and visual blind spots in unfamiliar environments. It seemed that although this family was deranged, they were far from foolish. They were born hunters. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the van halted at a fork in the road. An argument erupted among the youths inside, clearly hesitating over which path to take. The corners of Rosen's mouth curled upwards. The show was about to commence. He slowly closed his eyes, submerging his consciousness into the illusory sea governed by the powers of the nightmare sovereign. His target was the boy seated in the passenger seat, relatively timid, named Cap. A barely perceptible mental suggestion wafted into Cap's subconscious like a wisp of smoke. The left path appears safer. A subtle thought, seemingly stemming from his own heart, emerged in Cap's mind. Hey, I think we should take the left. Cap suddenly exclaimed. That road on the right looks too desolate. Who knows where it might lead us? His proposal was ultimately embraced by the endlessly quarreling crowd. The van roared back to life, veering onto the left fork of the road, which was the essential route leading to the Hewitt family's white farmhouse. At the road's end, a concealed barrier of sharp steel rebar lay in wait, effectively sealing off their passage. A perfect pawn. Rosen opened his eyes, immensely pleased with his newfound power. This ability to subtly influence the decisions of others possessed an artistry far surpassing mere brute force. As expected, within 5 minutes, a piercing sound of a tire bursting and the screech of metal on metal filled the air as the van collided with the hidden barrier obscured by grass. Both front tires were punctured in an instant, and the front of the vehicle crumpled. The 5 young occupants were thrown into disarray by the abrupt incident, fortunate to suffer only minor abrasions. Damn it, what just happened? Andy exclaimed, furiously pounding the steering wheel. They exited the vehicle to survey their predicament, only to discover they were ensnared in a dire situation. The van was undeniably immovable, and they found themselves in a desolate area, far from civilization. With no mobile signal to call for help, panic and helplessness began to seep among them. What should we do? Aaron's boyfriend, Kimbo, appeared somewhat disoriented. Stay calm, Aaron. The team's backbone forced herself to remain composed. Let us split up. Kimbo and I will head back to the main road to see if we can find someone to assist us. Andy, you and Pepper stay here with the van. Cape, you go check the nearby area for any houses. This was the quintessential, albeit foolish, decision to separate, often seen in horror films. Rosen parked his motorcycle on a concealed slope, observing everything from above with an unperturbed gaze. He resembled a detached deity, watching as the ants tread their predetermined path towards doom. Aaron and Kimbo retraced their steps on foot, while Andy and Pepper remained behind. Meanwhile, Cape, the unfortunate choice of Rosen, steeled himself and ventured alone deeper into the forest, seeking the fabled dwelling. Rosen's gaze fixated on Cape, fully aware that the first surprise was about to unfold. Sliding down the slope like a shadowy cheetah, he stealthily trailed Cape. Cape stumbled through the underbrush, the towering trees casting oppressive shadows around him, the atmosphere thick with foreboding. The sounds of unknown insects and the occasional caw of crows heightened his already fraying nerves. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally glimpsed signs of civilization. A dilapidated white 2-story house, nearly engulfed by ivy, came into view. The Hewitt farmhouse. A surge of hope filled Cape's heart, believing he had found salvation, and he hurried his pace. However, as he approached, a nauseating stench of decay wafted toward him. Scattered around the farmhouse were the remains of various animals, and even a few skulls that bore a resemblance to those of humans. Hanging in the yard were numerous hides of unknown creatures, drying in the air. A sense of foreboding enveloped his heart, causing him to hesitate, afraid to venture further. At that moment, the heavy door of the farmhouse creaked open, revealing a towering figure, as formidable as a grizzly bear, emerging from the shadows. Clad in a blood-stained and grease-smeared butcher's apron, he wielded a chainsaw that buzzed ominously, dripping with oil. A mask fashioned from coarse human skin obscured his face, leaving only two hollow eyes visible. The figure of Leatherface had officially made his entrance. With a growl that was far from human, filled with brutality and madness, he raised the chainsaw toward Cap. The roaring of the chainsaw resonated like a harbinger of death, instantly shattering all of Cap's psychological defenses. With a final, piercing scream, Cap turned and fled. Yet, how could an ordinary man hope to outrun a monster that had hunted in the wild for years? Leatherface moved with surprising speed, his heavy footsteps echoing as he raised the chainsaw high, striking down at Cap's back with the force of death itself. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing and bones snapping, Cap's body was brutally cleaved open from back to chest. Blood and entrails mingled with sawdust and dirt, splattering the ground. He barely managed to stumble 10 meters before collapsing, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Leatherface approached the lifeless body, kicking it to confirm the kill. He then bent down, grasping Cap's ankle as if he were dragging a sack of refuse, and pulled him back toward the farmhouse, which loomed like an entrance to hell. The entire process was bloody, efficient, and imbued with a primal aesthetic of violence. Meanwhile, not far away in the woods, Rosen stood quietly, having witnessed the one-sided slaughter unfold in its entirety. His face bore no trace of fear or pity. Rather, it was marked by an almost fervent, analytical focus. Estimating the creature's attributes, he calculated its strength to be around 18 points, agility at approximately 15, and combat skills non-existent, relying solely on instinct and the power of its weapon. Its weaknesses were glaringly apparent: low intelligence, easily provoked, and a singular action pattern. An intriguing specimen indeed. He meticulously recorded all this data in his mind. Then, his gaze fell upon the white farmhouse, shrouded in verdant foliage. There lay a true treasure trove, one brimming with sin, death, and an inexhaustible source of dread. The role of the Pathfinder had concluded. Rosen's figure vanished into the shadows. It was now time for the hunter to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 33, Texas. Sheriff as Cape was cruelly slain. On the other side, Aaron and Kinpo trudged along the dirt road, yearning to return to the main route and flag down a passing vehicle for assistance. Unbeknownst to them, their every move had already been tracked by another hunter. An old police car, emblazoned with the insignia of the Travis County Sheriff's Department, slithered silently behind them like a concealed rattlesnake. The driver was none other than Charlie Hewitt, a balding, robust man whose eyes betrayed a hint of madness and brutality incongruent with his role as a lawman. He was not a genuine officer. He had murdered the original sheriff and usurped his identity, becoming the embodiment of law for this family in this land. "Hey, you two stop." Charlie halted the car beside them, rolled down the window, and barked in an authoritative tone. Aaron and Kinpo, seeing the police vehicle, felt as though they had encountered a savior and hurried over, eagerly recounting their misfortune of having broken down. Broken down? A peculiar smile crept across Charlie's face. Breaking down in this place was hardly a fortuitous event. "Get in. I'll take you to a place where you can make a call." Without a hint of doubt, they gratefully climbed into the back seat of the police car, oblivious to the fact that the doors could not be opened from the inside. They failed to notice the mocking glint in Charlie's eyes as he regarded them in the rearview mirror, akin to two lambs ensnared in a trap. All of this was vividly perceived by Rosen through the extension of his mind's eye. After the pale-faced figure dragged Cape's corpse back to the farmhouse, Rosen did not immediately infiltrate. He understood that rushing in would only alarm the prey. He needed to bide his time for a more opportune moment, one when all players would be in position. Riding his motorcycle, Rosen circled around and positioned himself at an ideal vantage point along Charlie's route as he escorted Aaron and Kinpo. The police car traversed the dirt road, and Charlie did not take them back to the gas station, but veered onto a more secluded path. "Officer, where are we headed?" Aaron finally sensed something amiss. "To a place that can resolve all your troubles," Charlie's smile grew increasingly sinister. He began to unleash a barrage of vulgarities upon Aaron, all the while scrutinizing Kinpo's trembling form with the gaze of a merchant appraising his wares. Kinpo could no longer contain himself and mustered the courage to speak. "Officer, please show some respect." "Respect?" Charlie seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting the vehicle in the middle of the road. He then slowly turned his head, his eyes devoid of any pretense, revealing a primal, beast-like malice. "In this land, I am the very embodiment of respect." He drew his handgun, aiming it at Kinpo's head. "Now get out of the car." Aileen and Kinpo, startled by the sudden turn of events, trembled as they exited the vehicle. Charlie commanded them to kneel on the ground, hands on their heads. He appeared to revel in the power he wielded over their lives, savoring their terror. "Let me guess, you city kids are carrying some contraband, aren't you?" He struck Kinpo's head with the gun's barrel while his other hand brazenly searched Eileen's body. Eileen's eyes brimmed with humiliation and tears, while Kinpo shook uncontrollably from sheer fear. Just as Charlie's game reached its climax, a cold voice, out of place, echoed from the nearby woods. "Have you had enough fun?" Charlie's movements froze abruptly. He instantly raised his gun, warily aiming in the direction of the voice. "Who? Come out." Rosen's figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the forest. He bore no weapon, hands casually tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely as if on a post-meal walk. Yet his gaze pierced like two sharp ice picks, sending an inexplicable shiver down Charlie's spine. "Who are you? Are you their accomplice?" Charlie barked, attempting to assert dominance with his title as sheriff. "You may consider me a cleaner," Rosen replied, his eyes gliding past Charlie to rest upon the two young individuals who were now paralyzed with fear. "I specialize in disposing of trash like you." Seeking death, Charlie was utterly infuriated, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the desolate field. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. At the very moment Charlie squeezed the trigger, Rosen's body moved half a meter to the left with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The bullet grazed his clothing, striking a tree behind him and sending splinters flying. Charlie's pupils dilated in shock. What terrifying reflexes were these? Without a second thought, he prepared to fire again. But Rosen was not inclined to grant him another chance. Shadow step. In an instant, Rosen vanished from his spot. Charlie felt a blur before him, followed by an irresistible force surging through his wrist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Rosen crushed Charlie's wrist with sheer strength. "Ah!" Charlie emitted a cry of anguish as the handgun slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. In swift succession, Rosen delivered a precise chop to his neck. Darkness enveloped Charlie's vision, and with a muffled groan, he collapsed, unconscious. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable efficiency, lasting no more than 2 seconds. Eileen and Kinpo stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Reminiscent of a superhero film, their minds a blank canvas. They struggled to comprehend the identity of this suddenly appeared man. Rosen paid them no heed. Approaching Charlie's side, he effortlessly lifted the hefty form as if it were a mere chick. He then turned to face the two survivors, a benevolent smile gracing his features. "Do not fear. I am not a villain. At present, I require a small favor." He gestured towards the police car. "Drive, take my friend along, and let us pay a visit to his residence." Gazing at Rosen's warm smile, and then at the unconscious sheriff he held like a lifeless dog, Eileen and Kinpo were engulfed by an even more intense chill than they had felt in Charlie's presence. They had no doubt that refusing would lead to a fate far more grievous than that of Charlie. They fervently nodded, scrambling into the vehicle. Kinpo, trembling, ignited the engine while Rosen casually tossed the unconscious Charlie into the trunk. He then settled into the passenger seat and closed the door. "Drive," he murmured, his gaze directed toward the distant white farmhouse. The time for the family gathering had arrived. Chapter 34. The visitors at the farmhouse. The police car traversed the dust-laden path, the atmosphere within suffocatingly oppressive. Kinpo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, hardly daring to breathe. Eileen curled up in the back seat, trembling incessantly, both from the recent brush with death and the ominous aura of the enigmatic man beside her. In stark contrast, Rosen appeared remarkably at ease, reclining in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Yet, his formidable mental acuity had already encompassed everything within a several-kilometer radius. Akin to a radar, he could see, beside the abandoned van, Andy and Pepper had begun to grow restless as they awaited their companions, ultimately making a foolish decision to head toward the farmhouse. He could also see. Inside the farmhouse, Skinface was in the basement, skillfully tending to Cape's lifeless body. Meanwhile, Ludum and the limping Uncle Monty were upstairs in the living room, sipping cheap whiskey as they awaited Charlie's return with more dinner. Everyone was present, a flawless script unfolding. A cold smile crept across Rosen's mind. The reason he refrained from directly killing Charlie was to use him as a stepping stone. An unconscious, injured family member would be sufficient to lower the guard of the monsters within the cottage, prompting them to willingly open the gateway to hell. Ahead lay the house. Kimbo's voice trembled slightly. Rosen opened his eyes. The white cottage, increasingly ominous in the twilight glow, had come into view. Good. Park the car at the entrance, Rosen commanded. You and she will remain in the vehicle, lock the doors, and under no circumstances should you exit. Are you going in alone? Aaron mustered the courage to inquire. Otherwise, Rosen shot her a glance, his gaze as indifferent as if he were observing an object. Your presence would only be a hindrance. With that, he opened the car door and dragged the barely conscious Charlie from the trunk, hoisting him over his shoulder as one would a sack of flour. He strode confidently to the cottage's entrance, politely knocking on the door with his free hand. The sound of knocking echoed sharply in the stillness of the yard. The conversation within halted abruptly. The limping Uncle Monty approached the door, peering through the peephole. Upon seeing a stranger carrying his nephew Charlie, his expression changed dramatically. Mom, it's Charlie. He seems to be hurt. Monty shouted. What? Luda May's rotund figure sprang from her chair, hastening to the door. She too beheld the scene outside, her aged face instantly contorting with fierce concern. Open the door. There was no hesitation in her voice. To her, regardless of who the visitor was, anyone who dared to harm her family would meet a grim fate. In this land, the Hewitt family was the law. Creaking, the heavy wooden door swung open. Just as Luda May and Monty prepared to confront Rosen, they were met with his cold, smiling visage and a hand like a vice. In that instant, Rosen sprang into action. He carelessly discarded Charlie onto the ground, activating his shadow step, and his figure surged toward the two like a wraith. With deft precision, his hands clamped around Luda May and Monty's throats. Their voices were stifled, faces contorted in disbelief and horror. They could not comprehend how this man possessed such terrifying speed and strength. Their self-proclaimed brutality appeared utterly ludicrous and powerless in the face of such absolute might. Rosen did not cast a glance in their direction. His gaze was fixated on the dark staircase leading to the basement within the house. He could sense it, a potent aura, mingled with the stench of blood, madness, and chainsaw oil, surging rapidly from below. At last, has it arrived? As the corners of Rosen's mouth curled upward, he exerted tremendous force with both hands. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed, as the necks of Ludum and Monty were forcefully snapped. Their lifeless bodies slumped to the ground, their eyes wide open, filled with resentment and terror. Slain the ogre Ludum, absorbing 220 points of fear essence. Slain the ogre Monty Hewitt, absorbing 180 points of fear essence. At that moment, heavy footsteps, reminiscent of a charging grizzly, thundered from the basement. This was soon followed by the unmistakable, hair-raising sound of a chainsaw starting up. The roar of the engine filled the air, fueled by boundless rage and madness. The figure known as Pigface charged forth. Upon seeing the bodies of his mother and uncle sprawled at the doorway, his murky eyes, visible through the human skin mask, ignited into a furious crimson. With a primal scream that echoed with anguish and wrath, he raised the whirring chainsaw and lunged at Rosen, the invader who had shattered his family. The entire farmhouse trembled under the force of his frenzied onslaught. Inside the police car, Aaron and Kimbo peered through the window, witnessing a scene straight from the depths of hell, and screamed in terror. They beheld the colossal, skin-masked monstrosity brandishing the chainsaw as it charged toward Rosen. Yet, Rosen remained steadfast, unmoving, even wearing a slight smile of anticipation. He slowly drew forth his own, even larger and more menacing weapon, the blade of retribution. Come, Rosen whispered, a sound only he could hear. Let me see whether your chainsaw is sharper or my blade can inflict greater pain. Thus commenced an epic confrontation between top predators. Chapter 35, Texas, Rosen vs. Pigface. As Pigface's massive form, accompanied by the chainsaw's thunderous roar, barreled into the living room like an out-of-control locomotive. The space was suffused with a primal and ferocious desire for slaughter. The rapidly spinning teeth gleamed with a chilling light under the dim illumination, appearing capable of rending everything asunder. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Rosen's gaze remained tranquil as a still pond. Instead of retreating, he slightly bent his legs, lowering his center of gravity and firmly grasping the blade of retribution, adopting a standard stance of confrontation. He aimed to directly and purely test the extent of his enhanced strength. Boom! The chainsaw and the butcher's knife, two instruments of ultimate violence, clashed violently at the center of the living room. Clang, 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 clang. A series of jarring metallic shrieks reverberated throughout the farmhouse. Akin to the most piercing alarm, Mars erupted like festive fireworks, igniting the wooden floor beneath the two individuals. An unfathomable force surged through the blade, transmitting its might into Rosen's arm. He could distinctly perceive the ferocity of the masked figure's strength, augmented by the violent impact generated by the chainsaw's rapid rotation, which had undoubtedly exceeded the threshold of 20 points in strength attributes. However, Rosen possessed a strength of 21 points. More crucially, he wielded combat skills and a finesse and power control that far surpassed that of the masked figure. Rather than meeting the force head-on, he opted for a deft maneuver. In the instant of collision, he subtly tilted his wrist. The broad blade of judgment glided adeptly along the chainsaw's guide bar, redirecting the raging impact towards the adjacent wall. With a resounding crash, the wall was violently torn apart, splintering wood and plaster erupting into the air. The masked figure, overexerting himself combined with Rosen's technique of force deflection, stumbled forward, revealing a substantial opening. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Rosen's eyes as his other hand shot out like lightning. His fingers curled into claws, fiercely grasping the masked figure's arm that clutched the chainsaw. A low, incredulous growl escaped the masked figure's lips, taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent's reaction. He attempted to break free, but found Rosen's grip to be akin to a scorching iron vise, firmly welded to his arm. No matter how he strained, he could not loosen his hold. In the next instant, Rosen thrust his knee upward with all his might, driving it forcefully into the masked figure's abdomen. The impact resonated like a heavy hammer striking a drum. The enormous figure arched sharply, a mixture of gastric acid and undigested food, mingled with blood, erupted from the seams of his skin mask. The chainsaw he wielded slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, still whirring and howling in fury. Having landed a decisive blow, Rosen wasted no time. He immediately released his hold and retreated to a safe distance. He shook his somewhat numb arm, gaining a clearer assessment of the masked figure's capabilities. Purely a powerhouse in strength and endurance, he possessed formidable resilience. Yet, he lacked finesse and was rife with openings. The masked figure clutched his abdomen, kneeling in agony, gasping for breath. For the first time, the eyes peering from behind the mask were filled with confusion and fear towards the adversary before him. He had never encountered such a foe. Previous prey had either screamed in terror before fleeing or had been instantaneously torn to shreds by his chainsaw. No one had ever managed to withstand one of his strikes head-on, let alone injure him in a contest of strength. This sense of defeat further muddled his already disoriented mind, igniting a surge of rage. Roaring with fury, the masked figure abandoned the fallen chainsaw and turned to seize a solid wooden dining table. Like a child grasping a toy, he bellowed as he hurled it towards Rosen. Rosen's figure glided backward like a specter, effortlessly evading the forceful strike. The dining table crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, splintering into fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Rosen activated Shadow Step, instantly appearing beside the still howling chainsaw. He firmly planted his foot on the chainsaw's engine, immobilizing it. Then, raising the blade of retribution in his hand, he aimed at the most vulnerable juncture where the chain met the guide bar, delivering a powerful blow. The sound of metal fracturing echoed sharply. The high-speed rotating chain snapped, soaring like a kite severed from its string, embedding itself deep into the ceiling. This terrifying killing machine was reduced to a heap of scrap metal under Rosen's violent dismantling. With the destruction of the weapon upon which the skin face relied, a cruel smile crept across Rosen's face. His intention was not merely to slay this monster. He aimed to peel away all its support like layers of an onion, allowing it to experience the most profound and primal despair. The skin face stared blankly at the destruction of its companion. The rage in its eyes gradually gave way to a childlike confusion and terror. Instinctively, it recoiled, yearning to escape back to its familiar, reassuring basement. Seeking to flee? Rosen's voice resonated like a death knell. He unleashed Judgment of Silent Hill. The blade of retribution slipped from his grasp, transforming into an indistinguishable crimson streak, tracing a path of death through the cramped living room. The skin face sensed the imminent peril, instinctively raising its arms in defense. However, the power of the rules disregarded its resilient skin and robust muscles. The blade of retribution effortlessly pierced through its arms, continuing unabated to embed itself deeply into its chest. The massive form of the skin face trembled violently. In disbelief, it glanced down at the formidable blade lodged within its chest. Black blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, its vitality draining at an astonishing rate. The blade of retribution detached itself, soaring back into Rosen's hand. The colossal body of the skin face ultimately crumpled to the ground, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Its hollow eyes continued to gaze toward the basement, the last refuge it knew. Kill the ogre skin face. Absorb 400 points of fear source. Detected the kill of a lord-level creature. Fear-devouring effect triggered, seizing its attributes. Congratulations, host, you have permanently gained Strength 02, Constitution 02. Having eliminated the final threat, Rosen shook the blood from the blade. The once cozy living room had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the house. It was Andy and Pepper, who had followed the noise and finally arrived. Upon seeing the police car parked in the yard and the door of the house ajar, exuding a strong scent of blood, their hearts tightened with dread. Eileen, Kenbo? Andy shouted as he rushed inside. What he encountered next would be an indelible vision for the rest of his life. In the living room lay four grotesque, dismembered corpses, blood and entrails strewn across the floor. At the center of this crimson sea stood a man in black, wielding a massive blade. He bore not a single stain of blood, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. Slowly, he turned his head to face Andy and Pepper at the doorway. The terror in his eyes eclipsed that of the earlier monster wielding a chainsaw by 1,000-fold. Welcome, Rosen's voice rang out, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Your companion is safe in the vehicle. Now, it is your turn. Andy and Pepper felt their bodies freeze in place, as if they had plunged from one nightmare into an even more despairing one. Chapter 36, Texas. The harvest. Andy and Pepper stood at the threshold, caught in a dilemma. Their minds, overwhelmed by the shocking and bloody scene before them and the terrifying aura emanating from Rosen, had entered a state of paralysis. They could not comprehend the reality of what was unfolding. Andy's lips trembled, failing to articulate a complete thought. Rosen paid no heed to the two survivors. Now rendered speechless, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He approached the staircase leading to the basement, where a more potent stench, mingled with formaldehyde, decaying flesh, and despair, assaulted his senses. This was the true source of the malevolence. He stepped forward, descending slowly. The sight in the basement was even more horrific than that of the living room. It resembled a genuine slaughterhouse and workshop for humanity. The walls were adorned with various rusted hooks, saws, and skinning knives. In one corner lay a small mountain constructed from human bones. On a massive workbench, various human tissues and sewing tools were scattered. Several freshly skinned pieces of human hide, still glistening with blood, hung on a clothesline like laundered garments. At the center of the workbench sat an unfinished creation, a mask fashioned from Cape's facial skin. The entire space was suffused with an insanity-inducing, extreme desecration of human dignity. Any normal person would likely succumb to madness upon witnessing such a scene. Yet, Rosen's face remained frozen in its customary icy demeanor, his gaze scanning every corner of the basement like the most sophisticated of scanners. In this place, he felt an immense reservoir of fear, a substance that had settled over decades. This essence stemmed from every soul that had endured torment, dismemberment, and despair within these walls. It had intricately melded with the bricks of the house and the dust of the land, forming a colossal entity of negative energy. What a veritable treasure trove it was! Rosen exclaimed with genuine awe. Slowly extending his hand, the gift of the King of Fear was awakened to its utmost potential. No longer content with merely absorbing fear through slaying, he aimed to function as a powerful pump, extracting every last drop of fear that lay embedded within this space. Buzz, an invisible vortex, centered on Rosen, instantaneously enveloped the entire basement. The bloodstains on the walls began to dim. The resentments in the air surged towards him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The scattered bones on the floor creaked under the weight, as if even the very marrow of their fear was being siphoned away. Absorbed residual source of despair. 10. Absorbed residual source of pain. 15. Absorbed residual source of hatred. 12. The system notifications cascaded through his mind like a waterfall. His reserve of fear essence was swelling at an unprecedented rate. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. This process continued for a full 5 minutes, when Rosen withdrew his hand. The atmosphere of the basement had undergone a subtle transformation. The suffocating oppression dissipated, and the foul stench in the air had considerably lessened, as if the very core of this space's soul had been entirely extracted. Ultimately, Rosen's fear essence settled at an astonishing 4,500 points, not including what he had previously amassed from vanquishing members of the Hewitt family. He returned, laden with success, nodding in satisfaction. He cast one last glance at the now unremarkable basement before ascending. Upon returning to the living room, he found Andy and Pepper still frozen like statues. Meanwhile, Aaron and Kinbo mustered the courage to descend from the vehicle. The four of them gathered, gazing at Rosen with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Ignoring their stares, Rosen retrieved a canister of gasoline from the hieratic cube. "Do you wish to survive?" He finally spoke, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. The four nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. "Excellent." Rosen tossed the gasoline canister before them. "Burn this house down, along with everything within it." "For what purpose?" Aaron trembled as she inquired. "To purify." Rosen's gaze swept over the sin-laden farmhouse, and to obliterate the evidence. The four individuals instantly comprehended Rosen's intent. This man not only annihilated the creatures dwelling here, but also sought to erase every trace of it from existence, as if it had never transpired. His thoughts were meticulous, chillingly ruthless. They dared not defy him, promptly springing into action. Buckets upon buckets of gasoline were splashed in every corner of the house. Meanwhile, Rosen approached the police car, opened the trunk, and carelessly dragged Charlie Hewitt's lifeless body inside. He then retrieved what he desired from the vehicle, the sheriff's sidearm and an ample supply of spare ammunition. Although, given his current prowess, the utility of firearms had diminished, possessing an additional means of assault was never unwelcome. Once everything was prepared, all survivors retreated to a safe distance. Rosen produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited it. He then tossed the small, flickering flame into the gasoline-soaked hellish cottage. Boom. The flames instantaneously consumed all. The inferno roared like an enraged dragon, engulfing the entire structure. The wooden beams crackled and splintered, while thick black smoke ascended towards the heavens. The accumulated sins, sufferings, and despair of decades finally met their end in this purifying blaze. Rosen stood before the blaze, the flames dancing in his pupils. A hint of satisfaction graced his lips. The mission in this world had concluded in the most perfect and thorough manner. He turned away, no longer gazing at the towering inferno, leaving the four survivors with a final admonition. The path ahead is yours to tread. Remember, you saw nothing tonight. With that, his figure vanished into the endless Texas night, leaving behind the four who had escaped death, yet would spend a lifetime grappling with the profound terror of this night. Alongside a monument of ignominy ablaze. Chapter 37. Return, Texas Cleaner. 72-hour survival countdown complete. Teleportation back initiated. As the cold system notification echoed in his mind, Rosen was riding his off-road motorcycle along the desolate interstate of Texas. Behind him lay the towering flames and the encroaching darkness. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. In the next moment, he found himself back in his somewhat disheveled rental apartment. Outside the window, the familiar urban nightscape contrasted sharply with the raw, untamed wilderness of Texas. Rosen inhaled deeply. The air was devoid of blood and decay, replaced by the slightly murky essence of modern civilization. He opened the system panel, beginning to tally the bountiful rewards of his journey. Teleportation back complete. Commencing the final assessment of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre world. Main quest. Completely obliterate the cannibal family of Travis County. Completed. Hidden quest. Purify the source of sin at the Hewitt farmhouse. Completed. Special achievement. Reverse hunting. Entered the world as prey and ultimately hunted down all the hunters. Overall evaluation. SSS rank Texas Cleanser. Commentary. You did not passively await the onslaught of slaughter. Rather, You transformed into a more ruthless and efficient apex predator than the cannibal family itself. You devised traps using bait and, with tremendous force, uprooted and incinerated this den of evil that had plagued the land for decades. You demonstrated to the dust of Texas that true fear never makes a sound. Distributing SSS rank completion rewards. Reward 1, 8,000 fear source points. Reward 2, 1 random extraction of an A-rank skill item. Reward 3, freedom attribute points x 15. Reward 4, due to the host's actions, the root of fear in this world has been utterly extinguished. Granting the promotion authority for the world-class talent Fear Monarch LV2 LV3 requires the consumption of 5,000 fear source points and 10 freedom attribute points. Another SSS rank evaluation. Furthermore, the authority for talent promotion. Upon witnessing this splendid assessment panel, Rosen's heart raced with excitement. Although the Texas world lacks supernatural powers, its sheer brutality and malevolence on a physical level have unexpectedly yielded bountiful rewards. Particularly, the final purification of fear across the entire farmhouse has filled his coffers to overflowing. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately opted for the talent promotion, confirming the consumption of 5,000 fear source points and 10 freedom attribute points to elevate the Fear Monarch level. Promotion successful. Fear Monarch LV2 LV3. An indescribable sensation of transformation, stemming from the very essence of his soul, enveloped Rosen entirely. He felt his comprehension and mastery of the concept of fear ascend to an entirely new echelon. Fear Monarch, unique talent. Level, LV3, Effect 1, Fear Aura, domain-based. Your aura is no longer merely a deterrent. It now embodies a microcosmic domain that can initially interfere with reality. Within this aura, you can slightly lower temperatures, distort light and shadow, create auditory illusions, and impose a more profound dual suppression of spirit and physique upon your adversaries. Effect 2, Fear Devour, Evolution. The ratio of attribute acquisition has increased to 3 per 1,000. Additionally, you can now selectively consume one non-core skill or specialty from your target. Success rate applies. Effect 3, Fear Incarnation, Mastery. The manifestations of your fear creations will become more stable and formidable, even capable of simulating the forms of certain monsters from your memories. Effect 4, Fear Descent, Enhanced. The number of projectable targets has increased. Currently available projections: Silent Hill, Scene, Progenitor of the Deformed, Soul, Skin Face, Rage Transformation. New Effect 5, Fear Erosion, Level 3 unlocked. You can inject your fear energy, akin to a virus, into a living entity or an object. The targeted victim, once eroded, will gradually be assimilated by your will, becoming your fear minion or accursed object. The ability to devour skills and create minions is astonishing. A terrifying light erupted in Rosen's eyes. With level 3 of Fear Monarch, he has begun to embody the essence of both creator and source of corruption. This is no mere enhancement. It signifies a leap in the realm of existence. He suppressed his excitement and continued to examine the other rewards. First, the B-level draw from the main quest. B-level skill item random draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Modified Chainsaw of Skin Face, blue quality. Modified Chainsaw of Skin Face, type, two-handed heavy weapon, attack power, moderate, special effect, barrier break, passive, grants additional destructive power against obstacles such as wood, light metal, and flesh. Description: the roar of Texas is a nightmare for many. A rather lackluster item. Rosen glanced at it and casually tossed it into the heraldic cube. With the blade of retribution in his possession, such weaponry held no significance for him anymore. Perhaps it could be used for future synthesis. Next came the A-level draw from the SSS grade completion reward. The wheel spun rapidly, ultimately coming to rest on a square adorned with a pair of glimmering, cold eyes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the passive skill, Weakness Insight. Weakness Insight, a level passive skill. Effect: your eyes acquire analytical capabilities comparable to precision instruments. In battle, you can swiftly discern the enemy's movement patterns, energy flow, and even physical weaknesses or logical fallacies in their structure. The higher your mental strength, the faster and more accurately you can analyze. Description: in my eyes, you are riddled with flaws. A divine skill, an absolute masterpiece. Rosen's breath caught in his throat. This skill perfectly complements the most crucial aspect of his combat system: Previously, he relied heavily on beast instinct and combat experience for judgment. But now, he possesses the ability for data-driven analysis. This empowers him to discover the most efficient methods of extermination against any unknown adversary in the shortest amount of time. Lastly, he addressed the remaining 3,000 points of fear essence and the distribution of 5 free attribute points. Level 30 attributes. Every 1 point consumes 4 points of essence. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to mental strength once more, pushing this core attribute beyond the threshold of 40 points. Mental, 384, 434. The remaining 3,000 points of essence were distributed evenly across strength, agility, and constitution. Every attribute has been enhanced by 25 points. Strength, 210, 235. Agility, 210, 235. Constitution, 210, 235. As the enhancements concluded, Rosen exhaled slowly, feeling the power within him reach an unimaginable threshold for any mere mortal. He sensed that with a single punch, he could unleash a force capable of tearing through the air and wreaking havoc upon distant objects. All rewards have been issued. The host has a 24-hour recovery period. After 24 hours, automatic transport to the next horror realm will occur. World preview. Next stop, Derry, Maine. Scene hint. A cursed town that experiences a bloody feast every 27 years. Children mysteriously vanish, and faint laughter echoes from the depths of the sewers. Beware of the red balloons, for their appearance signifies its arrival. Warning, detection of target as an avatar of an ancient cosmic evil god. The host's current strength offers a minimal chance of success in direct confrontation. The primary mission in this world will no longer be extermination. Prepare for an ultimate game of fear, intellect, and wit. Is it the return of the cosmic evil god's avatar, the clown? Rosen's expression turned gray for the first time upon reading the system's stern warning. This adversary would be unlike any monster he had encountered before. A true ancient deity that feasted on fear. His talent, Lord of Fear, might seem as feeble as a stumbling infant before a seasoned warrior. A direct confrontation with such low odds? The gravity in Rosen's eyes receded like an ebbing tide, replaced by a fervent, almost predatory curiosity, akin to a beast fixating on its prime prey. Fear? No, that was hunger. He was intrigued to discover what the flavor of a god's fear might be. Chapter 38. The Clown's Return. The 24-hour recovery period was nearly entirely devoted to familiarizing himself with his newly augmented strength and hypothesizing the myriad scenarios he might encounter in Derry. He understood that his opponent, Pennywise, could not be measured by conventional standards. Purely physical attacks would be nearly futile against it, for it existed on a plane more akin to the mind and conceptual realms. If it fed on fear, then fear itself should also be its vulnerability. This was the core conclusion Rosen had drawn. As the light of transportation enveloped him, a damp air, tinged with a faint scent of decay, replaced the aridity of his rented room. Rosen found himself standing before an antiquated Victorian-style house. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the paint flaked and faded, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. Yet, the system informed him that this was indeed his residence in Derry. The sky was overcast, with leaden clouds hanging low over the small town, as if rain could pour down at any moment. The entire town of Derry was enveloped in an ineffable sense of oppression. Transmission complete. Current world. World type. Cosmic horror, psychic manifestations. Growth. Main quest. Unveil and confront the deepest fears within your heart, and during the final ritual, diminish its power and seal it once more. Quest rewards. Dependent on the degree of weakening and completion of the ritual, a reward of 510,000 points of fear essence, and a random selection of items ranging from A to S class. Quest failure. The soul is devoured, becoming its eternal sustenance and embodiment of fear. Side quest. Optional, save each member of the Losers Club. For every successful rescue, additional rewards will be granted, weakening its grip on the town. The task had shifted from slaying to sealing. Rosen observed the quest panel, his gaze sharpening. This confirmed his suspicions. With his current strength, he could not conceptually obliterate an entity like Pennywise. The system's objective was to compel him to utilize the rules to conquer it. Confronting the deepest fears within. A wry smile crept upon Rosen's lips. He was intrigued. Did he still harbor any fears deep within himself? He entered the dusty house, tidying it up with minimal effort. The identity assigned to him by the system was that of a reclusive artist come to sketch, which provided the perfect cover for his forthcoming endeavors. Rosen did not hasten to seek out the group of children from the Losers Club. As the protagonist of the story, fate would have them come to him. His first task was reconnaissance, not of the terrain, but of the fear field permeating the town. Approaching the window on the second floor, he slowly closed his eyes. The powerful perception of the fear monarch at level 3 rippled outward, enveloping the entirety of Derry. In an instant, a map composed of countless negative emotions unfurled in his mind. He could perceive a massive, ancient collective consciousness lurking beneath the town. It pulsed like a beating heart, each throb injecting a maleficent energy into every corner of Derry. This energy affected every resident, rendering them indifferent, selfish, and blind to the tragedies unfolding around them. The children's pure, innocent fear was akin to the most delectable dessert, captured and absorbed with precision by this heart. On the map, several high-incidence areas of fear emerged, such as the town's slaughterhouse, the abandoned steel mill, and the haunted house at 29 Neibolt Street, radiating the most profound malice and dread. Was it its lair? Rosen's consciousness, akin to the sharpest probe, cautiously extended towards the haunted house. However, just as his perception was about to breach the threshold of the eerie abode, a vast chaos, rife with mockery and madness, surged forth from the depths of the house, launching a counterstrike against his awareness. A new friend has arrived, echoed a malevolent and sardonic laughter, resonating deeply within the very core of Rosen's soul. His body jolted violently, his complexion paling slightly. He swiftly severed the link to his perception and opened his eyes, still haunted by the potent mental backlash. This was merely an unconscious retaliation from the entity, yet its intensity surpassed even Freddy's most forceful assault within the realm of dreams. Moreover, within the essence of its power lingered an aura of deathly light, alien and derived from the fathomless void of the cosmos. It embodied a terrifying force capable of dismantling reason and soul at their very roots. Indeed, this was a formidable adversary. Instead of succumbing to fear, Rosen felt a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, a flurry of bicycle bells and children's shouts rang out from outside. Peering down, he beheld a group of youngsters whizzing past his doorstep on their bicycles. Leading them was a slightly stuttering boy, Bill Denbrough, followed closely by the chatty, bespectacled Richie Tozier. There was also Eddie Kasbrak, frail and always equipped with his inhaler, alongside the timid Stanley Uris, who was engrossed in studying Jewish law. They were the core members of the Losers Club. Not far behind them, 3 tall and menacing youths pursued them on bicycles, their faces contorted in malicious grins. At the forefront was Henry Bowers, the notorious bully of Derry. "Run! That lunatic is catching up," Richie shouted in a panic. Bill led the group, frantically steering into a narrow alleyway adjacent to Rosen's home. Observing this scene, Rosen maintained a calm demeanor. He recognized this as his inaugural encounter with the Losers Club, a pivotal moment for his involvement in this unfolding tale. Rather than charging forth like a hero to fend off the bullies, he opted for a different approach, one more in tune with his own essence. He descended slowly, arriving in his overgrown yard, and summoned the new ability of Fear Monarch, level 3, Fear Erosion. Infusing a strand of pure fear energy imbued with the essence of Silent Hill, he directed it towards a comically dilapidated scarecrow abandoned by the former owner in the corner of the yard. In an instant, the scarecrow's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible red glimmer. It remained the same tattered figure, yet its soul was no longer its own. In the alleyway, Bill and his companions found their path obstructed by Henry Bowers. "Run, you little bastards. Why aren't you running?" Henry leaped from the vehicle, brandishing a switchblade with a cruel grin plastered across his face. His 2 henchmen eagerly encircled the cornered members of the Losers Club, whose faces were etched with terror. Just as Henry was poised to deliver a thorough lesson to what he deemed failures, an uncanny event transpired. A bizarre, phlegmy laugh, reminiscent of a throat caught in a choke, emanated from the adjacent yard. Instinctively, everyone turned to behold the scarecrow, which had previously stood motionless in the yard. Its head began to rotate at an impossible angle, defying the laws of physics. Those button eyes fixated intently on Henry Bowers, and the once comical grin now appeared grotesquely sinister under the murky sky. "You've disturbed my slumber," rasped a voice, dry and hoarse, as though it had risen from the depths of a grave. Chapter 39. Pennywise the Clown as the scarecrow, afflicted by Rosen's fear, slowly turned its head and spoke in a voice unearthly, The air in the alley seemed to solidify instantaneously. Whether it was the arrogant school bully Henry Bowers or the desperate members of the Losers Club, all faces reflected a singular emotion: extreme terror. What is that? Victor, one of Henry's lackeys, stammered, his voice quivering with fear. Although a chill of dread surged through Henry, his long-cultivated ruthlessness compelled him to maintain a facade of composure. He raised his switchblade, pointing it menacingly at the eerie scarecrow, and barked, "Stop with the theatrics. Shut your mouth." Yet the scarecrow appeared utterly indifferent to his threats. Its body, fashioned from straw and ragged cloth, began to emit a series of unsettling cracking sounds, as if its very bones were rearranging themselves. Then, in an awkward and grotesque manner, it descended from the wooden post that had supported it. With a thud, its feet, composed of tattered boots, firmly struck the ground. It lifted its head, those button eyes still locked onto Henry. "I warned you not to disturb me." The raspy voice slithered into the ears of everyone present like the most malevolent of curses. This surreal spectacle shattered the psychological defenses of the boys. "Ghost!" shrieked Belch, another of Henry's cohorts, before he turned and fled, abandoning his bicycle. Victor hastily followed, terror-stricken and in disarray. Even Henry Bowers, the most feared boy in Derry, turned pale, his grip on the knife trembling uncontrollably. Yet, the inherent ferocity within him prevented him from fleeing immediately. Yet the terror lurking within those eyes betrayed him. The members of the Losers Club huddled together, trembling in fright. At that moment, a deeper, more ancient fear descended upon them. What a truly amusing performance, a voice, whimsical and childlike, filled with mockery and joy, emanated unexpectedly from the sewer grate at the alley's mouth. All eyes were drawn toward it. The rusted grate was gently pried open by a gloved hand, revealing a face painted in thick white with a red, smiling visage, crowned with a mane of fiery orange hair, emerging from the darkness below. In its hand, it clutched a bright red balloon. "Hello there, children," the clown exclaimed, wearing an exceedingly radiant smile. Yet, the eyes that sparkled with an otherworldly yellow light seemed capable of piercing one's very soul. Pennywise. It had finally made its entrance. Its arrival escalated the atmosphere of dread in the alley to a crescendo. Both Henry and the members of the Losers Club felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, making even the act of breathing laborious. This was a fear stemming from the very essence of life, an innate terror of one's nemesis. However, Pennywise appeared to regard the paralyzed children with indifference, its gaze curiously fixating on the swaying scarecrow that had emerged from the yard. "Oh, a delightful little toy," Pennywise remarked, its grin widening. "Who crafted you? You possess an aroma that is both repugnant and thrilling." The aroma it referred to was the essence of the king of fear that Rosen had left upon the scarecrow. The scarecrow, a creation of Rosen's dread, seemed to sense the higher, shared essence of fear emanating from Pennywise. It paused, tilting its head, its button eyes curiously examining the suddenly manifested clown. Two monsters birthed from fear stood in eerie confrontation in a nondescript alley of Derry. Meanwhile, the architect of this entire affair, Rosen, remained behind the second-floor window of his home, a detached director savoring the first act of his meticulously orchestrated play. He could distinctly feel Pennywise's emergence causing the fear energy of all Derry to surge. A torrent of dread erupted from the children, greedily absorbed by Pennywise. So, it was not perpetually feasting. It required a manifestation and intimidation to mature the fear before reaping it. A flicker of realization sparkled in Rosen's eyes. This granted him a splendid opportunity, an occasion to partake at the divine banquet. He slowly raised his hand and activated Fear Devour. Yet, his target was not the corporeal form of Pennywise, but rather the fear energy that emanated from the children, energy that had yet to be fully consumed by Pennywise. He resembled a cleaner fish trailing behind a shark, cautiously yet greedily scavenging the divine offerings that belonged to the gods. Absorbing pure childhood fear. Minor enhancement of mental attributes. The fear monarch's talent receives nourishment, proficiency increases, the system notifications echoed incessantly. Streams of pure energy surged into Rosen's body through an invisible link. The sensation was simply exquisite, surpassing even the direct absorption of fear essence. Meanwhile, in the alley, Pennywise seemed to sense something amiss. Its smile faltered for a moment, brows furrowing in confusion. It felt as though today's feast was lacking in substance, akin to a bottle of opened cola, still sweet, yet devoid of its vital fizz. Its gaze involuntarily drifted towards the eerie house of the new neighbor, just a stone's throw away. From a distance of several meters, through a single window. Its eyes seemed to lock onto Rosen's cold gaze lurking behind the second-floor glass. Though there was no tangible contact, on a spiritual plane, these two apex predators, nurtured by fear, had silently clashed for the first time. A flicker of gravity, named seriousness, crossed Pennywise's yellow eyes. It realized that a rival had arrived in this town, one far more dangerous than the mundane Henry Bowers. Giggling, it withdrew its gaze, unleashing its signature laughter once more. Yet this time, the mirth was tinged with a chilling intent rather than mockery. It decided to momentarily spare the appetizing morsels before it, for it had discovered a main course worthy of its full attention. Pennywise gestured comically at the scarecrow, then, like a creature devoid of bones, it slithered back into the darkness of the sewer. The red balloon slowly descended, ultimately bursting with a soft pop at the manhole, transforming into a pool of crimson liquid. With Pennywise's departure, the suffocating aura of fear dissipated. Henry Bowers emerged, as if awakening from a deep slumber. He cast a glance at the eerie scarecrow still standing in the yard, and then at the terrified members of the Losers Club. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely picked up the spring knife from the ground, his face pale as he made a hasty retreat. The scarecrow, having completed the task assigned by Rosen, stiffened once more, wobbling back to the yard to stand upon its original wooden post. It seems as though nothing ever transpired. In the alley, only a few children from the Losers Club remained, exchanging glances, their faces etched with the relief of having survived and the profound shock from the supernatural spectacle they had just witnessed. They were unaware that what they had experienced was merely a trivial prologue to the gruesome banquet unfolding in Derry. By this unforeseen incident, they had unwittingly entered the gaze of their enigmatic new neighbor for the first time. Chapter 40. It returns, the Losers Club. The emergence of Pennywise and the animated scarecrow had disrupted the already tumultuous lives of the members of the Losers Club like two colossal boulders. They gathered in Bill's garage, each face marked by apprehension and bewilderment. "You all saw it, right?" stammered Eddie, the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "That clown and that scarecrow. It is not merely a scarecrow." Stanley adjusted his glasses, his complexion pale as he spoke. "In Jewish folklore, there exists a creature known as the golem, formed from earth and intention. What we encountered was strikingly similar. Whatever it is, it seems to have saved us," Eddie gasped, clutching his inhaler. "That scarecrow frightened Henry Bowers away. But what about that clown?" Bill stuttered, articulating the deepest fears harbored by them all. "I think I have seen it before my brother George went missing." Bill's brother, George Denbrough, was the first victim of this round of Derry's curse. His death lingered in Bill's heart as an indelible agony. The atmosphere in the garage once more fell into a heavy silence. They realized they might be entangled in a horror far beyond their imagination. The scarecrow had emerged from the yard of that newly arrived neighbor. Bill's gaze drifted through the garage window, toward the foreboding Victorian house nearby. Their new neighbor must know something. This proposition was met with immediate agreement from all. In the face of intense fear, any glimmer of a clue that could unveil the truth felt like a lifeline. Thus, under Bill's leadership, the four core members of the Losers Club summoned their courage and approached the Rosen residence. As Bill extended his trembling hand to press the ancient doorbell, Rosen, already aware of their every move through his perception in the mindscape, awaited them within. "Have they finally arrived?" "My side quest," Rosen mused, a subtle grin gracing his lips. He descended the stairs slowly and opened the heavy wooden door. The afternoon sun filtered through the overcast sky and bathed him in light. Yet it failed to dispel the inherent chill that surrounded him. "May I help you?" Rosen's voice was flat, his gaze sweeping over the four anxious youths at the threshold. "Good day, sir." As a representative, Bill mustered his courage and said, "We are your neighbors, and today we wish to inquire about that thing in your yard." He hesitated, unable to utter the word scarecrow, as if it were a forbidden term. Rosen's gaze swept over each of their faces. Under the scrutiny of his insight into their weaknesses, the children's deepest fears unfolded before him like an open book. Bill's terror stemmed from the guilt over his brother George's death. Richie's fear was rooted in the unknown that lurked behind the visage of a clown mask. Eddie's dread was instilled by his mother's overprotectiveness, laden with notions of illness and impurity. Stanley's fear was represented by the bizarre oil painting of the flute woman that hung in his father's office, a symbol of distortion and chaos. Pennywise exploited these innermost fears to divide, intimidate, and enhance the flavor of their terror. Rosen understood this intuitively. Rather than directly answering Bill's question, he retorted, "What you saw was a clown, correct?" This statement struck the four children at their most vulnerable core, as if it were imbued with magic. "You know," Eddie exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Not only do I know, but I also know it has set its sights on you," Rosen replied, his tone emanating an undeniable authority. "It will manifest as your most feared nightmare, dragging each of you into hell, one by one." He paused, his gaze deepening. "And that scarecrow? You may interpret it as a warning I have issued to it." These enigmatic words left the group of adolescents utterly spellbound. In their eyes, this mysterious Asian man instantly transformed from a suspicious neighbor into an enigmatic figure capable of confronting the monster. "Please, sir, help us," Bill implored eagerly. "You know how to deal with it, don't you?" Rosen regarded them and slowly shook his head. "Why should I help you?" His counter-question left the four children momentarily speechless. "You are no kin of mine. What benefit is there for me in assisting you?" Rosen's tone was cold and pragmatic, steeped in the harsh realities of adulthood. Bill found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, Rosen suddenly shifted his tone. "I am indeed quite intrigued by that clown. It would make an excellent addition to my collection." He surveyed the four youths before him as a merchant would appraise his wares. "I can help you, even teach you how to conquer your fears. But you must work for me, becoming my eyes and ears, gathering intelligence on that clown from every corner of Derry, every place it may manifest." A peculiar smile curved Rosen's lips, suggesting that, when necessary, they could serve as the perfect bait to lure it out. This was Rosen's proposition. He intended to transform the Losers Club into his own instruments, compelling them to undertake the mundane investigative tasks that he himself found inconvenient to handle. Ultimately, during the climactic confrontation, they would serve as distractions for Pennywise, becoming mere cannon fodder. Although this condition was harsh, verging on inhumane, the members of the Losers Club found themselves with no alternative in the face of death's looming threat. "We agree." Bill gritted his teeth, representing the collective decision of his peers. "Excellent." Rosen nodded in satisfaction. "Welcome to this game, losers. From this moment onward, you shall bear a new name." He extended his hand, as if conducting a sacred coronation ceremony. The Apostles of Fear. Chapter 41. It returns. Trials of Fear. The Apostles of Fear? The loquacious Richie adjusted the thick glasses perched on his nose, his face a canvas of confusion and absurdity. "Dude, have you been reading too many comics? We're just a bunch of unfortunate souls trying to survive." Ignoring Richie's retort, Rosen's icy gaze swept over the four boys, scrutinizing them as though they were mere tools awaiting refinement. "Do you believe that by acquiescing to my terms, you can rest easy? In your current state, you are not even qualified to be bait, let alone cannon fodder." His voice, devoid of warmth, conveyed the gravity of their situation. "Your fears, frailties, and disarray are tainted with impurities, rendering them nothing more than subpar desserts. What are we supposed to do?" The frail Eddie nervously grasped his inhaler. "It's simple." A chilling smile crept across Rosen's lips, sending shivers down the boys' spines. "Before I permit you to confront true terror, I must first help you prepare." Before his words had settled, a profound luminosity flickered in Rosen's eyes. "Heartscape, activate." A surge of psychic energy radiated from Rosen, enveloping the entire yard. The four boys felt a disorienting shift as their surroundings transformed drastically. The dilapidated yard vanished, replaced by a setting they all recognized too well, one that sent shivers through their very souls. It was a dark, damp basement. Water pipes in the corner dripped incessantly, producing a rhythmic ticking sound. The air was thick with the stench of sewage. Bill's pupils dilated in sudden recognition. He knew this place. It was his family's basement, the last location where his brother, Georgie, had gone to retrieve the wax before his mysterious disappearance. "Georgie," he murmured uncontrollably. At that moment, at the opposite end of the basement, a small figure clad in a yellow raincoat sat with its back to them. The figure trembled, shoulders heaving as if in silent sobs. "Georgie." Bill's heart lurched painfully as he impulsively rushed forward. "Stop." Rosen's cold voice acted like a spell of paralysis, freezing Bill's feet in place. The diminutive figure slowly rose and turned around. The face that ought to be innocent and charming was, at this moment, grotesquely decayed on one side. One eye socket was a gaping black void, teeming with maggots. "Why did you not come to rescue me?" George's voice was laden with resentment and sorrow as he advanced step by step towards Bill. No, no. Bill's psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously. He curled up on the ground, clutching his head, emitting a mournful wail. This was the profound dread within him, the guilt over his brother's demise. Rosen observed this scene with indifference and snapped his fingers. George's figure shattered like fragile foam, and the basement scene dissolved into nothingness. The group found themselves back in the yard, but before they could catch their breath, the surroundings shifted once more. This time, they were ensconced in a filthy, dilapidated bathroom. The walls were covered in mold and grime, and the bathtub was filled with a repugnant yellow-brown liquid. Eddie Kasperk's complexion turned ashen upon witnessing this sight. He recalled the haunted house on Nebolt Street, and the leprous figure that emerged from the sewer, its decaying body oozing pus. No, no, it's too filthy, he muttered nervously, his breathing becoming frantic. In the next instant, the liquid in the tub began to churn. A rotting corpse, its flesh perpetually sloughing off, slowly sat up from the bathtub, extending a hand dripping with pus towards Eddie. Eddie let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting on the spot. Once again, Rosen snapped his fingers, and the leper vanished. The scene shifted again. This time, it was an office adorned with numerous bizarre oil paintings. Stanley Uris froze upon seeing a painting of a twisted woman playing the flute. He felt the woman's eyes boring into him. A soft crack echoed as the frame gave way, and the painting tumbled down. Suddenly, the canvas began to writhe. The distorted woman, with her maddening flute melody, gradually crawled out of the two-dimensional realm. Stanley, terrified beyond measure, scrambled to escape. The scene transitioned once more. Finally, it was Richie Tozier's turn. He found himself in a room overflowing with clown dolls. Hundreds upon hundreds of clowns, with their eternally unsettling smiles, gazed at him from all directions. No, no, don't look at me. Richie harbored an innate fear of clowns, and at that moment, he felt as if he were ensnared in hell. In the center of the room, a coffin slowly creaked open. Inside lay his own corpse, and a clown identical to Pennywise was crawling out of the coffin, grinning malevolently as it approached him. The game is over, Richie. No. In the fleeting second before four youths were to be utterly consumed by their own fears, Rosen gradually retracted the realm of hard imagery. All illusions ebbed away like receding tides, returning them to the mundane courtyard. The four boys collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just been pulled from the depths of water. The glances they cast towards Rosen were irrevocably transformed. Their eyes now reflected a tumultuous blend of profound terror, reverence, and even a hint of worship. This man before them not only knew the deepest secrets of their souls, but also had the power to manifest these secrets, allowing them to experience their very essence. Such power was akin to that of the clown named Pennywise. No, it was even more formidable. For while Pennywise could terrorize them one by one, this man could concurrently draw them all into a world governed by his will. Now, do you understand? Rosen loomed over them, his voice as chilling as ancient ice. This is your fear, fragile, utterly vulnerable. Pennywise exploits these weaknesses to toy with you, much like a cat playing with a mouse beneath its paw. What I intend to teach you, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rosen's eyes, is not how to evade fear, but how to confront it, harness it, and ultimately become it. He extended his hand slowly, a pure essence of fear coalescing in his palm, transforming into a sphere of inky flames. Fear has never been a weakness. It is a weapon. From this day forth, your trials officially commence. Chapter 42. The Return of the Clown. Assembly. Rosen's specialized training for the Club of Failures unfolded in a manner both merciless and efficient. Each day after school, this group of boys would be led by him into that eerie house, subsequently drawn into the realm of hard imagery. Time and again, they confronted the most profound terrors within their souls, from initial screams and breakdowns to eventual numbness and habituation. In the end, they even began, under Rosen's guidance, to attempt counterattacks within the illusions. Bill learned to wield his anger against the guilt he harbored for his brother. Eddie, encouraged by Rosen, mustered the courage for the first time to strike fiercely at the embodiment of impurity, the leper's figure, with an imaginary iron rod. Though each training session left them utterly drained and their spirits tormented, the results were undeniably significant. Their gazes grew more resolute than those of their peers. The sweet aroma generated by their fears gradually gave way to a more restrained and resilient aura. More importantly, through this method, Rosen was continuously harvesting the purest essence of fear. His proficiency in the Fear Monarch talent surged rapidly, while his mental attributes steadily and slowly flourished amidst this banquet of terror. Like a masterful cultivator of fear, meticulously nurturing his crops, he awaited the day of final harvest. Amidst the fervent training, the Losers Club welcomed a new member. The first to join was Ben Hanscom, a chubby boy ostracized by his peers. He endured relentless bullying due to his physique, and his solitary solace lay in the library, where he delved into the forgotten history of Derry. In his investigations, he stumbled upon elusive traces concerning Pennywise and the curse of 27 years, thus drawing the attention of the malevolent entity. On a rainy day, he was ambushed by a gang led by Henry Bowers, who carved in Hinto his abdomen, just as he was on the brink of brutal demise. The members of the Losers Club intervened to rescue him. When Bill and the others brought the battered Ben before Rosen, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the wound on his belly. Another marked prey, he remarked in a tone devoid of emotion, as if commenting on an object of no concern to him. "Welcome aboard, chubby boy. Your fears reside in solitude and exclusion, a most intriguing specimen for study." Ben trembled under Rosen's penetrating gaze, yet ultimately chose to remain, for he understood that only here could he discover the strength to confront that monstrous being. The second to join the club was Beverly Marsh, the sole female member, an early maturing, courageous girl ensnared in a troubled household. Her fears stemmed from her possessive, even abusive father. When Pennywise exploited this terror, transforming her family's bathroom into a hell spewing forth blood, it was the friends of the club who stood by her side to cleanse that nightmarish scene. When Beverly's father discovered her mingling with a group of unruly boys and prepared to unleash violence upon her, Rosen intervened in the affairs of these puppets for the first time in the real world. He silently appeared outside Beverly's window, without revealing himself, merely unleashing his level 3 fear aura to envelop that small house. Mr. Marsh, in the act of violating Beverly, suddenly froze, gripped by an indescribable terror that surged from the depths of his soul. He felt as if he were being watched by an ancient, indescribable horror. That pure malevolence shattered his self-proclaimed ferocity in an instant. He glanced around in panic, but saw nothing, only able to clutch his head and emit a primal wail. Cowering in a corner, utterly unhinged, Beverly stared in disbelief at the surreal scene before her. She did not comprehend what had transpired, yet she sensed a powerful and chilling force silently safeguarding her. She instinctively gazed out the window, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure clad in black, gradually vanishing into the night. Since that day, Beverly had developed a more intricate set of emotions regarding the enigmatic neighbor, both fear and an undercurrent of reliance. The last to join their ranks was Mike Hamlin, an African-American boy whose parents perished in a devastating fire, leaving an indelible pain in his heart. His terror stemmed from the inescapable flames and the charred remnants of his hands. When he found himself cornered by a fiery illusion conjured by Pennywise at his family slaughterhouse, it was the Losers Club who timely arrived to awaken him from his nightmare. Thus, all 7 core members of the Losers Club were united. Under the guidance of their clandestine mentor, Rosen, they transformed from mere passive victims into a cohesive unit that began to comprehend how to harness their collective strength for investigation and retaliation. Led by Ben, they meticulously pieced together the bloody 27-year cycle of horror that plagued Derry from the old records in the library. Each calamity was invariably accompanied by the emergence of that malevolent clown. Rosen, akin to a master chess player, had discerned the entire map of Derry and all possible hideouts of Pennywise through these pawns. He recognized that Pennywise could no longer intimidate these specially trained children with mere illusions. It would resort to more aggressive and direct forms of assault. The house at 29 Neibolt Street stood as the first lethal trap prepared for these unsuspecting children. It was time for their inaugural field test. Rosen placed a schematic of the haunted house's layout before the 7 children. "Go there and dismantle it for me." Chapter 43, It Returns, The Haunted House, 29, Neibolt Street. This abandoned old mansion had long been regarded as a forbidden zone in the legends of Derry's children. Now, it had become the primary lair of Pennywise, a treacherous labyrinth replete with malice and traps. As the 7 members of the Losers Club arrived on their bicycles, each face was etched with gravity and apprehension. Despite their rigorous training under Rosen, the profound fear that surged within them proved difficult to suppress when confronted with the clown's lair. "Do we really have to go in?" Eddie fidgeted with his inhaler, anxiety palpable in his voice. I feel like the air here is rife with bacteria and viruses. Don't be afraid, Eddie, Beverly reassured. Though her own heart raced with tension. Remember what Mr. Rosen said. Fear is our weapon. He just wants us to be bait, Stanley pointed out incisively, his voice trembling slightly. But we have no other choice. Bill clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. If they did not confront this, George and the other missing children would remain lost forever. Ultimately, the sense of duty towards his companions and the determination for vengeance against the monster triumphed over his inner fears. The 7 children exchanged glances and took a deep breath. They pushed open the creaking, seemingly fragile wooden door and stepped into the haunted house. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, atop a grand tree, Rosen's silhouette merged with the shadows, coldly observing the unfolding events. In his hand, he held a military-grade telescope, and his perception, akin to invisible tendrils, enveloped the entire haunted mansion. Every trap within, every surge of energy from Pennywise, and each heartbeat of the children resonated vividly in his mind. He was not there to play the caretaker. He sought chaos, a grand performance of fear orchestrated by Pennywise and the Losers Club. Only when both sides poured their utmost efforts into amplifying the energy of fear to its zenith could he, the hidden fisherman, reap the richest harvest. Inside the haunted house, the decay and foreboding were even more pronounced than outside. The air was thick with the stench of mildew and rot, and large swathes of wallpaper had peeled away, revealing darkened wooden boards beneath. The floor was thickly coated in dust, leaving distinct footprints with each step. The 7 children cautiously explored their surroundings. Suddenly, a faint, disembodied giggle of a little girl echoed from the second floor. Shortly after, a red balloon slowly floated down from the staircase. It's here. Richie's voice trembled. Everyone tightened their grip on their makeshift weapons, forming a protective circle as they had been taught by Rosen, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The game in the haunted house had officially commenced. Pennywise began to exploit their deepest fears, targeting them one by one. Eddie beheld a leprous figure, oozing with pus, crawling out from a moldy fridge. Richie found himself locked in a room filled with clown dolls, witnessing an apparition of himself lying in a coffin. Beverly was once more engulfed by a gushing fountain of blood. Yet this time, they did not succumb to despair as before. Thanks to Rosen's rigorous training, they had developed a certain resilience to their fears. With the calls and support of their companions, they managed to break free from the illusions time and again. Damn pests! Why are you no longer afraid? Pennywise's patience seemed to have reached its limit, unleashing a furious roar. The entire haunted house began to tremble violently, walls and floors contorting and warping, as if a living beast sought to devour them. It had resolved to abandon the psychological games, opting instead for the most direct form of terror, delivering pure physical fear. At the end of the corridor, a colossal monstrosity, woven from spider silk and human remains, emerged slowly. Its form incessantly shifted between that of a leper, a flute-playing maiden, and a mummy. Ultimately, it transformed into a gigantic werewolf, adorned with razor-sharp claws. With a thunderous roar, the werewolf lunged toward the nearest inhabitant, Ben Hanscom. In this critical moment, Bill bellowed, "Fire!" Mike pulled the trigger. Bang! A substantial steel nail struck true, piercing the werewolf's eye. The creature let out a pained howl, momentarily halting its assault. In swift succession, Bill and Beverly charged forward, plunging their iron spears deep into the beast's flesh. Others joined in, hurling stones with fervor. This was their first genuine infliction of harm upon Pennywise. Well done. In the distance, Rosen observed through his telescope, nodding with keen interest. The growth of these tools exceeded his expectations. Yet, he was acutely aware that this minor injury was merely a tickle to Pennywise. Indeed, the werewolf roared and violently shook its body, casting Bill and Beverly aside. The wounds upon its form began to heal at an astonishing rate. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the oblivious prey, poised to rend them asunder. At that moment, as fear and fury reached their zenith, Rosen commenced his harvest. He activated Fear Devour, an invisible glutton, voraciously siphoning the vast reservoirs of terror energy emanating from the battlefield. The energy unleashed by Pennywise's wrath and injury. The intertwining fear and courage born from the children's confrontation with the monster. These high-quality offerings surged into Rosen's being like rivers converging into the sea. Fear Monarch's proficiency significantly enhanced. Mental attributes permanently increased by 0-2. The realm of mental imagery fortified, enhancing his ability to influence reality. An unprecedented wave of satisfaction coursed through Rosen's entire being. He comfortably squinted his eyes, savoring the essence of an exquisite delicacy. Meanwhile, within the haunted house, Pennywise sensed once more the draining weakness of its power. Furiously, it raised its gaze, as if attempting to pierce the ceiling, searching for the hidden thief. That accursed fiend was nibbling away at its feast. This sensation of being treated as a mere laborer by its adversary ignited an unfamiliar emotion within Pennywise's chaotic consciousness: frustration. With a reluctant roar, it resolved to cease the battle. Its form began to blur, preparing to retreat into a deeper dimension. In Pennywise's eyes, as long as it returned to its dominion in the sewers, no one could pilfer its power again. Attempting to flee? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Rosen's eyes. I am still not satiated. He slowly raised his hand, directing it towards the haunted house. He unleashed his new LV3 ability, Fear Erosion. A wave of pure, fear-laden energy, imprinted with Rosen's will, surged forth like invisible bullets. It traversed hundreds of meters, striking precisely into the foundation of the haunted house. Pennywise, who was phasing away, suddenly felt the core of its lair being tainted by an aggressively invasive external force. The link it shared with this nest was being forcefully severed. No. Pennywise let out a horrified roar. Its home was being stolen. Chapter 44. The Clown's Return, shaken as Rosen's Fear Erosion struck the heart of the haunted house with pinpoint accuracy. Pennywise instantly felt as though it had been unceremoniously kicked from its throne. The spiritual connection it had maintained with this lair for centuries was being forcefully contaminated by a crude and domineering power. It felt akin to a hacker deploying a superior virus to breach its firewall, leaving an indelible backdoor program in its system. It could still sense the existence of the haunted house, yet it could no longer wield control over it as it once did. Indeed, it could feel that foreign fear energy was eroding the very essence of the house, attempting to claim it as its own. Who are you? Pennywise's ethereal form froze midair, unleashing a silent roar laced with anger and dread. This insidious method was more terrifying than any physical assault, for it undermined the very foundation of its existence. Meanwhile, Rosen resembled an elegant thief. Having delivered this lethal blow, he instantly retracted all presence and vanished into the shadows, concealing his achievements and name. He understood that Pennywise, upon having its lair contaminated, would inevitably plunge into a period of chaos and weakness, granting precious time for the impending full-scale assault. Within the haunted house, as Pennywise fled in panic, the enormous werewolf dissipated as if it had never existed. The 7 children of the Losers Club lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Each bore wounds, yet fortunately, none suffered fatal injuries. They had successfully escaped from Pennywise's lair, unscathed. Did we succeed? Did we drive it away? Richie's voice trembled with incredulous joy. Yet Bill's expression was gravely serious. He shook his head. We merely provoked it. It will return, and next time it will be worse. The relief of surviving was swiftly replaced by a deeper fear of the future. They dragged their weary bodies out of the haunted house, which, to them, no longer seemed so terrifying. However, what awaited them was the first and most severe schism within the alliance. Back in the Bill's garage, Eddie's mother, a woman with an overwhelming need for control and a pathological belief in her son's frailty, had long been waiting there. Upon seeing Eddie covered in dust and wounds, she erupted in fury. She screamed and berated Bill and the others, blaming them for corrupting her son and leading him into danger. You monsters! Stay away from my Eddie. Without hesitation, she yanked Eddie away, forbidding him from associating with those so-called failures. Eddie attempted to resist, yet under his mother's long-standing psychological manipulation, the fragile courage he had just begun to muster quickly crumbled. Eddie's departure acted as a spark, igniting the negative emotions within the others. See, I knew it would come to this. Richie was the first to explode, slamming his baseball bat onto the ground. What are we even doing? Fighting a clown monster that can't be killed? We almost died in there. For what? For your damn brother, Bill? He's already dead. Richie, shut up. Bill stormed forward, delivering a punch to Richie's face. The two instantly engaged in a brawl, while Stanley and Ben hurried to intervene, creating chaos in the garage. Ultimately, the argument ended in disarray. Richie and Stanley departed in succession, leaving the Losers Club in tatters. Only Bill, Beverly, Ben, and Mike remained, their expressions somber in the garage. What do we do now? Ben asked despondently. Just then, a chilling voice echoed at the garage door. A minor victory has led you to hubris, while a slight setback has caused your disintegration. The figure of Rosen emerged like a ghost melding into the shadows, his gaze brimming with unabashed disappointment and disdain. It seems I have overestimated you. You are not apostles, merely a heap of useless clay. His words deeply pierced the pride of everyone present. What do you know? Bill retorted, his eyes reddening as he growled at Rosen. You have no idea what we have endured. You just hide behind us, using us as bait. Bait? Rosen scoffed, slowly advancing into the garage. With each step, an almost tangible aura of dread made it increasingly difficult for the youths to breathe. Did you truly believe it was you who drove it away just now? Rosen stood before Bill, looking down at him with an icy gaze that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. If I hadn't tainted its lair and shaken its foundations, you would have already become a pile of flesh within its belly. The reason you stand alive here is not due to your courage, but rather because you remain useful to me. He extended a finger, gently tapping Bill's forehead. Now, suppress your pitiable and meaningless rage. Go retrieve your worthless friends, for the final confrontation is about to commence. Each of you is an indispensable offering in this ritual. Rosen's words, akin to the most venomous curse, bore an irresistible allure. He offered no explanation, nor any solace. Instead, he yanked this group of youths back from the brink of division with the harshest of realities. He understood that gentle encouragement would be of no avail with these children. Only by making them realize that their sole path to survival lay in clinging tightly to their own strength could they abandon all unrealistic fantasies and unleash their most fervent will to survive. Bill gazed into Rosen's unfathomable eyes, his anger and resentment gradually replaced by a profound sense of awe. The man spoke the truth. They had no retreat. What shall we do? Bill's voice was somewhat hoarse. Very simple, Rosen replied, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction. We must locate its true hiding place within the sewers of Derry. Then, we shall conduct a ritual, a ceremony that can utterly bury it. Chapter 45. It returns. Preparing the ritual with Rosen's formidable intervention, the crisis threatening the Losers Club was abruptly halted. Bill and the others, burdened with complex emotions, set out to retrieve Eddie, Richie, and Stanley. The process was fraught with difficulty. Eddie was locked inside his home by his mother, while Richie and Stanley, gripped by fear, refused to participate once more. Ultimately, however, through Beverly's persuasion and their shared dread of Pennywise's return, the 7 children regrouped. They were acutely aware that only by uniting and heeding the directives of that enigmatic man could they hope for a sliver of survival. Excellent. It appears you are not yet completely foolish, Rosen remarked, observing the reunited 7 with a tone still laced with disdain, yet his gaze held an almost imperceptible approval. He unfurled a map of the Derry sewer system, borrowed from the municipal archives, upon the garage floor of Bill's home. Based on my analysis and the feedback from the haunting, Pennywise's true lair lies here. His finger pointed to the center of the map, the nexus of all sewer lines, directly above an ancient, long-abandoned deep well. Remarkably, this well was situated beneath the infamous haunted house at 29 Neibolt Street. All clues converged upon this singular location. Hanscom gazed intently at the map, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. All the mysterious disappearances in the town of Derry occurred in the vicinity of this well. Thus, our ultimate battleground lies there, Rosen concluded. But how shall we confront it? Eddie inquired anxiously. Last time in the haunted house, despite our utmost efforts, we merely compelled it to retreat temporarily. In its lair, it will only grow stronger. We require a ritual, Rosen replied, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. He had subtly modified the information he gathered from Ben regarding the ancient Chud ritual passed down through the Indian tribes. According to ancient lore, it is an entity from another dimension that feeds on fear. Simple physical attacks are largely ineffective against its essence. However, it adheres to certain ancient cosmic laws, the most significant of which is the power of belief. As long as you truly believe you can harm it, your attacks can inflict damage on its spiritual form. Rosen's words were interwoven with truth and deception. He presented a metaphysical theory reminiscent of that found in films, instilling it in these young minds in a more persuasive manner. Thus, the essence of the Chud ritual becomes a contest of willpower, a game determining who fears less. He produced 7 seemingly ordinary objects, each subtly infused with the energy of fear erosion: a silver coin, a marble, a small stone. These tokens would serve as the vessels of your belief. During the ritual, you must confront the fearsome illusions it conjures with your most cherished memories and unwavering resolve. When you conquer your inner fears, these tokens can deliver fatal damage to its essence. This discourse, steeped in mystique, resonated perfectly with the imaginations of the youth. They beheld the small objects imbued with a sacred mission, their eyes rekindled with the flames of hope. Yet unbeknownst to them, these so-called tokens would, once the ritual commenced, transform into conduits and receivers for Rosen to siphon Pennywise's primal power. In addition to the tokens, we require some physical assurances, Rosen continued, retrieving an array of small toys from his seemingly infinite storage space. High-strength alloy fishing nets, several high-explosive flashbangs, and a modified signal gun capable of firing specially crafted silver rivets appeared before them. Should the contest of wills falter, we shall summon it with these. Rosen's tone was as casual as if he were distributing candies. The members of the Losers Club stared, wide-eyed, at this equipment far beyond their comprehension, gaining a newfound understanding of Rosen's enigmatic strength. Finally, the most crucial element emerged. Rosen's expression turned gravely serious as he presented an object before everyone. It was an ancient, triangular prism, seemingly hewn from obsidian. This was the Prism of Illusions, a relic obtained within the realm of Silent Hill. It served as the core of the ritual, Rosen's voice laced with seduction, possessing the power to shatter all illusions and pierce through to the essence. In the final stages of the ceremony, when you force it into a corner, I shall activate this core. It will conjure a tangible realm, yanking it from the ethereal plane of consciousness to the physical realm where it can be utterly vanquished. That moment shall be our time to bring an end to it. Rosen painted a picture of hope and victory for the children, artfully cloaking his sinister devouring scheme as a sacred demon-slaying ritual. The 7 children were ignited with fervor by his words. All prior fears and divisions coalesced into a united resolve to combat evil. Armed with their tokens and gear, their gazes resolute, they resembled youthful knights on the brink of a holy crusade. Remember, fear is your weapon. Rosen regarded them with a final pre-battle rallying cry. And I shall be your most steadfast support. He coldly added in his heart. Of course, I shall also be your ultimate harvester. Chapter 46. The clown returns, deep within the sewers. Under Rosen's meticulous orchestration, the 7 members of the Losers Club, equipped with their sanctified tools, embarked on their journey to the final battleground. The sewer system of Derry was akin to the town's shadowy counterpart, intricate, rife with the unknown and filth. Murky wastewater flowed sluggishly beneath their feet, the air thick with a nauseating stench. The beam of their flashlight flickered in the darkness, illuminating only a limited distance ahead, while the deeper shadows loomed like a monstrous maw, ready to engulf them at any moment. I despise this place. Eddie tightened the mask on his face, his voice tinged with a whimper, declaring it a haven for bacteria. Each breath felt like a reduction of his lifespan. Shut up, Eddie. Richie, though equally frightened, couldn't resist a quip, suggesting that if Eddie continued, they would be drowned in his saliva. Rosen did not accompany them. He remained an observer in a higher dimension, utilizing his omnipresent psychic energy and the connection to the tokens to monitor everything within the sewers in real time. He sensed that the deeper the children ventured, the more Pennywise's malevolent consciousness stirred. The entire sewer system was its domain. Every inch of wall and drop of sewage could serve as a weapon for its assault. Suddenly, Bill, leading the group, halted. The flashlight in his hand illuminated an object floating upon the water's surface ahead. It was a doll clad in a yellow raincoat, with one arm severed. Bill's voice quivered as he beheld, behind the doll, the fleeting apparition of a little boy in a matching yellow raincoat, vanishing around the corner ahead. George, wait for me. In an instant, Bill's rationality was consumed by an overwhelming yearning for his brother, compelling him to pursue recklessly. Bill, don't go. It's a trap. Others cried out in panic, hastily following suit. Rosen, observing from a godlike perspective, merely shook his head in disapproval. Still too naive, he thought, to fall for such a simple bait. Yet he refrained from intervening. He needed Pennywise to perform unabashedly, to escalate the atmosphere of terror to its zenith, ensuring his own gains from the ensuing chaos. The group chased after Bill, veering into a fork in the path. When they regained their senses, they discovered they had become separated from Mike and Stanley, leaving only Bill, Richie, Eddie, Beverly, and Ben. Before them loomed an underground space, cluttered with an array of discarded items and the belongings of missing children. At the center of this grim chamber, a hill composed of countless tattered toys, forsaken furniture, and the remnants of childhood lay, upon which a red balloon hung ominously in the air. "Welcome to my home," came Pennywise's mocking voice from all directions. Instantly, the deepest fears of the 5 children were simultaneously ignited. Bill once more beheld the decaying visage of his brother George, emerging from the heap of bones, accusing him of betrayal. Richie found himself encircled by a multitude of grinning clown dolls. Before Eddie, a leprous figure, oozing with pus, crawled slowly from a massive sewage pipe. Ben was greeted by a headless corpse beckoning him, and Beverly, she beheld her mentally unstable father, wielding a belt, approaching her with a sinister grin. A quintet of nightmares descended upon them simultaneously. The children were instantly engulfed by their respective terrors, unleashing desperate screams. Meanwhile, the separated Mike and Stanley faced their own personal horrors. Mike found himself trapped within a burning, enclosed pipe, as countless charred arms reached out from the walls. Grasping at him, Stanley encountered once more the distorted woman playing the flute. This time, her mouth stretched grotesquely to the roots of her ears, filled with shark-like teeth. Lunging towards his face, the entire sewer transformed into a meticulously orchestrated feast of fear, directed by Pennywise. An overwhelming surge of fear energy erupted from the 7 children, akin to a volcanic explosion, and Rosen, like the most avaricious glutton, opened his formless maw wide. Fear devoured, he frantically siphoned the nearly tangible essence of fear energy. Fear Monarch's talent proficiency rapidly increased. The essence of the spirit attribute is everlasting. The dominion of nightmares has been nourished, enhancing its ability to manipulate the mind. Such a sensation is simply exquisite. Rosen's soul trembled with exhilaration under the impact of this colossal energy. He felt as though he were indulging in the highest purity of intoxicating elixir. Each act of consumption propelled him towards a loftier plane of existence. Meanwhile, Pennywise experienced once more the suffocating frustration of being robbed. It had prepared a lavish banquet, yet before it could even take a bite, the finest dishes had been half consumed by an invisible thief. "Once again, it was you," Pennywise roared in a fit of rage. It abandoned its intimidation of the children and concentrated all its attention on uncovering the hidden thief lurking in the shadows. Its immense consciousness swept through the entire sewer system like radar. However, Rosen had seamlessly merged his essence with the filthy environment of the sewer, rendering him undetectable. This sensation of being unable to locate the enemy while simultaneously being drained by them drove Pennywise's chaotic mind to experience an emotion it had never felt before: madness. As Pennywise's focus shifted, the illusions targeting the children began to wane. The members of the Losers Club finally broke free from their respective nightmares. Though still shaken, this time, they did not succumb to despair. "Has its power diminished?" Eddie gasped. "Indeed, Mr. Rosen is aiding us from the shadows." A spark of realization flickered in Bill's eyes. They mistakenly interpreted Rosen's thievery as a form of assistance that weakened the enemy. This misunderstanding rekindled the courage that had nearly extinguished. "He has created an opportunity for us. We cannot let it go to waste." Beverly raised her iron spear, her gaze resolute. "Precisely. Let us find it. Eliminate it," Richie echoed, picking up a baseball bat from the ground. The 7 children reunited once more, wielding flashlights and rudimentary weapons, and boldly advanced towards the hill constructed of bones and refuse, the very core of Pennywise's power. Unbeknownst to them, behind their backs, the man they deemed their savior wore a satisfied smile, observing this group of perfectly utilized offerings, step by step, moving towards the ultimate feast prepared for him. Chapter 47. The Clown's Return. A gluttonous feast as the 7 members of the Losers Club charged towards the hill made of bones and trash. Pennywise realized that it could no longer shatter these prey with mere illusions. The thief concealed in the darkness. Not only did it steal a considerable amount of energy, but it also inadvertently ignited the fighting spirit within these children. This incited within it a profound rage intertwined with a hint of exhilaration. "Since you crave death so desperately, I shall oblige." Pennywise's voice reverberated through the vast underground space, laced with a chilling cruelty. The skeletal hill began to tremble violently, and countless red balloons ascended from the crevices of the mound, resembling droplets of reversed blood converging at the ceiling of the space. Subsequently, a repulsive figure slowly emerged from the summit of the hill. It was no longer the form of a clown, but rather a colossal spider, its size comparable to that of an elephant, covered in a gray exoskeleton reminiscent of an insect. The spider's abdomen was a massive, pulsating mass akin to a female birth canal, within which 3 orbs radiating an eerie luminescence spun incessantly. This was one of Pennywise's physical manifestations and the core of its power, the dead light. What on earth is that? Richie, upon witnessing this Cthulhu-esque sight, nearly dropped the baseball bat he held. Even the boldest of them all, Bill, turned pale at the sight of this unimaginable monstrosity. Don't be afraid. Bill forced himself to steady his voice, shouting, "Remember what Mr. Rosen said. It's merely trying to intimidate us with a more horrifying guise. With our faith." He was the first to raise the token, the silver coin blessed by Rosen. The others soon followed suit, raising their tokens, infusing them with all their courage and will. For George. For all the missing children. For Derry. 7 children. 7 streams of belief, though faint, were pure beyond measure, converged to form an invisible barrier that resisted the psychic pressure emanating from the colossal spider. Belief? Ridiculous insects. The giant spider's mandibles clicked open and closed, emitting a shrill sound akin to metal scraping against metal. It suddenly raised a scythe-like foreleg and lunged violently at Stanley, who was nearest. "Be careful." Beverly, quick on her feet, shoved Stanley aside just in time. The razor-sharp appendage grazed Stanley's body, plunging deeply into the ground and sending shards of rock flying. The battle had officially commenced. "Scatter! Attack its legs!" Bill commanded loudly, and the group immediately dispersed, utilizing the terrain to maneuver around the giant spider. Mike fired relentlessly at the spider's joints with his gun. Although it inflicted no substantial damage, it successfully drew the creature's attention. Ben and Richie harried its flanks with rocks and baseball bats, while Bill, Beverly, Eddie, and Stanley sought opportunities to strike at the spider's relatively vulnerable abdomen with their iron spears. This was a battle of staggering disparity in power. Each successful assault by the children felt akin to a mere toothpick prodding an adult. While it may induce a fleeting sensation of pain, it ultimately fails to inflict any substantial harm. Conversely, each retaliatory strike from the colossal spider struck with the force of thunder, leaving the children ensnared in peril. During one desperate evasion, Eddie was swept by the spider's forelimb, resulting in an instantaneous fracture of his arm, eliciting a cry of anguish. Stanley, paralyzed by fear, found himself ensnared by the web spewed forth from the spider's maw, rendered immobile. The situation hung precariously in the balance. Yet, behind this turmoil lurked the hidden fisherman, Rosen, reveling in the long-awaited feast. With each intensification of the battle, he could distinctly perceive the unprecedented peak of energy released by both sides. The malevolent power of Pennywise, boiling with rage and a thirst for slaughter. The children's belief, ignited by the injury of a companion teetering on the brink of death, a fusion of fear, anger, despair, and courage. These two distinct yet equally pure energies clashed violently within that confined subterranean space, resembling intertwining tornadoes. At the center of this tempest lay Rosen's fear devourer, an unfathomable abyss. No longer content with merely siphoning the remnants, he stealthily inserted his conduit into the very sources of both energies simultaneously. On one side, the oceanic primordial force of Pennywise. On the other, the fragile yet tightly knit collective of belief embodied by the 7 children. He was absorbing the strength from both realms. Warning. Host detected attempting to consume the cosmic-level evil deity's essence. Risk extremely high, potential for soul collapse. Warning. Host detected consuming belief power, an attribute contradictory to fear energy. Potential for energy conflict. The system's alarm blared chaotically within Rosen's mind. Yet, he remained oblivious, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Risk? Conflict? To me, all energy possesses but one attribute, one that grants me strength. His Fear King talent essentially transformed all negative emotions into his own power. In a certain sense, belief and courage are not also the antithesis and derivatives of fear, just as light and shadow are 2 sides of the same coin. Rosen was determined to embark on an unprecedented endeavor, perhaps one never to be replicated. He aimed to forcibly merge these 2 wholly opposing forces within the crucible of his soul. The tumult of his consciousness surged like a tempest. The chaotic power of the malevolent deity assailed his spirit like the most potent poison, while the children's belief power blazed like the fiercest sacred flame, striving to purify his darkened essence. Within him, 2 forces engaged in a frenzied tug of war. Were it any other individual, their soul would likely have shattered into oblivion by now. Yet, Rosen's spirit, tempered through the crucible of countless worlds, had become as resilient as ancient stone. He wielded his formidable mental prowess, a staggering 434 points, as a forge, and the tyrannical rules of the Lord of Fear as his hammer, embarking on the most savage and unrelenting of forges against these two foreign forces. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Pennywise and the members of the Losers Club simultaneously experienced a peculiar sense of weakness. With each movement of his forelimbs, Pennywise felt a fragment of his power dissipate. The children, too, sensed their courage, which had sustained them in battle, inexplicably waning. In this ebb and flow, the conflict maintained an eerie balance, with both sides consuming one another, yet unable to gain the upper hand. They had become mere ingredients in Rosen's grand feast, continuously drained of their essence. The moment of reckoning was nearing. Rosen could feel within his soul's furnace that the two ferocious powers were beginning to show signs of fusion under his relentless forging. Meanwhile, Pennywise and the children had been drained to the brink of exhaustion. It was time for the final harvest. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze that was half abyssal black and half ablaze with resplendent golden flames. Rising from his concealment, he ceased to mask his aura, unleashing a terrifying presence far more formidable than Pennywise's, imbued with a touch of the divine and the majestic. Like a tsunami, it surged through the entirety of the sewer. The combatants entangled in the subterranean space froze abruptly, their attention drawn to the figure emerging from the shadows, reminiscent of a god or demon. "Thank you all for your splendid performance," Rosen remarked, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, akin to one who has savored a delectable feast. "Now, the party is over." As Rosen's godlike silhouette appeared at the entrance of the underground realm, both the colossal spider creature, Pennywise, and the weary members of the Losers Club felt an overwhelming sense of absolute suppression emanating from a primal level of existence. It was a feeling akin to mortals gazing upon deities, a sense of insignificance before ancient gods. From the maw of the gigantic spider, fragmented sounds of horror and incredulity emerged. It could distinctly sense that the fear emanating from Rosen, once akin to its own, had undergone an incomprehensible metamorphosis. It had become more elevated, more pure, even infused with the essence of the belief it loathed most. These two diametrically opposed forces coexisted flawlessly within the same being. This thoroughly overturns Pennywise's ancient understanding of the universe. Surprised, Rosen slowly stepped onto the battlefield. With each stride he took, the surrounding shadows seemed to contort in his favor, and the polluted ground yielded before him. "I must extend my gratitude to you and these brave children. It is you who have provided me with the perfect experiment." He glanced at the utterly petrified youths, nodding slightly, akin to a sovereign inspecting his soldiers. "You have performed admirably. The mission of the bait has been accomplished. Now, step aside and revel in the final fireworks." The members of the Losers Club lacked even the strength to rise. Forced to witness this enigmatic and terrifying man advance step by step toward the equally fearsome giant spider. A confrontation between the divine and the monstrous, one they could not comprehend, was about to unfold. "No, you cannot do this. I am eternal. I am the embodiment of fear." Pennywise sensed the impending threat, roaring with a facade of bravado. Simultaneously, the tumor on its abdomen abruptly opened, revealing 3 spinning orbs of deadly light that erupted with blinding radiance. Aimed directly at Rosen's soul, this was its most potent attack. A cosmic-grade mental weapon capable of obliterating the mind and annihilating the soul in an endless abyss of madness and chaos. Yet, in the face of this soul-shattering light that could drive even deities to madness, Rosen merely raised his right hand. Upon his palm, one half coalesced into tangible, abyssal darkness, while the other blazed with resplendent golden flames forged from the power of belief. Deadly light? To me, it is but a candle flickering before extinction. Darkness and flame intertwined within his grasp, swirling to form a slowly rotating Taiji diagram, seemingly capable of devouring all. Fear and belief, these two forces he had forcibly fused, for the first time unveiled their world-shattering prowess in this realm. Buzz! The 3 beams of deadly light collided fiercely with the black and gold Taiji diagram. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic shockwave. The terrifying energy capable of obliterating souls was silently consumed, decomposed, and transformed the instant it made contact with the Taiji diagram. "No, it's impossible." Pennywise emitted a desperate wail. Its strongest strike had been so effortlessly neutralized by the adversary. It could even feel its own primal power being frantically siphoned away through the link of the deadly light. Now it is my turn. A glint of gluttonous greed sparkled in Rosen's eyes as he took a step forward. In an instant, his figure traversed dozens of meters, appearing before the giant spider. The hand, infused with darkness and flames, descended with an irresistible will, forcefully pressing down upon the enormous head of the spider. Fear Devourer, Nightmare Sovereign, Lord of Terror. The three formidable talents, the three immense powers, were unleashed by Rosen to their utmost limits in that moment. No longer content with mere theft, he sought to engage in the most barbaric and thorough act of consumption. The colossal body of the spider began to disintegrate at a visibly rapid pace, crumbling before one's eyes. Its gray shell, composed of fear energy, shattered inch by inch, transforming into the purest form of energy that surged into Rosen's being. The vast soul, the ancient consciousness, all knowledge and memories of the universe and terror, everything was forcibly ground, absorbed, and digested by Rosen. This was an act of conceptual devouring on an unprecedented scale. The members of the Losers Club could no longer discern the scene at the heart of the battlefield. They only beheld a massive sphere of light, composed of darkness and golden radiance, completely enveloping the horrifying spider. Within the sphere, the anguished roars of Pennywise echoed, transitioning from fury to horror, then to despair, ultimately fading into oblivion. This process endured for a full minute. As the light dissipated, the subterranean realm was devoid of the giant spider, devoid of Pennywise. Only Rosen remained, quietly standing there, surrounded by swirling motes of golden luminescence and wisps of black mist. He emanated a conflicting aura that was both sacred and sinister, both majestic and terrifying. Gradually, he opened his eyes, which seemed to contain a starry expanse, so profound that a mere glance could draw one into its depths. Warning: host forcibly devouring the avatar of a universe-level evil deity. The soul is under immense strain, initiating mandatory fusion and reconstitution. Fusion reconstitution successful. Host spiritual attribute permanently increased by 50. World-class talent Lord of Terror LV3 LV4. Core ability Nightmare Sovereign. Pseudo. Absorbs the essence of Death Light. Evolving into Nightmare Demon God. Prototype. Core ability Mindscape Domain. Prototype. Absorbs the essence of Pennywise's domain. Evolving into Mindscape Realm. Beginner. Congratulations, host, on achieving a significant leap in the essence of life. The system notifications cascaded through Rosen's mind like a tidal wave. He felt his soul and power swell to a terrifying new magnitude. Casting a glance at the utterly stunned youths, he chose not to utter another word. Instead, he turned and slowly stepped into the darkened sewer. His primary mission was accomplished. The fear of this world had become a part of him. There was nothing here left to hold his affection. Only those 7, the failures who will never forget the divine marvels witnessed this night. Chapter 49, SSS Rank. Whispers of the Ancient God. As Rosen's figure vanished into the darkness of the sewer, the members of the Club of Failures awakened from their collective dream. They supported one another, stepping out of the place that had been the source of countless nightmares. The sky above Delry Town appeared brighter than ever before. The gloom and curse that had shrouded the town for centuries dissipated with the complete annihilation of the ancient god that fed on fear. They understood that their lives would return to normalcy, yet the indelible memory of that godlike man would forever be etched in their minds. Inside the rental dwelling, Rosen felt a dizzying sensation of return, coupled with an unprecedented tranquility. The gains from the world of the clown returns could no longer be described as abundant. It was a complete ascension. He didn't even need to await the settlement, having already achieved a leap in the hierarchy of existence. Return teleportation complete. Commencing final settlement for the world of the clown returns. Main quest, seal it, exceeded completion. The target has been entirely consumed. Side quest, save all members of the Club of Failures, completed. Hidden achievement, divine gluttony, as a mortal, performing the act of devouring a god. Overall assessment, SSS rank, new god of fear. Commentary, no further words are necessary. With the most audacious of plans and the most domineering of methods, you have wholly consumed an ancient god's avatar deemed by the system as indestructible. You are no longer the king of fear. You are becoming fear itself. The epic of terror in Delry Town concludes with you. while your own legend is merely beginning. Distributing SSS rank completion rewards. Reward 120. 000 points of fear source material. Reward 2. 1 random draw for an S rank skill item. Reward 320 free attribute points. Reward 4. Due to the host achieving the Divine Gluttony achievement, a special reward, Whispers of the Ancient God, is granted, allows for 1 conceptual enhancement of a specified talent or ability. SSS rank evaluation, Whispers of the Ancient God. Gazing upon this unprecedentedly splendid settlement, Rosen's breath momentarily faltered. Without hesitation, he applied the reward of Whispers of the Ancient God to his most fundamental talent, confirming the use of Whispers of the Ancient God for the conceptual enhancement of the world-class talent, King of Fear. Enhancement in progress. Enhancement successful. World-class talent, King of Fear, has evolved into the mythic-level talent, Source of All Fear. The Source of All Fear, mythical unique talent, level, LV1, originally LV4. Transformed into LV1 mythical, effect 1, domain of fear, domainization. Your heart image domain is bound to your mythical talent, transforming it into your exclusive divine realm. Within this domain, you embody the rules, and your words manifest as law. Effect 2, concept devouring, evolution. You can now directly consume the concepts of your enemies. For instance, by devouring Jason's concept of immortality, you shall attain a superior form of immortality. Effect 3, creator of fear, mastery. You can utilize fear energy to conjure forth fear minions that possess independent consciousness and growth potential. Effect 4, projection of all realms, enhancement. You can effortlessly project enemies you have defeated and even briefly manifest your own mythical form. New effect 5, fear is me, mythical unlock. As long as the concept of fear exists in the universe, the essence of your soul shall not be truly obliterated. You are the embodiment of fear itself. Is this truly a mythical talent? Rosen felt the cataclysmic changes deep within his soul. Waves of overwhelming emotion surged within him. This was no mere skill. It represented a cosmic authority. He then proceeded to examine the evolution of his other abilities after devouring Pennywise. Nightmare Demon God. Prototype, you have initially grasped the power of Death Light, capable of delivering annihilating strikes to the souls of your enemies in dreams or reality. Heart Image Domain. Initial stage, the range and intensity have surged, enabling you to temporarily distort the laws of physics within the domain. After assessing his internal transformations, Rosen began to claim his other rewards. From the S-rank extraction, he received a special mask named the Smile of Pennywise. The Smile of Pennywise, Golden Legend. Type, special equipment mask effect. When worn, you can perfectly disguise yourself as any creature you have encountered, gaining some of its abilities. Additionally, it significantly enhances your mental attacks and illusion capabilities. Description, we are all floating beneath. A flawless auxiliary equipment. Lastly, he received 20,000 points of fear source material and 20 points to allocate freely. He invested all 20 points into his mental attribute once more. Mental, 434, 484, devoured 50, 734. Detected a breakthrough of over 50 points in core attributes, resulting in a qualitative transformation of soul strength, awakening divinity. Congratulations, host, you have attained divinity, initial stage. He allocated the entirety of the 20,000 fear source material to strengthen his other three-dimensional attributes. Strength, agility, constitution, 235, 335. When all enhancements were complete, Rosen's status had reached an unfathomable level. Host, Rosen, divinity, beginner, strength, 335, agility, 335, constitution, 335, spirit, 734, mythical talent, source of all fear LV1. Rosen sensed the immense power within him. Akin to the primordial chaos of the universe, he understood that he was no longer human. He had become a deity cloaked in human guise. All rewards have been fully distributed. The host has 24 hours for rest. After 24 hours, automatic transmission to the next horror world will occur. World preview. Next stop, an unknown location, a cabin in the woods. Scene prompt. 5 young individuals, each with distinct personalities, embark on a journey to a secluded cabin in the woods. The basement brims with peculiar artifacts, and your choices will determine which actor will take the stage tonight. Warning, a high-dimensional organization has been detected in this world. along with a sacrificial ritual to ancient gods. Your existence may unpredictably disrupt the entire narrative of this world. Proceed with caution or indulge in unrestrained revelry. Cabin in the woods. Sacrificial script. Rosen gazed at the system's prompt, excitement and anticipation flickering in his eyes like never before. Chapter 50, Cabin in the Woods. The radiance of the transmission faded. Rosen found himself standing in a central control room, surrounded by high-tech equipment exuding a metallic sheen. Dozens of personnel clad in white uniforms were diligently attending to their respective tasks. Some were calibrating environmental parameters, others monitoring vital signs, while yet others were placing bets on various horror monster options displayed on the screens. Hey, newcomer, don't just stand there. Hurry to the pheromone control console and report in. Today is a significant day. A passing middle-aged supervisor patted Rosen on the shoulder, urging him impatiently. Rosen raised an eyebrow slightly. Transmission complete. Current world, cabin in the woods. World type, subversion, science fiction. Monsters. Main quest, survive until the sacrificial ritual concludes and uncover the truth about the ancient evil god and the organization. Quest rewards. Depending on the completeness of information and the final outcome, rewards range from 800 to 15,000 points of fear source material, with a random S-grade skill item draw. Quest failure. Become an appetizer for the ancient evil god or be eliminated by the organization. Current identity. Facility base. Technical department. Intern. Intern? A smirk of amusement played on Rosen's lips. The system's arrangement this time was indeed innovative. Rather than casting him as a sacrificial offering in the cabin, it had thrust him directly into the inner workings of the shadowy organization behind this world. This saved him considerable investigative time and granted him a novel divine perspective from which to appreciate the horror show soon to unfold. He calmly followed the supervisor's instructions and approached a control panel marked with pheromone regulation. With an extraordinary mental acuity and memory, he merely glanced at the operating manual and instantly grasped the entire workflow of this position. His task was to influence the emotions and behaviors of the 5 sacrifices within the cabin in the woods by releasing various chemical pheromones. For instance, he could render them more foolish, more lecherous, or lead them to make the gravest decisions at critical moments. It was indeed a morbidly amusing setup. As Rosen adeptly operated the console, he furtively observed the entire central control room out of the corner of his eye. The enormous main screen was divided into dozens of smaller images, providing a real-time broadcast of everything happening inside and outside the cabin. He beheld the 5 archetypal youths: the athlete, Kurt; the slut, Jules; the scholar, Holden; the virgin, Dana; and the fool, Marty. They were driving an RV, joyfully heading toward the death stage that had long been prepared for them. Below the main screen lay a colossal electronic betting board, listing dozens, if not hundreds, of different monster options: zombies, werewolves, giant spiders, a family of scarecrows, and killers donned in ceramic masks. All classic horror film monstrosities were represented. The staff in the control room were exuberantly pulling out their salary cards, placing bets on their favorite actors. I wager $100 they'll choose the zombie redneck family. They're the most entertaining. Come on, last time it was them. I bet on the Ripper. The Virgin script suits that classical killer best. Rosen coldly listened to their discussions. In his eyes, these self-proclaimed directors and audience members were no different from the young people in the cabin, who were soon to meet their demise. They were merely pitiable sacrifices, meant to please some higher existence. His gaze fell upon the extensive list of monsters, where at the very bottom he noted several options marked as extremely dangerous: demon, eldritch god, dragon, and a name that made his pupils constrict slightly: Kevin. A name that appeared unremarkable, even somewhat comical, yet Rosen understood the terror that lay behind it. He discreetly committed this name to memory. As the RV arrived at the cabin, the meticulously orchestrated horror film was officially underway. Guided by the pheromones, the group of young people ignored all signs of danger and eagerly began their vacation. Meanwhile, the central control room entered its most critical phase, allowing the sacrifices to personally choose the monsters that would make their appearance that night. All right, everyone. The betting is open. The betting is open. A middle-aged woman, resembling a commanding officer and clad in a suit, clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention. The bets are placed. Let us see which old friend will be chosen as this year's fortunate one. On the screen, 5 young individuals, having just played a game of truth or dare, were mysteriously drawn towards the door leading to the basement. The basement was cluttered with an array of items, each imbued with curses and malice. Each object corresponded to a specific monster: an ancient diary, a mysterious music box, an eerie Rubik's Cube, and a tattered film reel. Quick, choose the diary. I wager 500 on the zombie redneck. One staff member exclaimed, his fists tightly clenched. Select the music box. The ballet demon is the true path. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the protagonist, the girl designated as the Virgin, Dana, grasped an ancient diary with a cover made of leather, human skin, and recited the blasphemous Latin incantation inscribed within. This is it. A fervent cheer erupted in the control room. The zombie redneck family. The Buckner family. I knew it. The commanding officer nodded in satisfaction and issued orders through the intercom. Release the department, unleash the Buckner family. Technical team, elevate the atmosphere. Lights, sound effects, fog. Let's synchronize. As she commanded, a massive elevator deep within the base began its slow ascent. Carrying a metal cage filled with sluggish, grotesque zombies wielding various agricultural weapons, destined for the surface. A bloody massacre was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Rosen remained at his control panel, his face devoid of expression, resembling the most dedicated employee. Yet within him, a plan far more insane and subversive than the organization's orchestrated script quietly took shape. Zombies. A delightful appetizer. Rosen gradually raised his hand, seemingly adjusting the pheromone release concentration. In reality, a strand of mental energy, interwoven with his powers of fear, erosion, and nightmare demon, surged like a cutting-edge computer virus, silently infiltrating the central control system of the entire base through its intricate circuits. Chapter 51. The Cabin in the Woods. Director, it's time for a change. On the central control room's large screen, the Buckner family zombies staggered out of the earth. Well done. Camera 3, get a close-up of that severed hand. The commanding officer, Miss Chetsun, leaned back in her chair, savoring her coffee. Laughter and the clamor of bets being settled filled the control room. Technical department, dim the moonlight a bit more. Add extra fog. An atmosphere team, speed it up. Received. Rosen responded calmly, his fingers tapping on the console. The environment surrounding the cabin in the woods swiftly transformed into a foreboding scene on the screen. Everything proceeded according to the script. Hey, Gary. I'm detecting some fluctuations in the vital signs here. Could there be an issue with the sensors? Inquired a bespectacled technician, furrowing his brow. The supervisor, known as Gary, glanced over. Just restart it. It's an old problem. Rosen remained silent. Having just injected a trivial segment of meaningless code into the physiological data stream of the 5 sacrificial victims, the pheromones were prepared, as planned, to lead the athletes and vixens to their demise in the woods. Siderson issued new directives. Rosen pressed the execution button. The young couple on the screen indeed succumbed to the surge of hormones, recklessly venturing into the nearby thicket. Wait, something's amiss. Gary, responsible for monitoring the pheromones, suddenly shouted. The pheromone concentration has spiraled out of control. It's 3 times above the safety threshold. Siderson's brow furrowed. What is happening? I don't know. The system indicates a filter blockage, but I just replaced it. The scene on the screen corroborated Gary's report. The athlete named Kurt, with bloodshot eyes, was not only failing to engage intimately with his girlfriend, but instead seized a nearby iron rod. Something's coming. He bellowed at his girlfriend, Jules. A zombie from the Buckner family staggered into view. According to the script, Jules was supposed to scream as she was slain. However, Kurt charged forward like a raging bull. Bam! The iron rod struck the zombie's head with a resounding thud, shattering half of its skull. The control room fell into an immediate silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the screen, as if witnessing the most absurd of dramas. Did he just kill the monster? What went wrong with the pheromones? We injected him with an aphrodisiac, not a rage serum. Siderson's expression darkened. Security department, prepare to initiate Plan B and double the number of monsters. The corners of Rosen's mouth twitched slightly in an unnoticed corner. All he had done was modify a minor parameter with a virus, altering the molecular structure of the pheromones from aphrodisiac to one that incited combat instincts. Report. Plan B cannot be initiated. The release system is locked. What? Siderson sprang from his chair. Not just the release system. Control permissions for the environmental, power, and communication subsystems are all being lost. A technician shouted in panic. Our system has been compromised. This declaration detonated like a bomb in the control room. Immediately sever the external network. Activate the firewall. Find that damned virus. Siderson roared. his earlier composure evaporating. Amidst the chaos, Rosen appeared as the most innocent of interns. "Supervisor, my console has malfunctioned as well." He raised his hand at just the right moment. On the screen, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. That fool named Marty, for reasons unknown, suddenly became extraordinarily alert. He had discovered the entrance to the basement and stumbled upon a hidden camera. "I knew it. This was all premeditated. We are mere pawns in a reality show." He shouted at the camera. "Quick, cut his audio." "No, we have lost control of the cabin." Chaos spread like a plague. Alarms blared incessantly, and red warning lights flickered across every face. "Initiate the base's final defense protocol. Purification procedure." Sitson made a decisive call, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. The purification procedure was the ultimate measure to annihilate the entire area, along with the offerings and facilities. In the event of a complete ritual failure, she entered a series of complex passwords into a crimson console and pressed the confirmation button. "The purification procedure has been initiated. All personnel must evacuate," echoed the cold system prompt. But soon after, the alert tone took on a sinister tone. "Purification failed. Command has been tampered with. Executing final command." Sitson's complexion turned as pale as parchment. She gazed in terror at the main screen. There, a line of blood-red, unfamiliar command codes appeared. "Protocol Carnival." Next moment, the entire base began to tremble violently. The floor of the central control room slowly opened. A colossal elevator, composed of countless metallic cages, emerged from the depths below. No, that's the cube. Who activated it? My heavens, look at those cages." Everyone stared in horror at the slowly rising monstrous prison. One after another, the electronic locks of hundreds, even thousands of cages clicked open. The howls of werewolves, the screams of aliens, the singing of little girls, the roar of chainsaws. A cacophony of horrifying sounds emanated from the depths, merging into a symphony of death. Rosen slowly lifted his head, observing the white-coated figures scattering in fright. In his eyes flickered a detached appreciation, as if witnessing fireworks. The script he had devised was finally set to unfold. Chapter 52, Cabin in the Woods. Dinner is served. The thunderous sound of the rising cube served as the opening bell for this bloody banquet. In the central control room, the elites, who previously sat calmly before their consoles, now resembled ants whose nest had been disturbed, screaming and running, utterly chaotic. "Secure the doors. Quick, shut the safety doors. It's futile. The main system is locked down. We have lost all authority. Who did this? Who on earth is responsible?" Their gazes swept fearfully over each person nearby. Once colleagues now appeared as the most suspicious of foes. Meanwhile, Rosen, the true source of the virus, leaned against his now darkened console, hands stuffed in his pockets. An outsider observing with detached curiosity the grotesque tableau of impending doom. Click! The electronic lock of the first cage sprang open. Inside was a colossal creature, its body enveloped in chitinous armor, a grotesque amalgamation of mantis and scorpion. It blinked its compound eyes, bewildered, as if still emerging from a prolonged slumber. The nearest technician, scrambling on all fours, desperately attempted to ascend a control panel. Stay back! Stay back!" he screamed hysterically, hurling a keyboard with all his might. The keyboard struck the creature's shell with a sharp crack, shattering into pieces. This act seemed to awaken the creature's ferocity entirely. Hiss! It emitted a piercing shriek, its scythe-like forelimbs darting forth with lightning speed. Thud! The technician's scream was abruptly silenced as his body was impaled with surgical precision onto the control panel. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the surrounding equipment crimson. This gruesome spectacle toppled the first domino. Click! 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 More cages opened. A hellish monk, shackled in iron chains and studded with nails, trudged out, dragging a cubical object that wailed incessantly. A swarm of agile, acid-dripping aliens surged forth like a black tide, scaling the elevator supports towards the ceiling. A little girl in a hospital gown, her wet black hair cascading over her face, crawled slowly from a shadowy corner, humming a strange lullaby, her body contorted in an ergonomically impossible manner. Werewolves, vampires, giant pythons, headless horsemen, hundreds of monsters that existed solely in nightmares were unleashed simultaneously. They surged with a thirst for freedom and a ravenous craving for flesh towards the unarmed caretakers in the control room. In an instant, the entire central control room transformed into a bloody buffet. The cacophony of screams, gnashing teeth, cracking bones, and the roars of monsters wove together into a chaotic and terrifying symphony of death. Miss Siderson and several security personnel were the only ones still capable of fighting back. They stood back to back, forming a circle, their firearms incessantly spitting flames in a desperate attempt to fend off the unending tide of creatures. Hold the line. Hold the line. Calling ground forces. An A-class containment breach has occurred at the base. Sithson roared into the communicator, his aim unwavering as he expertly dispatched a bullet into the eye of an oncoming zombie dog. However, the standard ammunition inflicted only minimal damage upon these supernatural entities. Their defensive perimeter was gradually being constricted. Meanwhile, Rosen stood resolutely at the edge of chaos, his formidable aura of dread forming an invisible barrier. The primal beasts, driven solely by instinct, instinctively avoided the area he occupied. He remained unscathed amidst a sea of blood and corpses, resembling a detached deity surveying the tumultuous scene. His gaze, akin to that of the most discerning gourmet, swept over the rampaging creatures. Too feeble, devoid of any worth for consumption, this one possesses interesting properties. Its energy composition is quite unique. This one is of the soul type. The ability of weakness insight allowed him to clearly analyze the energy levels, attack patterns, and potential vulnerabilities of each monster. For him, this was not hell, but an unprecedented treasure trove of biological diversity. At last, he identified his first target, a nightmarish entity suspended in midair, its form composed of a swirling mass of black mist. It seemed devoid of physical substance, preying upon human psyches. A hapless technician, having merely made eye contact with it, immediately collapsed, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, ultimately succumbing to brain death. A weakened version of Freddy, a delightful dessert after the main course. In an instant, Rosen vanished from his position, drawing no attention, seamlessly merging with the shadows and silently materializing behind the nightmare. The creature sensed something amiss. Its misty body trembled violently as it prepared to turn. But it was too late. Rosen's hand, entwined with dark and golden flames, had already pressed upon its core. Concept Devour. No. The nightmare emitted a silent, anguished scream that resonated solely on the mental plane. Its form, composed of pure psychic energy, burst forth uncontrollably, as if a balloon had been punctured, being frantically drawn into Rosen's palm. Devoured the concept of the low-level nightmare, a minuscule enhancement to the nightmare demon's powers achieved. Permanent mental attribute 01. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. When Rosen withdrew his hand, the nightmare that had instilled fear in the technicians had completely vanished from this world, leaving not a single trace of its existence. The flavor was acceptable. Rosen smacked his lips, reminiscent of a diner savoring an appetizer, and turned his attention to the next target, a hellish monk adorned with nails and wielding a Rubik's Cube. It too seemed to recognize the aura of suffering and order emanating from Rosen, halting its assault on others. The pair of pupil-less eyes fixated intensely on Rosen. "You carry the scent of my master," rasped the voice of the hellish monk, laden with confusion. "Your master?" A playful smile flickered across Rosen's face. "Soon, you shall have a new master." He slowly advanced toward the hellish monk, completely disregarding the chaotic battles between monsters and humans surrounding him. Meanwhile, the situation for Siderson and her companions had become precarious. A security officer was impaled through the chest by an alien's tail, while another was felled by a werewolf, instantly torn to shreds. "Supervisor, we can't hold out any longer. We must find a way to activate the emergency elevator." Gary Sana, the supervisor who had previously warned Rosen, shouted in despair, his back against Siderson. "It's futile. All systems are locked." The look of unwillingness was etched on Siderson's face. At that moment, Gary's gaze inadvertently fell upon the intern leisurely approaching the hellish monk. He saw the eerily calm expression on Rosen's face, surrounded by an uncanny safe zone. An absurd yet terrifying thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. "It's him. It's his doing." Gary's voice became sharp with extreme shock and fear as he pointed a trembling finger at Rosen. "Ms. Siderson, that in turn, he is the virus infiltrating the system." His shout resonated like a depth charge dropped onto a chaotic battlefield. Siderson spun around abruptly, her keen eyes locking onto Rosen's silhouette, as if just hearing her. Rosen slowly turned his head, revealing a devilish smile that would haunt Siderson and Gary forever. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. As a reward," he snapped his fingers. a grander display of fireworks. In that instant, the last vestiges of the system's restraints binding the monsters were utterly dismantled. In their eyes, a red light flickered with tenfold ferocity. Dinner is served. Chapter 53, The Cabin in the Woods. You know nothing of true fear. As Rosen completely lifted all system restrictions, the monsters within the cube descended into a frenzied state of indiscriminate rage. They were no longer bound by any territorial limits or behavioral logic. Only the primal thirst for slaughter and flesh remained. The pressure surrounding Siderson and Gary surged tenfold. The monsters, previously in a state of passive defense, now charged forward in a suicidal frenzy, as if under the influence of a stimulant. Gary could only let out a scream as a giant spider swooped down from the ceiling, ensnaring him in its web and dragging him into the darkness. A flicker of despair crossed Siderson's eyes, yet the ruthlessness cultivated from years in high positions prevented her from surrendering. She discarded the empty handgun from her grasp and swiftly drew a high-frequency tactical dagger from her waist. Her body erupted with a remarkable agility that starkly contrasted with her clerical demeanor, deftly evading the lunges of two ravenous zombies. With a precise thrust, she pierced the eye socket of a nearby goblin, then used the momentum to roll away, dashing towards the nearest ventilation shaft. She understood all too well that remaining in this place meant certain death. Her only chance of survival lay in leveraging her intimate knowledge of the base's structure to escape the now slaughterhouse-like central control room. Rosen watched her graceful movements with intrigue, refraining from intervention. A panicked mouse could, at times, prove far more captivating than a mere corpse. His attention returned to the main course before him. The hellish monk, adorned with an array of nails, maintained an eerie calm amidst the frenzy of the surrounding monsters, seemingly disinterested in the carnage unfolding around it. Its unflinching gaze, devoid of emotion, remained fixated on Rosen. "What are you?" The hellish monk's voice rasped, imbued with an air of solemn authority, as if conducting a sacred judgment. "I am the harbinger of your ultimate ecstasy," Rosen replied with a smile, uttering a phrase comprehensible only to the hellish monk. For the first time, a flicker of emotion graced the monk's face, contorted by nails. It slowly raised the cube in its grasp, which began to whirl and transform at an alarming speed. Chains, glimmering with a sanguine light, shot forth from the void, coiling around Rosen's limbs like serpents animated with malice. This was the force of order from the infernal dimension, representing the pinnacle of agony and bondage. However, before these chains capable of rending souls, Rosen merely raised his hand with deliberation. The mythical talent, source of all fear, unveiled its unyielding dominance for the first time in this realm. To toy with suffering in my presence? A hint of mockery flickered in Rosen's eyes. You know nothing of true terror. Domain of fear, activate. An ancient and profound dread, deeper than the infernal dimension, erupted with Rosen at its center. The chains, shimmering with bloodlight, sizzled upon contacting the boundary of the divine realm, melting away like snow under the blazing sun. What? For the first time, shock marred the hellish monk's eternally stoic visage. It sensed that the connection to the infernal dimension had been forcibly severed by this overwhelming power. The strength it had once prided itself on became as insubstantial as water without a source within the confines of this man's divine domain. Now it is my turn. In an instant, Rosen appeared before the hellish monk. He wielded no weapon, merely extending a finger to gently touch the monk's forehead. Conceptual Devour. The hellish monk emitted a wail, a shriek of agony 1,000-fold more piercing than the suffering it inflicted upon others. Its body, composed of the very essence of infernal law, began to disintegrate uncontrollably, collapsing into itself. The concepts of pain, order, and bondage it once commanded were stripped away by Rosen. Akin to a flood breaking through a dam, absorbed into his being. The concept of the hellish monk was devoured, resulting in a slight enhancement of divinity. Acquired skill fragment. Chain of pain, beginner. As Rosen withdrew his finger, the once mighty envoy of hell was reduced to a pile of ash, leaving behind only a whirling cube. With a soft thud, it fell to the ground, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Rosen bent down to retrieve the cube, casually tossing it into the Heradric cube. This artifact, capable of bridging dimensions to hell, might prove useful to him. After dispatching two relatively noteworthy monsters, Rosen's gaze swept across the battlefield once more. The central control room had transformed into a veritable paradise for beasts. Most of the staff had been torn to shreds, with only a few fortunate souls cowering behind sturdy equipment, clinging to life. In the absence of a unified goal, the monsters began to turn on one another. A massive werewolf was locked in a brutal struggle with a demon dog engulfed in flames. A horde of zombies mindlessly assailed a scarecrow assassin wielding a gigantic scythe. Observing this chaotic and bloody tableau, a satisfied smile spread across Rosen's face. Excellent. Let the slaughter commence. Let the strongest emerge, and then become my ultimate feast. He paid no further heed to the turmoil, turning instead towards the ventilation shaft through which Citizen had fled. The organization's greatest secret lay not upon this stage filled with actors, but within the minds of its directors and producers. He needed to find Citizen and extract the truth regarding the ancient evil gods and the sacrificial rites from her. Grasping the edge of the ventilation shaft with one hand, he exerted a slight force, his body effortlessly flipping inside, as if weightless. Meanwhile, in the bloody cafeteria behind him, a small girl with flowing black hair ceased her attacks on others, slowly raising her head. Her eyes, devoid of whites, fixated intently on the direction from which Rosen had vanished. In a language alien to humanity, she uttered a series of unintelligible, venomous whispers. It seemed that not all ingredients in this frenzied feast were so docile. One had taken a keen interest in Rosen, the diner. Chapter 54, Cottage in the Woods. Ancient evil god. The ventilation system of the base resembled a vast metallic labyrinth, intricate and convoluted. For an ordinary person, it would be a hell for those plagued by claustrophobia. But for Rosen, this is merely a shortcut to the objective. His formidable mental acuity has already pinpointed the location of Citizen, akin to a premier hunter equipped with a built-in GPS. He navigates swiftly through the narrow conduit, his movements lithe and silent, reminiscent of a spider patrolling its lair. Before long, he catches up with Citizen, who is struggling to ascend at the intersection of a vertical shaft. Clearly, she has undergone professional training. Her stamina far exceeds that of an average individual. However, upon raising her gaze to behold the specter-like figure silently suspended above, all color drains from her face. What are you doing here? Her voice trembles with incredulity. I am here to have a conversation, Miss Citizen, Rosen replies, a warm smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes remain devoid of any emotion. About your employer and this intriguing spectacle. A glimmer of resolve flashes in Citizen's eyes. Without a word, she abruptly releases one hand, retrieving a high-explosive stun grenade from her tactical pouch and hurling it towards Rosen after pulling the pin. In such a confined space, the weapon's power could obliterate a person's insides. Yet, Rosen merely extends his hand, effortlessly catching the imminent explosive midair. Then, amidst Citizen's incredulous stare, his fingers abruptly close. A muffled blast reverberates, firmly contained within his palm. The shockwave fails to so much as jostle his arm. Slowly, Rosen opens his hand, revealing an unscathed palm with only a wisp of smoke curling upwards. A fine toy, he remarks calmly. Do you have anything else? Citizen relinquishes all hope of resistance. The man before her has transcended her understanding of humanity. He is not a being of this dimension. What exactly do you wish to know? She manages to utter, her voice laced with bitterness. Quite simple. Rosen's form glides, as if weightless, descending to the platform of the next level, blocking her path. First, what is the ancient evil you speak of, or rather, the great old one? Where is it located? Second, what is the origin and purpose of this sacrificial ritual? Third, how many organizations like yours exist worldwide? Citizen lets out a bitter laugh. Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? Even if I did, you wouldn't survive. When the ritual fails and they awaken, the entire world. Her words are abruptly cut off by Rosen. Oh, you will speak, he says, advancing towards her, extending a finger to point at her forehead. For I possess many methods to compel you to divulge the truth. The power of the nightmarish demon was unleashed for the first time upon a conscious human in the realm of reality. Citizen felt a chilling sensation at her brow. In the next moment, the entire world crumbled before her eyes. She discovered that she was no longer ensconced within the frigid confines of a ventilation duct, but had returned to her childhood bedroom. From beneath her bed arose a series of spine-chilling scratching sounds. The shadows of her long-forgotten childhood were ruthlessly unearthed by Rosen, magnified 1,000-fold. No. She emitted a piercing scream as her mental defenses collapsed in an instant. Rosen's consciousness, akin to the sharpest of scalpels, effortlessly sliced through her memory's layers, commencing the retrieval of everything he desired. Moments later, He withdrew his fingers. Sitherson, now akin to a puppet from which the soul had been extracted, lay on the ground, her eyes devoid of life, drool trickling from her lips. Utterly transformed into a fool. A contemplative expression crossed Rosen's face. From Sitherson's memories, he unearthed a worldview far grander and more subversive than he had anticipated. The so-called ancient evil gods, or the old ones, were a cadre of colossal deities slumbering at the Earth's core. They were the original masters of this world, while humanity merely existed as latecomers. To placate these dormant titans and prevent them from awakening due to nightmares, thereby annihilating the world, a mysterious organization dating back to antiquity commenced a sacrificial ritual that has endured for millennia. Each year, they select a location across the globe, orchestrating a meticulously designed horror massacre to appease these ancient gods, using human fear, suffering, and blood to quell their wrath. The cabin in the woods was but one of many sacrifices specifically designated for the North American region. In Japan, they might enact a tale akin to the Grudge or Ring. In Europe, it could manifest as legends of vampires or werewolves within ancient castles. All of it was a series of prearranged horror films, with the sole audience being those slumbering ancient gods beneath the earth. Thus, this was the truth of the worldview. Excitement flickered in Rosen's eyes. This world was even more intriguing than he had imagined. This meant that should the ritual fail, those titanic beings would awaken. A wild notion began to take root in his mind. He yearned to witness what those so-called ancient gods truly were. Were they delectable? Just then, the entire base trembled violently once more. This tremor was far more intense than during the prior monster rampage, as if the very crust of the earth was groaning. Rosen's beast instinct frantically alerted him. An immense willpower, beyond the capacity of language to describe, surged forth. From the deepest depths of the earth, a slow awakening begins. Had the ritual failed? Rosen immediately comprehended the situation. It was not due to his actions, but rather the offering from the cabin in the woods. According to the film's narrative, the last virgin, Diana, and the fool, Marty, had successfully survived and ultimately dismantled the sacrificial mechanism located within the temple. How fortuitous. Instead of panicking, Rosen felt a surge of exhilaration. He disregarded the now dim-witted Sitherson and dashed towards the trembling core of the base. There lay an ancient temple, the very heart of the sacrificial ceremony, a place for direct communion with the ancient gods. Upon arriving at the temple, inscribed with archaic runes, Rosen beheld the surviving Diana and Marty engaged in a final confrontation with a high-ranking member of an organization projected as a hologram. In the center of the temple, the ground had completely fractured, revealing a colossal hand, unimaginably vast, as if sculpted from mountains and rocks, slowly rising from the chasm. Chapter 55, The Cabin in the Woods, a frantic notion as that mountain-like hand gradually ascended from the fissure below. The entire temple was enveloped in an aura of primordial dread. The air seemed to solidify, and time itself became viscous. The survivors, Diana and Marty, appeared diminutive before this overwhelming force, akin to two ants on the brink of being crushed. They collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to even breathe, helplessly watching as the hand symbolizing the apocalypse rose inch by inch. The holographic figure also exhibited a smile of relief tinged with a morbid fervor on their face. It was over. Humanity's era had come to an end. Yet, in that ultimate moment of impending doom, an incongruous voice resonated within the vast temple. How magnificent. Is this your boss? He seems rather imposing. Everyone, including the holographic figure, turned sharply. There stood Rosen, hands casually tucked in his pockets, strolling nonchalantly from a passageway. He appeared utterly unaffected by the overwhelming dread that could make even deities tremble, his expression resembling that of a connoisseur admiring exquisite ingredients. "Who are you? How did you survive?" exclaimed the incredulous holographic figure. "Me?" Rosen gestured to himself with a smile. "Just a passing diner." He paid no heed to the dissipating projection, concentrating solely on the colossal hand that continued its slow ascent. The mythical talent of Source of All Fears enabled him to distinctly perceive the vast, ancient, chaotic primal power contained within that immense hand. It was a force of sheer destruction, transcending the dichotomy of good and evil, adhering solely to the primordial laws of the universe. If only this essence could be consumed. A greedy light akin to that of a black hole erupted in Rosen's eyes. He understood that with his current strength, the notion of devouring a complete ancient deity was nothing more than a fanciful delusion. Yet, perhaps he could sample the essence of this newly awakened hand. Still in a state of morning irritation? Once this frenzied thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Without further hesitation, Rosen slowly approached the edge of the unfathomable chasm. Standing in stark contrast to the colossal hand that obscured the sky. "Hey there, big fellow." Rosen raised his hand, as if greeting an old friend. "Did you sleep well?" The giant hand seemed to take note of this diminutive yet audacious insect, momentarily pausing in its ascent. A far greater consciousness, as if traversing eons of time, gradually descended upon the palm. Rosen could sense an ancient and chaotic while observing him. An intriguing little creature, a grandiose voice, filled with static, reverberated deep within Rosen's soul. "Your soul bears a unique flavor, does it not?" "I find myself in agreement." Rosen grinned, flashing a provocative smile. "Your hand smells rather appealing as well, reminiscent of a millennia-old ginseng freshly unearthed." The ancient deities will seemed incensed by this unprecedented affront. And the colossal hand suddenly accelerated, no longer rising gently but instead hurtling downwards with a cataclysmic force aimed squarely at Rosen and the entire temple, as if intending to obliterate this blemish that dared to provoke divine authority along with everything surrounding it. Dana and Maddie let out desperate screams, closing their eyes in anticipation of death's arrival. Yet, before the overwhelming pressure of annihilation, Rosen did not retreat but advanced. "Come on," he bellowed, his spirit surging to its zenith in an instant. Initial stage of divinity, source of all fear, nightmare demon, heart of imagery domain. All his powers erupted without reservation at that moment. Behind him, a mythic form emerged, towering 100 meters high, composed of endless darkness and brilliant stars. The visage of this form mirrored Rosen's own, yet its gaze radiated an absolute indifference and dominion over the cosmos. Projection of the myth of fear from all realms. "Begone." Rosen's will merged with the mythic form, unleashing a roar as monumental as the birth of the universe. The colossal mythic figure raised a hand forged from pure fear and unwavering belief. Facing the colossal hand of rock descending from the heavens, he resolutely unleashed a powerful punch. The new gods clashed with the old, the glutton and the offering, engaging in the most primal and unadulterated confrontation of strength. Boom. The underground base of the cabin in the woods collapsed instantaneously in the wake of this unimaginable collision. A torrent of energy rent the very fabric of space, annihilating matter itself. Dana and Marty were engulfed in blinding light, succumbing to unconsciousness. At the heart of that tempest of energy, Rosen's mythic form began to shatter inch by inch after enduring a direct blow from the ancient deity. Clearly, with his current strength, it was overly ambitious to face a complete ancient god head-on. Yet, his objective had been achieved. In that fleeting moment of impact, he activated the concept Devour. Like a malignant growth, he latched onto a fragment of concept from the ancient god's colossal hand. It was a shard infused with the essence of earth, slumber, and the laws of destruction. Roar. The ancient god emitted a howl of anguish and fury, astounded that this mere insect dared to bite off a piece of its flesh. Attempting to retract its hand, Rosen clung on like the most avaricious hyena, refusing to relent. "Come to me." He poured all his strength into this act of consumption. With a resounding crack, akin to the tearing of a soul, that fragment of essence was indeed wrenched from the ancient god's grasp. However, the backlash shattered Rosen's mythic form completely. He was struck as if by lightning, spewing forth a torrent of golden blood, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Yet, upon his pale visage lingered a manic and triumphant smile. Successfully devoured the essence fragment of the slumbering ancient god. Divinity is permanently absorbing 50 of the physical attributes. Acquired passive skill, Earth affinity. World clearance rating is being calculated. Detected that the host's actions have caused an irreversible, disruptive impact on the world. Rating locked at SSS. The moment the system notification resonated, the light of the returning teleportation enveloped Rosen. In the last second before his disappearance, he beheld the ancient goddess hand, which he had bitten, retracting into the earth in pain. The destruction of the entire world seemed to have been forcibly interrupted by his audacious bite. As this peculiar thought crossed his mind, he vanished within the radiance of the teleportation, leaving behind a completely collapsed underground base and two fortunate witnesses who survived amidst the ruins. Chapter 56. Monstrous Form. the dizziness of returning, mingled with the weakness of severe injury, momentarily clouded Rosen's consciousness. However, soon enough, the formidable recovery power of indestructible body began to take effect. He could sense, within his own body, the meridians and soul, damaged by the forced activation of the mythical form, were swiftly being restored by an immense surge of life energy. Notably, the shard of the ancient god's essence, which he had forcibly consumed, was continuously emanating the purest power of the earth, nourishing his limbs and bones. This sensation proved far more effective than the most potent healing elixirs. Rosen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Rising from the bed, he felt the reins of his physical form gradually returning to him. He began to assess the rewards yielded by this audacious gamble. Commencing final settlement in the world of the cabin in the woods. Main quest, uncover the truth, completed. Hidden quest, subvert the script, completed. Special achievement, divine scales of rebellion. Injured the essence of an ancient god with a mortal body. Overall evaluation, SSS level God Slayer, pseudo. Comment, you transformed a meticulously orchestrated sacrificial rite into a lavish feast of your own making. You toyed with the director, liberated the actors, and ultimately struck a rebellious blow against the slumbering ancient dominator. Though you paid a tremendous price for this, your name may have transitioned from a mere dessert to a main course that requires careful handling on the menus of certain ineffable entities. Distributing SSS level completion rewards. Reward 130,000 points of fear source material. Reward 2, 1 random draw for an SS level skill item. Reward 330 free attribute points. Reward 4, due to the host achieving the divine scales of rebellion. Your divinity, beginner, has been refined and evolved into divinity, intermediate. You now possess a heightened resistance to the oppressive forces of ancient god-level entities. Divinity evolution. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Rosen's eyes. This was undoubtedly an unexpected boon. He could feel his soul's essence becoming more refined and resilient. As if clad in an invisible armor, he immediately began to claim the other rewards. The SS level draw spun rapidly, eventually halting on a square composed of countless cells and DNA strands. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special ability. Perfect biological template, analyzing. Perfect biological template? You have gained an evolutionary privilege derived from a higher being of an unknown universe. Effect. You can analyze the genetic sequences of any organism through direct contact or consumption and selectively integrate superior traits, such as enhanced regeneration, mimetic disguise, environmental adaptation, etc., into yourself, continuously optimizing your biological template. This ability is currently inactive and requires a powerful extraterrestrial biological gene as a catalyst to activate. Description: evolution knows no bounds. A catalyst of extraterrestrial biological genes? Upon reading this explanation, Rosen instantly comprehended the system's forthcoming arrangements. This ability is truly tailor-made for the universe of the thing. He cast his gaze upon the final 30,000 points of fear source material and 30 free attribute points. This time, he opted against a balanced distribution. The cataclysmic punch from the Elder God had profoundly impressed upon him that, when confronting entities of such magnitude, pure strength and physical prowess are the undeniable truths. He allocated the 30 free attribute points evenly between strength and constitution. Strength, 335, 485. Constitution, 335, 385. Elder God Fragment 50, 535. Detected a breakthrough of 50 points in Constitution. The undying body talent merges with Elder God power, evolving into Titan Body. Titan Body. Your physique is impervious, and your vitality is as profound as the earth. Physical damage reduction 30. Energy resistance enhanced. The entirety of the 30,000 points of fear source material was devoted to fortifying agility and spirit. Agility, 335, 410. Spirit, 734, 809. Upon the completion of all enhancements, Rosen's four-dimensional attributes had comprehensively surpassed the 40-point threshold. His constitution and spirit reached an astonishing zenith. He felt that even if struck head-on by a missile, he would merely sustain minor injuries. All rewards have been distributed. The host has 24 hours of rest time. After 24 hours, automatic transmission to the next horror world will occur. World preview. Next stop, Antarctica, U.S. Research Station 31. Scene hint: a continent frozen for millennia, an isolated research station, a crashed Norwegian helicopter, and an apparently ordinary sled dog. Warning: the core terror of this world does not stem from powerful individuals, but from suspicion, doubt, and uncontrollable assimilation. Trust will be your most extravagant delusion. Rosen closed the system panel and exhaled slowly. He approached the window, observing the bustling world outside. It seemed tranquil, yet he could not suppress a smile. Indeed, it felt as if he had come upon a feast when famished and found a pillow when weary. What one desires manifests. The frigid polar winds, capable of freezing marrow, intertwined with ice crystals, scraped across Rosen's cheek like countless sharp blades. Before him lay an expanse of white. The endless ice fields melded with the leaden gray sky, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth. The air was thin and frigid, penetrating his lungs with a piercing chill. This was the most desolate and inhospitable place for life on Earth, Antarctica. Transmission complete. Current world: The Thing. World type: science fiction, thriller. Survival horror. Main quest: identify and eliminate all infected entities of the Thing before total communication blackout at the research station. Task rewards: 12,000 points of fear source material, S-level skill item randomly drawn once. Task failure: assimilated by the creature, becoming a part of it, or buried forever beneath the ice and snow along with the entire research station. Current identity: American Research Station number 31. Newly appointed helicopter pilot and mechanic, replacing a previous member who perished in an accident. Rosen glanced at his thick polar survival suit and the toolbox he held in hand. The system's assignment of his identity was once again exquisitely apparent. As a newcomer, he would naturally be scrutinized and shunned by the other members of the team. Yet, the role of helicopter pilot endowed him with control over the sole means of escape in this desolate place. This undeniably positioned him as a pivotal element in the impending web of suspicion. An intriguing beginning indeed. However, Rosen remained unfazed. His formidable Titan physique rendered him nearly immune to the frigid temperatures that could freeze an ordinary person. He lifted his gaze towards the research station, a complex of container-like structures not far off. There lay the stage for this game of werewolf. Upon his arrival, the doors of the station swung open. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard, donning a cowboy hat and possessing a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, emerged alongside a few research team members. He was the actual leader of the station, helicopter pilot McCready. "Are you the new recruit, Rosen?" McCready assessed him from head to toe, his tone lacking warmth, laced with a hint of scrutiny. "That's me," Rosen replied calmly, nodding slightly. "Welcome to this godforsaken place." McCready extended his hand for a brief shake, introducing himself. "I'm McCready, the head here. I hope your skills are as impressive as your resume." In that fleeting moment of their handshake, Rosen's beast instinct surged with a jolt. He sensed an extremely subtle, inhuman malevolent gaze emanating from a corner of the research station. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly followed the source of that stare. There, beside the station's kennel, a seemingly ordinary husky tilted its head, curiously and greedily observing him with its mismatched eyes. Upon noticing Rosen's gaze, it even wagged its tail in a friendly manner. Yet, under the scrutiny of Rosen's insight into weakness, the data concerning this dog revealed an entirely different, eerie tableau. Target: disguised form, biological level, unknown, capable of mutation and evolution. Status: lurking, observing. Hungry threat level: dependent on assimilation degree. Weakness: high-temperature flames can disrupt its cellular structure but cannot eradicate it completely. The true weakness remains unknown. Is the game starting with such an explosive revelation? A peculiar smile graced Rosen's face, one that left McGrady somewhat puzzled. "Hello there, little one." He greeted the husky with a friendly wave. He understood that his ravenous, perfect biological template had finally received its inaugural funding. Chapter 57. The abnormal kennel. McGrady noticed the direction of Rosen's gaze and followed it to the kennel. "Oh, that is the big fellow we rescued from the snow 2 days ago, a Norwegian breed," he explained casually. "For reasons unknown, those lunatics chased it down with a helicopter, only to crash into a mountain. We've checked, and it's in good health, though rather too intelligent." "Is that so?" "It certainly appears quite extraordinary," Rosen replied, retracting his gaze yet maintaining his smile. In his mind, he had already categorized this peculiar creature as the primary observation specimen. Under McGrady's guidance, Rosen entered the interior of the research station. The living quarters were far warmer and more comfortable than he had anticipated. The heating was ample, and there was even a small recreation room, equipped with a pool table and an old arcade machine. The members of the research station displayed varied attitudes towards Rosen, the newcomer. Biologist Blair appeared somewhat neurotic and exclusive, while the African-American chef, Norris, warmly offered him a cup of hot coffee. The others mostly exchanged polite nods, maintaining a courteous yet distant demeanor. In such an isolated and extreme environment, trust among individuals was inherently fragile, especially towards an unexpected newcomer. Rosen remained indifferent to this. He was not there to forge friendships. After settling his belongings, he excused himself under the pretext of inspecting the helicopter and made his way to the hangar alone. He sought a tranquil environment to meticulously analyze the global situation and prepare for the impending first contact. This creature possessed perfect cellular mimicry capabilities and was capable of bidirectional infection. Sitting in the frigid cockpit of the helicopter, Rosen's mind raced. Any cell that detached from the host could become a new source of infection. Conventional physical attacks merely aided in its proliferation. Fire was the only known effective means of destruction. However, his mission transcended mere extermination. A glint of greed sparkled in his eyes. He required its genes to activate his perfect biological template. This implied that he could not simply reduce it to ashes. He needed to capture a portion of the specimen alive. This notion was undoubtedly madness. In a situation where survival itself was in jeopardy, he was contemplating how to cultivate a monster. Rosen inspected the equipment in the hangar, locating several large fire extinguishers and a few barrels of spare aviation fuel. With the insurance measures in place, it is now merely a matter of time before the truth reveals itself. The creature, possessing a certain intelligence, will continue to disguise itself until it finds the most opportune moment to infect. This moment typically occurs under the veil of night, when all are lulled into a state of relaxed vigilance. As night falls, the majority of individuals within the research station succumb to slumber, save for the night shift communicator, Wendowski, and the biologist, Blair, who remains troubled over the data from Norway. Rosen lies in his bed, eyes tightly shut, yet sleep eludes him. His formidable mental acuity envelopes the entire research station like a finely tuned radar, ensuring that no subtle disturbance escapes his awareness. At last, at 3 a.m, when the station is enveloped in profound silence, he hears it, a faint sound emanating from the direction of the dog kennel, reminiscent of mud squirming. It has arrived. A cold smile graces Rosen's lips. He refrains from immediate action, maintaining his guise of sleep. The husky-shaped creature, before fully revealing itself, must first eliminate the obstacles within the kennel, those sled dogs that pose a threat to its existence. Indeed, it is not long before the kennel is filled with muffled cries and sounds of struggle. Yet, these noises soon subside, replaced by a chilling cacophony of flesh being torn, devoured, and reconstituted. The creature is feeding and assimilating. Clark, damn it, your dogs are barking wildly again. The team member responsible for the kennel, Clark, is roused by a frantic knocking at his door. Cursing under his breath, he dons his clothes, grabs a flashlight, and heads towards the kennel. Like a specter, Rosen silently slips from his room, trailing at a distance behind him. The moment Clark opens the kennel door, he is met with a horrific sight that will haunt him for the rest of his days. In the center of the kennel, not a single living dog remains. Instead, a grotesque mass composed of twisted flesh, tentacles, bones, and dog heads amalgamates into a monstrous heap. This mass continues to writhe and morph, seemingly attempting to assimilate the devoured sled dogs into a new, larger abomination. What in the world is this? Clark, paralyzed by terror, turns to sound the alarm. But it is already too late. The massive flesh mound suddenly splits open, revealing a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, from which a viscous digestive fluid erupts, drenching Clark. Simultaneously, several tentacle-like appendages lash out with lightning speed. He was tightly ensnared and dragged towards the writhing mass of flesh. Help! Clark emitted a scream, so piercing it reverberated through the entire research station. This anguished cry finally roused everyone. Lights flickered on one after another. McReady, accompanied by the others, armed with guns and signal flares, rushed towards the dog kennel. Upon witnessing the scene within, they stood frozen in shock. Open fire. Quickly fire. McReady was the first to react, raising his shotgun and unleashing a barrage upon the grotesque mass. The others followed suit, bullets cascading like rain upon the creature. Yet, These assaults merely perforated the flesh without halting its writhing and transformation, instead inciting a more ferocious rage. At this critical juncture, Rosen, who had been lurking in the shadows, sprang into action. He chose not to fire his weapon, but instead dragged forth a well-prepared device from the hangar, a high-powered flamethrower connected to an aviation fuel barrel. "Everyone, step back," Rosen bellowed, pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A searing dragon of fire, extending over 10 meters, erupted forth like divine retribution, engulfing the enormous writhing mass of flesh, along with the ensnared Clark, completely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The acrid stench of charred flesh and the sound of burning protein instantly permeated the kennel. The once mighty monster emitted a lament unlike any creature, shrieking in agony as its massive form twisted and struggled in the flames, ultimately reducing to a pile of crackling charcoal. All were left speechless by this shocking and horrifying spectacle. They gazed at the man wielding the flamethrower, standing like a war deity amidst the blaze, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. There was relief at having survived, awe at his decisive actions, and a hint of unarticulated doubt and dread. Why had this newcomer prepared a flamethrower in advance? Did he possess prior knowledge of what was to come? Meanwhile, after the flames extinguished, Rosen, undeterred by the lingering heat, carefully extracted a small piece of still slightly writhing biological tissue from the pile of charred remains using metal tongs. Alien biological gene sample detected. Activate perfect biological template? Activate. A satisfied smile spread across Rosen's face. The hunt had only just begun. Chapter 58. The Shape. The Betrayer. The first appearance of the creature in the kennel marked the brutal and shocking commencement of this survival game in the Antarctic abyss. The demise of Clark, alongside the horrific creature composed of countless flesh and blood, shattered the last remnants of hope within the hearts of all at the research station. They came to the harrowing realization that they were not confronting an ordinary beast, but rather an incomprehensible and terrifying extraterrestrial life form. Panic and suspicion spread like a virus among the surviving team members. During an emergency meeting convened in haste, the atmosphere reached an oppressive zenith. What exactly is that thing? The voice of the communicator, Windos, trembled with distress, having just witnessed the gruesome sight of Clark engulfed in flames. A parasitic entity capable of flawlessly mimicking other organisms. Blair, the biologist, appeared pallid as he projected the research materials he had retrieved from the Norwegian camp onto the screen. There, unsettling simulations of cellular division and assimilation processes were displayed. According to the Norwegian research, each cell of this entity functions as an independent life form, capable of invading the host cells, deciphering genetic information, and executing perfect replication. The replicated individual, from appearance to memory, would be indistinguishable from the original. This meant that McCready's keen gaze slowly swept across each person present, and any one of us may no longer be human. This sentence fell like a boulder into a deep pool, sending a chilling wave through everyone. They began to scrutinize their companions with eyes filled with doubt. Any inadvertent gesture or ill-timed remark could serve as grounds for suspicion. Ironically, Rosen, who had recently saved everyone with a flamethrower, now found himself the primary suspect. Rosen. Geologist Norris was the first to speak, his tone laden with wariness. "I wish to know why you were prepared with a flamethrower in advance. Did you already anticipate the emergence of a monster?" All eyes turned to Rosen. His expression was inscrutable as he calmly met their gazes and began to speak. "First, as a mechanic, it is my professional habit to examine the fuel and flamethrower equipment during inspections and consider their potential uses. Second, upon hearing unusual noises from the kennel, my instinct was not to reach for a gun, but rather for a weapon of area effect. That is my combat intuition. Third, and most crucially," Rosen's gaze sharpened, "when I used the flamethrower to incinerate that creature and save all of you, what were you doing? Screaming, hesitating, wasting bullets. And now, you turn to question me? Or perhaps, a cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Some among you wished I had been less decisive, allowing that creature to infect a few more?" These words, akin to the sharpest of blades, instantly deflected the suspicions of all present, deftly redirecting the focus onto the others in attendance. Norris found himself rendered speechless, his complexion fluctuating between shades of pallor and crimson. McCready cast a profound glance at Rosen, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Although he harbored his own doubts about Rosen, he could not deny that Rosen's composure decisiveness, and formidable combat prowess were precisely what they required at this moment. Now was not the time for infighting. McRady stepped forward to mediate. Regardless of Rosen's intentions, he had indeed salvaged their lives. The pressing concern now was how to uncover the potential traitor concealed among them. There is no way, Blair despaired, shaking his head. Its disguise is flawless, both physiologically and psychologically, unless it chooses to reveal itself. No, there is a way, a calm voice interjected once more. All eyes turned towards Rosen, who retrieved a petri dish from the laboratory table. Inside lay a small fragment of biological tissue he had previously extracted from the monster's charred remains, still exhibiting slight movements. Dr. Blair, you mentioned that each cell of this entity is an independent life form, correct? Rosen inquired. That is theoretically accurate. Blair nodded in affirmation. Then, if these independent life forms encounter a threat, would they not exhibit an instinctual response for self-preservation? Rosen's words rendered everyone present momentarily speechless, their comprehension faltering. Only McRady's eyes glimmered with dawning realization. Without further elaboration, Rosen gently extended a glowing iron wire towards the writhing tissue in the dish. Just as the heated wire was about to make contact, the small piece of tissue suddenly contracted, emitting a piercing shriek as if evading the searing flame. Did you witness that? Rosen retracted the wire and calmly stated, each part desires to survive. This is a collective entity, yet simultaneously not. Therefore, if we extract blood samples from everyone and conduct individual tests, blood is also a component of it. McRady finally grasped the concept, slamming his palm on the table in excitement. The blood of the infected individuals would likewise elicit independent reactions when faced with danger. This simple yet brilliant idea rekindled hope in everyone's eyes. Their gazes towards Rosen shifted from skepticism to admiration. This newcomer not only possessed exceptional combat abilities, but also demonstrated remarkable clarity of thought. However, unbeknownst to them, this so-called genius idea was merely borrowed from the plot of a film. The reason he proposed it was yet to be revealed, not merely to exonerate himself, but to compel the grotesque entity lurking in the shadows to reveal itself. For Rosen, through his insight into weaknesses, had discerned that amidst the chaos in the kennel, two individuals had unwittingly succumbed to infection. One was Norris, the geologist who had been closest to the creature, and the other was the seemingly benign communications officer, Wondos. Once the blood testing commenced, these two infected infiltrators would undoubtedly resort to every conceivable means to sabotage the effort. That, indeed, would herald the true spectacle. Having discovered a method, McRady resolutely declared, no one is permitted to act alone. Pairs only, to monitor one another. We shall first proceed to the medical room to extract blood samples from everyone. The resolution was embraced, and all moved with a mix of tension and anticipation. Meanwhile, Rosen discreetly secured the grotesque tissue he had appropriated for experimentation into a specially designed sealed container. Upon activation of his perfect biological template, a remarkable connection had been forged between him and the tissue. He could distinctly sense his body methodically analyzing the genetic sequence at an exceedingly slow pace, filtering out traits worthy of absorption. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Rosen contemplated the potential of cellular-level information storage for regenerative mimicry. Given ample time and a sufficient array of samples, he envisioned evolving into a being far more perfect than the creature itself. Chapter 59. The Thing. Blood does not lie. The proposition of blood testing acted as a potent stimulant, momentarily revitalizing the faltering morale within the research station. Under McRady's authoritative command, all surviving team members were assembled in the base's recreation room, a spacious area with a single entrance. Easy to defend, yet difficult to breach, an ideal venue for this impending judgment. McRady entrusted Rosen with the critical task of guarding the sole exit, positioning beside him a modified flamethrower of enhanced potency. Anyone attempting to flee this room would be met with a searing farewell. This arrangement reflected McRady's faith in Rosen's combat abilities as well as a form of covert surveillance. Rosen, however, remained unperturbed, leaning against the doorframe. He coldly observed the unfolding drama within the room. Dr. Cooper, with Blair's assistance, meticulously drew blood samples from each individual, carefully placing them in petri dishes labeled with numbers. Throughout this process, an air of palpable tension enveloped the room, as everyone fixated on one another, fearful that one among them might suddenly erupt into violence during the blood draw. Unexpectedly, the entire process proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Even Norris and Windows, who had already been infected, exhibited behavior indistinguishable from that of normal individuals, and even displayed a greater eagerness to cooperate with the blood draw. They were gambling. Rosen smirked inwardly. They were wagering that this method of testing was utterly ineffective, or perhaps they awaited a more opportune moment to ensnare everyone in a single stroke. As all the blood samples were collected and neatly arranged upon a billiard table, the pivotal moment approached. Who would conduct the test? I shall. McReady stepped forward without hesitation. Drawing a sharp dagger from his waist and heating it until it glowed red over an alcohol lamp. We shall commence with Dr. Cooper. He glanced at the physician responsible for the blood draw. You are the cleanest, are you not? Cooper nodded nervously. McReady dipped the tip of the dagger into a droplet of Cooper's blood. Then, slowly, he let that crimson drop fall into another dish containing the blood of Station Chief Gary. All held their breath, fixated on the two dishes. Yet, nothing transpired. The two droplets simply merged peacefully together. A failure? Disappointment flickered across Blair's face. It seemed my conjecture was erroneous. These cells do not attack one another once they are severed from their host. The flickering hope appeared on the verge of extinguishment. No, your method is flawed. Rosen's calm voice shattered the silence once more. He walked slowly from the doorway. What did you say? McReady regarded him warily. I said, your reasoning is correct. But the experimental variable is mistaken. Rosen approached the billiard table and grasped the still scorching dagger that McReady had employed. Although they are independent life forms, they share a singular consciousness. They are aware of their kinship and thus will not attack one another. What we must test is not the reaction between blood and blood. A glint of cold determination flashed in Rosen's eyes. Rather, it is the self-preservation response when the blood itself directly confronts a threat. With that, amidst the perplexed gazes of all present, he accurately plunged the heated tip of the dagger into the first dish containing Cooper's blood. A faint sound of sizzling blood filled the air. Yet, nothing occurred. That droplet merely evaporated partially under the intense heat. It appears Dr. Cooper is innocent, Rosen remarked coolly. He then shifted the dagger toward the second dish, which held the blood of the African-American chef, Norris. Still, nothing transpired. The third, the fourth, as the tests progressed. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. With each descent of the dagger, it felt akin to a judgment of fate. At last, the dagger hovered ominously over the blood sample of the geologist Norris. Beads of cold sweat began to bead upon Norris's forehead, yet he maintained a facade of composure. A subtle smirk crept upon Rosen's lips. He plunged the dagger down slowly. Just as the searing metal was poised to breach the blood, an unexpected transformation occurred. Suddenly, the blood in the petri dish seemed to come alive. It leapt upward violently, emitting a shrill, unnatural screech reminiscent of a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The entire room was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. All gazes fixated on the petri dish as if they had witnessed a ghost, before abruptly shifting to the pallid face of Norris. No, it's not me. That is not my blood. He is framing me. The psychological barricade of Norris crumbled in an instant. He screamed hysterically, attempting to flee. However, McCready's reflexes were swifter. Seize him, McCready bellowed. With a leap, he pinned Norris forcefully to the ground. The others promptly reacted, surging forward to subdue Norris. Let me go? You fools. The true monster is him. It's him. Norris thrashed in a frenzy, his eyes filled with venomous rage directed at Rosen. Yet at that moment, no one believed his words any longer. Blood does not lie. Find him, McCready commanded. Just then, the previously silent communicator Windows revealed a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted by Norris, he stealthily retrieved a scalpel from his pocket. With a swift motion, he severed the cable connecting the generator and heating system in the corner of the room. A crackling spark erupted. Instantly, the lights in the entertainment room extinguished, plunging it into darkness so thick that one could not see a hand in front of their face. Damn it! The power is out. What happened? Panic-stricken cries echoed in the darkness. Meanwhile, the subdued Norris's body began to convulse violently. His chest suddenly split open, revealing a massive maw lined with fangs. It bit through the arm of one team member, pinning him down. The piercing scream signaled that this judgment had devolved into a bloody massacre within the dark. At the moment darkness fell, Rosen activated his domain of fear, a realm visible only to him, imbued with the essence of Silent Hill, enveloped the entire entertainment room. Within this domain, he was the absolute sovereign, the whereabouts of everyone. Each heartbeat, vividly mirrored in his mind. He beheld the mutating Norris, the poised Wendell ready to ambush MacCready, and those fresh specimens, panic-stricken in the darkness. Akin to headless flies. Excellent. It was time for the hunt. A gleeful yet cruel smile graced Rosen's face. Chapter 60. The Thing, Direct Dialogue Darkness. The finest catalyst for fear. The instant the lights in the recreation room extinguished, the order and trust established by human civilization crumbled into chaos. What remained was a paralyzing dread of the unknown and a shuddering terror of death. Ah, my hand. The anguished wail of a team member who had his arm bitten off by Norris echoed painfully. The scent of blood rapidly permeated the darkness, further heightening everyone's nerves. Stay calm. Everyone stay calm. MacCready's voice resonated through the shadows, carrying a hint of steadiness, striving to regain control of the situation. Yet, just as he prepared to illuminate his flashlight, a shadow, accompanied by a malevolent gust, stealthily lunged from behind. It was Wendell, the scalpel in his hand, like the fangs of a venomous serpent, aimed precisely at MacCready's back. However, at the very moment the blade was about to make contact with MacCready's clothing, a large hand, akin to an iron claw, materialized from thin air, gripping his wrist with an iron grip. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Communicator? Rosen's cold voice, like a whisper from the abyss, resonated in Wendell's ear. Wendell's body stiffened abruptly, his face contorted in disbelief and horror. He could not comprehend how this man had accurately predicted and intercepted his ambush in such impenetrable darkness. Crack. Rosen afforded him no time for contemplation, suddenly exerting force on Wendell's wrist, twisting it into a pretzel-like shape. Ugh! Wendell emitted a stifled groan of pain, his scalpel slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. At that moment, MacCready finally reacted, swiftly turning around as his flashlight flickered to life. A blinding beam illuminated the scene where Rosen was subduing Wendell. Wendell, you! MacCready's eyes brimmed with shock and fury. He had never anticipated that the second traitor would be this seemingly unassuming communicator. Realizing his cover was blown, Wendell's once ordinary face morphed into an exceedingly sinister grin. His body began to emit crackling sounds, reminiscent of popping beans. The skin started to melt, and muscle and bone underwent a horrifying reconfiguration at an alarming speed. He intended to reveal his true self before the gaze of all present. However, Rosen appeared utterly disinterested in witnessing his transformation. It's too noisy, Rosen remarked nonchalantly. And with lightning speed, his other hand delivered a precise strike to Wendell's nape. The body, which had just begun to mutate, stiffened abruptly and then collapsed limply, losing consciousness. Rosen lifted the unconscious Wendell as if he were a mere chick, then turned his gaze towards the opposite side of the room. There, Norris's transformation was nearing completion. His upper body had morphed into a grotesque creature composed of countless tentacles, fangs, and twisted limbs, ensnaring two team members who had attempted to control him, preparing to assimilate them. All right, the game is over. Rosen's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. He aimed the flamethrower in his hand at the rampaging Norris monstrosity. No, wait. Bill and George are beside it, MacCready shouted in panic. Yet, there was no trace of hesitation on Rosen's face. With a fierce roar, the searing fire dragon surged forth once more. However, this time, the flames underwent a miraculous transformation. Under the terrifying control of Rosen's psychic power, the once violent fire dragon seemed to come alive. It deftly maneuvered around the two ensnared team members, wrapping the Norris monstrosity like a fiery python. A chilling shriek erupted from the creature, more harrowing than during its time in the kennel. It thrashed wildly in the flames, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming heat, reducing to a pile of charred remains. The two ensnared team members, despite suffering some fright and burns, miraculously survived. This miraculous scene left all present utterly speechless. They gazed at the man in the darkness, one hand gripping an unconscious monster while the other commanded the flames. Their doubts vanishing, replaced only by pure awe. Now, does anyone still contest my previous actions? Rosen calmly inquired. A profound silence ensued. Excellent. Rosen tossed the flamethrower to MacCready. Clean this place up and keep an eye on the remaining individuals. I shall go interrogate our new friend. With that, he carried the unconscious Wendell out of the entertainment room, heading towards the isolation laboratory of the base. Wendell was merely an assimilated extension. Through this extension, he aimed to engage in a dialogue of equals with the hidden host behind the scenes. In the cold isolation laboratory, Windows was tightly bound to a metallic surgical table. Rosen splashed a basin of icy water directly onto his face. Ugh! Windows stirred, gradually regaining consciousness. As he discerned the environment surrounding him and the man before him, who resembled a demonic entity, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to kill you. Rosen casually pulled a chair closer and settled himself comfortably. I am simply intrigued by you. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Windows retorted defiantly. Is that so? Rosen chuckled softly, gradually raising his hand to rest upon Windows's forehead. Then allow me to inquire directly about the colossal entity residing within your body. The power of the nightmare demon god was unleashed. Rosen's consciousness pierced through Windows's mental realm like the sharpest of needles, swiftly locking onto the alien consciousness lurking deep within his soul. Hello there. Rosen's consciousness materialized in a mental space composed of countless twisted flesh and wailing souls. We meet again. A vast, indescribable consciousness, formed from innumerable cells, emerged within this ethereal domain, gazing at Rosen and radiating an aura of confusion and trepidation. You are not a being of this planet. What are you? You may regard me as a predator of a higher order. Rosen's consciousness transformed into a towering figure, a manifestation of fear itself, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made the entire mental space tremble. I have come to propose a transaction. A transaction? Indeed. A devilish smile, brimming with temptation, graced Rosen's face. Surrender everything you possess to me, and I shall grant you a different form of immortality. The grotesque consciousness fell into silence. Throughout its extensive cosmic journey, it had never encountered such an unfathomable existence. Chapter 61. The transaction of the abyssal god in this realm. There exists no logic, no physics, only pure instinct. Windows's mental space had long been enveloped by an ancient and colossal will, transforming into an endless sea of flesh and blood. Twisted bones served as reefs, while anguished faces formed the crashing waves. Countless remnants of consumed and assimilated beings floated within this ocean, creating a grotesque tableau of creation. At the center of the ocean, a viscous mass of flesh surged rapidly. It coalesced the genetic fragments devoured over eons, forming a pulsating, gigantic tumor adorned with blue electric arcs. This was the collective consciousness of the grotesque entity, a hive mind migrating and assimilating on a planetary scale. It sensed the intrusion of the outsider, Rosen. This mental entity did not belong to any species it had previously consumed. It was structurally stable, its energy pure, emanating an aura that evoked both desire and caution within the grotesque consciousness. A perfect specimen. In an instant, a thought resonated through the collective consciousness, achieving consensus. The next moment, the entire sea of flesh erupted in a frenzy. Countless crimson tentacles surged forth from the abyss of the ocean, akin to an inverted forest, sweeping towards Rosen's spiritual essence from all directions. Their intent was not to rend, but to analyze, replicate, and assimilate. This instinct, etched deep within the genes of the aberration, emerged whenever it encountered an unknown entity. Should it succeed in dissecting even a single cell of this spiritual form, it would flawlessly replicate a second, and then, with an inexhaustible multitude, overwhelm and incorporate it into itself. Yet, in the face of this tempest capable of engulfing a civilization, Rosen's spiritual essence merely floated serenely in midair. He even let out a soft chuckle. Oh, this light laughter seemed to serve as an imperative. Just as the myriad tentacles were about to make contact, Rosen's human form began to disintegrate. No, it was not disintegration, but an infinite expansion, a transcending of form. His body transformed into the purest shadow of the abyss, reminiscent of the primordial darkness that existed before the birth of the cosmos. A throne, constructed from the bones of countless beings, gradually rose behind him, elevating his colossal form. Countless extinguished stars flickered in his crimson eyes, turning into cold dust. The source of all fear, the mythic manifestation descended. Merely by existing, it unleashed a terrifying pressure that transcended dimensions and comprehension. In an instant, the roiling sea of flesh and blood froze. All the advancing tentacles became suspended in midair, then curled and withered like plastic scorched by fierce flames. The faces of those struggling in anguish upon the ocean's surface now bore an expression of purest terror, a fear rooted in the deepest instincts of life. They had never known such an emotion. Fear, for the aberration, was merely the futile wails of prey before assimilation. Yet now, they themselves became the ones who wailed. The collective consciousness, a massive tumor at the ocean's center, split open with a fissure, emitting chaotic and trembling waves of thought. Who are you? It abandoned assimilation, shifting to defense and confusion. A god? Rosen, seated upon the throne of bones, slowly raised a colossal hand formed of shadow. His voice resonated throughout the spiritual realm, each syllable transforming into a tangible storm of laws, upheaving the sea of flesh and blood. Before discussing perfection, one should at least have encountered a god. I offer you a choice. Rosen's voice imprinted directly upon the core of the aberration's consciousness, disregarding all its mental barriers. Surrender to me all that you possess. Your genes, your history, your methods of evolution, every civilization you have consumed, every fragment of information you have recorded. In return, Rosen paused, his crimson eyes reflecting the quaking form of the aberration. Trembling in fear, I shall grant you true immortality. Immortality? This lexicon possesses an irresistible allure for the creature, whose supreme directive is survival. Rosen deprived it of any contemplative respite, forcefully unveiling a vision of the future before its very eyes. In this tableau, its genetic essence was absorbed, analyzed, and restructured by a template from a higher dimension. No longer merely a singular parasitic entity, it became a fragment of a grander existence. Accompanied by this entity, it traversed the cosmic seas, waging wars across myriad realms. It bore witness to colossal dragons exhaling stellar flames, encountered leviathans that feasted upon galaxies, and experienced deities capable of reshaping the laws of the universe with but a thought. Its genes, in a subservient manner, accompanied this magnificent being, observing vistas that had been unattainable for eons. This represented a form of alternative immortality, yet it also embodied the utmost terror. It would utterly lose its identity, becoming sustenance and a stepping stone for a superior existence, with all its struggles and evolution reduced to mere bridal attire for another. Survival or annihilation? No. For the creature at this moment, there existed only two choices: to be completely obliterated by the indescribable presence before it, taking with it the final bite of information from its genetic sequence, or to relinquish everything in exchange for the privilege of becoming part of a deity. There was no true choice. Confronted by absolute power and an inescapable future, the proud collective will of the creature, rooted in survival and evolution, capitulated entirely. The vast tumor ceased to tremble and instead willingly unfurled, akin to a blossoming flower of flesh and blood. It laid bare its most core database, a repository of information accumulated over billions of years since its birth from the home planet, wandering the cosmos, and ultimately crashing on Earth. This reservoir held the potential to catalyze an explosive leap in technological advancement for any civilization. At this moment, it surged forth unreservedly, like a deluge breaching its dam, towards the shadow seated upon the throne of bones. Rosen's spiritual essence, akin to a black hole, greedily consumed it all. Within his mind, the system notifications rang out with unprecedented frequency. Massive extraterrestrial genetic information detected. Perfect biological template analysis commencing. Analysis progress. 10. Trait acquired. Cellular mimicry. Analysis progress. 30. Trait acquired. Accelerated regeneration. Analysis progress. 70. Trait acquired. Genetic information storage and retrieval. Analysis progress. 100. Perfect biological template activated and preliminary construction completed. As the final fragment of information was devoured, the vast ocean of flesh had diminished by over 90%, becoming thin and murky. The central collective consciousness hub shrank to the size of a basketball, trembling and flickering, its surface arcs dimming as if they could extinguish at any moment. The mythic visage of Rosen gradually dissipated, reverting to the essence of human spirit. He cast his gaze upon the remaining will, curled in the recesses of consciousness, and spoke with an emotionless, detached tone. The transaction has been completed. With that, Rosen's spiritual form transformed into a stream of light, exiting the desolate realm of thought. Within the confines of the isolation laboratory, he opened his eyes. He observed the still unconscious Wendeos, a question surfacing in his mind. What might become of an aberrant entity, drained of all core information, reduced to an empty shell? Chapter 62. The Manifesto of Evolution. Rosen's eyelids fluttered briefly before gradually parting. The ceaseless deluge of information, akin to a galaxy being reversed, receded rapidly, filling his soul's core with an unprecedented sense of completeness. The frigid air of reality enveloped his skin once more. He remained within the isolation laboratory, still gripping Wendeos by the collar. The communicator's body lay limp, entirely unconscious. The door of the laboratory, unbeknownst to him, had been opened. MacCready stood at the threshold, shotgun in hand, the barrel slightly lowered, not aimed directly at Rosen. His face, etched with the marks of wind, snow, and fatigue, bore a mixture of wariness, fear, and an ineffable scrutiny. Behind him, Chills, Gary, and Blair huddled together, resembling a herd of reindeer lost in a blizzard, while Rosen stood akin to a polar bear, having just feasted, now leisurely emerging from its den. All eyes converged upon him. MacCready's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse and dry. Wendeos, is he also that thing? Rosen released his grip. Wendeos' body crumpled like a sack of flesh devoid of bones, sliding down the wall to the floor. He once was, Rosen replied calmly. He bent down, grasping one of Wendeos' ankles, and began to drag him toward the medical room outside the entertainment area. The sound of the unconscious body scraping against the cold concrete floor echoed harshly in the silent corridor. MacCready and the others instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for him. Where are you taking him? Chills could not refrain from asking, his voice taut. To the medical room, Rosen replied without turning. He halted at the threshold of the medical room, turning his head to regard the faces behind him, still shaken. I possess a method to purify the infected. This statement fell like a heavy stone into the frigid lake, failing to stir ripples of hope, instead amplifying the pervasive chill. The term purify, when uttered by Rosen, carried an unsettling distortion. But this requires your absolute cooperation. He paused, adding, and trust. Gary emitted a barely audible, almost imperceptible scoff, yet when Rosen's gaze shifted toward him, he immediately averted his eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. MacCready tightened his grip on the shotgun. Trust? They had just witnessed this man incinerate Norris into a charred, human-like husk, and with unfathomable means, subdue the mutated Wendell. To them, Rosen had transcended the realm of mere survivor. He had become a terror that equaled, if not surpassed, the grotesque forms they faced. Yet, they had no alternative. Between the monstrosity and Rosen, they could only choose the entity that appeared least likely to extinguish their lives at that moment. MacCready exchanged a glance with Childs, recognizing the shared resignation and determination in each other's eyes. Silently, they followed. In the medical room, the stark white walls and stainless steel instruments reflected the dim light, creating an atmosphere akin to a sacrificial altar awaiting its offering. Rosen effortlessly cast Wendell onto the operating table, skillfully binding his limbs with leather straps. The survivors crowded at the doorway, both spectators and a blockade against their own retreat. Aren't you going to use fire? Blair inquired, his voice trembling as he gazed at the flamethrower carelessly discarded in the corner by Rosen. Rosen offered no reply. He approached the operating table, looming over the unconscious Wendell like a meticulous craftsman scrutinizing his creation. Then, amidst the horrified stares of onlookers, he extended his hand, slowly pressing it against Wendell's forehead. The horror commenced. Rosen closed his eyes. The flawless biological template within him was activated, beginning to operate in an astonishingly perverse manner. It was not a creation but a predation. It was not a healing but an engulfing. A gasp escaped Wendell as his body arched violently, akin to a fish impaled on a cutting board, limbs thrashing wildly against the restraints, releasing a harrowing, inhuman wail. His eyes shot open, the sclera completely devoid of any color, revealing no trace of pupils. The most chilling spectacle unfolded. Beneath Wendell's skin, it appeared as though countless insects had come to life. Bumps surged across his arms, chest, and cheeks, forming fleeting, nauseating ripples. The veins in his neck bulged, transitioning from a purplish hue to an inky black, resembling twisted serpents, thrumming violently with the rhythm of his racing heart. This was not purification. This was a forcible extraction. Rosen was harnessing the genetic authority bestowed upon him by the higher template of the grotesque, forcibly tearing the monstrous tissues that had fused with Wendell's cells from within his body, drawing them into his own. He was consuming another entity that resided within Wendell. The individuals at the entrance were utterly frozen in place. Blair covered his mouth, his stomach churning violently, yet nothing emerged. Childs appeared as pale as a ghost, instinctively retreating a step, his back colliding heavily against the doorframe. MacCready's knuckles were whitened from his grip, his gaze fixed intently on the convulsing body on the operating table. emitting a beastly wail, while he observed Rosen standing there calmly, like a black statue absorbing all pain and madness. The impact of this scene struck deeper than flames consuming flesh. It was a profound violation and desecration of the very essence of life. One monster was devouring another. At last, the ear-piercing screams gradually diminished. The writhing beneath Wondo's skin also began to subside. He lay there, a limp mass upon the operating table, his body heaving violently. Gasping for air, sweat saturating every inch of his clothing. His vital signs remained, yet he seemed devoid of soul, left only with an empty shell. Rosen withdrew his hand, his expression impassive, as if he had merely completed a trivial task, wiping his hands carelessly on his trousers. He would survive. Rosen addressed the petrified figures at the doorway. He might lose a portion of memory, perhaps for a few years. A minor cost. Macready's lips moved several times before he managed to squeeze out a few words from his parched throat. What have you done? Rosen turned to face him, his gaze steady. When your repertoire is sufficiently extensive, one can always discover methods to restrain specific ingredients. This metaphor sent a chill through everyone present. Ingredients. To him, they were all merely ingredients. Rosen disregarded them and strode directly past, approaching the door. Now, his voice deepened and sharpened. Let us discuss the remaining traitors. He halted, turning his back to the crowd. As compensation for my treatment, I require you to perform a task for me. Identify them, leave no one behind, and bring them before me. Slowly, Rosen turned back, his gaze sweeping over Macready, Childs, Gary, and Blair, scrutinizing each face. Consider it my badge of evolution. His eyes bore no command, nor did they offer negotiation. They resembled a farmer appraising his livestock, selecting specimens for breeding. Chapter 63, The Thing. The last feast. Rosen's words hung in the air like a cold stone, heavy and oppressive, sinking into the dead silence of the medical room. The survivors' breaths momentarily ceased. They glanced at the soulless shell of Wondos on the operating table, then back at the expressionless Rosen, a chill seeping through their spines. More piercing than the storms of Antarctica. Macready's fingers, clutching the shotgun, turned pale as he experienced a rare moment of bewilderment etched upon his weathered face. He had confronted monstrosities, endured the bitter cold, and wrestled with despair. Yet, he found himself at a loss when faced with this individual, more monstrous than any aberration. Silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, Macready relinquished his grip on the taut weapon, exhaling a heavy sigh as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. What shall we do? Rosen's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk, not a smile, but the satisfaction of a predator witnessing its prey surrender. Gather everyone and return to the recreation room. We are to conduct one final test. The atmosphere in the recreation room was even more oppressive than during the previous blood test. No longer a sanctuary for the survivors seeking solace. It had transformed into a cell awaiting final judgment. Only 6 survivors remained, including Macready, along with the last 2 infected individuals secretly targeted by Rosen, the biologist Blair and the taciturn mechanic Gary. Following Rosen's command, they each took their seats. Tie your left hands to the armrests of the chairs, Rosen instructed, his voice low yet imbued with an unassailable authority. No questions were asked, no one resisted. Like a herd of tamed livestock, they complied in silence. The coarse ropes tightened around their wrists, binding them to the cold wooden chairs. Place your right hands on the table. The table, assembled from various pieces, formed a massive rectangle. Rosen set down a collection of pristine petri dishes, blood sampling needles, and an alcohol lamp in the center. The procedure mirrored the previous test precisely. However, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air that this time was different. Rosen did not take a seat. Instead, he stood alone at the sole entrance to the recreation room, gently placing the menacing flamethrower at his feet, blocking the only avenue of escape. The entire chamber transformed into an airtight canister, with him as the arbiter of when the flames would ignite. A surreal, almost ceremonial atmosphere enveloped the scene, reminiscent of a final supper, though devoid of bread and wine, replaced instead by blood awaiting examination and an unspeakable dread. Macready. Rosen shattered the stifling silence, gesturing with his chin toward the glowing iron wire atop the alcohol lamp. You will execute this. Macready's pupils contracted momentarily as realization dawned upon him. This was not merely a test, it was Rosen's attempt to evaluate him, a ritual compelling him to choose his allegiance. Silently, he stepped forward, grasping the glowing wire with a pair of pliers, the searing air causing a slight sting against his skin. The tension in the atmosphere reached its zenith. McReady approached the first team member, who trembled in fear, leaving a patch of sweat upon the tabletop. He pierced the tip of his finger, and a drop of blood fell into the petri dish. McReady, with an impassive expression, inserted the heated wire into it. Hiss! The blood was instantly vaporized by the intense heat, producing a faint sound. Nothing happened. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by an even greater tension. McReady moved to the next person, yielding the same result. His footsteps were heavy, each step akin to treading upon the hearts of all present. He approached Gary, the typically reticent mechanic, whose face was pale, yet whose gaze remained remarkably composed. McReady scrutinized him deeply before touching the wire to the blood. Hiss! The blood evaporated, returning to tranquility. An undercurrent of suppressed agitation rippled through the survivors. Could it be that there were no infected individuals left? Finally, McReady stood before the biologist, Blair. As the most knowledgeable member of the team, Blair appeared somewhat neurotic, adjusting his glasses and forcing a facade of calm as he regarded McReady. Hurry, McReady, let us conclude this cursed farce. McReady remained silent, mechanically repeating the actions, drawing blood, dropping it in, and inserting the wire. Hiss! The blood transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. Still, nothing transpired. The air in the recreation room seemed to thicken with tension. Confusion supplanted fear. The survivors exchanged glances, beginning to question whether Rosen was merely toying with them. McReady, holding the tweezers, looked helplessly toward Rosen at the doorway. At that moment, Blair, who had believed himself to be flawlessly disguised, involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. It was a barely perceptible smile, imbued with the relief of survival and a hint of smugness regarding Rosen's misjudgment. Though fleeting, it was precisely captured by Rosen. He smiled, a grin filled with mockery and cruelty, reminiscent of a beast. It appears, he spoke slowly, that you possess more endurance than I anticipated. Before his words could fade, he abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a fierce sidekick, striking the side of the heavy table. Crash! The massive wooden table was overturned by an irresistible force. The alcohol lamp sailed through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing to the ground, shattering the glass. The blue flames ignited the spilled alcohol, the flames leaping up 1/2 meter high, forming a wall of fire that completely isolated Blair and Gary from the others. The cacophony of screams, the sound of chairs and tables toppling, and the shattering of glass intertwined, plunging the scene into chaos. Did you think I needed to test you? Rosen's voice resonated above the crackling fire, clear and cold, like a verdict from hell. I've known it was the two of you from the very beginning. He gazed across the flames at Blair and Gary, their expressions transformed with palpable terror, their smiles more pronounced. I merely wish to relish your self-satisfied performance. The truth is laid bare. Cornered and desperate, the human expressions on Blair and Gary's faces crumbled in an instant, replaced by a monstrous, twisted fury. With a guttural roar, Blair's body slumped like a melting wax figure, skin and muscle dissolving into a writhing mass of flesh, flowing towards the similarly mutating Gary. The sound of Gary's bones cracking was nauseating as his chest tore open, countless grotesque growths erupting, entwining with Blair's liquefied form. It was a grotesque and sacrilegious feast. In mere seconds, a colossal and deformed monstrosity, born of their fused bodies, erupted into being. It lacked a fixed shape, with myriad grotesque mandibles, contorted limbs, and eyeless orbs pulsating erratically, while countless tentacles and claws shredded the ceiling and walls, producing a cacophony of shrill scraping sounds. Fire! Quick, open fire! McReady was the first to react, raising his shotgun and bellowing as he pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The survivors screamed as they unleashed every ounce of firepower upon the beast. Bullets struck its form, erupting in bursts of blood but inflicting no real harm, only inciting its ferocity further. Amidst the chaos and despair, Rosen moved. He ambled casually, bending down to retrieve the flamethrower at his feet. He approached the rampaging mass of flesh as if strolling through his own backyard. The creature sensed the imminent threat, all its mandibles turning towards Rosen, unleashing a cacophony of shrieks, a sound that could shatter eardrums. Rosen halted within 5 meters of the monstrosity, the flames casting flickering shadows across his face. Do not mistake my intentions. I am not here to judge you. His voice was low, nearly drowned by the crackling fire and the creature's roars. yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I merely require an appetizer before my meal. He raised the flamethrower's nozzle, aiming at the creature's vast and grotesque core. Then, he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! A robust orange-red firestorm erupted, instantly engulfing the entire monstrosity. A wail, so piercing it seemed beyond the capacity of any living being, reverberated throughout the base, as the twisted flesh writhed and struggled in the inferno, ultimately reduced to char under the searing heat, emitting a foul stench. The survivors ceased firing, staring in stunned silence at the hellish scene before them. Against the backdrop of the blazing flames, Rosen's silhouette was elongated, resembling a deity emerging from the inferno. On their faces, awe and terror intertwined, rendering them unable to distinguish between the two. Chapter 64. Monstrous Form. Template Activation. Perfect organism. The flames within the entertainment room had been extinguished. The acrid stench of charred flesh intermingled with the nauseating aroma of overcooked meat, permeating the air and inducing waves of revulsion. Survivors leaned against the walls or slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces a tapestry of relief at having survived and dread at the horrors they had witnessed. Rosen paid no heed to their furtive glances. He advanced purposefully towards the indistinguishable mass of charred remains. The ground beneath his feet was slick and viscous, a grotesque mixture of the creature's bodily fluids and melted fat. He knelt beside the burnt carcass, extending a finger to sift through the remnants that still held a trace of warmth. Soon, he paused, extracting a fist-sized piece of tissue from a mound of black ash. The tissue was a dark red, intricately laced with peculiar veins, pulsating gently yet resolutely, akin to a heart. This was the sole remnant of Blair and Gary's fusion. The only portion that had not been entirely carbonized by the flames of the flamethrower, a distilled essence of the amalgam's genetic information. Detected high-purity extraterrestrial biological gene sample. Perfect organism template resolution achieved 100. Activate template. The system's prompt echoed coldly and mechanically in his mind. Rosen rose to his feet, disregarding the bewildered looks from MacCready and the others behind him, and turned towards his room. He required an absolute silence to embrace his transformative moment. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sound of the lock turning echoing sharply in the still corridor. Rosen sat cross-legged on the cold floor, placing the still writhing core tissue against his chest. Within his consciousness, he issued a command to the system. Yes. In the next instant, the core tissue seemed to liquefy under an invisible force. It transformed into a dark red luminescence, effortlessly penetrating his skin, muscles, and bones, seamlessly integrating into his heart. Boom! An indescribable pain erupted from the most microscopic cellular level, a cataclysmic force. It was neither tearing nor burning, but a complete, transformative rewriting. Rosen's body instantly succumbed to chaos. His spine twisted grotesquely backward with a series of sickening cracks, contorting into an inhuman angle. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless rodents were frantically scurrying. Muscle fibers being forcibly torn apart only to be violently replaced by an even more resilient structure. Bones fractured and reassembled. His skin alternated between hardening, sprouting a chitinous black exoskeleton, and softening into a semi-transparent, fluid-like substance, revealing the frenzied movements of veins and nerves beneath. Within the confines of the chamber, only the dull sounds of dislocated bones and flesh being torn asunder remain. This is a war, an ultimate conflict unfolding within his very being. Within every cell and every strand of DNA. On one side stands Rosen who, having consumed the flesh and blood of an ancient malevolent deity and fused it with Jason's heart, has forged the titanic form through relentless trials. It serves as the most steadfast of foundations, providing resilience and ensuring that Rosen's life form does not entirely disintegrate amid the collapse of his genetic structure. On the opposing side lies the monstrous repository of infinite genes, a culmination of eons of cosmic consumption, evolution, and storage. It embodies boundless possibilities, the pinnacle of biological evolution. The titanic form is the crucible that bears all, while the monstrous genes are the myriad divine metals awaiting their forge within the furnace. Rosen's consciousness plunged into this tempest of genetic information. His mind became a canvas upon which billions of images streaked like meteors. He witnessed silicon-based life feasting upon crystals on a sulfuric planet. He beheld vast colonies of jellyfish thriving under immense oceanic pressure, sustained by geothermal energy. He observed peculiar beings drifting like kites on gaseous planets, subsisting on absorbed lightning. From the most primordial unicellular organisms to complex societies that have developed interstellar travel. All that the monstrous entity has consumed now coalesced into the purest form of genetic information, washing over Rosen's soul. All that I perceive may be consumed. All that I consume becomes part of me, proclaimed his consciousness, coldly, amidst this sea of information. He was not overwhelmed by the torrential flow of data. Rather, he resembled a famished behemoth, opening his gaping maw to devour all that lay before him, forcefully imprinting every fragment of knowledge onto his very essence. Time slipped away unnoticed. The unsettling sounds of writhing and reorganization within the room gradually subsided. Silence enveloped the space once more. On the floor, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. Externally, he appeared unchanged, still embodying the guise of an ordinary office worker, clad in a cheap shirt and jeans. Yet, his gaze had transformed. His dark pupils were as profound as the cosmos, seemingly reflecting the birth and extinction of countless species, encapsulating a brutal history of evolution spanning eons. He extended his right hand, and with a mere thought, the skin and flesh of his palm began to flow and reorganize as if endowed with independent life, glimmering like quicksilver. In an instant, the mundane human hand morphed into a claw, covered in black scales, its fingertips gleaming with a metallic sheen. Subsequently, the claw melted once more. As tiny suction cups sprouted across the surface, the 5 fingers elongating into flexible, soft tentacles. Finally, the tentacles retracted slowly, reshaping back into the original human palm. Smooth and devoid of any anomaly. A flawless mastery of control. A perfect mimicry. Rosen's consciousness sank into the system panel. There, the once muted gray inscription of perfect biological template, inactive, now radiated with a vibrant new luminescence. Perfect organism, initial stage. A subtle smile graced the corners of Rosen's lips as he softly proclaimed, "From this day forth, I am the Legion." Chapter 65. Abomination Mimicry. McReady. The door to the entertainment room was gently closed behind Rosen. He stood there, his appearance unchanged from before he entered the room. Still clad in that inexpensive shirt and jeans, as if the ultimate war of devouring and reshaping had merely been a silent dream occurring in the microscopic realm. The air was still thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and the peculiar sweetness of singed meat. McReady and the few remaining survivors, including the African-American communicator Knowles and the mechanic Chills, huddled in the far corner of the room, away from the charred remains of the monstrous carcass. They sat together, yet none dared to utter a word. The oppressive atmosphere clung to them like solidified tar, binding them in place, each breath laden with the weight of having survived a cataclysm. What were they to do? Leave this place? How could they escape? Communications had been destroyed, and their vehicles might have been tampered with. Confronting Rosen? That thought flickered in their minds and brought an icy chill deep within their bones. They had just witnessed how this man effortlessly reduced 2 formidable infected entities into mere ash, treating them like refuse. He was a terror more profound, more incomprehensible than the abomination itself. Amidst this deathly silence, the door leading to the corridor creaked open. A figure stepped inside. It was Rosen, bearing the same expression that straddled the line between a smile and indifference as the one at the entrance. Instantly, the muscles of the survivors tensed in unison. 2 Rosens. One stood at the entrance of the entertainment room, while the other had just emerged from the corridor. They appeared as reflections emerging from an invisible mirror, identical in height, build, attire, and even the placement of dust upon their shirts, just as they had crawled out from the inferno of suspicion regarding a traitor among them. The tension in their minds snapped. Fear, in an instant, transformed from the tangible to the abstract, then escalated into the absurd. Both Rosens fixed their gaze upon the survivors, speaking in perfect synchrony, their voices, tone, and rhythm merging seamlessly as if emanating from a premium surround sound system. "What are you discussing?" Knowles let out a stifled whimper, instinctively retreating as if to embed himself within the wall. Chills abruptly raised his shotgun, yet the barrel swung desperately between the 2 Rosens, utterly unsure of whom to aim at. "No tricks." McCrady's voice cracked as he let out a hoarse cry, forcing himself to stand firm. His nearly inseparable revolver aimed laboriously at 2 targets. "Which one is the imposter?" His voice, strained with acute tension and fear, bore a tremor of desperation. "Rosen." standing at the threshold of the corridor, sighed lightly as if he had heard a particularly dull question. In the next moment, under the petrified gaze of those around him, his body began to undergo a transformation. It was not the grotesque, violent mutation of flesh bursting or bones piercing like a monstrous form. Rather, it was a more bizarre and physically defiant melting. His features blurred like a wax figure washed with warm water, the contours retracting and flowing inward. The outline of his body resembled a lump of clay being molded by an invisible hand, rapidly reshaping itself. There was no bloodshed, no screams of anguish, only a chilling, silent rewriting at the cellular level. Mere seconds passed. In the blink of an eye, the writhing humanoid mass solidified and stretched, ultimately crystallizing into a form both entirely new and hauntingly familiar. He stood there, matching McGrady in height, clad in an identical flight jacket. Even the wear on the cuffs replicated flawlessly. The stubble on his face, the scar at the corner of his eye, and even those bloodshot blue eyes, weary and alert, were not a single discernible difference. Now, two identical McGradys stood before them. The real McGrady's mind went blank as he stared at this other self, who even mimicked his habits, tilting his head slightly, gaze imbued with curiosity. A fear deeper than death seized his heart. The monstrosity devours and replaces you. Yet it ultimately requires a disguise. But this entity before him was not merely imitating, it had fundamentally transformed into McGrady at the genetic level and cellular memory. In the very essence of his soul, this was a complete usurpation and obliteration of identity. The voice of their companion, Childs, trembled uncontrollably, the barrel of his shotgun instinctively turning towards the true McGrady. Norris and the others unconsciously took a few steps back, isolating their original leader in the center. They could not distinguish between them. To their senses, both individuals were genuine. At that moment, the Rosen masquerading as McGrady spoke. He commanded the others in McGrady's distinct, raspy, and weary voice. He was the true monster. His voice was calm and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Just like McGrady's usual tone, open fire. This command fell like a red-hot hammer, shattering the last remnants of the survivors' fragile trust. Chill's fingers hovered over the trigger, while Noel's eyes brimmed with a tumult of struggle and despair. The true McGrady gazed upon his former comrades, observing the guns pointed at him, his mouth opening yet soundlessly. How could he defend himself? How could one prove their identity to another? This profound psychological torment, this ultimate isolation brought about by being utterly forsaken and denied by the world and one's companions, was more shattering than any flames or claws. Just as Chill was about to pull the trigger, the McGrady who had given the command suddenly let out a soft chuckle. His form began to shift once more, like molten wax, transforming rapidly back to Rosen's original appearance under the stupefied gaze of all present. He extended his hand, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, surveying the ashen-faced McGrady, nearly collapsing, alongside the other survivors who had relinquished all thought. With a casual air, he declared the conclusion of this cruel jest. Just a prank. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one could utter a sound. They gazed at Rosen with eyes that reflected either a deity or a devil, numbly. He required no blood test, no flamethrower. A mere thought sufficed to incite them to turn against one another, to slay their most trusted leader with their own hands. He had flawlessly demonstrated the terrifying extent of his cellular mimicry, and more importantly, he had proven his ability to manipulate their minds and trust as effortlessly as one would a marionette. The notion of resistance, in that moment, extinguished within each heart, reduced to mere ashes. Rosen reveled in their reaction. Their fear was ample. Now, these broken toys could fulfill their final purpose. Go, he commanded in a tone devoid of emotion. Repair the communication devices, contact the outside world, and inform them that Antarctic Research Station 31 requires urgent assistance. I wish to leave this place. The survivors, like soulless husks, mechanically rose, numbly making their way to the communications room. Behind them, the cold, mechanical system notification echoed in Rosen's mind. Main quest: identify and eliminate all aberrant infected entities. Completed. Commencing world settlement. Chapter 66 SSS Rating. Species Catastrophe. The chilling system notification resonated within his mind, becoming the final straw that broke the stasis of this frozen world. The scene before Rosen began to warp. The terrified McGrady, Knowles, and Shield, their faces painted with despair and terror, blurred like an oil painting smudged with water, fading away until they dissipated into a pure darkness. The Antarctic research station's biting cold winds, mingled with the stench of burning and blood, were supplanted by an absolute void and silence. He found himself once again in that familiar settlement space. An infinite darkness enveloped everything, rendering the concepts of up and down, left and right, meaningless. In the next moment, a vast luminous screen silently illuminated before Rosen, cascading streams of cold white data like a waterfall, commencing the final adjudication of his recently concluded journey. World settlement in progress. Teleportation world. Abomination. Main quest. Identify and eradicate all abominable infected entities. Quest status. Completed. Hidden quest. Explore the origins of the abomination. Quest status. Completed. Determination method. By engaging in genetic-level communication with the consciousness of the abomination, information regarding its origins was acquired. Characters on the screen emerged line by line, calmly stating the facts. Rosen gazed at them with tranquility, feeling no surprise at the outcomes. However, once the routine quest settlement concluded, the screen did not, as usual, display the rewards list. The entire display suddenly dimmed. Moments later, a line of deep crimson characters, imbued with a strong sense of aggression and warning, inscribed themselves one by one in the center of the screen. Detection of special behavior undergoing final evaluation correction. Special achievement determination. A line of golden text, as if forged from molten gold, replaced the previous red warning. Achievement name, supplantation, achievement description. You did not merely eradicate the source of terror. Instead, you absorbed it, becoming the new, more advanced terror itself. Upon reading this description, a faint curve finally appeared at the corners of Rosen's lips. He understood that the true spectacle was just beginning. The golden text on the screen gradually faded, supplanted by three colossal blood-red characters, seemingly poised to rupture the very fabric of space. SSS. The emergence of this rating seemed to cause the entire settlement space to tremble. Following this, beneath the three blood-red characters, the final evaluative title slowly materialized. Final evaluation, SSS Class Species Catastrophe, Prototype. This title bore a foreboding, chilling essence. It was no longer a mere description but a definitive classification. A line of smaller text appeared as an annotation beneath the title, as though the system provided its sole explanation for this designation. Evaluation annotation. Wherever you tread. That is where ecological extinction begins. You are the apex predator in motion. As Rosen regarded this annotation, the depth in his eyes seemed to meld with the boundless darkness surrounding him. Species catastrophe. These four words brought him greater satisfaction than any ornate commendation. They signified the system's acknowledgement of his current essence, a phenomenon transcending the ordinary biological realm, capable of inflicting devastating blows upon an entire world's ecological chain. With the final evaluation rendered, the long-anticipated rewards list finally surged forth like a tidal wave. Based on the SSS level evaluation, your final rewards are as follows. Firstly, Fear Source Essence, 50,000 points. Secondly, an opportunity to extract an SSS level skill item, once. Thirdly, free attribute points, 40 points. Fourthly, Divine Evolution, Intermediate to Intermediate, Pinnacle. Fifthly, Special Reward, Gene Database, Beginner, has been unlocked. Rosen's gaze swept across the list of rewards. 50,000 points of Fear Source Essence, a sum substantial enough to transform any survivor. 40 points of free attributes would allow his foundational strength to experience yet another leap. The evolution of divinity signifies that he has taken a firm step forward on the path to becoming a deity. An indescribable sense of power surged from the depths of his soul. His divinity was being tempered, compressed, and solidified, standing on the precipice of a transformative leap. However, Rosen's attention ultimately lingered on the fifth reward. Gene Database. Beginner, your perfect organism template has been activated and possesses an independent biological gene database. You can store, analyze, edit, and combine all biological gene information that you have consumed, and based on this, create entirely new biological templates for your own application. This was the most significant gain from his expedition to Antarctica. If the perfect organism template provided him with a malleable substance to shape at will, then the gene database offered him an inexhaustible reservoir of materials and a fully equipped processing plant. From this day forth, every species he consumed would no longer serve merely as sustenance, but rather as modules that could be stored and summoned. He could extract the claws of Species A, the exoskeleton of Species B, and the lethal venom of Species C, perfectly combining them within himself to forge an unprecedented form of lethality. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosen's consciousness plunged into the attribute panel. Allocate attribute points: Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. He opted for the most balanced and comprehensive method of allocation. As he commanded, the 40 free attribute points instantaneously infused his limbs and essence. Attribute update complete. Name: Rosen, Divinity. Intermediate, Pinnacle. Strength, 585. Agility, 510. Constitution, 635. Talent, Titan's Body. Spirit, 909. Fear Source Essence, 50. 000. Feeling the surging new power within him, Rosen's consciousness shifted to the 50,000 points of Fear Source Essence. Yet, he refrained from immediately utilizing them to enhance skills or extract items. These essences would serve as his trump card and capital for unlocking the next world. Now, only the final and most anticipated opportunity remained: the SSS level extraction. System, commence SSS level extraction. Rosen issued his command. Before him, the luminous screen transformed instantaneously into a profound vortex, swirling with countless golden, purple, and red symbols and shadows, as if it encapsulated the treasures and secrets of myriad worlds. Ultimately, all radiance and symbols abruptly converged towards a singular focal point. An ancient, yellowed parchment gently floated forth from the vortex's core, descending towards Rosen. It appeared battered and tattered, with edges singed by flames, inscribed with an archaic script that Rosen could not comprehend. Yet, the moment his fingertips brushed against the parchment, information regarding this artifact flowed directly into his consciousness. Extraction completed. Acquired item: the Demonologist's Manuscript, Fragment. Type: Special Knowledge Item. Quality: SSS, Damaged. Description: this fragment originates from a forbidden ancient manuscript containing knowledge related to exorcism rituals, demon summoning contracts, and the creation of sacred artifacts. Possessing it will enhance your sensitivity to spiritual and unclean entities. Holding the parchment, Rosen's brow furrowed slightly for the first time. Demons? Sacred artifacts? This seemed utterly divergent from his established path of biological evolution and physical consumption. He was a walking calamity, a predator of genes. Yet, the system bestowed upon him a mystical artifact entwined with the supernatural. Just as he pondered the connections, the cold chime of the system interrupted his thoughts. Detection indicates that your evolutionary trajectory has begun to touch the boundaries of materialism and idealism. Detection indicates a strong correlation between your extracted item and concepts such as faith and spirituality, matching you with a new hunting ground. The text on the luminous screen scrolled rapidly before finally stabilizing. Transmission prepared. You are about to be transported to the world of Annabelle. Identity implantation in progress. Identity: paranormal event insurance assessor employed by the Warrens. The settlement space began to tremble violently, the surrounding darkness peeling away like shattered glass. Rosen glanced down at the Demonologist's Manuscript, Fragment, in his hand and recalled the darkly humorous new identity bestowed upon him by the system. An intrigued smile slowly unfurled across his face. At the end of biology, do gods and demons await? He eagerly anticipated the answer. Chapter 67, Annabelle. The dizziness of spatial transmission receded like a tide. Rosen opened his eyes to find himself seated in the back of an antique automobile. The vehicle swayed gently with the bumps of the road, the engine emitting a deep, rhythmic roar. Outside the window, rows of uniformly styled detached houses and neatly trimmed lawns rushed by, the sky a pristine blue under the bright sun. The suburban charm of 1970s America unfolded before him like a faded photograph, revealing its nostalgic allure. He cast a glance down at himself. He was adorned in a meticulously tailored dark suit, his crisp white shirt adorned with a striped tie. Resting on his lap was a sleek black briefcase. He unlatched the briefcase, revealing a flawlessly forged insurance adjuster's badge, alongside a tome exuding a faint aroma of sulfur and ancient parchment. The diary of a demonologist. Tattered pages. Mr. Rosen, how much longer until we arrive? Rosen inquired, his tone calm, as if he were inherently meant to be present in that moment. In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man, clad in a waistcoat and exuding an air of integrity and gentleness, smiled at him through the rearview mirror. Not long now, Mr. Rosen. Just across this block, Ed Warren replied. Renowned demonologist and investigator of the paranormal, he sat beside his wife, Lorraine Warren, who possessed the gift of clairvoyance. Just moments ago, Lorraine had seemingly glanced at Rosen through the rearview mirror, her body momentarily stiffening with an almost imperceptible tension. Her hand, resting on the dashboard, instinctively clenched, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Ed, Lorraine's voice was taut, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. This Mr. Rosen is quite extraordinary. Ed, evidently unaware of the deeper implications in his wife's words, continued to play the part of the gracious host with fervor. Of course he is. Lorraine, I mentioned before, Mr. Rosen is the only appraiser in all of Connecticut willing to take on our unique insurance. He explained to Rosen through the mirror, we just wrapped up a case. Bringing back something from 3 nurses, something exceedingly perilous. You know, our collection is growing, and we ought to have some assurance. Should an irate tenant set the house ablaze, or a curious neighbor inadvertently stumble upon something, the insurance company wouldn't reimburse a penny. Ed's tone was reminiscent of discussing a bothersome household matter. Light, yet tinged with resignation. Yet Rosen understood that the tenants referred to were not among the living. I comprehend, Rosen nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lorraine's taut profile. Risk assessment is my specialty. Whatever your collectibles may be, I shall provide a fair valuation. The vehicle gradually came to a halt before a white 2-story residence, the abode of the Warrens and the site of their renowned paranormal museum. Upon disembarking, Ed eagerly guided Rosen through the living room towards the door leading to the basement. Lorraine lagged a few steps behind, her eyes fixed upon Rosen's silhouette, a chill emanating from the depths of her soul compelling her to flee. In her clairvoyant vision, there was no aura of life energy surrounding this man. Instead, an unfathomable abyss of darkness enveloped him. No, it was not merely darkness. It was the shadow of something far older, far greater, and beyond comprehension. The room was haunted by wailing, vengeful spirits, whose presence, under the shadowy veil, seemed as inconsequential as fireflies. Ed grasped his wife's arm, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. We did not summon an insurance agent. Ed gazed at her in confusion as Lorraine's lips trembled. We may have inadvertently called forth an uninvited idol, a malevolent deity. Ed's expression grew grave, yet he gently patted Lorraine's hand, murmuring, let us first assess the situation. The basement door creaked open, unleashing an air thick with the scent of dust, aged wood, and a chilling aura. Rosen stepped inside. The scene matched his imagination. With shelves brimming with an assortment of peculiar artifacts, a music box, an antiquated television, a blood-stained wedding dress, and a mirror shrouded in black cloth. Each object exuded a faint malevolence, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Ed led Rosen to the innermost part of the basement, where a specially designed glass cabinet was securely locked, adorned with a handwritten note. Warning, do not open under any circumstances. Within the cabinet sat a doll clad in a white lace gown, perched upon a small wooden chair. Its exaggerated red yarn hair, bizarrely painted cheeks, and a sinister smile were complemented by a pair of hollow glass eyes that gazed vacantly ahead. Annabelle, that is it, Ed stated, pointing at the doll, his expression unusually solemn. Our current client. Lorraine remained at the top of the stairs, hesitant to advance further. She sensed that with Rosen's entrance, the cacophony of the basement had ceased. The once restless, malevolent spirits had all quieted, as if cowering in their respective confines, trembling like beasts under the watchful eye of a predator. Rosen approached the glass cabinet, devoid of the pure, cellular hunger and biological malice he had previously encountered. Instead, he felt a distinctly different energy, one born of spiritual resentment, a curse nourished by ritual, deceit, and blood. It was akin to an invisible thorn attempting to pierce the observer's soul, tainting thoughts and distorting perception. For an ordinary person, this would be an almost insurmountable assault on their very essence. Yet for Rosen, it merely presented a novel flavor of sustenance. At that moment, his perception, enhanced by the perfected biological template, detected an exceedingly subtle shift. The Annabelle doll's head, without any external force, turned ever so slightly and imperceptibly towards him. Its hollow glass eyes met Rosen's gaze. A faint smile played at the corners of Rosen's mouth. He raised his hand and gently tapped the cold glass cabinet with his fingers. Good evening, Annabelle, he uttered softly, as if introducing himself to a client he was meeting for the first time. I have taken on your insurance. Chapter 68. Annabelle, the physical exorcism, most lethal. The guest room of the Warrens' residence was immaculate and orderly, imbued with a subtle scent of lemon and the essence of aged wood. Ed Warren paused at the threshold, his expression grave as he delivered his final admonition. Mr. Rosen, I understand your curiosity regarding our work, but I implore you, regardless of what you may hear during the night, do not leave your room, and certainly do not approach the basement. His wife, Lorraine, stood beside him. Her azure eyes filled with concern as she regarded Rosen, as though she were gazing into an unfathomable abyss. Some things should not be disturbed, she murmured. Rosen maintained a professional smile and nodded. Of course, I understand. I am merely a risk assessor. Good night, Mr. Warren, Mrs. Warren. He gently closed the door behind him. The door panel severed the complex gazes exchanged between the Warrens, and the room fell into silence. Rosen did not turn on the lights. He stood in the darkness, his suit impeccably tailored, as if he were not there to sleep, but rather to await the commencement of a meeting. His mental faculties unfurled like an invisible, insubstantial web, radiating from his center and enveloping the entire house in an instant. The ticking of the living room clock, the dripping of the kitchen faucet, the muffled breaths of the Warrens in the upstairs bedroom and the basement, all were within his heightened awareness. The majority of his perception focused on the basement, a place teeming with malice and curses, like a high-precision radar locking onto the core signal source, Annabelle, sealed within the glass cabinet. Time flowed steadily onward. Midnight arrived. The entire house seemed to be submerged in icy water, the temperature plummeting abruptly. A faint creaking sound, barely audible, emanated from the direction of the basement. Within Rosen's mental perception, the lock on the cabinet sealing Annabelle was slowly and ominously disengaging. A chilling, vengeful energy, laced with the scent of sulfur, surged forth from the cabinet like a breached dam. In an instant, the entire basement came alive. The rocking chair began to sway on its own. A music box inexplicably played disjointed notes, and the cursed suit of armor emitted a metallic scraping sound, as if something within was stirring from slumber. A palpable malevolence targeted the guest room above. The doorknob of the guest room turned silently, and the door was forcefully thrust open by an unseen power. A translucent specter, clad in a tattered bridal gown, glided silently into the room. Her face bore no features, only a blurred distortion, and in her hand, she clutched a dagger glinting coldly. She was one of the many vengeful spirits compelled by the demon behind Annabelle, sent forth as a harbinger of testing. The specter drifted to the bedside, gazing at the figure seemingly lost in slumber, its hand raised high with a gleaming dagger. There was no breath, no heartbeat, no aura of malevolence. For any paranormal investigator, this constituted the most fatal ambush. The dagger, imbued with a chilling coldness, lunged downward with ferocity. Just as the blade was poised to graze Rosen's neck, a hand shot forth from beneath the covers with lightning speed, deftly seizing the specter's wrist. Rosen did not even open his eyes. The specter's assault came to an abrupt halt. It was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend how a mortal could grasp its ethereal form. In the next instant, it emitted a silent shriek. As Rosen's palm made contact with the specter's wrist, his skin morphed like liquid metal, instantly sprouting countless fine barbs that shimmered with a metallic sheen. These hooks, sharper than the most delicate surgical needles, transcended the boundaries of the physical and the ethereal, piercing deeply into the specter's energy-formed body. An unprecedented wave of excruciating pain and weakness coursed through the specter. It was horrified to realize that the very energy sustaining its existence was being voraciously siphoned away through those uncanny barbs. This revelation shattered its understanding. Physical attacks were deemed ineffective. It was an immutable law of the ethereal. Yet this man before it not only grasped its essence with physical means, but was also devouring it. It thrashed violently, attempting to withdraw its wrist, only to find itself seemingly welded in place, as an irresistible force emanated from that hand, anchoring it firmly. At that moment, Rosen gradually opened his eyes. There was no hint of panic or rage in his gaze, only a cold curiosity akin to that of a scientist dissecting a new specimen. So that's how it is, he murmured softly, as if documenting experimental data. Ethereal entities, at their core, are merely a highly concentrated form of negative energy. As long as it is energy, there exists no rationale for it to be immune to consumption. Before his words could dissipate, his other hand emerged from beneath the pillow, clutching the ominous and destructive blade known as the Blade of Retribution. The blade glimmered in the darkness with a subdued violet hue. embodying the purest form of restraint against all malevolent beings. The Edwolans were roused by a piercing shriek, one that no human could emit. The sound was laden with anguish and terror, resonating deep within their souls. "This is bad," Ed exclaimed, flipping out of bed. Something from the basement had emerged. Lauren's face turned pale as she grasped the crucifix from the bedside and followed her husband out of the bedroom. Their first thought was of Rosen, who resided in the guest room. As Ed forcefully flung open the door to the guest room, the sight before them froze the couple in place. The room bore no semblance of the bloody struggle they had envisioned, nor was there any frantic call for help. Rosen had yet to rise from his bed, one hand grasping the vengeful spirit of the bride, while the other deftly plunged a grotesquely designed dagger into the specter's chest. No incantations were uttered, nor was holy water sprinkled. There was not a trace of sanctity in the air. The rule-bound power of the blade of retribution resonated perfectly with Rosen's own devouring ability. As the blade pierced, the spirit's essence disintegrated like a film doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, visibly thinning and twisting, emitting a hissing sound of dissolution. The bride's wailing reached a final crescendo as her form became nearly translucent, on the verge of vanishing. With a nonchalant gesture, he discarded her from the bed as one would dispose of refuse. He placed a foot upon her back, pressing her firmly to the ground. The results of his pressure test were less than satisfactory. He turned to the gaping Warren couple and muttered a remark before applying a slight force beneath his foot. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a brittle light bulb shattering. The near-dissolved specter burst apart under his foot, transforming into a pure, intangible essence of fear, which he consumed entirely in an instant. The air was left with a faint, acrid scent. Rosen lifted his foot as if he had merely crushed a cockroach, dusted off his hands, and glanced at the couple at the door, his expression tinged with a hint of apology. "It appears your security system has its flaws," he stated calmly. "But worry not, I have taken care of it." Ed opened his mouth, speechless, his hand clutching the crucifix trembling slightly. Lauren, possessing a clearer vision than her husband, understood the gravity of Rosen's actions. In her sight, what he had performed was not an exorcism or purification. It was a primal, terrifying act of consumption. The man was akin to a prehistoric beast invading a sheepfold, devouring a wolf whole, skin and bone included. The individual they had summoned was far from an insurance assessor. Lauren finally grasped the dread she felt upon first encountering that darkness. Annabelle, the demon beacon that instilled fear in countless hearts, had seemingly summoned forth an entity even more terrifying than itself, and its master from the depths of hell. Rosen's gaze drifted past the stupefied Warren couple, directed towards the basement. A subtle, unnoticed smirk graced his lips. This mere appetizer was hardly substantial. His true interest lay in the self-important demon lord lurking behind the dolls. Chapter 69. Annabelle, the demon's invitation. Morning sunlight filtered through the slats of the guest room blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow upon the floor. The air was imbued with the aroma of coffee and an inescapable heaviness. As Rosen descended the stairs, Ed and Lorraine sat upright at the dining table, their simple breakfast untouched. Upon seeing Rosen, Ed's body tensed instantly, and he forced a grimace that resembled a painful smile. "Good morning, Mr. Rosen. Did you sleep well?" Lorraine, on the other hand, could not conceal her emotions. She instinctively averted her gaze from Rosen, her hands tightly clutching the crucifix pendant on the table, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. Her intuition revealed to her that the man who had shattered the specter last night now loomed like a black hole draped in human skin, quietly consuming all light and warmth around him. He was not there to assess risks, he embodied risk itself. Rosen paid no heed to their tension, nonchalantly pulling out a chair to sit down and picking up a slice of toast. Risk assessment requires comprehensive data. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authoritative tone. "I need to review all the paranormal case files you have handled, especially those concerning that doll. The more detailed, the better." Ed paused momentarily, then nodded fervently, as if granted a reprieve. Of course, no problem. I'll prepare it right away. For him. As long as this horrific presence did not focus its attention on him and his wife, he would comply with any request." In the Warren study, a mountain of case files was neatly brought in. Rosen sat behind the desk, methodically flipping through the records chronicling countless shattered families and their fears. His fingers glided over the yellowed pages, which detailed various phantoms, disturbances, possessions, and curses. What would terrify the average person appeared to him as an array of diverse menus. His other hand casually rested on the open pages of the demonologist's notebook fragment. The ancient parchment emitted a faint glow, and as Rosen's fingertips brushed against the file concerning Annabelle, corresponding passages began to materialize in dark golden characters. The demonologist's notebook recorded, "High-ranking demons hold the material world in utter contempt. They cannot easily descend directly, thus requiring an anchor or beacon as a bridge across dimensions. Such objects typically lack consciousness, but can become vessels and conduits of their power after being saturated with the malevolent intentions of demons over time." Rosen compared an original investigation report on Annabelle with the descriptions in the notebook. The report noted that the initial 2 nurses claimed the doll would move on its own and leave notes pleading for help. A medium informed them that the spirit of a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins resided within the doll. "A childish ruse," Rosen murmured softly. The notebook clearly stated, "Demons never converse with mortals as equals. They only disguise, deceive, and tempt. One of their most common tactics is to exploit human sympathy, masquerading as the fragile souls of children." The conclusion was already evident. The Annabelle doll is merely a meticulously chosen signal tower, a telephone booth. What is truly terrifying is the demon on the other end, ravenous for human souls and profoundly arrogant. The final line of the manuscript states, "Such entities possess an almost instinctual greed for powerful souls. Any formidable soul that enters their realm of perception is regarded as a provocation to their majesty and an unmissable feast." At that moment, a gentle knock resounded at the door. Lorraine stood at the threshold, cradling a cup of coffee, her complexion pale, her eyes filled with worry and fear. "Mr. Rosen, what do you intend to do? Will you destroy the doll directly?" Ed, anxious, leaned in behind her. Rosen lifted his gaze and closed the file before him. He observed the anxious Warren couple and suddenly smiled. "No, simply smashing the phone will suffice. The operator will remain unseen." He picked up a pen from the table and made a mark on a blank sheet of paper. "I am writing a letter addressed to hell. I wish to speak with their manager." Midnight. The entire suburb had succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence. The Warrens, confined to their room, were restless, adhering to Rosen's advice to remain inside, regardless of any disturbances. The basement door slid open soundlessly. Rosen descended the steps, and as he entered, the cursed objects encased in glass seemed to be choked into silence, their malevolence retracting to its utmost. This time, he did not approach the glass case heavily sealed with holy light and crosses. Instead, he moved to the very center of the room, where there was nothing but the cold concrete floor. Sitting cross-legged, Rosen slowly closed his eyes. He recited no incantations, nor did he perform any rituals. He simply released the constraints upon himself. If the previous Rosen was akin to a vessel compressing the might of stars into a pinprick, then at this moment, he chose to open a fissure in that vessel. In an instant, an indescribable aura emanated from him. It was neither energy, nor light, nor darkness. It was a substance, a quintessence distilled from countless worlds by the source of all fears. It was the weight of the soul, touched by mid-tier divinity at the conceptual level. This aura had no effect on ordinary people, but for the spirits and demons wandering in the interstices of dimensions. It was akin to a supernova igniting in an eerily silent cosmos. Its radiance was both supreme authority and the most exquisite temptation, like the sweetest spring in a desert. The brightest lighthouse in the night. In an instant, the temperature within the basement plummeted at a rate that defied the very laws of physics. The moisture in the air rapidly condensed, forming a layer of frost as white as death upon the walls, ceiling, and upon every cursed object contained within. A crisp sound echoed through the space. The Annabelle doll, securely encased within its glass prison, suddenly turned its plastic head towards Rosen's direction. In its painted, innocent eyes, 2 points of crimson light flared to life, akin to 2 clusters of hellish flames ignited from the deepest abyss. An evil will, far more potent than the bride's ghost from the previous night, seemed to tear through the veil of space, crashing into this dimension with a thunderous presence. The entire basement trembled under the weight of this malevolent force. It exuded a pure, unmasked essence of greed, brutality, and ecstasy. A whisper, laden with boundless malice, bypassed the ears and the mind, resonating directly within the depths of Rosen's soul. "Your soul is mine." Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. There was no trace of tension or surprise on his face. Instead, a smile of triumph graced his lips. He responded softly towards the direction of the crimson glow. I have awaited you for a long time. Chapter 70, Annabelle, welcome to my hell. With Rosen's unassuming reply. The doll's glassy eyes flared with an intense red light. This was not mere illumination. It was a flame ignited by a malevolent thought, forcefully squeezed into reality from another dimension. The air in the basement instantly thickened, becoming as viscous as tar, as the wooden walls began to seep a black, oily liquid reeking of sulfur and decay. The occult artifacts sealed within their glass enclosure trembled violently, akin to fish thrown into boiling water, crashing against one another, emitting a silent scream. Curses, resentments, and malice, negative energies that had once plagued the Warrens, now bowed in submission like humble subjects before this regal will, trembling in deference. The physical space of the basement began to warp. The ceiling stretched upwards infinitely, disappearing into the dense darkness, while the floor collapsed downward, transforming into a churning wasteland of crimson lava and bones. This was no longer the Warren family's basement. It had become a fragment of hell, forcefully dragged into the realm of the living. Above, in the living room, Lorraine held a cup of hot water, attempting to calm her nerves, when suddenly her face turned ashen and the glass shattered in her grasp. She clutched her chest tightly, gasping for breath as if an invisible hand were squeezing her heart. Ed, her voice, distorted by sheer terror, pierced the air. Something is happening below. That is not a malevolent spirit. It is a doorway. He has opened the gates of hell. Ed rushed over in a single bound, tightly embracing his trembling wife, who was desperately trying to reach the basement. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Lorraine, calm down. We cannot descend. It would be fatal for him. No. Ed's voice trembled slightly, a quiver he himself had not recognized. Do you not understand? This is precisely what he desires. By going down, we would be sealing our own doom. Lorraine froze, her gaze locked onto the mingled expression of reason and fear in her husband's eyes, her bodily struggle gradually subsiding. Indeed, that man had never come to exorcise. He had come to collect his due. In the realm of the mind, the fabric of time and space lost all significance. Rosen's consciousness was wrenched from reality by an overwhelming will, drawn into a phantasmagoria entirely ruled by the other. The sky was an eternal shade of dark crimson, with clouds that flowed like congealed blood. The ground bore no soil, only an endless expanse of smoldering char and skeletal remains. A river of sulphurous flames coursed through the plain, within which countless twisted, translucent souls floated and wailed, emitting a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. The air was thick with despair, anguish, and the unending torment of existence. This was the demon's dominion, a mental hell forged from eons of devouring and tormenting souls. Here, it was a deity. Boom. In the distant skeletal mountains, a colossal figure slowly rose. It bore the head of a goat, with immense horns curving upwards as if aimed to pierce the blood-red heavens. Great bat-like wings, ablaze with hellfire, unfurled behind it, obscuring half the sky. Its form was composed of lava and shadow. With each step, the earth groaned in agony. Countless vengeful spirits crawling upon the ground, kissing its fallen footprints. A grand and chaotic will resonated directly within Rosen's mind, imbued with a mental corruption capable of shattering the faith of any saint. Kneel and offer your soul. I shall bestow upon you eternal suffering. Yet, in the presence of such a godlike apparition, Rosen remained unperturbed. Clad in his inexpensive suit, he stood at the heart of this inferno, akin to a wayward tourist on a film set. With a curious demeanor, he surveyed his surroundings. He raised his foot to kick at a soul writhing in anguish at his feet. Its wailing abruptly ceased, and it shrank in terror. Not a bad scene, Rosen remarked, his voice calm, yet distinctly overpowering the cries of thousands of souls. It possesses a classic style: sulfur, flames, suffering souls, the quintessential trifecta. He lifted his gaze towards the towering demon, nodding as if appreciating a work of art. However, the creativity is rather cliched, lacking in imagination. Today's clientele prefers something more conceptual. The demon's fiery eyes momentarily froze in disbelief. It had never encountered prey like this, unafraid, unyielding, and even critiquing. This was the ultimate affront to its status as Lord of Hell. You seek death. The thoroughly enraged demon roared, causing the entire infernal realm to seethe. It raised its colossal, lava-like claws, summoning forth all the malice and suffering of this world, coalescing into a pure black torrent of psychic energy, which it ruthlessly directed towards the core of Rosen's consciousness. This strike was potent enough to obliterate the will of an entire legion of angels in an instant. Just as that cataclysmic deluge was about to reach Rosen, he smiled, a smile that bore a hint of amusement, a touch of pity, and a flicker of delight akin to one about to feast. "Welcome to my hell," Rosen whispered. At the moment his words fell, the entire world came to a standstill. A fear more ancient than hell itself, more profound than the abyss, and purer than the void surged forth like ink dropping into clear water, spreading wildly from beneath Rosen's feet to engulf the entire space, eroding and assimilating all. The solidified blood clouds in the sky shattered into dust, revealing an eternally silent, pitch-black velvet void devoid of stars and moon. The roaring river of sulfur solidified, freezing into black crystals radiating an absolute zero chill. The countless wailing spirits had their cries instantly silenced. They stiffly turned, and for the first time, the emotion known as fear flickered in their hollow eye sockets. Then, in unison, they knelt before Rosen. They had discovered a new deity, a true embodiment of fear itself. "Did you think this was your domain?" Rosen's voice echoed in the newly transformed realm, imbued with an authority that bent reality to his will. "No, you merely warmed up the stage for me." The enormous horned demon froze in place, horrified to realize that its connection to this space had been severed in an instant. The hellfire it was familiar with, the vengeful spirits it controlled, the laws of suffering it relied upon, all betrayed it in that moment. It transformed from the sovereign of this world into an intruder. In its sight, Rosen's figure began to blur and fade, replaced by a mythic visage that defied description and comprehension, slowly rising at the center of the divine realm. It was a conglomeration of the purest shadows and darkness, formless yet seemingly encompassing every negative concept since the birth of the universe. In that infinite darkness, a multitude of crimson eyes, 1, 10, thousands, slowly opened. Each eye reflected scenes of civilizations vanquished by fear. Tiny, the once mighty demon lord, who felt invincible in its own hell, appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust before this mythical manifestation. It could not even entertain the thought of fleeing, for the very concept of escape stemmed from fear itself. And here, fear bore the name of Rosen. The colossal, unfathomable mythical figure slowly extended a giant finger composed of pure shadow, obscuring the demon's entire view, gently pointing towards it. A cold, emotionless voice resonates from the very essence of its soul. "Now, let us deliberate upon your worth." Chapter 71. Annabelle, the dominion of hell has shifted. The god of fear descends. Rosen's response, akin to a droplet falling into boiling oil, instantaneously ignited the entire infernal realm. Arrogant mortal. The goat-headed demon lord unleashed a furious roar, a sound that reverberated not through the air, but directly shattered the fabric of consciousness. Rising slowly from its throne, which had languished for eons, a colossal shadow eclipsed the heavens. "You know nothing of hell. I shall make you wail in eternal penance." As it proclaimed, the entire warped space began to resonate with its wrath. The blood-red river surged with monstrous waves, each droplet a visage of anguished cries. The ground, ablaze with sulphurous flames, split open, countless skeletal arms reaching forth from its depths, grasping at the sky. The curses and resentments of billions of malevolent spirits surged forth, coalescing into a pure, unrelenting tempest aimed at obliterating all reason. Where the storm passed, reality crumbled, and the very laws of existence shattered. This was the dominion of the Lord of Hell, the foundation upon which it ruled this realm. Above, in the Warren couple's parlor, all the crucifixes upon the walls trembled violently, and the water in the holy water font inexplicably boiled, only to freeze solid in the next moment. Lorelei clutched Ed's arm tightly, her complexion as pale as parchment. "It is invoking the power of the entire inferno." Ed's gaze was fixed on the basement door, which seemed transformed into the most fragile of sheets. Before Rosen could finish his words, the boiling malevolent energy abruptly altered its nature without warning. Within the spiritual abyss, a tempest potent enough to annihilate a legion of angels came to an abrupt halt mere inches from Rosen. There was no cataclysmic clash, no radiant energy collision. It was as if it had collided with an invisible wall of size, composed of absolute silence, quietly dissolving, absorbing, reverting to nothingness. The smile upon Rosen's face remained unchanged. However, the shadow behind him began to defy all logic regarding light, stretching and expanding infinitely. That was no longer merely a shadow. It was a mythic manifestation, indescribable by human language and incomprehensible by any known concept, slowly rising from behind Rosen. It bore no fixed form. At times, it appeared as a chaotic amalgamation of countless twisted tendrils, each tip connected to a collapsing cosmic bubble. At other moments, it resembled a nebula composed of billions of bloodshot eyes, each reflecting a unique, maddening manner of death. Occasionally, it manifested as a profound darkness that devoured all light and reason. Merely gazing upon it was sufficient to shatter the very logic of deities. The mythical manifestation opened its eyes. This action itself embodies a concept. In an instant, the ambient sounds of the entire infernal realm were distorted. The anguished wails of tormented spirits transformed into heart-rending screams of terror, birthed from the sight of the incomprehensible. The flames of hell no longer seared. Instead, they exuded a frigid stillness, reminiscent of the universe's demise. The demon lord, in a state of horror, realized that its dominion over this space was being eroded, not merely stripped away, but rather obscured and assimilated. A higher-dimensional concept was contaminating and devouring its realm. The rocks beneath its throne began sprouting slick tendrils and blinking eyes. In the surging river of blood, the wailing souls were no longer present. Instead, the eerie visage of Pennywise emerged, along with Freddy's charred countenance and the heavy outline of the triangle head, manifestations of fear consumed by Rosen. Now serving as the foundation of this new hell, their distorted reflections bobbing in the water. Its hell was transforming into Rosen's hell. Impossible. For the first time, the demon lord let out a roar filled with emotional turbulence. It staggered from its lofty throne, its massive form crashing down upon the tainted earth. Just moments ago, it was the sole sovereign here. Now, it had become an intruder. The infernal laws it prided itself on, the anguish and sulfur upon which it relied for existence, appeared fragile as a child's crayon doodles in the face of Rosen's absolute concept, the source of all fears. Rosen slowly raised his hand. With a mere utterance, he declared, "I decree that your hell lacks novelty." As the words fell, the hellfire that had burned for countless epochs on the demon lord extinguished with a soft puff. Directly nullified by a higher order of rules, Rosen approached the terrified demon lord, who could no longer comprehend the scene before it. Looking down upon this once mighty lord of hell, with a tone akin to that of appraising a commodity, he spoke calmly, "Your hell is too noisy and devoid of imagination." The colossal form of the demon lord trembled. It finally grasped the warning once given by Lauren Warren. "Please return a dark god." No, that was not a dark god. That was the very essence of fear, older than hell and deeper than the abyss itself. For the first time, it genuinely felt the emotion known as fear, an emotion it had inflicted upon countless souls, now rebounding upon it with unprecedented intensity. "Now, let us discuss your worth," Rosen's voice, devoid of any emotion, froze the very essence of the demon lord's soul. "As a mid-level manager of hell, you should possess considerable intelligence about the big boss." He extended a finger, gently tapping the center of the demon lord's vast, horned goat head. At the moment of contact at his fingertips, the colossal form of the demon lord began to disintegrate like a corrupted data stream. Countless flickering flows of lamentation and arcane secrets forcibly stripped away, surging uncontrollably into Rosen's mind. In the basement, the Warren couple felt the malevolent presence that had almost crushed the entire house dissipate. Completely, utterly vanished. In its place arose an ancient, profound silence, evoking a despair that resonated from the depths of the soul. Chapter 72, Annabelle, the autopsy report of hell within the mythical manifestation of Rosen. The remnants of the mental inferno were rapidly assimilated. No longer was there sulfur and flame, only an endlessly extending geometric structure composed of pure fear. The goat-headed demon lord, at this moment, resembled a piece of metal cast into a caustic pool, its vast spiritual form slowly being dismantled and stripped away. It ceased its roaring, for the laws that constituted its voice had been altered. It no longer struggled, as the chains binding it were the very fears it once took pride in. It became a specimen pinned upon an examination table, awaiting its ultimate dissection. Yet the Lord of Hell would never resign itself to defeat. Just as its spiritual core was about to be completely deconstructed, a wave of destructive energy surged within, brewing ominously. It intended to detonate its final soul imprint. This was not merely a futile attempt at mutual destruction, but a final alarm piercing through dimensions. A distress signal sent to the higher realms of hell. A barely perceptible ripple attempted to escape the confines of this realm of terror. Behind Rosen, the indescribable shadow stirred not a single tremor. He merely raised his hand in impatience. Want to shake things up? Too late. An ancient, tattered page materialized. That of the demonologist's journal. The pages stirred autonomously. The ancient knowledge inscribed upon them transforming into slender, yet indomitable golden chains that precisely penetrated the depths of the demon lord's spiritual essence. The chains did not confine its form. They directly pierced its very nature. One chain severed the connection to the hellish dimension, erasing the coordinates known as the hell anchor in an instant. Another ensnared its burning soul imprint, forcibly suppressing and cooling the energy of its self-detonation. The final retreat was entirely severed. The demon lord emitted a silent howl, a manifestation of pure despair on the spiritual plane. It launched its final counterattack. Unable to annihilate the enemy, it sought to corrupt him. A massive, chaotic torrent, rife with the deepest filth of hellish memories, surged forth like a sea of curses unleashed, crashing into Rosen's consciousness. It was a vivid tableau of tormenting souls over millennia, a ritual of sacrilege against the divine, and the most venomous knowledge and lies within the cosmos. Each drop of information was potent enough to lead a mortal bishop into the depths of madness. This is a spiritual trap, an attempt to absorb knowledge from Rosen while thoroughly corrupting his soul. Playing with mental pollution before me? The essence of Rosen let out a light laugh. You have chosen the wrong individual. The divine intermediate, peak, within him suddenly radiated brilliance. This luminescence was not of divine golden hue, but rather a color akin to absolute nothingness, functioning like the most efficient firewall, isolating all mental pollution and emotional detritus, permitting only the purest data to pass through. Simultaneously, the long-dormant gene database, Novice, within Rosen was activated. For the first time, he employed this ability, designed for biological entities, upon a purely spiritual entity. In his perception, the demon lord transformed from an abstract embodiment of malevolence into an incredibly complex, yet traceable sequence of spiritual genes. The dissection of the living began in earnest. Rosen, akin to a premier biologist and theologian, manifested his consciousness as countless surgical blades, meticulously dissecting the demon lord's spiritual structure layer by layer. He discerned the composition of this being's power, observing how an energy known as the vengeful sulfur flame was synthesized and utilized within the infernal environment. He recognized the hierarchical structure of hell, identifying a mid-level manager responsible for a specific fallen sector, dedicated to ensnaring the wayward souls of mortals. He witnessed the complete summoning ritual, along with the myriad loopholes embedded within the contractual terms. Those intricate demonic contracts were written with far more cunning than any insurance agreement he had encountered in his past life, rife with traps and linguistic games. It appeared that Hell's promotion mechanism also required KPIs. The essence of Rosen uttered a self-reflective sigh. Truly, one cannot escape this anywhere. Within the fragments of memory, he even caught fleeting glimpses of several higher-tier entities. Their names, merely mentioned, caused his divine firewall to register a slight disturbance. Baal, Astaroth, Asmodai. These true high-ranking demon lords of hell seemed to form the board of directors of that infernal realm, while the lord before him was merely a regional manager. As the dissection progressed, the demon lord's essence grew increasingly tenuous, ultimately yielding three of the purest elements to Rosen. First, an unimaginably vast hell knowledge package. It resembled a perfectly compressed file, stored deep within Rosen's consciousness, awaiting his future exploration. Second, a sigil seemingly forged from solidified shadows and cooling lava. This, demon lord's mark, fragmented, represented its former identity and partial authority. Although incomplete, it contained a trace of infernal law's power. Third, and most fundamental, was the essence of spiritual energy refined to its utmost purity. It no longer harbored any will or pollution, transforming into the most pristine source of fear, wholly absorbed by Rosen's mythic form. Consequently, the entire domain of fear became denser and more profound. The spiritual realm ebbed away like receding tides. The chilling air of the basement enveloped Rosen's body once more. He slowly opened his eyes and spread his palms. In the center of his hand lay a dark, nail-sized object, seemingly aglow with flickering crimson patterns within. Simultaneously, the demonologist's journal fragment absorbed some of the dissipated knowledge, rendering the text clearer. With additional annotations regarding demonic contract traps, a faint, almost imperceptible sound resonated at the core of his soul. Detected that the host has successfully analyzed a high-level demonic essence and acquired a fragment of hellish authority. Mythical-level talent, source of all fears, has gained a slight evolution, unlocking a new template in the Fear Creator branch, Lesser Demon, Creatable. Rosen paid no heed to the system's notifications. His body remained unmoving. He merely lifted his gaze towards the corner of the room, where a doll was ensconced within a glass case. Annabelle retained her eerie posture, as if everything that transpired had no relation to her. A frigid smile crept across the corners of Rosen's lips. Your support has crumbled. Now, it is time to discuss your policy. Chapter 73, Annabelle. The final keepsake. The basement lay in absolute silence. Not the serene quiet of a tranquil moment, but a profound void, drained of all sound, energy, and existence. The air seemed to solidify into glass, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain scraping against the lungs. The walls and floor, once distorted by hellish illusions, had reverted to their original state, yet the dust and the cobwebs of the corners had vanished, as if erased by some invisible force. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps coming from the staircase. Lauren, be cautious. Edward's voice, tinged with tension, distorted slightly. He led the charge, wielding a silver cross soaked in holy water, adopting a standard exorcist's defensive stance. Lauren followed closely, her face pale as parchment, yet her hands tightly gripped a hefty Bible, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. They rushed down, bracing themselves for a battle capable of annihilating the entire house. However, the scene before them rendered their preparations utterly ludicrous. There were no rifts to hell, no roaring demons. Rosen sat serenely in a wooden chair, methodically polishing the fearsome blade of retribution with a piece of velvet cloth, the last remnants of black mist wiped away, revealing the dark, ancient metallic texture beneath. Lauren's steps faltered. Her spiritual sight had activated the moment she entered the basement, but this time, what she beheld sent a chill through her entire being, as if she were plummeting into an abyss. In her vision, Rosen was no longer a figure cloaked in darkness. He was the embodiment of darkness itself. It was a darkness more profound than hell itself, older than the void, so dense that it seemed to resist dissolution, reminiscent of the primordial chaos that existed before the birth of the cosmos. At the very core of this darkness, the fleeting scent of sulfur wafted through, almost imperceptible. Not a filth of demons, but rather a symbol of authority, as if hell itself bowed before him. Her gaze struggled to detach from Rosen, finally resting in the corner of the room. The Annabelle doll lay quietly on the floor, its dress dusted with a fine layer of grime. The malevolent intent that had clung to it for years, enough to chill the bones of any medium, had now vanished without a trace. It had reverted to an ordinary, even somewhat antiquated, cloth doll. Ed swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. His hand clutching the cross trembled slightly. Is the demon vanquished? He asked in a quavering voice, his question imbued with a hope and fear he was scarcely aware of. Rosen ceased his cleaning, lifting his gaze to meet Ed's. His expression was calm, devoid of mockery or pity, akin to an engineer observing a set of data. No, Rosen shook his head. I merely orchestrated its company's bankruptcy. This analogy left the Warren couple momentarily speechless. Company? Bankruptcy? They found it inconceivable to associate such modern commercial terminology with an ancient demon from the depths of hell. Ignoring their astonishment, Rosen rose and approached the Annabelle doll with measured steps. He bent down and picked it up. Ed and Lorraine's hearts leapt into their throats, fearing Rosen would annihilate this cursed object in a manner beyond their comprehension. Yet, Rosen's next action shattered their expectations entirely. He extended his left hand, palm upward, revealing a flickering, incomplete mark that manifested within his grasp. This mark, composed of countless twisted symbols, radiated a pure infernal authority, having been severed from the lord of the goat-headed demons. Under the horrified gaze of the Warrens, Rosen slowly pressed this emblem of hellish power against the doll's back. A faint sound emerged, reminiscent of a branding iron searing into flesh. The moment the incomplete mark made contact with the doll, it transformed into a black light, wholly merging with it. A glimmer of darkness, deeper than the abyss, flashed in the doll's glassy eyes, only to vanish swiftly, restoring their original emptiness. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. Now, it serves as a proper beacon and storage unit, Rosen's voice rang out calmly, dusting off the doll as though appraising a newly completed artifact. Consider it an exercise in resourcefulness. He turned around, presenting the transformed Annabelle doll directly to Ed Warren. Your commission has been fulfilled. The insurance claim is settled. This is your keepsake. Ed stood frozen, as though his feet were nailed to the floor, staring at the doll being offered to him, his complexion drained of color. Accept it? He dared not. The aura emanating from this doll was 1,000 times more terrifying than that of the previous Annabelle, which had been possessed by a demon. The former Annabelle represented malevolence, impurity, an adversary that could be confronted with scripture and the cross. Yet the entity before him had refined its evil to an extreme, morphing into a set of rules, a higher echelon of existence that had marked this object with its imprint. It was no longer a mere plaything of a demon, but a possession of a far more dreadful presence. Lorraine watched Rosen, the man who calmly presented the keepsake, a chill emanating from the depths of her soul, nearly rendering her unable to stand. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she uttered the question that had ensnared her heart and rendered her breathless. What are you? Rosen smiled. Offering no answer, he retracted his hand, placing the Annabelle doll onto a cabinet filled with various cursed objects. The doll's glass eyes were fixed in the direction of the doorway. He turned and strode towards the staircase leading to the first floor. As he brushed past the Warrens, he left behind a nonchalant remark. I am merely a passing appraiser, with a keen interest in your collection. His figure vanished around the corner of the staircase, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. I hope next time, you will acquire something of greater value. Silence reclaimed the basement. Ed and Lorraine stood motionless, resembling two stone statues. After a long while, Ed slowly set down the now cold cross, glancing at Lorraine, his eyes filled with unprecedented confusion and dread. Lorraine did not look at him. Her gaze remained fixed on the Annabelle doll resting on the cabinet. It sat there quietly, a smile adorning its face. In that moment, the Warrens acutely realized a harrowing truth. They had not summoned an exorcist. They had merely replaced one master of hell with another. Chapter 74, SSS Evaluation. A temp worker of Hell Rosen's figure disappeared around the corner of the street. He did not look back. The Warrens' worries, fears, and Lorraine's penetrating inquiry into the essence of his soul dissipated like dust crushed under the weight of wheels, swiftly settling behind him, stirring not a ripple. For him, all matters within that house had concluded. The insurance adjuster had completed his task, and that was all. The cold moonlight bathed the empty asphalt road, elongating his shadow. He toyed with the now unremarkable Annabelle doll, his fingertips gliding gently over the rough surface of the fabric. As he reached the center of an intersection, he paused. The surrounding air began to acquire a subtle stickiness. The light from the street lamps started to distort, swirling as if paint had been cast into water, collapsing toward an invisible focal point. The very fabric of space, akin to a curtain gripped tightly by unseen hands, wrinkled and folded, emitted a deep, resonant hum under the weight of its burden. In the next moment, Rosen, along with the ground beneath his feet and the elongated shadow it cast, was wrenched from this world. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself back in that familiar place. An endless expanse of pure white, devoid of sky and earth, distance and proximity. Only absolute vastness and tranquility remained. The settlement space materialized before him. An immense, deep blue light curtain cascaded like a waterfall from the void. Hovering in front of him, lines of text, ablaze with pale flames, began to scroll rapidly across the light curtain, refreshing themselves. Copy World, Summoning Universe, Annabelle Chapter. Main Quest. The paranormal incident surrounding the Annabelle doll has been resolved. Completion method. Eradicate the demonic lord behind it, and thoroughly neutralize the paranormal vessel, the Annabelle doll. Quest evaluation. Perfect. The text on the light curtain paused momentarily. Hidden task detected. Hidden task. Exploration of the deeper essence of the paranormal event has been completed. Completion method. Through vivisection, conduct a comprehensive analysis on the mental, energetic, and authoritative levels of the hellish lord demon, Balron, to obtain intelligence and rule composition from the hellish dimension. Quest evaluation exceeded expectations. The light curtain paused again, seemingly engaged in complex calculations. Subsequently, A line of scarlet warning text abruptly emerged, dominating the center of the screen. Warning: behavioral patterns of Hunter Rosen detected as deviating from extermination, shifting towards absorption and pollution. Specific behavior analysis. The hunter did not merely eliminate the target, but utilized his mythic talent, source of all fears, to achieve conceptual override and authority deprivation, completing an asset reorganization of the hellish Lord Balron and his associated fragments of spiritual hell. This behavior has breached the threshold of dimensional incursion, risk rating elevated. Rewards, synchronization elevated. The scarlet warning text gradually faded away. Comprehensive evaluation increasing. Final evaluation, SSS. A golden radiance erupted from the 3 characters of SSS, nearly suffusing the entire pure white space with a resplendent golden hue. Following this, a line of teasing prompts emerged. You have achieved a special accomplishment. Hell's HR. Achievement description. You have successfully dismissed a mid-level manager from Hell and efficiently taken over a portion of his responsibilities. Perhaps you should consider establishing a headhunting firm in Hell. Rosen's countenance bore no expression. He simply gazed calmly at the information refreshing on the luminous screen, as if everything were entirely expected. The extensive list of rewards, accompanied by the SSS rating, finally materialized before him. SSS level evaluation reward settlement in progress. 1. You have received 80,000 points of fear source material. 2. You have obtained 1 SSS level exclusive drawing opportunity. 3. You have acquired 50 points of free attribute points. 4. Your divine rank has been elevated. Mid-tier, pinnacle, high-tier, initial entry. 5. Special item, Demonologist Journal, fragment, has undergone evolution. The moment the reward list appeared, a torrent of pure, almost liquefied energy surged from the void into Rosen's being. It was the essence of fear and despair accumulated over countless years by the Hell Lord Bylon and his realm of mental torment, refined by the system into the most unadulterated form of fear source material. The mythic silhouette of his divine aspect emitted a silent cheer, greedily consuming this influx of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to allocate the precious 50 free attribute points. The mental attribute formed the foundation of his power and had to be prioritized. He directly invested 30 points into it. Mental, 809-1109 in an instant. His perception was elevated to extraordinary heights. It was as if he could perceive the intricate lines of countless intertwined worlds beyond this pure white space. He even vaguely sensed a strengthening bond with the very concept of fear within the cosmos, becoming ever more intimate and robust. The remaining 20 points were wholly allocated to his physical constitution. Constitution, 535-735, a surge of vitality coursed through his limbs and bones, further activating the talent of Titan's body, causing the strength of his muscles, bones, and organs to escalate at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, a higher-level transformation unfolded. Divine evolution. If the previous mid-tier divinity granted Rosen the privilege of overlooking mortals, then at this moment, the initial entry into high-tier divinity allowed him to truly begin to touch the threshold of the rules. His soul, in essence, seemed to be coated in an everlasting brilliance, endowing him with unprecedented resistance to attacks that directly affected concepts, causality, and the soul. This was a qualitative transformation. Finally, his gaze fell upon the Demonologist's Journal that had long resided in his storage space. The fragment, having absorbed the vast infernal knowledge of Hell Lord Bylon, caused the incomplete runes and patterns on its pages to glow, writhe, and complete themselves. The charred edges began to regrow, and new words and magical formations materialized upon the blank pages. Item evolution successful. Name, the Demonologist's Notebook, copy, type, knowledge rule item, quality. Subject to the completeness of knowledge. Effect 1, Demonic Encyclopedia. Contains extensive knowledge regarding the Hell dimension, demon races, and magical rituals. Effect 2, Demon Contract, pseudo. New feature. This notebook allows you to simulate certain infernal laws and forge unequal contracts with other sentient beings endowed with binding power. The strength of the contract's binding depends on your divine rank and the potency of the counterpart's soul. Description: knowledge is power, especially when derived from the depths of hell. This copy grants you the qualifications to become a competent creditor. A competent creditor. Rosen gazed at this description, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He withdrew his hand from the notebook, redirecting his focus to the singular, most significant reward, the SSS grade exclusive extraction opportunity. Commence extraction. With a mere thought, the light within the entire settlement space dimmed abruptly, all illumination converging before Rosen, forming a dazzling golden orb too brilliant to behold. Within the orb, fragments of countless runes, images, and concepts swirled like a river of stars, each collision seemingly symbolizing a treasure capable of driving countless hunters to madness. Ultimately, all radiance and phenomena suddenly contracted inward. As the light dissipated, an object quietly floated before Rosen. It was neither equipment, nor a skill scroll, nor a potent bloodline elixir. Rather, it was a rolled-up ancient scroll fashioned from the hide of an unknown creature, its edges singed black from flames. Adorned with dark golden ink depicting a complex emblem composed of chains, bones, and a burning throne. It resembled a deed of land. Extraction successful. You have obtained a special consumable, Hell's Border Coordinates, one-time use. Type, Dimensional Landmark Authority Certificate. Quality, SSS. Effect, upon use. You can forcibly designate the next spiritual enrichment area you enter as your private domain, acquiring a portion of the Hell's Law's influence and enhancement. Within this territory, the expansion speed and efficacy of your fear domain will significantly increase, granting your fear creations a home field advantage. Description, congratulations. You have ascended from a temporary worker in Hell to a real estate developer with your own territory. Now, go forth and claim your first asset. Rosen extended his hand, grasping the weighty deed. The moment he held the scroll, the chilling sound of the system's prompt echoed once more in his mind. Detecting the evolutionary direction of the hunter. Matching you with the most suitable real estate development project. Match successful. Target world, American Horror Story. Chapter 75. Within the settlement space of American Horror Story, a realm of pure white enveloped by an almost ethereal void, Rosen floated in silence, clasping the recently acquired Hell's Border Coordinates. This object was not of physical form. Rather, it resembled a fragment of darkness, entrapped and pulsating with dark crimson magma. Its texture cold and coarse, imbued with primal infernal laws. Item description. The holder may designate any spiritually enriched area they are about to enter as private territory. This territory will receive a preliminary enhancement of hellish laws, granting the holder partial lordship privileges within. Is this territory self-sustaining? Rosen murmured, his fingertips caressing the coordinates. The system encouraged him to transition from a solitary predator to a dimensional lord, one who occupies a lair and governs a domain. Without a moment's hesitation, he delved into his attribute panel. The full 50 points of free attribute points surged like a torrent of pure energy, awaiting his allocation. 30 points were invested in spirit. As his will coalesced, the value of his spiritual attribute began to fluctuate wildly. 80990910091109. The instant the value surpassed the threshold of 100, an indescribable transformation occurred. If his previous mental strength was akin to a tranquil lake, at this moment, it had metamorphosed into an unfathomable ocean. Rosen felt his consciousness elevate infinitely, as though breaking free from some invisible restraint, the dimensional barriers separating him from the settlement space thinning. He could even glimpse beyond this pure white expanse, where countless world lines intertwined and stretched like a web into the boundless void. His heart's imaginal domain began to simmer. Behind him, the shadow representing mythic law expanded silently, encroaching upon the surrounding whiteness. The edges of darkness sharpened, no longer blurred but as keen as a blade, poised to carve a piece of tangible territory from the ethereal. The powers of the nightmare demon god responded in kind. Rosen raised his hand, a tendril of inky mist oozing from his fingertips, coalescing into a miniature, shrieking, struggling nightmare raven in the air. It transcended mere energy, gaining a fleeting, corporeal existence in reality. With a gentle squeeze, the raven transformed into the purest particles of fear, vanishing without a trace. The remaining 20 points of attributes were evenly distributed among the other 3 categories, compensating for his physical shortcomings. Upon completing these actions, the cold, mechanical prompt of the system resonated at the opportune moment. Identity information matching, based on the host's current mythic talent, source of all fears, and the special item. Hell's Border Coordinates. The most suitable real estate development project has been filtered for you. A colossal luminous screen unfolded before Rosen. The target world, American Horror Story, a composite universe. The first destination, Season 1, Murder House. World background. This realm is imbued with the original sins of humanity and the weight of the supernatural. Countless wronged souls, demons, witches, and even extraterrestrial visitors converge here. Beneath the dust of history lie innumerable curses and treasures. Each infamous corner may conceal an undiscovered spiritual goldmine or serve as a grave that devours all. Character setting. Rosen Chandler, a man of enigmatic background and abundant resources, is a special asset investor. His business spans the globe, specializing in acquiring properties that have plummeted in value due to malignant events or supernatural occurrences, such as haunted houses and cursed lands. And he uniquely cleanses and redevelops these ill-fated assets. Main task: successfully acquire the murder house, address 1120 Westchester Place, Los Angeles, and conduct a thorough assessment and development of its internal asset value. The text on the screen gradually faded away. A cold smile curved at the corners of Rosen's mouth. From a passive appraiser to an active investor, this identity cloaked all his forthcoming actions in a flawless veneer of legitimacy. He murmured, as if proclaiming to some unseen presence, "I had no choice before. Now, I wish to be a landlord." In that very moment, the transporting light enveloped him entirely. Within the radiance, his ordinary shirt and jeans disintegrated into ashes, replaced by a meticulously tailored, high-end custom suit woven from countless rays of light, its deep charcoal fabric hinting at an imperceptible sheen. A pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses materialized quietly upon his nose. As the brilliance subsided, he found himself standing on a serene street bathed in California sunshine. Surrounding him were typical American single-family homes, lush green lawns, and a tranquil passage of time. In this moment, Rosen's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. No longer was he the cold, ruthless hunter wielding a deadly blade. He had become a billionaire radiating an air of elite sophistication and aloofness, a cultured rogue. Unbeknownst to him, a beautifully crafted gilded folder had appeared in his hand. He extended his hand adorned with an exquisite watch to open the folder, revealing a letter of intent for the acquisition of the murder house. Rosen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and the cold lenses reflected a portion of the system map with striking clarity. On that map, a blood-red location marked 1120 emanated a foreboding glow. "There are no irretrievable debts, nor properties that cannot be developed," he remarked, closing the folder with a calm and indifferent tone. "It is time to collect the rent." Chapter 76, American Horror. The murder house. The sun in Los Angeles, California, always exudes a nearly extravagant generosity. It warms every inch of the asphalt roads in Westchester Square to a gentle softness, rendering the palm trees by the roadside somewhat languid. However, this warmth seems to collide with an invisible wall of ice upon reaching the estate at 1120. This Victorian-style detached villa, with its weathered red brick walls, appears darkened by the ravages of time, while the windows of its gabled attic resemble hollow, unblinking eye sockets, silently observing the street. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, akin to a meticulously polished obsidian, glides quietly to the curb. Its smooth and dignified lines create a stark and eerie contrast with the ominous aura of the ancient residence. The car door swings open, revealing a pair of impeccably polished black Goodyear shoes, followed by a tall figure emerging from within. His charcoal gray bespoke suit is impeccably tailored, perfectly accentuating his broad shoulders and slender waist. A pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses rests upon his nose, and the calm, untroubled gaze behind the lenses conveys a distinct sense of alienation characteristic of the elite. He is Rosen, or rather, Rosen Chandler of this world. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a lawyer's robe, follows closely behind, carrying a substantial briefcase, dutifully stepping half a pace behind him, his demeanor humble as that of a butler. "Mr. Chandler, this is the place." A sharp, almost weeping female voice shattered the stillness. Real estate agent Marcy had long awaited at the entrance, her professional attire somewhat wrinkled, and her makeup half melted by perspiration. She forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful and began her hurried introduction. "You see, this house is ideally located. Its architectural style is, well, quite vintage, and the interior space is spacious, absolutely worth the investment. Of course, it has some historical issues, but those are mere fabrications. You know, old houses always come with their legends." Marcy's pace quickened, as if she wished to conclude this transaction before succumbing to her own panic. Rosen did not interrupt her. He simply listened with a polite yet amused smile, his senses having already pierced through the weathered walls. Under the insight of weakness insight and the heightened perception bestowed by superior divinity, the house presented itself to him in an entirely different light. It was anything but empty. On the contrary, it was overcrowded. Countless twisted and fragmented spirits were crammed into every room, every corridor, and every shadow, like sardines forcefully packed in a can. The scent that permeated the air, which might seem to an ordinary person like Marcy to be the musty odor of damp wood, in Rosen's nostrils decomposed into a feast spanning nearly a century. Despair, betrayal, frenzied lust, and at the heart of it all, the inescapably rich essence of murder. These negative echoes, which ordinary people shun, resonate for him like a vintage wine, rich and fragrant. Key in hand, Rosen finally spoke. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Oh, very well, very well. Marcy, as if awakening from a dream, flustered, rummaged through her bag to retrieve a string of ancient brass keys. Her fingers trembled violently, the keys clinking in the air with a sharp, piercing sound, several times misaligning with the outstretched hand of Rosen. Ultimately, she almost forced the keys into the palm of Rosen, as if they were a searing brand. Mr. Chandler, you have already signed the contract. My lawyer will coordinate with yours regarding the final payment. I have an urgent meeting. I must take my leave. With that, she scarcely had time to utter a farewell before she hurriedly dashed to her car, her high heels clattering as she fled the street, the engine emitting a shrill screech as she departed. You wait outside, Rosen instructed the lawyer trailing behind him. But, sir, the lawyer's face revealed concern. The notorious reputation of this house was well known among the people of Los Angeles. Without turning around, Rosen simply raised his hand, aiming the brass keys at the heavy oak door, which loomed like the maw of a colossal beast. This is my asset evaluation. You need not be involved. The lawyer immediately fell silent, bowing his head in respectful acknowledgement. Yes. Click. The sound of the lock turning resounded distinctly in the stillness. Rosen pushed the door open. A gust of cold air, mingled with dust and decay, rushed towards him. The moment he stepped into the foyer, it felt as though an invisible switch had been flipped. The temperature within the house plummeted by several degrees, descending from the warmth of summer into the chill of winter. The bright sunlight outside seemed to be filtered through an invisible veil, the light swiftly turning dim and viscous, akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean. Creak. The heavy oak door behind him shut automatically with a thunderous sound, severing all ties between the inside and the outside world. In the darkness, pairs of eyes opened. From the corner of the staircase, from the shadows of the ceiling, from behind the faded wallpaper patterns, in every corner of the empty living room. Those eyes brimmed with resentment, madness, curiosity, and a ravenous hunger for the intruder. They were both the prisoners and the masters of this house. Any fresh flesh that dared to enter would merely become a new toy in their eternally tedious existence. Whispers began to arise, as if countless voices were conspiratorially murmuring in his ear, laden with malice and curses. From above, the sound of a woman's weeping emerged, faint yet enticing, beckoning exploration. In the direction of the basement, there came a grating noise of claws scraping against the wooden floorboards. A chilling child's voice suddenly echoed through the vast hall, imbued with the unique innocence and cruelty of youth. You cannot escape. This is our home. This is a welcome ceremony they have performed countless times, capable of driving any sane individual to utter despair within mere minutes. However, this time, the audience was somewhat different. Confronted by the textbook-like horror ambience of the haunted house, Rosen merely stood at the threshold, absorbing the atmosphere in silence. He even unfastened the first button of his suit jacket, as if to savor the experience more comfortably. He surveyed his surroundings, the golden-rimmed glasses glinting faintly in the dim light, reminiscent of a hotel manager surveying his estate. After a brief moment, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, the occupancy rate is impressively high. His voice, though soft, distinctly overpowered the cacophony of wails, echoing throughout the grand estate. It appears that my investment has proven worthwhile. He paused, his gaze behind the lenses sweeping over the shadows thick with malice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, unsettling to all the spirits present. Excellent. Everyone is accounted for. It saves me the trouble of calling roll. Time to convene a meeting of all the proprietors.